66 million years ago, the world looked nothing like it does today. The air was warmer, thicker, the sky above what would one day become the American West was crowded with clouds and pterosaurs. The forests stretched unbroken to the horizon. Before we begin, let us take a moment to simply be in this world. Let me first thank you for watching. Let us know what time is it and where are you from. If you like the content, please consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. Enjoy watching. The late Cretaceous world that Triceratops inhabited was not the ancient, alien landscape we sometimes imagine when we think of deep time. It was not barren or stark or silent. It was, by most reconstructions, extraordinarily lush. The climate was warmer than today globally, perhaps 4 to 8 degrees Celsius warmer. There were no ice caps. The sea level was high enough that a shallow inland sea called the Western Interior Seaway divided North America into two landmasses, running from what is now the Arctic Ocean south through the middle of the continent to the Gulf of Mexico. Triceratops lived on the western landmass Laramidia, a long, narrow strip of land running north to south, bounded by the seaway on one side and the rising Rocky Mountains on the other. The mountains were still young and rugged. The rivers running east from them deposited rich sediment onto the floodplains where Triceratops grazed. Those floodplains were green, covered in ferns and cycads near the water, giving way to open areas colonized by the new flowering plants that were transforming the global flora. Conifer forests on the higher ground, dense, humid vegetation in the river margins. And through all of it, through the ferns and the cycads and the early angiosperms, Triceratops moved, the most numerous large animal in its world, the anchor of its ecosystem, the three-horned face on which so much else depended. Let us begin. 100 facts about one of the greatest animals that ever walked the earth. This is Triceratops. The name Triceratops comes from the ancient Greek words tri, meaning three, keret, meaning horn, and ops, meaning face. Three, horn, face. It is one of the most perfectly descriptive names in all of paleontology. When the scientists who named this animal looked at what they had found, they did not reach for poetry or mythology. They simply described what they saw: 3 horns and a face, and in doing so gave us one of the most recognizable words in the natural world. Say it slowly: Triceratops, 3-horn face. There is something almost poetic about a name this direct. In an age when naturalists were giving newly discovered creatures names drawn from Greek mythology, from the landscapes where they were found, from the names of benefactors and patrons who funded expeditions, the scientist who named Triceratops simply looked at it, looked at the 3 horns and the face beneath them, reached for the oldest language of Western science, and described exactly what he saw. It is a name a child can sound out once you break it apart, and children do. Every day, in every country where dinosaurs have captured young imaginations, children learn the word Triceratops before they learn many other things, before they can reliably tie their own shoes, before they can spell their own last name. There is something that tells us, in that widespread instinctive recognition, how right the name is, how perfectly it maps to the animal, how clearly it communicates the essential truth of the creature. It has 3 horns and it has a face, and the two facts together are inseparable. Triceratops lived during the very end of the late Cretaceous period, between approximately 68 and 66 million years ago. This means Triceratops was not just any dinosaur, it was one of the last dinosaurs. When the asteroid that ended the age of the dinosaurs struck the Yucatan Peninsula 66 million years ago, Triceratops was still alive. It was there. It witnessed, or rather, it was ended by the single most dramatic extinction event in the last 100 million years of Earth's history. The timing of Triceratops is worth sitting with for a moment, because it is genuinely staggering. We speak of dinosaurs as ancient, and of course they are, but within the dinosaur world there is a staggering range of time. The first dinosaurs appeared roughly 235 million years ago. The last non-avian dinosaurs, including Triceratops, died 66 million years ago. That is 169 million years of dinosaur history. Triceratops existed only in the final 2 million years of that history, less than 2% of the total dinosaur age. More remarkably, the time between Triceratops and us, 66 million years, is actually shorter than the time between Triceratops and the very first dinosaurs. Triceratops was, in a very real sense, a late-stage product, a refined, optimized result of nearly 170 million years of evolutionary experimentation. Everything that came before it, every lineage of dinosaur that rose and fell in the preceding 168 million years, contributed in some indirect way to the animal that stood in the forests of late Cretaceous North America with 3 horns and a 5-foot frill. Triceratops did not exist at the dawn of the dinosaur age. It existed at its summit. Triceratops is classified as a ceratopsian dinosaur, a group defined by their horned skulls and elaborate bony frills, but within the ceratopsians, Triceratops stands apart. While many of its relatives had elaborate multi-horned arrangements, some with 15 or more horns and spikes decorating their frills, Triceratops kept things clean. 3 horns, 1 enormous frill, simple, powerful, unmistakable. The ceratopsian family tree is one of the most visually spectacular in the fossil record. It begins with small, relatively simple animals, creatures like Pseudechiosaurus, a dog-sized herbivore with a simple beak and no hint of the elaborate structures that its descendants would develop. From that modest beginning, the lineage diversified explosively, producing an extraordinary variety of horn and frill combinations that seems, at times, almost excessive in its creativity. Styracosaurus had a single long nasal horn and a frill edged with 6 dramatic spikes, each as long as a sword. Pentaceratops had 5 horns and one of the largest skulls of any land animal ever. Cosmoceratops had 15 separate horn-like structures, the most decorated head in dinosaur history. Pachyrhinosaurus had no horns at all, replaced by a massive roughened boss of bone on its snout. In this family, Triceratops is the one you recognize, the one whose silhouette has become, by cultural consensus, the ceratopsian face, and yet within the family it is neither the most extreme nor the most bizarre. It is, in a strange way, the most elegant, the arrangement of 3 horns and 1 solid frill, achieving a visual balance that the more elaborate members of the family occasionally lose. The ceratopsian family reached its evolutionary peak in the last 10 million years of the Cretaceous. Triceratops was its final, definitive statement. The very first Triceratops remains were discovered in 1887 near Denver, Colorado. They were found by George Lyman Cannon, a rancher and amateur fossil hunter. What he discovered were not bones, not yet. What he found were horns, 2 enormous horn cores sticking up out of the earth near a dry creek bed, as if the animal below had simply lain down and decided to stay there forever. Cannon had no idea what he was looking at. He sent the horns to Othniel Charles. Marsh, one of the most famous paleontologists of the era, and Marsh, one of the great minds in paleontology, thought they were bison horns. He published a paper describing them as the remains of an ancient, unusually large bison, a prehistoric buulo with very impressive horns. He was spectacularly wrong. The story of George Lyman Cannon and the first Triceratops horns is a story that paleontology does not tell often enough, because it belongs to the tradition of accidental discovery that underlies so much of what we know about the ancient world. Cannon was not a trained scientist. He was a rancher, a man who worked the land and lived with the land in the way that working people do. What he noticed, walking along a dry creek bed, was not what a trained paleontologist would have noticed. He was not looking for fossils. He was not cataloging the geology of the region. He saw something sticking out of the ground that did not belong. This is, in fact, how a very large proportion of significant fossil discoveries are made, not by scientists systematically excavating known fossil-bearing rock, but by ordinary people, farmers, ranchers, children, hikers, road workers, noticing something that does not look quite right and being curious enough to investigate. Triceratops was in the ground for 67 million years before Cannon walked past it. His curiosity, the simple human impulse to pick up something strange and wonder what it was, pulled it back into a world that could finally understand it. 2 years later, in 1889, a much more complete skull was recovered, and this time there was no mistaking it. Marsh revised his position entirely and gave the animal its own usual scientific name, Triceratops horridus. The species name horridus is often translated as horrible or terrifying, but in 19th century scientific Latin it simply meant rough or rugged, referring to the texture of the bone surface. So the full name of our subject today is, literally, the rough-textured three-horn face. Not quite as dramatic as it sounds, but Marsh could not have imagined in 1889 that the animal he was naming would one day become one of the most beloved creatures in the history of life on Earth. Othniel Charles Marsh correcting himself publicly from ancient bison to three-horned dinosaur is a moment that paleontology's history tends to gloss over, but it is actually one of the most important demonstrations of how science is supposed to work. In 1889, Marsh was already a famous and powerful figure. He had named hundreds of new species. He was not a man who admitted error easily or graciously, and yet when a more complete specimen made the truth unmistakable, he revised his position, published the new name, and moved on. This is what science does when it works correctly. It is not the absence of error, it is the willingness to correct error when better evidence arrives. Marsh's mistake about the bison horns is remembered today not as a failure, but as a moment when the fossil record provided new information that required a new understanding. Triceratops was his correction, and his correction turned out to be one of the most magnificent animals ever named. The discovery of Triceratops happened during one of the most extraordinary periods in the history of paleontology, a time known as the Bone Wars. Between the 1870s and 1890s, two rival paleontologists, Othniel Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope, were locked in a ferocious, sometimes illegal, occasionally violent competition to discover and name as many new dinosaur species as possible. They bribed each other's workers. They stole fossils from each other's dig sites. They dynamited quarries to prevent the other from accessing them. They published papers in furious haste, sometimes naming species based on single, fragmentary bones, just to be first. Marsh and Cope began their relationship cordially enough, two young paleontologists with overlapping interests, corresponding politely about their findings. The relationship soured when Cope published a reconstruction of a long-necked marine reptile called Elasmosaurus, and placed the head on the wrong end of the animal. Marsh pointed this out publicly and with some relish. Cope attempted to destroy all copies of the paper. The friendship never recovered. What followed was 2 decades of increasingly ruthless competition. Both men spent fortunes, and in Cope's case, his entire inheritance, on fossil hunting. Both died having added scores of genuinely important species to the scientific record. Among Marsh's most significant contributions in those frantic years of competition and discovery, the naming of Triceratops, an animal that his rivals envied, his colleagues admired, and the public, when they finally encountered it, immediately loved. Triceratops lived in what is now the western United States and parts of western Canada, specifically in the geological region known today as the Hell Creek Formation. The Hell Creek Formation is one of the most important fossil sites in the world. It preserves the final 2 million years of the Cretaceous period in extraordinary detail. The rocks that formed from the soils, rivers and floodplains of that ancient landscape now expose their secrets in the Badlands of Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. The Hell Creek is not merely a fossil site. It is a time machine. It contains not only the abundant fossils of the late Cretaceous, but also the thin clay layer that marks the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary, the geological line in the rock that separates the age of dinosaurs from everything that came after. Above it, no non-avian dinosaurs. Below it, a world full of them. If you ever want to find a Triceratops fossil, This is where you go. There are two usually recognized species of Triceratops. The first, and original, is Triceratops horridus, Marsh's rough-textured three-horn face. The second is Triceratops preuss, which was also named by Marsh in 1890, just 1 year after the first. The two species differ subtly in the shape of their skulls and the proportions of their horns. Triceratops preuss had a proportionally longer nose horn and slightly deerrant frill geometry. In the fossil record, the two species appear to be separated in time, horridus appearing earlier, preuss appearing later, which suggests that one may have evolved directly from the other. The idea that these two species might represent an evolving lineage, one species gradually transforming into the other across 2 million years, is one of the most compelling stories in the Triceratops fossil record. Anagenesis is the scientific term for this process, a species changing through time within a single lineage without the splitting and divergence that creates separate branches. It is evolution in a straight line, generation after generation, accumulating small changes in response to shifting environments and selective pressures. Triceratops was, in other words, a species in motion, changing, slowly becoming something new until the asteroid cut that process short. Triceratops was, by far, the most common large dinosaur in its environment. Fossil surveys of the Hell Creek Formation have found that approximately 40% of all the large dinosaur specimens recovered from this region belong to Triceratops. 40%. For every T-Rex fossil found in the Hell Creek Formation, there are somewhere between 3 and 5 Triceratops. For every Edmontosaurus, there are 2 Triceratops. For every Ankylosaurus or Pachycephalosaurus, there are many more. Triceratops was everywhere. It was the dominant large herbivore of its time and place, the great grazing animal of the late Cretaceous American West. The abundance of Triceratops in the Hell Creek Formation is genuinely unusual in the dinosaur fossil record. Most large dinosaurs are known from single specimens, or from a handful. Our knowledge of them rests on the careful analysis of bones that may represent a single individual. Triceratops is deerrant. We have dozens of significant skulls. We have partial skeletons from individuals of many deerrant ages. We have isolated bones from deerrant parts of the body that, taken together, give us a comprehensive picture of the whole animal. If you had stood in that landscape 67 million years ago, Triceratops is what you would have seen most often, most clearly, and most unforgettably. The name Triceratops has been applied, at various points in paleontological history, to no fewer than 16 proposed species. 16. Over the years, whenever a Triceratops skull was found that looked slightly deerrant from the others, a deerrant horn angle here, a slightly wider frill there, a paleontologist of earlier generations would often declare it a new species and give it a new name. Today, after decades of rigorous analysis, the scientific consensus has settled on just 2 valid species. The other 14 were collapsed, determined to be either individual variation within the species, the errant growth stages of the same animal, or simply fossils that had been distorted by millions of years of geological pressure. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, paleontology operated under deerrant pressures than it does today. There was, in the scientific culture of the era, considerable pressure to discover and name new species. Today, paleontologists understand far better the extraordinary degree to which individual animals within a single species can vary. Just as no 2 people look identical, no 2 Triceratops looked identical. 16 names, 2 real species, 1 extraordinary animal. Now let us talk about the body, because Triceratops was not merely an impressive animal in the way that many large animals are impressive, large, well-muscled, capable. Triceratops was architecturally extraordinary. Every part of its body was a solution to a problem. Every proportion, every structure, every feature served a purpose, or sometimes, as we will discover, served several purposes at once. An adult Triceratops measured between 26 and 30 feet in length, roughly 8 to 9 meters from the tip of its nose horn to the end of its relatively short tail. To put that in perspective, it was approximately the length of a large city bus. If you parked a Triceratops nose first against the front door of a house, its tail would extend well into the middle of the street outside. But length alone does not capture what Triceratops was. Triceratops was dense. Compact, built low and wide and solid, in the way that a tank is built, not for speed or elegance, but for power and endurance. At the hips, a fully grown Triceratops stood approximately 9 to 10 feet tall, roughly 3 meters. That means its back, at the highest point, was at the level of a basketball hoop. If you stood next to a Triceratops and reached your arm up as far as you could, you would still struggle to touch its spine. Its head, however, carried low and forward as it typically was in life, was much closer to the ground. Triceratops was a low browser. Its enormous head was designed to be near the earth, where the food was. In terms of weight, estimates for an adult Triceratops range from roughly 6 to 12 metric tons. The variation in that range is significant, and it reflects genuine uncertainty, deer in specimens, deer body condition assumptions, DU and computational models. But the central estimate, the figure most paleontologists would point you to, is somewhere around 8 to 9 tons for a large adult. That is heavier than 2 fully grown African elephants standing on a scale together. The weight range for Triceratops is worth exploring because it reflects something genuinely uncertain about how we calculate the mass of extinct animals. The most common method is volumetric. Reconstruct the three-dimensional shape of the animal from its skeleton, estimate the density of dehuman tissue types, and calculate the total mass. This works reasonably well for animals with good skeletal preservation, but it requires assumptions about soft tissue that the bones alone cannot directly reveal. A very large, well-fed adult Triceratops may well have exceeded 10 tons. A smaller individual, or one that had come through a diurnal season, might have been at the lower end of the range. What we can say with certainty is that whatever the exact figure, Triceratops was one of the heaviest land animals of its time, and among the heaviest horned animals in the entire history of life. The skull of Triceratops is one of the most extraordinary structures in the entire fossil record. A fully grown adult Triceratops skull, including the horns and frill, could measure up to 8 feet in length. That is approximately 2.4 meters. The skull alone, in a large individual, was longer than a standard car. And this skull was not an accident of evolution. Every millimeter of it was functional. The horns were weapons and signals. The frill was a billboard. The beak was a cutting instrument. The jaw was a processing machine. Even the nasal passages, routed through the massive nasal horn boss, were oversized, suggesting an animal with an exceptionally powerful sense of smell. The skull of Triceratops is, by many measures, the most complex and multifunctional head ever attached to a land animal. There is something that no photograph or museum mount fully prepares you for, and that is the sheer physical presence of a Triceratops skull when you stand next to one. In the major natural history museums of the world, the Smithsonian in Washington, the American Museum of Natural History in New York, the Natural History Museum in London, Triceratops skulls sit in glass cases or on open display mounts. I would encourage anyone who has not done so to stop, to stand directly in front of a Triceratops skull at the closest distance the museum allows and simply look. The scale is d Euclid to absorb at a distance. You can look directly into the orbit, the eye socket, which is larger than your head, where you can see the textures of the bone surface, the channels left by blood vessels, the places where the bone is thin and translucent, and the places where it is as thick and solid as a boulder. Stand there long enough and quietly enough, and you begin to understand, in some wordless way, that what you are looking at is not an exhibit. It is the face of an animal. That skull was also, proportionally, one of the largest heads relative to body size of any land animal that has ever existed. The skull of Triceratops made up approximately 1/3 of the entire length of its body. 1/3. In a 28-foot animal, nearly 8 feet was head. For comparison, a human skull is roughly 1/8 of total body height. An African elephant's skull large as it is, represents a far smaller proportion of its total body length. Triceratops was, in the most literal sense, led by its head. Everything else, the neck, the body, the legs, the tail, was simply the support structure for the most remarkable cranial architecture the Cretaceous world ever produced. Triceratops had 4 legs, which might seem obvious, but the shape and function of those legs is far more interesting than you might expect. The front legs of Triceratops were a source of considerable scientific debate for most of the 20th century. For decades, paleontologists believed that Triceratops walked with its front legs sprawled outward to the sides, like a lizard, giving it a low, squat stance. You can see this posture in many old museum reconstructions and classic dinosaur books. That reconstruction was wrong. We now know from detailed analysis of the joint surfaces of Triceratops' forelimbs and from trackways left by ceratopsian dinosaurs that the front legs were held much more upright, angled slightly outward perhaps, but broadly column-like, more like a rhinoceros than a lizard. The long debate about the posture of Triceratops' forearms is one of the most instructive stories in the history of how paleontology corrects itself. The revision came gradually, from multiple directions. Tracks left by ceratopsians in ancient mud, preserved and lithified over millions of years, showed footprint patterns consistent with a more upright gait. Detailed analysis of the joint surfaces of multiple specimens showed wear patterns that pointed toward a more upright posture. Today, most museum mounts have been, or are being, revised to show the more upright fallen posture, not perfectly vertical like an elephant, but upright enough that the animal stands tall and walks U-shapedly rather than crouching under its own weight. This revision changes everything about how you visualize Triceratops moving. It is a more powerful, more dynamic, more athletic animal in the correct reconstruction than it was in the old one. Triceratops had hooves in its feet, not claws. This is a detail that surprises many people. The image of a dinosaur in popular culture is often associated with sharp, dangerous feet, claws, talons, the slashing foot claw of Velociraptor, or the terrible feet of T-Rex. But Triceratops was a herbivore that spent its life walking across varied terrain, floodplains, forests, river margins. It needed feet that could grip, distribute weight, and travel long distances. Hooves were the answer. Broad, sturdy, hoof-like structures on each toe, similar in principle to those of a modern rhinoceros or elephant. When Triceratops walked, it did not scratch, it pressed. The skin of Triceratops is not entirely unknown to us. In extraordinary cases of preservation, fossilized skin impressions, not the skin itself, but the imprint of it pressed into rock, have been recovered from Triceratops specimens. These impressions reveal a skin covered in small, rounded scales, roughly hexagonal in shape and tightly packed together, similar to the texture of a modern reptile. The scales appear to have varied in size across the regions of the body. Larger scales on the sides and back, smaller and more densely packed scales in other areas. Some impressions show a mosaic pattern, scales of slightly different sizes arranged in clusters, which is seen in other large dinosaurs and in modern crocodilians. Triceratops' skin was tough, textured, and probably not uniformly colored, but we will come back to the question of color later. Triceratops had a neck. That may sound unremarkable. Of course it had a neck. But the neck of Triceratops was far more muscular and structurally complex than is often depicted. To support a skull that could weigh up to 400 kilograms, the weight of a large horse, and to do so while the animal was moving, eating, fighting, and living an active life, the neck of Triceratops required an extraordinary musculature. The cervical vertebrae, the neck bones, were large, robust, and heavily laced with attachment points for powerful muscles. The musculature of the Triceratops' neck has been modeled in considerable detail in recent years, using the attachment points visible on the vertebrae and skull as a guide. What those models show is a neck muscled more like a bull's than a GRU's, not built for vertical reach, but for forward power. The apaxial muscles running along the top of the neck were massive, anchoring from the neural spines of the dorsal vertebrae and inserting onto the back of the skull. These muscles controlled the head's position and generated the upward and lateral movements, the head shakes, the sweeping horn attacks, the frill raises that were central to Triceratops's both offensive and defensive repertoire. In life, the neck of Triceratops was not a graceful structure. It was a heavily muscled column, thick, powerful, almost military in its design. Some estimates suggest that the neck muscles of a large Triceratops could generate enough force to slam that skull forward with the impact of a small car crash. That is what you felt if you were a Tyrannosaurus rex and a Triceratops decided you were a problem worth solving. The tail of Triceratops was short and not particularly remarkable, which itself is notable. Many large ceratopsians and ankylosaurs had specialized tails. Ankylosaurus used its tail as a weapon. Some hadrosaurs used theirs for balance, but Triceratops had a relatively simple tail, functional for balance and movement, but not weaponized. The evolutionary investment in Triceratops was not in the tail. It was overwhelmingly in the head. Everything Triceratops needed to survive, its offensive capability, its defensive armor, its social signaling, its feeding apparatus, was concentrated at the front of the animal. Triceratops was a front-loaded machine. Triceratops had a beak. At the very front of its jaws, where teeth would be in most animals, Triceratops had a hard, keratinous beak, similar in principle to the beak of a parrot or a tortoise, though far larger and more powerful. This beak was not for grinding or crushing. It was for cutting, for grasping tough vegetation, ferns, cycads, palms, and slicing through it cleanly the way a pair of garden shears cuts through a branch. The beak of Triceratops, considered in its evolutionary context, is one of the great success stories of late Cretaceous herbivory. The late Cretaceous was a period of rapid diversification in flowering plants. Angiosperms, the group that today includes everything from grasses to oak trees to roses, was spreading across the planet, filling niches that had previously been occupied by ferns and cycads and conifers. These new plants were, in many cases, tougher, more fibrous, and more chemically defended than their predecessors. The Triceratops beak was a direct evolutionary response to this challenge. Its curved, keratinous edge could grip, hold, and shear through tough vegetation with remarkable efficiency. The precise cutting edge of the beak, combined with the scissor action of the dental battery behind it, created a feeding system that could process the toughest late Cretaceous plants without difficulty. Behind that beak, Triceratops had no teeth at the front of its mouth. The front of the jaw, both upper and lower, was entirely toothless, covered by the beak, but further back in the cheek region was a completely different story. Triceratops had teeth, many, many teeth. Those teeth were arranged in a structure called a dental battery, a term that conjures images of electronics and is not entirely inappropriate. A dental battery is a stack of teeth arranged in columns, one tooth sitting above another, so that as the top tooth wears down, the one beneath it moves up to replace it. Triceratops had multiple columns of these stacked teeth, running along each side of both the upper and lower jaw. In a fully grown adult, at any given moment, there could be up to 800 individual teeth in the mouth, though only the topmost teeth in each column were in active use at any time. 800 teeth in a mouth the size of a wheelbarrow. The dental battery of Triceratops is more extraordinary the more closely you examine it. Each individual tooth in the battery was relatively small and diamond-shaped in cross-section. Not impressive individually, but arranged in stacked columns, with multiple columns running side by side along both upper and lower jaws, the collective cutting surface was enormous. The teeth were not random, they were precisely organized. As the topmost tooth in each column wore down through use, the one beneath it slowly migrated upward to replace it, pushed by the growth of the root complex below. At the same time, a new tooth was beginning to form at the base of the column, eventually to become the replacement for the replacement. This system has been called a dental magazine by some researchers, a preloaded supply of replacements, automatically feeding upward as the previous tooth is spent. Those teeth were designed for shearing. The upper and lower tooth rows moved against each other in a scissor-like action, slicing and shredding vegetation rather than grinding it. This is fundamentally different from the way a horse or a cow processes plant material, and it reveals something important about the diet of Triceratops. Triceratops ate plants that were tough and fibrous, plants that needed to be cut, not mashed. The dental battery was one of the most sophisticated plant processing systems in the Cretaceous, perfectly calibrated for its ecological role. In the entire history of vertebrate life, very few groups have independently evolved dental batteries of this kind. The convergent evolution of this structure in multiple unrelated groups tells us something important. For large herbivores living on tough vegetation, a continuously renewing cutting surface is one of the most eucalyptic solutions evolution has ever found. Triceratops replaced its teeth continuously throughout its life. As each active tooth wore down through constant use, slicing through the tough vegetation of the late Cretaceous, it was gradually pushed out from below by the next tooth in the column. This process happened slowly and constantly, like a very slow-moving conveyor belt. This meant that Triceratops never had to worry about its teeth wearing out in the way that, say, an elephant does. An elephant has a finite number of tooth replacements. When the last set is gone, the animal can no longer eat and eventually dies. Triceratops had no such limitation. As long as the animal was alive and growing, new teeth were being produced. It was, in the most literal sense, a self-renewing feeding machine. And now, the horns. The three features that give Triceratops its name. The three structures that have made it one of the most recognizable silhouettes in the natural world. The three reasons that even a 6-year-old who cannot yet spell dinosaur can look at a picture and say, that one is Triceratops. But the horns of Triceratops are not simply decorative. They are not simply weapons. They are a story of growth, of competition, of communication, and of one of the most complex evolutionary arms races in the late Cretaceous world. The two large brow horns of Triceratops, the ones that sweep forward above the eyes, could grow to extraordinary lengths in a fully adult animal. In the largest known specimens, the brow horns reached lengths of up to 3 to 4 feet, roughly 1 to 1.2 meters each. Each horn on its own was longer than the arm of a tall person extended from shoulder to fingertip. These were not minor protrusions. These were serious structural instruments built for force. The third horn, the nasal horn, sitting just above the beak on the bridge of the nose, was shorter than the brow horns in most individuals, but still substantial. In movies and in older reconstructions, the nasal horn is sometimes depicted as quite long and prominent. In actual fossils, particularly in Triceratops horridus, the nasal horn is significantly shorter than the brow horns, sometimes barely more than a thickened boss of bone, rather than a true elongated spike. Triceratops prosus, the second species, had a proportionally longer and more prominent nasal horn. This difference between the species was one of the first reliable ways paleontologists learned to tell the two apart. The horns of Triceratops were made of bone. Specifically, they were made of a bony core, a projection of the skull itself, covered in a layer of keratin. Keratin is the same protein that makes up your fingernails, your hair, and the horns of modern rhinoceroses. This has an important implication for how long the horns actually were. The fossilized horn cores that we find today, the solid bone, do not represent the full length of the horn in life. The keratin sheath that surrounded the bone core in a living Triceratops added additional length. Exactly how much additional length is uncertain, but in some modern horned animals, the keratin adds 20 to 30% more length than the bone core alone would suggest. The horns of Triceratops, in life, may have been longer than the fossils imply. Here is something that completely changes how you visualize Triceratops. The horns were not the same shape throughout the animal's life. A juvenile Triceratops, a young animal, perhaps a year or two old, had horns that were short, stubby, and curved backwards. Not forward, backwards, curving away from the face toward the frill, not projecting out in front. This means that a young Triceratops looked radically different from its parents. If you encountered a juvenile in the wild and then adult, you might struggle to believe you were looking at the same species. As Triceratops grew, its horns went through a remarkable transformation. In the juvenile stage, the horns were small and backward curving. As the animal entered adolescence, the subadult stage, the horns began to straighten and grow longer, though still relatively slender. In the full adult stage, the horns had rotated forward, thickened considerably, and reached their maximum length. This developmental sequence was worked out in detail by paleontologist John Scanella and colleagues, who analyzed dozens of Triceratops skulls of different sizes and ages. Their research revealed that the skull of Triceratops changed so dramatically across its lifetime that for many decades, skulls of different age stages were being classified as completely different species. Animals that were simply old Triceratops were being given entirely new names and placed in entirely separate genera. This age-related horn change has a parallel in the modern natural world. Young male rhinoceroses have shorter, less developed horns than mature adults. Young male giraffes have shorter ossicones, the horn-like structures on their heads, which grow and thicken with age. Young male deer have small, simple antlers that develop into complex, branch structures over several years. In each case, the horn or antler structures serve, at least in part, as signals of sexual maturity and competitive fitness. The bigger and more impressive the horn, the more clearly the animal advertises that it has survived long enough and eaten well enough and fought successfully enough to develop them. Triceratops in all likelihood operated by the same logic. A massive adult with long, forward-sweeping brow horns was not just physically formidable, it was visually advertising years of survival. The horns of Triceratops were almost certainly used in combat with other Triceratops. We know this not from inference, but from direct evidence. Multiple Triceratops skulls have been found bearing damage that is consistent with horn-to-horn combat. Gouges, scratches, and puncture marks on the frill and skull surfaces match the size and spacing of Triceratops' brow horns precisely. Some of this damage shows signs of healing. The bone had begun to repair itself, which means the animal survived the encounter and lived on afterward. This is remarkable. It means we have direct fossil evidence of Triceratops fighting each other and, crucially, losing and then recovering. These animals fought, they were injured, and many of them lived to fight again. The evidence of healed horn wounds on Triceratops skulls is not merely scientifically interesting. It is, in a quietly profound way, one of the most moving things in the entire fossil record. What it shows us is not just that Triceratops fought. It shows us that Triceratops survived, that an animal was badly hurt, badly enough that a rival's horn penetrated its bone and then recovered, that it woke up in some Cretaceous morning with an injury that would have been agonizing by any measure and continued. Continued eating, continued moving, continued living. That particular Triceratops lived to fight again. We know this because the wound was healing when the animal died. For other reasons, at other times, it survived the fight. Whatever ended it, in the end, was something else. The mechanics of Triceratops' horn-to-horn combat were probably similar to those seen in modern bovines, cattle, bison, wildebeest. Two animals facing each other, horns lowered, pushing and twisting, each trying to gain positional advantage over the other. The goal was likely not to kill. Killing an opponent of equal size is dangerous and energetically costly, but to establish dominance, to win access to a mate, or to resolve a territorial dispute. The loser, in most cases, probably simply backed away. There is also strong evidence that the horns of Triceratops were used in display to signal status, health, and genetic quality to members of the same species without physical contact. Many modern animals with horns, antlers, or elaborate head structures use them primarily for visual display rather than actual fighting. The display itself, the sight of those impressive horns, is often enough to establish dominance without the cost and risk of physical combat. A Triceratops with longer, more symmetrical brow horns may have been simply, visually, more impressive, winning competitions not through force, but through presence. Here is something that significantly changes the classic Triceratops image. In Jurassic Park and in most popular depictions, Triceratops horns are shown as smooth, clean, regularly shaped, almost polished. Real Triceratops horns were nothing like that. Fossil horn cores show an uneven, textured, sometimes heavily ridged surface, the result of the bone growing in layers over years, accumulating, responding to physical stress, and perhaps to injury. The keratin sheath over the bone core would have added its own surface texture, and possibly some degree of natural wear and color variation. Real Triceratops horns were probably rougher, more irregular, and more visually complex than any model or film has ever shown. The horns of Triceratops grew throughout its life, but not at a constant rate. Analysis of the bone microstructure, the internal architecture of the horn core, reveals that growth was faster in younger animals and slowed as the animal reached full maturity. This is consistent with what we see in many large-horned modern mammals, where rapid horn growth during adolescence gives way to slower consolidation in full adults. In practical terms, this means that a Triceratops was still growing its horns, still changing, still developing for most of its life. The animal you see in a museum with its fully developed horns represents the end point of a decades-long process of transformation. The orientation of the brow horns changed not only with age, but potentially with individual variation. No two Triceratops were identical. Within the same species, the exact angle, curvature, and relative length of the horns varied from individual to individual, just as no two rhinoceros have exactly the same horn profile, and no two elk have exactly the same antler arrangement. This variation was not random noise. It was information. Other Triceratops could read the occurrences. The exact shape of your horns told a story about your age, your health, your genetic background, and your history of fights and injuries. In the social world of Triceratops, your face was your biography. Here is a question that paleontologists cannot yet definitively answer. Could Triceratops regrow damaged horns? Modern keratin-covered structures, like rhinoceros horns, can regenerate to some degree after damage. The bone core itself does not regenerate once it is mature, but the keratin sheath can regrow if removed. Whether Triceratops horns had any regenerative capability is unknown. What we do know is that several specimens show healed bone damage at the base of horn cores, suggesting that the animal survived significant horn trauma and that the surrounding bone, at least, was capable of repair. Whether the horn itself was restored, or whether an injured Triceratops simply lived the rest of its life with a broken or shortened horn, is a question the fossil record has not yet answered. And now the frill. If the horns of Triceratops are famous, the frill is misunderstood. For most of the 20th century, the frill was described primarily as a defensive structure, a shield of bone protecting the neck and shoulders from predators. That interpretation makes intuitive sense. The neck is vulnerable. A large piece of bone covering the neck seems like good protection. But the more we have learned about the frill of Triceratops, the more complex and surprising its story has become. The frill of Triceratops was made of solid bone. This distinguishes Triceratops from many of its ceratopsian relatives, whose frills had large openings called fenestrae cut through them, making the frill lighter but less structurally rigid. Triceratops, by contrast, had a solid, unbroken sheet of bone forming its frill. In a large adult, this frill could extend up to 5 feet in width, roughly 1.5 meters from side to side. A solid bone shield, 5 feet wide, mounted permanently on the back of the head. It sounds like armor, but the reality, as we will see, is far more interesting. Despite its appearance as a solid plate of bone, the frill of Triceratops was not particularly strong as a defensive structure. Detailed structural analysis, treating the frill like an engineering material and calculating how much force it could withstand before fracturing, has shown that the frill was not designed to absorb impact. It could not, for example, reliably stop a full-force bite from a T-Rex, whose jaws could generate forces exceeding 35,000 newtons, among the most powerful bites ever measured for a land animal. If a T-Rex bit down hard on the edge of a Triceratops frill, the frill would break. It was bone, yes, but not reinforced bone, not armor. The frill protected the neck in the sense that it was there in the way a deterrent, a complication, but as a true defensive barrier, it was imperfect at best. What the frill was exceptionally well designed for was display. The frill of Triceratops was richly supplied with blood vessels. We know this because the fossilized bone of the frill is laced with grooves and channels, traces of the vascular system that ran through it in life. These blood vessel channels tell us that the frill was a metabolically active tissue. Blood was flowing through it constantly in significant quantities. This has one very important implication. The frill could change color. When blood flow to the frill increased, it would flush, becoming redder, more vivid. When blood was withdrawn, it would pale. Just as a human face flushes red with anger or excitement, or pales with fear, the frill of Triceratops could have been a dynamic, real-time display screen, broadcasting the animal's emotional state, its arousal level, and its social status. The idea that the Triceratops frill could change color is one of those facts that seems incredible until you look at the evidence for it, and then seems almost obvious. Consider the biology. The frill was laced with blood vessels. Where there is significant blood flow to a large, exposed surface, there is the physical apparatus for color change. Modern animals exploit this apparatus constantly and in countless ways. The skin of a blushing human, the inflated red throat pouch of a frigate bird displaying to a mate. The flushing, darkening, or paling of a chameleon under stress. All of these color changes use the same fundamental mechanism, varying the amount of blood in the small vessels near the skin surface, changing how much color the blood's hemoglobin contributes to the overall appearance. Triceratops had the apparatus. Evolution, which never builds expensive structures without purpose, almost certainly used it. The ability to change the color of the frill would have given Triceratops a powerful communication tool. Imagine you are a rival Triceratops approaching a water source where another large adult is already drinking. Before any physical contact occurs, before any horn-to-horn confrontation, before any posturing or charging, the resident animal raises its head and its frill begins to darken. Red floods across the bone. The display says clearly and unambiguously, "I am agitated. I am dominant. You should reconsider." That kind of real-time color communication could resolve conflicts without physical cost to either animal. It could attract mates. It could signal health and vitality. It could coordinate behavior within a social group. The frill was not a shield. It was a face, a secondary face, mounted on the back of the head, visible from a far greater distance than the actual face. The frill was a living screen. It communicated. And 66 million years ago, in the forests of late Cretaceous North America, other Triceratops could read it. Around the edge of the Triceratops frill, in many specimens, there were small bony projections called epiccepitods. In some ceratopsians, these edge projections are elaborate, forming long spikes, hooks, or curling ornaments that add even more visual complexity to the frill's outline. In Triceratops, the epiccepitals were relatively small and somewhat variable, sometimes triangular, sometimes more rounded, but they added a scalloped, serrated texture to the frill's perimeter. In life, these projections would have been covered in keratin, possibly extending their size somewhat and adding color and texture. The edge of the Triceratops frill, seen up close, was not a smooth curve. It was irregular, textured, and probably visually striking. The frill also grew dramatically as Triceratops aged, and the rate and pattern of its growth is one of the keys to understanding what it was for. In juvenile Triceratops, the frill was small, relatively simple, and not yet fully ossified, not fully converted from cartilage to bone. As the animal matured, the frill grew rapidly, becoming both larger in absolute terms and more elaborately structured. By the time an animal reached sexual maturity, its frill was a fully developed, fully vascular, fully functional structure. The pattern of frill development closely parallels the development of elaborate secondary sexual characteristics in modern animals: antlers, plumage, color patches, throat pouches. Structures that develop at or around the time of sexual maturity and that play a role in mate attraction and social competition. The frill, in all probability, developed for the same reasons. It matured when the animal was ready to compete. One of the most fascinating questions about the Triceratops frill is whether it looked diurent in males and females. In many modern animals with elaborate display structures, males and females look dramatically diurent. The peacock and the peahen, the male and female mandrill, the lion and the lioness. Did male and female Triceratops have frills of diurent sizes or shapes? The honest answer is, we don't know. The fossil record of Triceratops does not yet allow us to reliably sex individual specimens. We can tell individuals apart by their skull geometry, their bone texture, their estimated age, but distinguishing male from female remains frustratingly difficult. For now, the question of what a female Triceratops looked like, compared to her male counterpart, remains beautifully open. The frill of Triceratops has one more function that is often overlooked: thermoregulation. The same blood vessel network that allowed the frill to flush with color could also have functioned as a radiator or a heater. In the heat of a warm Cretaceous afternoon, increasing blood flow to the frill's extensive surface area would have allowed excess body heat to radiate away, cooling the animal. In the cool of a Cretaceous morning, restricting blood flow to the frill and orienting it toward the sun would have allowed solar warmth to be absorbed through the frill's surface and transferred to the blood passing through it. This is not a fanciful idea. Modern animals with large vascular surface structures, elephant ears, for example, or the fins of certain fish, use exactly this mechanism for thermal management. The frill of Triceratops may have been, simultaneously, a display screen, a social signal, a deterrent to predators, and a personal climate control system. The thermoregulation function of the Triceratops frill, if confirmed, would place it in a fascinating category of large structures that serve multiple purposes simultaneously. In biology, this phenomenon is called multifunctionality, and it is one of evolution's favorite tricks. A structure that evolved primarily for visual display and social signaling, but whose large vascular surface area happened to provide thermoregulatory benefits that reinforced the selective pressure for large frills. A double return on a single evolutionary investment. Here is something that sounds almost impossible, but is absolutely true. The Triceratops frill, despite being made of solid bone and being up to 5 feet wide, was light enough that the animal could raise, lower, and tilt it at will. The attachment of the frill to the skull was not rigid. The bone of the frill connected to the posterior portion of the skull through a system of joints and ligaments that allowed some degree of movement. When Triceratops lowered its head in a threat display, horns forward, frill filling the air above, it was actively positioning the frill for maximum and visual e-yoked. Triceratops did not simply have a frill, it used its frill, consciously, deliberately, expressively. One more thing about the frill, and then we move on. The frill of Triceratops was probably the single most visually distinctive feature of its landscape. 67 million years ago, in the floodplains and forests of what is now the American West, there were many large animals: hadrosaurs with their crests, ankylosaurs with their armored backs, the distant silhouette of a tyrannosaur moving through the trees. But nothing had a structure quite like the frill of Triceratops. 5 feet wide, flush red with blood, edged with bony points, carried above a face armed with 3 long, forward-projecting horns. From the front, an approaching Triceratops must have been one of the most visually arresting sights in the entire Cretaceous world. It announced itself completely. It said, "I am here, I am large, I am armed, and I know exactly what I am doing." We have spent a good deal of time on the anatomy of Triceratops. Now let us talk about how it lived. But before we continue with the behavior of Triceratops, let us pause for a moment. Let us take a breath and simply imagine a morning. It is 67 million years ago. The sun is rising over the eastern margin of the seaway. The western sky is still deep and dark. A river runs below the ridge, a wide, shallow, braided river of the kind that runs today across floodplains in warm climates. The banks are lined with tree ferns and horsetails. Further back, denser forest. And here, moving toward the river with the slow, purposeful gait of a very large animal that is nowhere urgent to be, is a Triceratops. An adult female, perhaps, we cannot tell from this distance. In this imagining, she is 30 years old according to her bone rings. She has survived 3 decades of Cretaceous life. The frill above her head is pale in the early morning, the blood not yet fully distributed in the cool pre-dawn air. Her horns, forward sweeping, nearly 4 feet long, catch the first light and hold it for a moment. She drinks. She's not thinking about T-Rex in any conscious way. She's not thinking about her horns or her frill or the hierarchy of the social group she belongs to or the fact that 67 million years in the future, a species that does not yet exist will spend hundreds of years learning to understand her. She is drinking water from a Cretaceous river on an ordinary morning. And the world, for this moment, is simply as it is. One of the most debated questions in Triceratops research is whether it lived in herds or was largely solitary. The evidence is genuinely mixed, and honest paleontologists will tell you that the answer is probably it depended. On one side of the debate, we have the fact that Triceratops fossils are rarely found in large groups together, unlike hadrosaurs, which are frequently found in bone beds containing dozens or even hundreds of individuals, suggesting they moved in large herds. Most Triceratops specimens are found alone, or in small groups of 2 or 3. On the other side, there are several sites where multiple Triceratops individuals have been found in close proximity. A site in Montana known as the Judith River Formation has yielded a bone bed containing at least 3 juvenile Triceratops together, possibly suggesting that young animals at least sometimes gathered in groups. More tentative reading of the evidence would suggest that Triceratops' behavior was flexible, solitary adults, small family associations, and perhaps larger temporary groupings during seasonal migrations or at particularly productive feeding grounds. This flexibility itself is a sign of intelligence and behavioral complexity. Triceratops was not simply running a program. It was making choices about how to interact with its social world. If Triceratops did form groups, even temporarily, those groups were almost certainly organized around dominance hierarchies. Most modern large herbivores that live in groups, elephants, bison, wildebeest, hippopotamus, have complex social structures in which individuals know their relative rank and interact accordingly. The dominant animals have priority access to food, water, and mates. Subordinate animals defer. The evidence of horn-to-horn combat in Triceratops skulls, the healed wounds, the gouges, the punctures, suggests that rank was contested, established, and maintained through physical and display competition. The largest animals with the most impressive horns were probably the highest ranking. In a group of Triceratops walking toward a water source at dusk, there was probably a social order, though we cannot yet read exactly what it was. Triceratops moved on 4 legs at all times. Unlike many dinosaurs, which could rear up on their hind legs, Triceratops was a committed quadruped. Its body mass and center of gravity made bipedal movement essentially impossible. A Triceratops moving with upright forelimbs was a Triceratops moving efficiently. The stride length was greater, the energy cost of locomotion was lower, and the capacity for generating forward momentum, particularly in a charge, was substantially higher. Based on biomechanical modeling of the skeleton and musculature, paleontologists estimate the Triceratops could reach speeds of approximately 15 to 20 miles per hour in a full charge. 20 miles per hour does not sound remarkable in isolation, A healthy human can run at roughly 12 to 15 miles per hour, but consider the context. A creature weighing 8 tons, moving at 20 miles per hour, with 3 horns aimed forward. The force generated by a charging Triceratops at that speed, calculated as mass times velocity squared, divided by twice the stopping distance, would be catastrophic. The mechanics of a Triceratops charge are more complex than simple speed calculations suggest. A charge is not just running. It is a coordinated biomechanical event, the animal lowering its head, aligning the horns with the target, accelerating through multiple phases, and managing the enormous rotational forces generated as the head sweeps and the body turns. The comparison to medieval knight on horseback is not entirely inappropriate. Both are large masses, accelerating with a pointed implement at the front, aimed at a specific target. A fully charging adult Triceratops was one of the most concentrated delivery mechanisms of force in the Cretaceous world. T-Rex had the most powerful bite. Triceratops had the most powerful charge. Triceratops was a herbivore, a plant eater, and specifically a low browser. The anatomy of the skull and neck, the position of the jaw, the angle at which the head was typically carried, all of these point to an animal that spent much of its time eating vegetation close to the ground. Ferns, cycads, low palms, horsetails, ground-covering angiosperms, the plants of the late Cretaceous understory. Triceratops was probably not eating from tall trees. It lacked the neck length of the great sauropods. It was not built to reach up. It was built to push forward through dense undergrowth into thickets of vegetation, harvesting the low-growing bounty of the floodplain world. How much did Triceratops eat? Estimates based on metabolic rate modeling and comparisons with modern large herbivores suggest that a full-grown Triceratops may have needed to consume somewhere between 100 and 400 pounds of vegetation per day to sustain itself. Even at the conservative estimate of 100 pounds per day, feeding would have been a near constant activity. A Triceratops in the wild spent a very large proportion of its waking hours eating. The world that Triceratops inhabited was a complex mosaic of environments. There were river deltas and floodplains. There were coastal swamps and inland forests. There were open areas colonized by the newly evolved flowering plants, angiosperms, which were beginning to transform ecosystems across the planet in exactly this period. Triceratops lived in all of these environments. It was flexible, a generalist browsing herbivore that could exploit whatever low-growing vegetation was available in its local area. Evidence from the isotopic chemistry of Triceratops' bones and teeth suggests that some populations may have undertaken seasonal migrations. Isotopic analysis works like this. The chemical composition of food and water varies from place to place. As an animal eats and drinks, the isotopic signature of the local environment is incorporated into its growing bones and teeth. By sampling diurent sections of the same tooth, which records the chemistry of diurent time periods as it grows, scientists can track whether an individual was moving between diurent environments across the seasons. Preliminary studies suggest some degree of seasonal movement. Triceratops populations in the Hell Creek Formation may have moved between diurent areas of the landscape depending on the season, following the availability of food and water, as many large herbivores do today. What do we know about baby Triceratops? Very little, and that little is recent. For most of paleontology's history, juvenile Triceratops were rarely found and often not recognized as Triceratops at all, because their skulls looked so diurent from the adult form. With the backward curving stub horns and incompletely developed frill of a juvenile, an inexperienced paleontologist examining a small ceratopsian skull might not immediately identify it as the young of the famous three-horned face. The rarity of juvenile Triceratops fossils is a puzzle that paleontologists are still working to understand. Part of the answer may be taphonomic, related to the conditions under which fossils form, rather than to the actual abundance of juvenile animals in the ancient ecosystem. Young animals are smaller, their bones are less mineralized and more porous, and they are more likely to be entirely consumed by scavengers before burial can occur. The smallest known Triceratops skull is estimated to have come from an individual no larger than a large dog. We do not know for certain whether Triceratops laid eggs, though as a reptilineage archosaur it almost certainly did. No confirmed Triceratops eggs have ever been discovered. If Triceratops did lay eggs, they were almost certainly buried in nest mounds or shallow scrapes in sandy soil near water. Based on the body size of the adult animal, scientists estimate that Triceratops' eggs may have been roughly melon-sized, though this is extrapolation, not direct evidence. What the nest looked like, how many eggs a female laid, whether either parent guarded the nest, all of these questions remain open. How long did Triceratops live? Bone histology, the study of growth rings in bone cross-sections, analogous to the growth rings in a tree trunk, gives us our best estimates of lifespan. A detailed histological study of multiple Triceratops specimens estimated that the animals in the sample had lived between 20 and 30 years at the time of death. Some individuals appeared to have been significantly older. A lifespan in the range of 30 to possibly 50 years seems plausible for a large adult Triceratops. That is a meaningful life, 3 or 4 decades of navigating a world that includes Tyrannosaurus rex, of fighting rivals, raising young, migrating with the seasons, and wearing those extraordinary horns as a living advertisement of survival. Consider what those years contained. A Triceratops that lived 40 years in the Hell Creek. Formation experienced the full seasonal cycle 40 times. It survived hundreds of potential encounters with T-Rex, ranging from instant sightings to direct confrontations. It fought rivals, perhaps dozens of times, through its adult years. A 40-year Triceratops was not just old, it was experienced. It had learned the landscape it lived in. It knew the reliable water sources, the safest paths, the places where predators hunted, and the places where they did not. It was, in the fullest sense, a veteran. Bone histology has also revealed how fast Triceratops reached its adult size. The evidence suggests that Triceratops grew quickly in its early years, typical of warm-blooded animals, and reached something close to its adult size within the first 10 to 15 years of life. This is broadly similar to the growth rates of large modern mammals like elephants and rhinoceroses. The rapid growth trajectory, confirmed by bone histology, is one of the strongest pieces of evidence supporting the hypothesis that Triceratops and dinosaurs in general were warm-blooded, metabolically active animals, rather than the slow-growing, cold-blooded reptiles of older reconstructions. Triceratops shared its world with an extraordinary diversity of other large animals. In the Hell Creek Formation, alongside Triceratops, lived Tyrannosaurus rex, but there were also hadrosaurs like Edmontosaurus, ankylosaurs like Ankylosaurus, dome-headed pachycephalosaurs, various smaller dinosaurs, turtles, crocodilians, small mammals, lizards, and snakes. Triceratops was, in ecological terms, what biologists call a keystone species. A keystone species is an organism whose presence is disproportionately important to the structure and function of its ecosystem. Triceratops consumed enormous quantities of low-growing vegetation. In doing so, it shaped which plants survived and which were grazed back. It disturbed soil with its footprints. It moved seeds in its digestive system. It opened paths through dense vegetation that smaller animals used. The ecological role of Triceratops as a shaper of its environment connects it to a long tradition of thinking about how large herbivores change the landscapes they inhabit. Remove Triceratops from the Hell Creek ecosystem, and the entire ecological fabric would have shifted. Triceratops held its world together, and when it was gone, the world that it had held was gone too. Before we move on, let us pause and think about what the bones don't show. Everything we know about Triceratops comes from bones, from the calcium phosphate mineral that replaced the original bone tissue molecule by molecule over millions of years, preserving the three-dimensional shape of structures that no longer exist in a world that no longer exists, for scientists who would not exist for another 66 million years. Bones are remarkable archives. They hold growth rates, pathology, diet signatures, isotopic records of the water the animal drank. But bones do not preserve everything. They do not preserve the soft tissue, the muscle, the fat, the skin, the organs, the blood. They do not preserve the sounds the animal made. They do not preserve the decisions, the moments when a Triceratops turned toward a T-Rex rather than away, or chose a particular path through the forest, or moved closer to another individual of its kind rather than maintaining distance. They do not preserve the inner life. We do not know whether Triceratops experienced anything like what we would call soaring, whether it experienced something like fear or something like pleasure. These questions are not answerable from bones. They may not be answerable at all. But they are worth asking, because they remind us that what we are studying when we study Triceratops is not just a collection of calcium phosphate shapes. We are studying a life, an actual life lived in actual time by an actual being. The bones are the record, but they are not the thing itself. No discussion of Triceratops is complete without discussing the most important relationship in its life. The most dangerous, the most consequential, and the most fascinating relationship in the late Cretaceous world. Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus rex. They lived in the same place at the same time for millions of years. They knew each other. In the most fundamental biological sense, they had shaped each other, the predator driving the evolution of the prey's defenses, the prey driving the evolution of the predator's capabilities. Tyrannosaurus rex and Triceratops were not merely contemporary species. They were the two dominant large animals in the same ecosystem, the same formation, the same landscape. In the Hell Creek Formation, T-Rex and Triceratops fossils are found in the same rock layers, in the same geographic areas, sometimes within meters of each other. They were neighbors, they shared rivers, they crossed the same floodplains, they breathed the same air. This was not incidental. This was a predator-prey relationship tens of millions of years in the making, a coevolutionary arms race in which each species, over geological time, drove the adaptation of the other. The horns of Triceratops and the jaws of T-Rex were in a very real sense the products of each other. We have direct, physical evidence that T-Rex attacked Triceratops. Multiple Triceratops bones, particularly from the frill region and the squamosal bones at the back of the skull, bear bite marks that match the size, shape, and spacing of T-Rex teeth precisely. These marks are not random scratches. They are tooth drags, tooth punctures, and arc-shaped gouge marks that mirror the curvature of T-Rex's tooth row. In some cases, the bite marks are so deep that the bone has been crushed inward, reflecting the enormous compressive force of a T-Rex bite. T-Rex ate Triceratops. This is not inference. This is evidence pressed into bone. But here is where the story gets significantly more interesting. Some of those bite marks, the ones on Triceratops bones, show clear evidence of healing. The bone has been damaged by a T-Rex tooth, and then, around the edges of that damage, new bone has grown. The animal's repair mechanism was active. The wound was closing. Triceratops survived some T-Rex attacks. Let that sink in. A Tyrannosaurus rex, the most powerful predatory dinosaur ever discovered in North America, with the most powerful bite force of any land animal in its era, attacked a Triceratops, left its mark in the bone, and the Triceratops lived. It walked away. It recovered. It continued its life. The defenses of Triceratops were not ceremonial. They worked. A particularly famous specimen, sometimes referred to informally in the paleontological community as the bitten squamosal specimen, shows not just one but multiple healed bite wounds on the frill area. This animal was attacked, recovered, was attacked again, recovered again, and survived at least twice to live another day. A T-Rex that failed to kill a Triceratops was a T-Rex that invested energy in an attack and received nothing, worse than nothing, it potentially received injuries of its own. A horn that connected in the confusion of a failed attack could break a T-Rex rib, damage a shoulder, injure a jaw. The most successful T-Rex individuals were probably those that learned to select prey selectively. The young, the old, the injured, the isolated. The healed wounds tell us that at least some Triceratops were too much to handle. The bite marks on Triceratops bones are found primarily in specific regions: the frill, the squamosal area at the back of the skull, and sometimes the horn boss region. This is informative. The fact that T-Rex was biting the frill suggests one of two things, or possibly both. First, the frill was a target because it was accessible, a large exposed surface at the back of the head that a T-Rex approaching from behind could reach and grip. Second, is an attack. A bite on a dead Triceratops frill is dinner. The healing evidence tells us which is which. What did Triceratops do when confronted by a T-Rex? Based on what we know about the physical capabilities of both animals, the most plausible scenario is that Triceratops did not flee, at least not as a primary strategy. Triceratops was not built for speed. A large adult Triceratops at full EUOT could perhaps reach 20 miles per hour. A T-Rex could achieve similar speeds. In a straight sprint, a T-Rex pursuing a Triceratops might maintain the chase. But Triceratops, crucially, did not need to outrun T-Rex. It needed to make the attack not worth attempting. The strategy of turning to face a predator and presenting horns is seen in many large modern herbivores. An African bouvier, when confronted by lions, does not run, it turns. It lowers its horns, it faces the threat. A musk ox, confronted by wolves, does not scatter. The herd forms a circle, adults facing outward, young in the center, and presents a wall of horns to the predators. Triceratops almost certainly operated by similar logic. Turning to face, a T-Rex transformed the situation from vulnerable prey being chased to armored opponent, presenting three large horns aimed at the predator's face. The tactical calculus changes completely when the prey turns around. There is good reason to think that an adult Triceratops, in a direct face-to-face confrontation, presented a genuine danger to T-Rex. The brow horns of an adult Triceratops, 3 to 4 feet long, forward projecting, backed by the full muscular force of an 8-ton body, could inflict serious injuries on a T-Rex if they connected. A horn thrust into the chest, shoulder, or abdomen of a T-Rex could penetrate deeply enough to damage internal organs. A horn across the face could damage an eye or a jaw. The force of a full charging impact, 8 tons moving at speed, could break bones. T-Rex had no natural armor. Its skin was leathery and thin compared to the reinforced hide of many prey animals. It was powerful, yes. Deadly, absolutely. But it was not invulnerable. A Triceratops that held its ground was genuinely a mortal threat to a T-Rex. The question of who won most often when T-Rex and Triceratops actually fought is genuinely difficult to answer. The honest answer is that we do not know. We have evidence that Triceratops sometimes survived T-Rex attacks, the healed wounds. We have evidence that T-Rex successfully preyed on Triceratops, the feeding marks on bones. We do not yet have a clear way to determine the ratio of successful attacks to unsuccessful ones. What we can say with reasonable confidence is that neither animal had a monopoly on success, and most encounters, perhaps most of them, probably ended not in violence at all, but in assessment. The T-Rex approaches, the Triceratops turns, they regard each other. One of them, in most cases, probably the T-Rex, decides the risk is not worth it today and moves on. T-Rex and Triceratops were locked in an evolutionary relationship over millions of years. Every generation of Triceratops that survived a T-Rex attack was a generation more likely to pass on whatever traits had helped it survive: longer horns, stronger neck muscles, better charge mechanics, more robust bone structure. Every generation of T-Rex that successfully hunted Triceratops passed on whatever traits made it EUT. jaw strength, bite force, sensory acuity, hunting strategy. This is coevolution in action, each species making the other better, more EUT, over millions of years of shared history. The Triceratops of 66 million years ago was not the same animal as the Triceratops of 68 million years ago. 2 million years of living alongside T-Rex had changed it, and T-Rex too had been changed by 2 million years of hunting and failing to hunt Triceratops. They made each other what they were. T-Rex and Triceratops died together. When the Chicxulub asteroid struck the Yucatan Peninsula 66 million years ago, releasing an explosion estimated to be more powerful than 1 billion Hiroshima bombs, triggering wildfires across the continent, throwing dust and debris into the stratosphere that blocked sunlight for months or years, both animals were alive. Both animals were in the Hell Creek Formation. Both animals experienced the end. It was not T-Rex's jaws that finally ended the age of Triceratops. It was a rock from space. The last known Triceratops specimen, based on the stratigraphic position of the fossil within the rock record, was found within a geological layer estimated to be approximately 33,000 years before the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary. 33,000 years. In geological terms, that is an eye blink. Triceratops was alive and abundant and thriving an eye blink before the end of its world. It had no warning. It had no decline. It was simply there, and then, gradually, it was not. A final note on the Triceratops versus T-Rex relationship, because it deserves a final thought. Of all the predator-prey relationships in the history of life on Earth, very few have captured the human imagination as completely as this one. T-Rex and Triceratops are, in the cultural consciousness, something like eternal rivals, the ultimate predator and the ultimate defender. But here is what that framing misses. They were not enemies, they were not rivals in any conscious sense. They were simply two animals living their lives in the same piece of the Cretaceous world. The T-Rex that hunted Triceratops was not evil. The Triceratops that gored a T-Rex was not heroic. They were alive. They were doing what living things do. And the fact that we hairless primates, living 66 million years after both of them, can look back across that vast gulf of time and reconstruct their relationship in such detail from the evidence of wounded bones and healed scars, that is nothing short of remarkable. Now let us step back and look at the science, at the discoveries that changed how we understand Triceratops, at the debates that continue today, and at the extraordinary tools that modern researchers are using to reach back 66 million years and learn things that no human being could have imagined knowing. One of the most significant and controversial debates in Triceratops research is the question of whether Triceratops and Torosaurus are actually the same animal. Torosaurus is a ceratopsian dinosaur with a longer skull than Triceratops, and most distinctively a frill with two large oval openings cut through it. In 2010, paleontologists John Scannella and Jack Horner published a paper proposing something radical, that Torosaurus was not a separate species at all, but simply an old Triceratops. In this hypothesis, as Triceratops aged beyond a certain point, its solid frill began to develop openings, and its skull geometry changed enough that what had been placed in a separate genus was simply the elder form of a very well-known animal. The Scannella and Horner hypothesis caused considerable controversy. If they were right, Torosaurus, a genus established in 1891, would need to be sunk into Triceratops. Critics argued that there was no evidence that bone could remodel in the way proposed, and that the two animals were found in diurent relative proportions in diurn locations, suggesting genuinely distinct species. The current scientific consensus, as of recent publications, leans toward Triceratops and Torosaurus being two separate species. A 2020 analysis found that the bone remodeling needed to convert a Triceratops frill into a Torosaurus frill was unlikely to have occurred in the way proposed. But the debate demonstrated something important. Triceratops is not a settled, fully understood animal. Even the most famous dinosaurs are still actively being studied, actively debated, and actively revised. Paleontology is not archaeology. It is not simply uncovering what we already know is there. It is active scientific research into genuinely unknown questions. Triceratops is the most common large dinosaur fossil found in its formation, and conservative estimates suggest that there are at least several hundred significant Triceratops specimens in collections worldwide, with the number of complete or near-complete skulls running into the dozens. This abundance is scientifically precious. It allows researchers to study individual variation, developmental sequences, geographic distribution, and pathology, things that are simply impossible to investigate from single specimens of rarer dinosaurs. The commonness of Triceratops, paradoxically, makes it one of the most scientifically well understood of all large dinosaurs. Bone histology, the study of the internal microstructure of bone, has provided some of the most important recent insights into Triceratops biology. By cutting a thin cross-section through a Triceratops bone and examining it under microscope, scientists can read the bone's growth history like the rings of a tree. Lines of arrested growth formed during periods of slower growth, perhaps corresponding to seasons, can be counted to estimate the animal's age at death. The density and organization of the bone tissue reveals the rate of metabolism. This technique has confirmed that Triceratops grew quickly, was metabolically active, warm-blooded, in the broad sense, and reached its adult size relatively early in life. CT scanning has revolutionized what scientists can learn from Triceratops fossils without ever touching them directly. By passing X-rays through a Triceratops skull in thin slices and reconstructing the images digitally, researchers can examine the internal structure of the skull in extraordinary detail. The sinus cavities, the brain case, the inner ear, the blood vessel channels within the frill and horn cores. CT scanning has done for paleontology what the telescope did for astronomy, opened a dimension of the subject that was previously entirely inaccessible. What took a century of careful physical examination to partially infer, CT scanning can reveal in a single scanning session. The interior of a Triceratops skull, hidden for 66 million years, is now routinely mapped, visualized, and analyzed by researchers working at their computers. The brain of Triceratops was small relative to its body size, as is the case for most non-avian dinosaurs. But intelligence is not the only metric that matters for an animal's success. Triceratops had what it needed: the sensory capability to detect predators and competitors, the neural processing to coordinate complex behavior like charging and combat, and the social intelligence to navigate its interactions with its own kind. It was not contemplative, but it was exactly as smart as it needed to be. Triceratops had a powerful sense of smell. The olfactory bulbs, the brain regions dedicated to processing smell, were among the most developed parts of the Triceratops brain. This is consistent with what we see in many large, ground-level herbivores, for whom smell is the primary early warning system for approaching predators. A Triceratops could likely detect the presence of a T-Rex at considerable distance long before it could see or hear it. The chemical signals in the environment, disturbed vegetation, the scent of a large predator's passage would have been meaningful information that the animal could act on. Triceratops could almost certainly hear low-frequency sounds. Analysis of the inner ear geometry suggests that Triceratops was most sensitive to lower-frequency sounds, deep bass tones, rumbling vibrations, the kind of sounds that travel well over long distances through dense vegetation or across open ground. Whether Triceratops used low-frequency vocalizations to communicate, and what those communications might have sounded like, is unknown, but the acoustic hardware suggests the capability was there. The most expensive Triceratops fossil ever sold at auction fetched an extraordinary price. In 2020, a nearly complete Triceratops skull specimen known informally as Big John was auctioned in Paris. Big John's skull measured 2.6 meters in length, among the largest known. Big John sold for approximately 6.65 million euros, roughly 7.7 million dollars at the time of the sale, making it one of the most valuable dinosaur fossils ever sold at public auction. Research published in 2022 revealed new details about the bone pathology of multiple Triceratops specimens, evidence of disease, injury, and stress events preserved in the fossil record. Among the findings, several individuals showed evidence of periostitis, inflammation of the outer bone surface, often associated with infection following injury. This suggests that some Triceratops not only survived traumatic injuries, but then survived the subsequent infection risk. The immune systems of these animals were robust enough to fight O-1b0 infections that in many modern large mammals would be lethal. The Hell Creek Formation, the primary source of Triceratops fossils, continues to yield new specimens regularly. As of the most recent surveys, only a fraction of the accessible fossil-bearing rock in the Hell Creek Formation has been systematically excavated. The vast majority of the fossils within it remain in the ground, undiscovered. Each field season brings new specimens, sometimes complete skulls, sometimes isolated bones, but always information. We have not finished learning about Triceratops. We are, in many ways, still near the beginning. Now we arrive at the part of the episode that I personally love most, the strange facts. The ones that do not fit neatly into categories. The ones that make you stop and stare at the ceiling and think, the world is genuinely extraordinary. What color was Triceratops? This is the question that every viewer of every dinosaur documentary has asked. We cannot yet determine the color of Triceratops' skin from direct fossil evidence. The melanosomes, the microscopic color-producing cells that have been preserved in the feathers of some feathered dinosaurs and allowed scientists to reconstruct their plumage colors, are not preserved in the large, scale-covered skin impressions we have from Triceratops. But we can reason about it. Triceratops was likely not uniformly gray or brown. Modern large herbivores, rhinoceroses, elephants, hippopotamuses, are often used as color scheme analogies for dinosaurs like Triceratops, but this analogy may be misleading. Modern large mammals evolved their color schemes in a world shaped by mammals, where mammalian visual systems, which are often somewhat color-limited, set the parameters of what color signals were useful. Dinosaurs, including Triceratops, evolved in a world populated by other dinosaurs and by birds, animals with tetrachromatic vision, capable of seeing 4 color channels rather than 3, including ultraviolet. In a world where your predators, your rivals, and your potential mates could all see ultraviolet light, the evolutionary pressure to be colorful was significant. The drab gray of a rhinoceros may be completely wrong for Triceratops. The frill of Triceratops was almost certainly colored diurnally from the body. This is one of the more confident color inferences in Triceratops research. The extensive vascular network of the frill would have made the frill a naturally dynamic and variable color. In a relaxed animal, the frill may have been a muted, complex color. In an aroused animal, it flushed to something dramatically more vivid. This is directly analogous to the flushing of certain modern lizards, chameleons, anoles, the dewlap of an iguana, and of some non-reptile animals too, the blue and red skin of a mandrill, the flushed red face of a macaque. The frill in life was almost certainly the most visually prominent and dynamically changing structure on the animal, and broadcasting systems are not monochrome. Triceratops may have been partially responsible for shaping the plant communities of the late Cretaceous in ways that still elude the plant world today. The late Cretaceous was a critical period in the evolution of flowering plants. Before this period, ferns, cycads, and conifers dominated. During and after this period, flowering plants became increasingly dominant, the revolution that gave us most of the familiar plant world we inhabit today. Large herbivores played a significant role in this transition, by selectively feeding on some plant types and not others, by disturbing soil and creating gaps in vegetation where new plants could colonize, by moving seeds in their digestive systems, Large dinosaurs like Triceratops were active participants in the reshaping of plant communities. Triceratops was not merely a passenger in the late Cretaceous world. It was, in a very real ecological sense, a gardener. Here is a Triceratops fact that almost nobody knows. In the earliest sketches and diagrams made by Othniel Marsh, when he first described the animal in 1889, Triceratops was shown in an almost entirely lizard-like posture, low, sprawling, with a long dragging tail not unlike a large iguana. This reconstruction persisted in various forms for decades. Museum mounts from the early 20th century sometimes show a Triceratops that looks almost like a scaled crocodile with horns. The transformation from that sprawling, slow, cold-blooded reconstruction to the upright, warm-blooded, behaviorally complex animal we understand today took almost a century of scientific work. We did not know what Triceratops was for 100 years after we found it. We had the bones. We just did not yet know how to read them. Triceratops is the unusual state fossil of South Dakota. In 1988, South Dakota designated Triceratops as its state fossil, an unusual and charming piece of legislation that reflects just how important the Hell Creek Formation has been to that region's identity and economy. Fossil tourism in the Dakotas brings in significant revenue, and Triceratops is the star attraction. The presence of Triceratops fossils in these landscapes is not merely scientifically significant. It is a source of regional pride and economic livelihood for the communities built above the ancient floodplains where these animals lived and died. Triceratops has appeared in more films, television programs, books, games, and toys than any other ceratopsian dinosaur, and arguably more than any other dinosaur except T-Rex. From its appearance in early silent films in the 1920s to its role in the original Jurassic Park, lying sick in a paddock, being examined by the veterinarian, while the audience first encounters the wonder of genetically recreated dinosaurs, to its countless modern appearances in children's media, educational programs, and video games, Triceratops has become a cultural constant. When a child draws a dinosaur, not a T-Rex, but something with horns, they almost invariably draw Triceratops. Its silhouette is so distinctive, so simple, so right, that it has become the universal visual shorthand for a dinosaur that was not trying to eat you. That is a remarkable legacy for an animal that has been extinct for 66 million years. We are near the end of our time together. And before the final 5 facts, let me tell you about what it feels like to find a Triceratops fossil. The moment of discovery is quiet. There is no fanfare, no dramatic music. The bone or the horn or the tooth or the frill fragment is simply there where it has been for 66 million years, and now you can see it. The rock around it is the same color as the surrounding badlands. The bone is often darker, denser, a slightly diorite texture. You stop, you look more carefully, you brush away a little more sediment, and slowly the shape of something becomes clear. The realization arrives gradually, not all at once. That is bone. That is dinosaur bone. That is a ceratopsian horn core. That is a Triceratops horn. And then the other realization, you are the first, the absolute first being in all of the 66 million years since this animal died to look at this specific part of this specific animal. No other eye, human or otherwise, has ever rested on this bone. You are the first. There is something in that moment, something that the paleontologists who describe it consistently struggle to fully articulate, that connects the present to the deep past in a way that nothing else quite does. The animal died, the bone waited, and now you are here. That is what paleontology is. We have now arrived at the final 5 facts. These are the ones I have saved for this moment, because they are not just facts about Triceratops. They are facts about time, about science, about the strange and wonderful project of knowing something that existed before any human being was alive to see it. The Triceratops is one of the most completely known large dinosaurs in the fossil record, and yet, by any honest measure, we know almost nothing about it. We know what its bones looked like. We know roughly how big it was, how fast it moved, what it ate, how it grew. We know the geography of its world and the general contours of its ecology. But we do not know what sound it made, if any. We do not know what it looked like in color. We do not know how it found mates, or whether fathers spent time with their own offspring, or what the social dynamics of a Triceratops group actually looked like from the inside. We do not know what it was like to be a Triceratops. We have the outline, we are still coloring it in. The most recent significant Triceratops discoveries continue to be made. In 2023, a specimen found in North Dakota was notable for the preservation of soft tissue in and around the hips. The first time such preservation had been documented in a Triceratops specimen in that particular region of the body. Analysis of this material is ongoing, and the implications for our understanding of Triceratops anatomy and preservation conditions are not yet fully worked out. The fact that new Triceratops discoveries are still being made, not in some remote, previously unexplored region, but in the same Hell Creek Formation that has been studied for over 130 years, tells us that the ground itself is not yet finished giving up what it holds. Every spring, in the Badlands of the Dakotas and Montana, the frost heaves new fossils out of the earth. Every year, there is more Triceratops to discover. The story of Triceratops is not a closed book. It is a book that keeps being rewritten as we learn to read it better. Triceratops inspires more active scientific research today than at any previous point in its post-discovery history. The combination of new imaging technologies, new analytical techniques, new computational models, and a new generation of paleontologists trained in biology, chemistry, physics, and materials science, as well as traditional fossil study, has created an era of extraordinary productivity in dinosaur research. Papers on Triceratops growth, Triceratops biomechanics, Triceratops ecology, Triceratops pathology are published regularly in peer-reviewed scientific journals. The animal that Marsh named in 1889 is more actively studied today than it was 50 years ago. Interest has not diminished. If anything, it has grown. As our tools become more powerful, the questions we can ask become more specific and more interesting. The golden age of Triceratops research is not past, it may be just beginning. The one question about Triceratops that scientists most want to answer, and cannot yet, is deceptively simple. Did Triceratops make sounds? We do not know whether Triceratops was vocal. We do not know whether it communicated through sound, or whether it relied entirely on visual signals, the color-changing frill, the horn displays, the postural signals we have discussed. Modern crocodilians, among the closest living relatives of dinosaurs, are surprisingly vocal. They bellow, hiss, grunt, and produce infrasound vibrations that other crocodilians can feel through the ground and water. Whether Triceratops used low-frequency vocalizations to communicate is unknown. The most likely scenario, based on what we know about archaeosaur biology, is that this animal was not silent, that in the Cretaceous mornings, across the floodplains of the Hell Creek Formation, there were sounds being made by Triceratops that no human ear has ever heard. What those sounds were we cannot know, but the fact that the question exists, that it is real and scientifically addressable and still unanswered, is, in its own way, beautiful. The final fact, the 100th, and perhaps the most important one of all, because it is not technically a fact about Triceratops. It is a fact about us. We Homo sapiens, the species that discovered Triceratops, named it, dug its bones from the earth, mounted them in museums, put their image on children's toys, studied their growth rings and their bite marks and their color-changing frills. We are the first beings in the 66 million year history since Triceratops's extinction who have ever known this animal existed. Every other species that has lived on Earth in that time has lived its life entirely unaware that Triceratops ever existed. The world has been inhabited continuously by millions of species over 66 million years, and not one of them had any relationship with the memory of Triceratops. Except us. We're the first consciousness, as far as we know, to reach across the gulf of deep time and encounter this animal, to dig its bones from the rock and ask what they were, to piece together the story of a creature that died before the first human hand was formed. To stand in a museum, or watch a film, or listen to a narration at the end of a long night, and feel something, curiosity, wonder, a kind of grief for something lost before we could know it, about an animal that will never live again. That capacity, the capacity to mourn what we never knew, to wonder about what we cannot see, to love something 66 million years gone, is perhaps the strangest and most beautiful thing about being human. 66 million years ago, on a day that in the geological record is indistinguishable from the days that surrounded it, Triceratops was alive. We can be specific about the time of year based on the chemistry of the plants that some specimens had been eating. It was late spring in the northern hemisphere, the Cretaceous spring. The plants were flowering. The rivers were high with snowmelt from the young Rocky Mountains. Triceratops was alive on that day. And then, in the days and weeks and months that followed, as the dust and debris thrown into the stratosphere by the impact blocked sunlight, as temperatures fell, as the food chain collapsed from the bottom up, as the plants died, and the small animals that ate them died, and the larger animals that ate those animals died, Triceratops died too. Not on impact day, not in a dramatic, cinematic instant, but gradually, as the world it had known, the warm, plant-rich, resource-abundant world of the late Cretaceous floodplain faded around it. The last Triceratops died in a world that was already ending, in a world gone quiet and cold and dark in ways it had never been before. We do not know where, we do not know exactly when, we do not know whether it died alone or in a group, violently or peacefully, with others of its kind nearby or in isolation. We know only that it died, and that 66 million years later we found it, and named it, and began the slow, patient, extraordinary work of understanding what it was. Triceratops is gone, but it is not forgotten. And as long as there are people who dig in the earth, and children who ask what the horns are for, and scientists who bend over microscopes at 2 in the morning, following a question wherever it leads, it never will be. That was 100 facts about Triceratops. From the 3 Greek words that gave it its name, to the one question that science still cannot answer, from the fossilized skin impressions that tell us how it felt, to the healed bone wounds to tell us how it fought. 100 facts. And still, the animal is larger than all of them. If you enjoyed this episode, the next one is already waiting for you. 100 facts about a diurent extraordinary creature that shared this ancient world. And if Triceratops has left you with a question of your own, something you want to know that we did not cover, leave it in the comments. Every question is worth asking. Every question is worth answering. This has been Sleepy Dino. Good night. 150 million years ago, the earth shook. Not with earthquakes, not with volcanic fury, not with any of the geological forces that we associate with a planet in constant, restless motion. It shook because something was walking across it. Something so large, so heavy, so utterly unlike anything alive today that the ground beneath its feet compressed with each step, that the air around it was displaced, that the trees nearby, and they were trees, ancient and enormous by any modern standard, felt the vibration of its passage before they ever heard it. Something was walking, and the world remembered every step. That something had a name once, a name given to it not by the world that made it, but by the species that found its bones and pieced together the story of its life from stone. Let me first thank you for watching. Let us know what time is it, and where are you from. If you like the content, please consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. Enjoy watching. They called it Brontosaurus, the thunder lizard. And then, for nearly 100 years, they decided they were wrong to call it that at all. They said it never existed, that the name was a mistake, that the animal it referred to was something else entirely with a deerrant name, and the word Brontosaurus was a scientific error that polite company no longer used. And then, in 2015, they changed their minds again. Brontosaurus is real. It always was. And today, across 100 facts, we are going to discover exactly what it was. The name Brontosaurus comes from the ancient Greek words bront, meaning thunder, and sauros, meaning lizard. Thunder lizard. It is one of the most dramatic names in all of paleontology, and unlike many dramatic scientific names, this one earned its weight. When a fully grown Brontosaurus moved across the floodplains of the late Jurassic world, when those enormous feet, each the size of a dining table, made contact with the earth at a steady walking pace, the ground genuinely shook. Not metaphorically, not poetically. Physically, measurably, the vibration of a Brontosaurus walking could have been detected at a considerable distance by any animal sensitive enough to feel it through the ground. Elephants today communicate through infrasound vibrations felt through the soles of their feet. Seismic communication, scientists call it. The rumble of a herd moving, detected kilometers away by other elephants pressing their feet to the earth. Brontosaurus, at 30 times the weight of an elephant, would have been seismically unmistakable. The name was given by Othniel Charles Marsh in 1879. He had found a partial skeleton in Wyoming, in the rock formation we now call the Morrison Formation, and he was immediately certain he was looking at something new, something extraordinary, something that deserved a name as large as itself. Thunder lizard. He was right about the name. Whether he was right about the genus, that, as we will discover, took another 136 years to fully resolve. Brontosaurus lived during the late Jurassic period, approximately 156 to 146 million years ago. This is important to understand in context. The late Jurassic world was not the world of T-Rex and Triceratops. Those animals lived during the Cretaceous period, which came later. The late Jurassic world was older, separated from the Cretaceous world by tens of millions of years, separated from us by 150 million years. To put that in perspective, Brontosaurus is further from Triceratops in time than Triceratops is from us. The two great iconic dinosaurs of popular imagination lived in entirely deerrant worlds, breathed entirely deerrant air, and never once set eyes on each other. Brontosaurus was ancient even by dinosaur standards. It belongs to a chapter of Earth's history so remote that the continents were in entirely deerrant positions than they occupy today. The Atlantic Ocean was still young and narrow. North America and Europe were closer together. The climate was warm and humid, without ice caps at the poles. The world was, by our standards, almost unrecognizably deerrant. And yet, in that deerrant world, on those deerrant continents, under that deerrant sky, Brontosaurus walked, and the ground shook, and everything nearby felt it. Brontosaurus is classified as a sauropod dinosaur, a member of the group defined by their immense size, their long necks, their long tails, their 4 column-like legs, and their small heads. The sauropods are, by any measure, the most extraordinary group of land animals that has ever existed. No other lineage of land vertebrates has come close to the sizes they achieved. The largest confirmed sauropod, Dinosaurs, may have weighed up to 100 tons, a figure so large that it defeats the imagination. Even the more modestly sized members of the group, like Brontosaurus, were among the heaviest land animals that have ever walked the earth. The sauropods achieved this extreme body size not through any single evolutionary innovation, but through a combination of adaptations so elegant and so interconnected that they represent one of evolution's greatest engineering achievements: air sacs that lighten the bones without weakening them. a respiratory system of extraordinary efficiency, borrowed from the ancestors of birds, a gut capable of processing enormous quantities of low-quality plant material, a reproductive strategy that produced many small offspring rather than a few large ones. Brontosaurus was a beneficiary of all of these innovations. It stood on the shoulders, in the most literal biological sense, of hundreds of millions of years of sauropod evolution. Within the sauropods, Brontosaurus belongs to the family Diplodocidae, the Diplodocids. The Diplodocids were defined by a particular body plan: a very long neck, a very long whip-like tail, a relatively slender build compared to some other sauropod families, and a distinctive skull, long and low, with teeth restricted to the front of the jaws, like a rake. They were diurnate from the brachiosaurs, which were taller, more heavily built, and carried their weight diurnally. Diurne from the titanosaurs, which would come later and dominate the Cretaceous. The Diplodocids were the great sauropods of the Jurassic, the animals that defined the age of giants. Brontosaurus's closest relatives included Diplodocus, the long, slender, whip-tailed giant, and Apatosaurus, which we will discuss at considerable length later, for reasons that turn out to be among the most fascinating stories in the history of paleontology. The fossils of Brontosaurus have been found in the geological formation known as the Morrison Formation, a vast deposit of Jurassic sedimentary rock that extends across parts of Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, Montana, New Mexico, and several other Western American states. The Morrison Formation is to Jurassic paleontology what the Hell Creek Formation is to late Cretaceous paleontology, the single most productive and scientifically important source of dinosaur fossils from its era. Discovered in the 1870s and named after the town of Morrison, Colorado, where some of its earliest fossils were found, it has been yielding extraordinary specimens for over 150 years. It was in the Morrison Formation that the bone wars were fought. It was in the Morrison Formation that some of the most famous dinosaurs in history, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Brachiosaurus, Diplodocus, Camarasaurus, and Brontosaurus, were first discovered and named. The Morrison Formation is, in a very real sense, the birthplace of the popular imagination's idea of what dinosaurs were. And at the heart of it, from the very beginning, was the thunder lizard. Let us now talk about the body of Brontosaurus, because the body of Brontosaurus is one of the most spectacular biological constructions that the Earth has ever produced. An adult Brontosaurus measured somewhere between 70 and 75 feet in length, roughly 22 meters from the tip of its snout to the end of its long, tapering tail. That is the length of 2 standard city buses parked end to end. That is longer than a tennis court. That is, in purely physical terms, one of the longest land animals that has ever existed. Raw length understates the impact of Brontosaurus, because Brontosaurus was not merely long, it was enormous in every dimension simultaneously. The body, the barrel-shaped central torso, was massive, rounded, capacious. The neck extended forward from that body for perhaps 20 to 25 feet. The tail extended behind it for a similar distance. The 4 legs were columns of bone and muscle, each leg thicker than the trunk of a large tree, each foot as wide as a Ko-Yui table. Standing next to a Brontosaurus, the animal would not have seemed primarily long. It would have seemed primarily overwhelming. An adult Brontosaurus weighed somewhere between 15 and 20 metric tons. 15 to 20 metric tons. Let us sit with that number for a moment, because it is genuinely difficult to absorb. A fully grown African elephant, the largest land animal alive today, weighs approximately 5 to 6 tons. Brontosaurus weighed 3 to 4 of them. A large military tank weighs approximately 60 tons. Brontosaurus weighed roughly a quarter of a tank. A fully loaded school bus weighs about 11 tons. Brontosaurus was heavier than 1.5 school buses. And yet, for all its mass, Brontosaurus was not the heaviest sauropod, not by a long way. The titanosaurs of the Cretaceous dwarfed it. Even within the Diplodocid family, there were animals of comparable or greater size. Brontosaurus was, by the standards of the sauropod world, a medium-sized giant, which tells you something remarkable about the sauropod world. The neck of Brontosaurus was its most visually arresting feature, and one of the most scientifically interesting structures in the entire fossil record. In a fully grown adult, the neck extended for approximately 20 to 25 feet, between 6 and 8 meters. That is the length of a standard shipping container from end to end. It was a neck that, by any rational engineering analysis, should not have been possible. It was a neck that defied, for a long time, scientists' understanding of how such a structure could function. How did Brontosaurus pump blood to a brain at the end of a neck that long? How did it breathe through a trachea that extended that distance? How did it hold the neck up without the musculature required to do so, crushing the vertebrae under its own weight? These were not rhetorical questions. They were genuine engineering puzzles that took decades of careful research to begin to answer. The answers, it turns out, are as extraordinary as the questions. The vertebrae of Brontosaurus, the bones that made up the neck and back, were not solid. They were hollow. More precisely, they were filled with a complex network of air sacs and chambers, similar in structure to the pneumatized bones found in modern birds. This system of internal air spaces reduced the weight of each individual vertebra dramatically, perhaps by as much as 60% compared to a solid bone of the same external dimensions, without significantly reducing the structural strength of the bone. This was not a coincidence. This was the same system, inherited from a common ancestor, that modern birds used to support their lightweight skeletons while maintaining the structural rigidity needed for flight. In birds, the air sacs connect to the lungs and form part of a highly efficient respiratory system. In sauropods, including Brontosaurus, the same fundamental architecture served the same dual purpose, lightening the skeleton and supporting a respiratory system of remarkable efficiency. The neck of Brontosaurus was a hollow miracle, a structure of minimal weight and maximum reach, engineered by evolution over millions of years to hold a head at a distance that should have been impossible. The neck posture of Brontosaurus, how it held that extraordinary neck in life, has been one of the most debated topics in sauropod paleontology. For most of the 20th century, museum mounts and popular reconstructions showed Brontosaurus and its relatives with their necks held high, reaching upward like a gyraeus, browsing from the tops of tall trees. It was an intuitive reconstruction. A long neck, you might reasonably think, is for reaching high things. This assumption has been significantly revised. Detailed analysis of the joint surfaces of the neck vertebrae, the surfaces where one vertebra connects to the next, strongly suggests that the natural resting position of the Brontosaurus neck was roughly horizontal, not vertical, not pointing steeply upward, extended forward from the body at roughly the level of the back, perhaps with a slight upward curve at the end, like a very long version of the neck posture of a gyraeus when it is not reaching for anything. This horizontal neck posture makes perfect sense from an engineering perspective. Holding a 20-foot neck pointing upward would require constant, enormous muscular effort. Holding it roughly horizontal requires far less. The muscles stabilize rather than lift, working in a more energy-efficient mode. What it means in practical terms is that Brontosaurus was probably not a high browser. It was a low to mid-level browser, sweeping that extraordinary neck from side to side across a broad arc, harvesting the vegetation of the understory and middle canopy without needing to crane upward. This is a very diurn animal from the one in the classic reconstructions, less gyraeus-like, more like a vast, gentle sweeping machine moving systematically through the vegetation of the late Jurassic forest. Now the great question, the most important fact about Brontosaurus, the fact that many of you came here knowing, but perhaps not knowing the full story of. For nearly a century, Brontosaurus did not usually exist. Here is what happened. In 1877, the American paleontologist Othniel Charles Marsh named and described a new sauropod dinosaur, which he called Apatosaurus ajax. It was a partial skeleton from the Morrison Formation, impressive, but incomplete. 2 years later, in 1879, Marsh found another partial skeleton, also from the Morrison Formation, that he believed to be diurent enough from the first to warrant a new name. He called this second animal Brontosaurus excelsus, the thunder lizard. For 20 years, both names coexisted in the scientific literature, Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus, two diurent animals from the same formation named by the same man. Then in 1903, the American paleontologist Elmer Riggs published a detailed comparative analysis of both skeletons and concluded that they were, in fact, the same genus of animal, that the diurences Marsh had identified between them were within the range of normal variation for a single genus, that Brontosaurus excelsus was simply a diurent species of Apatosaurus, not a diurent genus. Under the rules of zoological nomenclature, the formal system by which scientific names are governed, the older name takes priority. Apatosaurus had been named first in 1877. Brontosaurus had been named second in 1879. Therefore, according to the rules, the correct name for the animal was Apatosaurus. Brontosaurus officially ceased to exist. The scientific community accepted Riggs's conclusion. By the early 20th century, Brontosaurus had been struck from the valid taxonomy. The correct name was Apatosaurus. Anyone using Brontosaurus was using a junior synonym, an invalid name, replaced by the proper one. The problem was that nobody told the public. The public, who had grown up with Brontosaurus on the covers of natural history books, on the walls of museum corridors, in the Saturday matinee films where it lumbered through misty prehistoric jungles, the public had no particular reason to update their vocabulary. Brontosaurus was the thunder lizard. It was real. It was magnificent. It was one of the most beloved animals in the popular imagination. And so, for decades, a peculiar split developed, scientists saying Apatosaurus, everyone else saying Brontosaurus, museum labels carefully correcting the public's intuition, school textbooks attempting to explain that the beloved thunder lizard had been renamed or had never existed or was a mistake. It was, by any measure, one of the most unfortunate outcomes in the history of dinosaur nomenclature. And then came 2015. In April of that year, paleontologists Emanuel Teascop, Octavio Matias, and Roger Benson published a monumental study in the journal Piaget, a comprehensive, exhaustive analysis of every known diplodocid sauropod in the fossil record, 377 characteristics, 49 specimens, thousands of measurements, compared and analyzed with the statistical rigor of modern phylogenetics. Their conclusion, buried in the middle of a paper that ran to nearly 300 pages, was extraordinary. Brontosaurus was valid. Not just valid, it was distinctly, demonstrably, quantifiably diurent from Apatosaurus in enough ways that placing them in the same genus was no longer scientifically justifiable. The diurences between Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus were, in fact, greater than the diurences between some genera in other dinosaur families that nobody had ever thought to question. Brontosaurus was back, and the world, for once, was delighted when a piece of scientific news told it that a thing it had always believed, a thing it had been told was wrong, was right after all. There are three usually recognized species within the genus Brontosaurus. The first and most famous is Brontosaurus excelsus, the original species named by Marsh in 1879. Excelsus means lofty or elevated in Latin, a name that suits an animal of this stature. The second is Brontosaurus parvus, named in 1902 from a specimen found in Wyoming. Parvus means small, though small in this context is relative. A small Brontosaurus was still an animal of extraordinary dimensions. The third is Brontosaurus yarnarpin, named in 1994 from a specimen found in Wyoming and originally classified within Apatosaurus. Yarnarpin refers to a beaded breastplate in the Sioux language, a reference to the distinctive chevron bones found beneath the tail in the specimen. 3 species, 1 genus, 1 magnificent thunder lizard in 3 magnificent variations. Let us talk about the skull of Brontosaurus, because the skull of Brontosaurus has one of the most remarkable stories in the history of paleontology. For most of the 19th and early 20th century, no complete Brontosaurus skull had ever been found. The animal was known from excellent body fossils, the vertebrae, the limb bones, the ribs, the shoulder and hip girdles, but the skull, which is small relative to the body and fragile, had not been recovered in association with any well-preserved skeleton. This created a problem. Museum mounts needed skulls. The public needed to see a complete animal. And so, working from the available evidence, early museum preparators did what they thought was reasonable. They used the skull of another sauropod, Camarasaurus, as a stand-in for the missing Brontosaurus skull. The result was a Brontosaurus with the wrong head, a head that was short, robust, and box-like, the head of a Camarasaurus sitting atop the long, slender body of a Dipodocid. The mismatch was eventually recognized and corrected when proper Brontosaurus relative skulls were found and identified. The correct skull is long and low, with forward-facing nostrils high on the skull and a set of peg-like teeth restricted to the front of the jaws. The Brontosaurus you see in modern, scientifically accurate reconstructions has a very different face from the one that graced the pages of natural history books for the first 50 years after the animal's discovery. It is more elegant, more refined, and significantly more extraordinary once you understand what those peculiar teeth were actually for. The teeth of Brontosaurus were pegs. Not the broad, flat, grinding teeth of a horse or a cow, not the sharp, serrated teeth of a predator, not even the broad, shearing teeth of Triceratops. Just pegs, simple, cylindrical, unspecialized teeth restricted to the front of the long, low jaw with no teeth at all in the back of the mouth. These teeth were not for chewing, they were for stripping. Brontosaurus, working on the same basic principle as a modern giant tortoise or a large iguana, would have raked those peg teeth through vegetation, stripping leaves from branches, pulling up low-growing plants, sweeping through fern fronds, and swallowed the material whole. It did not chew its food. It processed it in its enormous gut, aided by gastroliths, stones that it swallowed deliberately and that sat in the stomach, grinding the vegetation mechanically as the gut moved. This is, at first glance, an inefficient system, but consider the mathematics. An animal that weighs 15 tons and eats continuously for most of its waking hours does not need efficient teeth. It needs throughput. It needs a system that can process enormous quantities of plant material rapidly and move on to the next mouthful. Brontosaurus was not a gourmet. It was a processing plant with a long neck. The diet of Brontosaurus was entirely plant-based, and the specific plants available to it in the late Jurassic world were very different from the ones we know today. There were no grasses, no flowering plants. The angiosperms, the group that today includes almost everything we would call a flower, a fruit, or a deciduous tree, had not yet evolved. The late Jurassic plant world was dominated by ferns, horsetails, cycads, ginkgos, and conifers. Brontosaurus moved through a world of ancient plants, eating ancient vegetation in a landscape that a modern botanist would find profoundly strange. No oak, no maple, no grass underfoot. Instead, the soft, ferny ground cover of the Jurassic, the tough, scale-leaved conifers, the palm-like cycads. This vegetation was tough. It was fibrous. It was not particularly nutritious by modern standards, and Brontosaurus ate it in quantities that boggle the mind. Estimates of the daily food intake of a large sauropod range from several hundred pounds to over a ton of vegetation per day. Brontosaurus likely spent the majority of its waking hours in a state of near-continuous feeding. How did Brontosaurus's heart manage to pump blood to a brain that was, in some postures, 20 or more feet above its chest? This is one of the most remarkable physiological questions in all of paleontology, and the answer that has emerged from decades of research is genuinely astonishing. The blood pressure required to push blood from the heart up to the brain of a Brontosaurus holding its neck at full height would have been, by any calculation, extreme. By some estimates, The systolic blood pressure of a large sauropod in that posture could have approached twice the blood pressure of a modern GRU, which is already the highest blood pressure of any living animal, at roughly twice that of a human. The implications of this are significant. Either Brontosaurus had a heart of extraordinary power, larger, relative to its body, than any living animal's, and capable of generating blood pressures that would have been immediately lethal in a mammal, or it avoided holding its neck vertically for extended periods. The horizontal neck posture, which we discussed earlier, may therefore be not merely a matter of biomechanical euphacy, but of cardiovascular necessity. Brontosaurus may have spent most of its time with its neck roughly horizontal precisely because the alternative, craning upward, put demands on its cardiovascular system that were de-euclid to sustain. The thunder lizard may have been, at least in part, constrained by its own plumbing. The tail of Brontosaurus was as extraordinary as the neck, though in a completely diurent way. Where the neck was a long, relatively letter 1B0 structure held forward from the body, the tail was a whip, a long, tapering, dynamically flexible whip that narrowed from the broad, heavily muscled base near the hips to a thin, almost thread-like tip at the very end. And that whip could be cracked. Computer modeling of the tail structure and dynamics of diplodocid sauropods, including close relatives of Brontosaurus, has shown that the tip of the tail could move in a cracking motion at speeds exceeding the speed of sound. The crack of a bullwhip, the familiar sharp sound, is a miniature sonic boom, produced when the tip of the whip breaks the sound barrier. The diplodocid tail tip, in a full swing, could have produced the same e-euced. A sonic boom from the tail of a dinosaur. Whether Brontosaurus actually used its tail this way in life, whether it was a defensive weapon, a communication signal, or simply a capability that existed without being regularly exploited, is not certain, but the physics is clear. The tail was capable of producing a sound that would have been heard and felt across a very considerable distance. A thunder lizard that could crack its tail like a whip at supersonic speeds. The name seems even more appropriate now. Brontosaurus moved on 4 legs, and those legs were extraordinary structures, columns of bone designed to support a weight that no other land animal, before or since, has routinely achieved. The hind legs of Brontosaurus were generally larger and more heavily muscled than the front legs. The hips were the primary weight-bearing point of the skeleton, the architectural center of gravity, around which the long neck forward and the long tail behind were balanced. The hind feet were broad, roughly circular in outline, and supported by a thick cushion of soft tissue that acted as a shock absorber under the tremendous load of each step. Fossil footprints, sauropod trackways preserved in ancient mud that was later lithified into stone, give us direct evidence of how these animals moved. The tracks show that sauropods walked with their feet beneath their body, not sprawled to the sides. The stride pattern is measured and deliberate, not the frantic scramble of an animal pursued, but the steady, rhythmic progress of an animal confident in its own scale. When Brontosaurus walked, each footprint pressed deep into the soft ground of the Jurassic floodplain. The tracks, fossilized, are sometimes found in sequences, a line of enormous circular depressions, each one perhaps a meter wide, spaced several feet apart, stretching across the ancient stone. A line of footprints, left by a living animal 150 million years ago, still there, still readable, still telling us something about how it moved. Sauropod trackways, and there are many of them, preserved in formations around the world, reveal something important about how Brontosaurus and its relatives lived. The tracks often show multiple animals of different sizes moving together in the same direction. In some trackways, the smaller tracks are found between the larger ones, suggesting that young animals moved in the protected center of a group, with adults on the outside. This is exactly the arrangement seen in modern herd animals that face predator pressure. Elephants protect their calves in the center of the herd. Musk oxen form protective circles. The principle is ancient. The evidence suggests that sauropods had discovered it too. Brontosaurus, in all likelihood, did not travel alone. It moved through the Jurassic world as part of a group, family units, or mixed groups of adults and juveniles, the largest members forming an unconscious perimeter around the most vulnerable. A herd of Brontosaurus moving through the Morrison Formation would have been among the most impressive spectacles the Jurassic world had to owe, the ground trembling, the vegetation parting, the thunder of passage felt before it was heard, spreading outward from the moving mass of bodies in all directions. Everything nearby would have known they were coming. What predators did Brontosaurus face? The Morrison Formation was not an empty world. Alongside the great sauropods lived a suite of predators, the most formidable of which was Allosaurus. Allosaurus was the apex predator of the late Jurassic American West, a large theropod dinosaur, up to 30 feet long and perhaps 2 tons in weight, with a distinctive hatchet-like skull, serrated teeth, and powerful 3-fingered forearms equipped with large, curved claws. The size difference between a full-grown Brontosaurus and an Allosaurus was enormous. Brontosaurus outweighed Allosaurus by perhaps 10 to 1. A healthy adult Brontosaurus was almost certainly beyond the hunting capability of a single Allosaurus. Its sheer size made it effectively predator-proof, except perhaps for the neck. The neck was the vulnerability. Long, relatively exposed, held away from the body, a target that a large predator could potentially reach and grip if it could get close enough to a Brontosaurus that was not paying attention. Direct evidence of Allosaurus predation on sauropods exists in the fossil record. Allosaurus tooth marks have been found on sauropod bones from the Morrison Formation. The predator did sometimes succeed, but the success rate against a healthy adult of full size was probably low. Brontosaurus's primary defense was what it had always been: scale, being too large to kill easily, being too dangerous to approach without risk, being simply more animal than almost anything else in the landscape was equipped to deal with. How did Brontosaurus defend itself against the occasional determined Allosaurus? The tail, as we discussed, was a potential weapon, a whip of enormous mass that, swung at full extension, could deliver a blow of significant force to any predator attempting to approach from behind. The feet were also potential weapons, a Brontosaurus rearing up on its hind legs, a behavior that has been proposed for sauropods, though it is debated, could have brought its front feet down on a predator with crushing force. The sheer weight of a foreleg, dropped from height, would have been sufficient to kill or seriously injure any predator in the Morrison Formation. And there was the herd. An Allosaurus approaching a group of adult Brontosaurus was not approaching one target. It was approaching multiple animals, each capable of independent defensive action, each aware of the predator's presence. The collective defensive capability of a sauropod herd was substantially greater than the defensive capability of any individual. Brontosaurus did not fight back in the way that Triceratops or Ankylosaurus fought back, with dedicated, evolved weaponry. It defended itself with mass, with movement, and with the safety of numbers. It was, in this sense, more like a modern whale than a modern rhinoceros, simply too much of an animal to be easily killed. How fast could Brontosaurus move? The answer, based on biomechanical modeling and trackway evidence, is more slowly than you might expect, but more quickly than many people assume. The top speed of a large adult Brontosaurus in a full run, if running is even the right word for what a 15-ton animal can do, has been estimated at around 12 to 15 miles per hour. Brisk walking speed was probably around 4 to 5 miles per hour, the pace of a person walking purposefully. For most of its life, Brontosaurus moved at that walking pace, slowly, steadily, covering ground efficiently without unnecessary expenditure of energy, like a modern elephant, which can move faster than most people realize in a genuine emergency, but typically moves at a measured walk. Brontosaurus was built for endurance, not speed. The energetics of moving a 15-ton body, even at walking pace, was substantial. Every step required enormous muscular effort. Brontosaurus could not effort to sprint except in genuine extremity, because the energy cost would have been prohibitive. But at 15 tons, it rarely needed to. How did Brontosaurus reproduce? Like all dinosaurs, Brontosaurus laid eggs, and the size of those eggs, relative to the size of the adult animal, is one of the most striking biological facts about the sauropods. The largest sauropod eggs ever found are roughly the size of a large cantaloupe melon, perhaps 30 centimeters in diameter. This may sound large, but for an animal that weighed 15 tons as an adult, an egg that size is vanishingly small, a ratio of offspring size to adult size that is among the most extreme in the entire history of vertebrate life. Why did sauropods lay such small eggs? The answer lies in the physics of gas exchange. An eggshell must be porous enough for the embryo inside to breathe, to exchange oxygen and carbon dioxide with the surrounding environment. But a porous shell also loses water. The larger the egg, the thicker the shell must be to support the egg's own weight, and the thicker the shell, the harder it becomes for gases to exchange at the rates needed to support a developing embryo. There is, in other words, a physical upper limit to how large an egg can be and still support a living embryo inside it. Sauropods could not have laid eggs the size of their bodies. They could not even have laid eggs a fraction of that size. The physics of gas exchange imposed a strict ceiling on egg size, regardless of how large the adult grew. The result, a 15-ton adult Brontosaurus hatched from an egg the size of a melon, and spent years growing to adult size through one of the fastest growth rates of any animal in the history of life. Growth rates in Brontosaurus and related sauropods are, by any measure, astonishing. Bone histology, the same technique that reveals growth rates in other dinosaurs, shows that sauropods grew at rates far exceeding those of modern reptiles and comparable to or exceeding those of modern large mammals. A young Brontosaurus may have grown at rates approaching 5 tons per year during its period of maximum growth, putting on more mass in a single year than most modern large animals achieve in an entire lifetime. This extraordinary growth rate is consistent with warm-blooded metabolism, with the same physiological intensity that drives the rapid growth of modern large mammals. A Brontosaurus went from melon-sized egg to multi-ton adult in perhaps 20 to 30 years, and then it continued to grow more slowly for potentially decades more. The largest individuals in a population were not simply older. They were the survivors of a long process of growth, of navigating predators and disease and competition, of accumulating the mass and the experience that made them irreducibly untouchable by anything the Morrison Formation had to offer. How long did Brontosaurus live? The honest answer is that we are not entirely certain. Bone histology provides our best estimates, and those estimates suggest lifespans of perhaps 50 to 100 years or more for the largest individuals. A century of life. A Brontosaurus born in the early-late Jurassic, growing slowly through its middle years, reaching its full adult size somewhere in its 3rd or 4th decade, and then living on, eating, moving, contributing to the social structure of the herd for another half-century or more. The world it would have seen across that century, the slow change of the seasons in a world without ice, the shifting of river courses across the floodplain, the gradual change in the plant communities around it, the births and deaths of other members of the herd. The passage of generations, marked not by calendars, but by the slow, steady accumulation of growth rings in bone. A Brontosaurus that lived a full century in the late Jurassic world was a repository of experience that no other animal in that landscape could match. It had survived everything the Morrison Formation had thrown at it for 100 years, and it was still moving, still feeding, still making the ground shake with every step. We have talked about the body, about the neck and the tail and the legs and the eggs. Let us talk now about something stranger, something that touches the edge of what we can know and begins to shade into what we can only imagine. Let us talk about what Brontosaurus was like to be near. Not what it looked like from a distance, a vast moving shape against the Jurassic sky, a silhouette familiar from 1,000 illustrations of what it was like to actually be in the presence of a living Brontosaurus. What your senses would have told you, standing in the late Jurassic forest as one of these animals moved past you. The smell would have been the first thing. A large herbivore, a cow, a horse, a bison has a distinctive, powerful smell compounded of body heat, digestive gases, skin oils, and the crushed vegetation it walks through. A Brontosaurus at 15 tons would have carried this smell at a scale orders of magnitude beyond anything alive today. The sheer body surface area alone, the heat radiating from it, would have been felt at a considerable distance, like standing near a very large, warm radiator. Then the sound, not the sonic boom of the tail crack, which was presumably reserved for specific circumstances, but the constant, low, rumbling sound of digestion, a gut the size of a room, processing hundreds of pounds of vegetation, generating sounds that radiated through the body and the ground. The sound of breathing through a neck, that long, a slow, deep bellows, the air moving through passages of extraordinary length. Perhaps, though this is speculation, vocalizations, low-frequency sounds, felt as much as heard, propagating through the ground and the air simultaneously. And then, as it moved past, the vibration, the deep percussion of each footfall transmitted through the earth, the sense, familiar to anyone who has stood near a passing freight train, that the ground itself is not as solid as you had assumed, that it moves, that it responds, that it is not a fixed and passive thing, but a medium through which force travels. That is what it was like to be near a Brontosaurus, to feel, in your bones, in your teeth, and the fluid in your inner ear, the evidence of something that was simply, overwhelmingly, too large for the world to ignore. Now let us talk about the science, about the discoveries and debates that continue to shape our understanding of Brontosaurus today. The 2015 study by Teescop, Matthews, and Benson was not simply a rediscovery of a beloved name. It was a comprehensive revision of the entire Diplodocid family tree, and it changed how scientists understand the relationships between some of the most famous sauropods in the fossil record. Among the key findings, the diurescence between Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus are not minor. They are systematic and consistent across multiple anatomical regions. The neck vertebrae have diurent proportions. The shoulder girdle has diurent geometry. The overall build of Brontosaurus is slightly more slender, less robustly built than Apatosaurus. These diurences, taken individually, might each be dismissed as individual variation. Taken together, across the full suite of characteristics analyzed, they add up to a clear taxonomic distinction. Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus are cousins, not the same animal. They shared a common ancestor. They lived in overlapping environments, but they are distinct evolutionary lineages with distinct bodies that happen to be similar enough in overall plan to be confused, and to confuse the entire paleontological community for over 100 years. The three species of Brontosaurus are not simply variations on a theme. They are separated in space and time, and they differ from each other in measurable, systematic ways. Brontosaurus excelsus, the original, the most famous, the type species on which the genus is based, was found in Wyoming and Colorado, in rock layers corresponding to the latter part of the late Jurassic. It is the species most often depicted in museum displays and popular media, and the one most people are thinking of when they picture Brontosaurus. Brontosaurus parvus, the smaller species, was found in slightly older rock layers and has a somewhat diurent body proportion. The neck vertebrae are shaped slightly diurently. The overall size is reduced. Whether parvus was ancestral to excelsus, or whether the two species were simply coexisting populations with diurent ecological preferences, is still an open question. Brontosaurus yaunopan, the most recently recognized species, was found in Wyoming and is the least well-known of the three. Its distinctive chevron bones, the bones that gave it its Sioux language species name, are among the features that distinguish it from the others. Three species living in the same broad formation across millions of years, three variations on the thunder lizard, each distinct, each magnificent in its own right. The world in which Brontosaurus lived was shared with an extraordinary community of other large dinosaurs, and understanding that community helps us understand what Brontosaurus's role in it was. Alongside Brontosaurus in the Morrison Formation lived Diplodocus, a close relative, similarly long-necked and whip-tailed, but somewhat longer and more slender. Camarasaurus, a more robustly built sauropod, with a shorter, blunter neck and a distinctive box-like skull, the skull that was erroneously put on early Brontosaurus museum mounts. Brachiosaurus, a massive, tall-necked sauropod that browsed at heights far above what Brontosaurus typically reached, with front legs longer than its hind legs and a distinctly diurnal body posture. And among the plant eaters Stegosaurus, the plated herbivore with its distinctive double row of diamond-shaped plates and its spiked tail. And among the predators Allosaurus, a dominant carnivore, and Ceratosaurus, a somewhat smaller theropod with a distinctive horn on its nose. This was a complex, species-rich ecosystem, a Jurassic world that in terms of biomass and biodiversity rivals anything alive today. And Brontosaurus, as one of the largest members of that community, was one of its defining presences. The Morrison Formation that Brontosaurus inhabited was, geologically and ecologically, a very diurite kind of environment than the one that preserved Triceratops millions of years later. The late Jurassic Morrison Formation was a vast, semi-arid floodplain system, a landscape of seasonally flooded river deltas, shallow lakes, and broad plains covered in vegetation that alternated between dense and sparse, depending on the seasonal availability of water. Think of it as a prehistoric version of a warm, subtropical floodplain, similar in general structure to parts of modern Africa or South America, but populated entirely by creatures that no longer exist. The rivers that crossed this landscape were the lifeblood of the ecosystem. They brought water to the plains during wet seasons. They created the muddy, nutrient-rich environments where plants grew most abundantly, and they deposited the sediment that, over millions of years, buried the bones of the animals that died near them and began the slow process of fossilization that eventually brought those bones to our attention. The Morrison Formation is essentially a record of those ancient river systems. The rock is sedimentary, laid down layer by water, preserving the organisms that happen to die in the right place at the right time. Brontosaurus, being enormous and living near water, was in the right place and the right time with so huge and frequency that we have found it in multiple locations, in multiple states of preservation, across multiple rock layers. The rivers that killed Brontosaurus, that buried its bones in the sediment of their floodplains, also preserved it for us. There is something circular and almost grateful in that. Bone histology in Brontosaurus and related sauropods has confirmed something that was long debated: these animals were warm-blooded. Not warm-blooded in exactly the same way that a mammal or a bird is warm-blooded. The metabolic details DUA and the physiology of something as large as a sauropod is necessarily distinctive, but the growth rings in sauropod bone and the density and organization of the bone tissue itself are consistent with metabolic rates substantially higher than those of modern reptiles. This has profound implications for how we understand Brontosaurus's behavior. A warm-blooded Brontosaurus was an active animal, not the slow, ponderous, cold-blooded swamp dweller of Victorian and early 20th century imagination, but a dynamically functioning organism with a high metabolic rate, substantial energy requirements, and the physiological machinery to sustain continuous activity across the full range of Jurassic temperatures. The old image of a sauropod wallowing in shallow water, too heavy to support its own weight on land, using the water as a buoyancy aid, has been completely discredited. Brontosaurus was a fully terrestrial animal. It walked on land, it ate on land, it lived its life on land. The water of the Morrison Formation was a resource, a place to drink, perhaps a place to cool down, but not a habitat. Brontosaurus was not a swamp creature. It was a plains animal, a forest animal, a floodplain animal, an animal of the open Jurassic landscape moving through it on its own enormous terms. The brain of Brontosaurus was small. This is something that has been used historically to characterize sauropods as dim, slow, and unresponsive, animals operating at a low cognitive level, barely processing their environment. This characterization is probably unfair and certainly oversimplified. The brain of Brontosaurus, relative to its body size, was indeed tiny, one of the smallest brain-to-body ratios of any known dinosaur. But brain-to-body ratio is not the only relevant measure of cognitive capability. The absolute size of the brain, the organization of its diurent regions, and the specific cognitive demands of the animal's lifestyle are all relevant factors. Brontosaurus did not need to solve complex problems. It did not hunt. It did not need to track moving prey, plan ambushes, or respond to the unpredictable behavior of other animals it was trying to catch. It needed to navigate a landscape, identify edible vegetation, detect approaching predators, and coordinate its behavior with other members of its herd. For these tasks, the brain it had small, efficient, precisely calibrated for a very specific set of demands, was apparently adequate. Brontosaurus survived for millions of years in an environment that included Allosaurus. It successfully raised offspring. It maintained herd structure across generations. Not dim, just diurnally intelligent, operating with precision within its own cognitive world. What color was Brontosaurus? The honest answer is the same honest answer we give for most large dinosaurs we do not know. No soft tissue with preserved color-producing structures has been recovered from Brontosaurus. The skin impressions that exist for some dinosaurs, enough to tell us about texture, scale patterns, and skin structure, have not been recovered in sufficient quality from Brontosaurus to give us clear color information. What we can say is that the color of Brontosaurus was almost certainly not the uniform gray of many classic reconstructions. That gray is, in part, a habit of convention, the color of elephant skin transferred uncritically to an animal of superficially similar scale. A Brontosaurus was not an elephant. It was an archosaur descended from the same lineage as modern birds and crocodilians. Modern crocodilians are not gray. They are patterned, textured, variously colored in browns and greens and blacks. Modern large birds are not gray. They are, in many cases, strikingly colored. The assumption that a large archosaur was necessarily drab is not supported by the biology of its nearest living relatives. Brontosaurs may have been countershaded, darker above, lighter below, for the same optical reasons that many large modern animals use this pattern. It may have had patterns or markings that served communicative or camouflage functions. It may have had regions of more vivid coloration around the neck, near the head, along the flank, that played roles in social signaling. We do not know, but the question is worth asking, because the asking reminds us that Brontosaurus was not a museum exhibit. It was a living animal, and living animals are almost never the color of concrete. The cultural history of Brontosaurus is unlike that of any other dinosaur because it includes the unique experience of a beloved animal being usually declared non-existent, and then being usually declared real again. Between 1903 and 2015, the name Brontosaurus was scientifically invalid, and yet it never fully disappeared. It appeared in children's books and cartoons. It featured in the Sinclair Oil Company's logo, a green sauropod that became one of the most recognizable corporate symbols in America. It appeared in the Flintstones, where the Brontosaurus burger and Brontosaurus ribs were recurring fixtures of the animated bedrock economy. It appeared on a United States Postal Service stamp in 1989, causing a minor controversy when a scientist wrote to correct the USPS for using an invalid genus name. The USPS, to its considerable credit, responded that the term Brontosaurus was not scientifically incorrect in a popular context, and that it had elected to use the more familiar name. It was a decision that, with the benefit of hindsight and the 2015 reclassification, turned out to be entirely defensible. The public, in its collective wisdom, had simply refused to let Brontosaurus go, and eventually the science caught up with the public's intuition. The discovery of Brontosaurus, the original 1879 discovery, took place during one of the most intensely productive and chaotically competitive periods in the history of American science. Othniel Charles Marsh had assembled a team of fossil hunters in the Morrison Formation whose job was to excavate as many new specimens as possible, as quickly as possible, and send them back to Marsh for description and naming. Speed was essential. Cope's teams were in the same formation, doing the same thing. Every day without a new species was a day Cope might be winning. In this atmosphere of urgency and competition, the careful, methodical comparison of specimens that might have revealed the relationship between Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus years earlier was simply not a priority. You named what you found as fast as you could and moved on. The confusion that would take over a century to resolve was in a very real sense a consequence of the competitive pressure that produced such extraordinary results in such a short time. The Bone Wars gave us more dinosaur discoveries in 20 years than the previous 50 combined. It also gave us the Apatosaurus-Brontosaurus confusion that would only be resolved in 2015. The productivity and the era were products of the same feverish, brilliant, occasionally reckless science. Here is a fact about Brontosaurus that most people do not know. The fossil that Marsh originally used to name Brontosaurus in 1879 is still the primary reference specimen for the species. Scientists call this the type specimen, the specific fossil that defines the species, against which all other candidates are compared when deciding whether a newly found fossil belongs to the same species or something different. The type specimen of Brontosaurus excelsus is specimen YPM 1980, housed at the Yale Peabody Museum, the same institution where Marsh worked, and where many of his original fossil collections still reside. YPM 1980 is not a complete skeleton. It is missing the skull, which, as we discussed, was the source of the wrong skull problem for decades, but it includes enough of the body, the vertebrae, the limb bones, elements of the hip and shoulder, to form a solid anatomical foundation for the species. Every new Brontosaurus candidate that is discovered, every partial skeleton, every isolated bone that might belong to this genus, is ultimately compared, directly or indirectly, to YPM 1980, a fossil that Marsh's team pulled from the ground in Wyoming in 1879, is still the anchor point of our understanding of the thunder lizard 145 years later. The most complete known Brontosaurus skeleton is specimen CM 3018, housed at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It was collected from Sheep Creek, Wyoming, between 1898 and 1905, one of the great early fossil expeditions of the Carnegie Museum, funded by Andrew Carnegie himself, who reportedly saw a newspaper article about sauropod dinosaurs and decided he wanted one for his museum. CM 3018 formed the basis for the full-mounted skeleton that has been displayed at the Carnegie Museum in various forms since 1905, one of the most visited and most beloved dinosaur displays in the world. Casts of this skeleton, distributed to museums around the world in the early 20th century as gifts from Carnegie, spread the image of Brontosaurus across 5 continents. It is this skeleton, this specific individual animal that lived in Wyoming 150 million years ago and was excavated in a multi-year EU art funded by a steel magnate's newspaper-inspired curiosity, that most of the world's museums were displaying when they thought they were displaying Apatosaurus. It is this skeleton that is now, with the 2015 reclassification, correctly labeled as Brontosaurus again. The Carnegie Brontosaurus, one of the most seen dinosaur skeletons in the history of paleontology, finally, after over 100 years, wearing its right name. The footprints of Brontosaurus, the fossilized trackways preserved in the ancient muds of the Morrison Formation and other Jurassic deposits, tell a story that the bones alone cannot. In the bones we see the anatomy, in the footprints we see the behavior. Sauropod trackways found in various Jurassic and Cretaceous formations show patterns that suggest gregarious behavior, multiple animals of different sizes moving together in the same direction at the same time. The footprints of smaller individuals found between or inside the footprints of larger ones. The herding behavior that the bone beds also hint at, confirmed in the physical record of motion. What the trackways also reveal is something about the ground conditions of the time. When a Brontosaurus walked across soft mud, its front feet sank more deeply than its back feet, reflecting the greater weight distribution on the front of the body due to the long, heavy neck. In some trackways, the tail drag mark is visible, not constantly, but intermittently, suggesting that the tail was held high most of the time, but occasionally touched the ground. The tail was not dragging. It was being actively held, which tells us something about the muscular engagement of an animal in motion, the constant, low-level neuromuscular work of keeping a 20-foot tail clear of the ground while walking. Even in stillness, Brontosaurus was working. The late Jurassic world ended, not with a catastrophic impact that ended the Cretaceous, but with a slower, more gradual transition as geological and ecological conditions changed across tens of millions of years. The Morrison Formation dinosaurs did not disappear overnight. They were replaced gradually by the geurant fauna of the Cretaceous, a world of hadrosaurs and ceratopsians and tyrannosaurs and ankylosaurs that, while no less magnificent, was profoundly diurent in character from the world of the giant sauropods. Brontosaurus's lineage, the diplodocid sauropods, did not survive into the Cretaceous in North America. They were replaced by other sauropod groups, the titanosaurs, which spread across the southern continents and eventually achieved even greater sizes than the diplodocids. But the titanosaurs are a diurent story, a diurent chapter. Brontosaurus was a Jurassic animal. It belonged to the Jurassic world, the Jurassic ecosystem, the Jurassic moment. And when that moment passed, when the world shifted, as it does, into something new, the thunder lizard passed with it. It left footprints in the stone. It left bones in the rock. It left a name that the world refused to give up, even when the scientists said it was wrong. It left, in short, everything we needed to find it again. The ongoing research into Brontosaurus in 2024 is far more active than most people realize. The 2015 reclassification, far from closing questions about Brontosaurus, opened new ones. Now that Brontosaurus is recognized as a distinct genus, researchers are actively re-examining specimens that have been classified as Apatosaurus to determine whether any of them might actually be Brontosaurus. They are looking for additional features that distinguish the two genera. They are testing the 2015 analysis against new specimens as they are discovered. New sauropod fossils continue to emerge from the Morrison Formation. Each new find potentially sheds light on the ecology, the diversity, and the relationships of the animals that shared Brontosaurus's world. Each new analytical technique, new methods of isotopic analysis, new approaches to bone histology, new computational tools for biomechanical modeling, OU as fresh ways to interrogate the existing specimens. The 2015 paper confirmed what the name was. The work of understanding what the animal was, what it did, how it lived, how it related to its world is ongoing, and likely will be for generations to come. There is one more story to tell about Brontosaurus, and it is the strangest and perhaps the most important one. It is the story of why it matters. Why does it matter that Brontosaurus exists? It is an extinct animal. It has been dead for 150 million years. The distinction between calling it Brontosaurus and calling it Apatosaurus makes no practical difference to anyone who is not a paleontologist. And yet the 2015 announcement, Brontosaurus is back, generated international news coverage. It was reported in newspapers and websites and social media platforms across the world. People were delighted. People who had never attended a paleontology conference, who could not define a diplodocid if asked, who had simply grown up knowing that Brontosaurus was the thunder lizard. Those people were genuinely, visibly, unreservedly pleased. Why? I think the answer is something like this: we form attachments to animals, even extinct ones. We learn their names in childhood, and those names become part of us, part of the furniture of our imagination, the cast of our inner world. Brontosaurus was a member of that cast for generations of children. Telling those children, even the grown-up children, even the adult children with their own children who are now being corrected in their turn, that Brontosaurus was wrong, was a mistake, was never real, was a small but genuine loss. And then to be told, it is real, it was always real, the name was right, the thunder lizard exists. That is not just paleontology, that is something more, that is the restoration of a small piece of something we thought we had lost. The largest individual Brontosaurus ever found, based on the size of the bones, has not been fully excavated and described. There are partial skeletons from the Morrison Formation that suggest the existence of individuals substantially larger than the Carnegie specimen, the one that has defined public understanding of the animal's size for over a century. How large the largest Brontosaurus individual grew is, therefore, still an open question. The upper bound on the size of the thunder lizard has not yet been established with confidence. This is not unusual in paleontology. It is rare for the fossil record to have captured the largest individual of any species, simply because the largest individuals are the least numerous and the least likely to be fossilized in a recoverable condition. But it is worth sitting with the idea for a moment. The Brontosaurus of museum reconstructions, the Carnegie skeleton, the animal that most people picture when they think of the thunder lizard, that may be a medium-sized individual, an ordinary adult, not particularly remarkable by the standards of its own population. The extraordinary individuals, the truly ancient, truly enormous survivors, may have been larger than anything we have yet found, and they are out there somewhere in the rock, waiting. The question of what sounds Brontosaurus made is one that paleontology cannot yet answer with confidence, and one that, when you consider it carefully, reveals how much of the Jurassic world is permanently inaccessible to us. Sound does not fossilize. The calls of Brontosaurus, whatever they were, whether deep and resonant, propagated through the ground as infrasound, or higher and more complex, or some combination, left no physical trace that has survived. What we can say is that Brontosaurus had a long trachea, the tube connecting the lungs to the outside air, through which air passed in great quantities with every breath. The acoustics of a long trachea tend to favor low-frequency sounds. The longer the tube, the lower the resonant frequency. A Brontosaurus breathing deeply or vocalizing through that long neck would almost certainly have produced sounds in the lower frequency range, sounds that travel well over distance and penetrate vegetation and ground alike. The thunder lizard may have communicated through vibrations felt in the bones and ground as much as through sounds heard in the air, like a great cathedral organ felt in the chest rather than heard in the ear, like the infrasound of a distant elephant felt before it is consciously perceived. The silence of the fossil record is, in this case, loud with implication. We are near the end. 100 facts about a single extraordinary animal. An animal that was real, was declared a mistake, and then was real again. An animal that walked through the late Jurassic world with a neck the length of a shipping container and a tail that cracked like a whip at the speed of sound. An animal that ate hundreds of pounds of ancient plants every day, that shook the ground with every step, that was euclidically immortal from predation by virtue of sheer scale. The Brontosaurus, the thunder lizard. Let me give you the final facts. The one thing that still puzzles scientists most about Brontosaurus is the question of how the sauropods as a group achieved the sizes they did. We understand the individual adaptations, the hollow bones, the bird-like respiratory system, the egg-based reproduction, the rapid growth. But the question of why, the ecological and evolutionary pressures that consistently drove sauropod lineages toward greater and greater size, is not fully resolved. One hypothesis, size itself, was the primary anti-predator adaptation. The larger you were, the less vulnerable you were to the largest predators of your time. Once you were above a certain size threshold, eutively immune to predation as an adult, the competitive advantage of continued size increase could persist indefinitely. Larger animals could travel further, access more food resources, reproduce successfully in more variable conditions. Another hypothesis, the respiratory system of sauropods. The bird-like air sac system made extreme size possible by solving the metabolic problems that would otherwise set limits on how large a warm-blooded animal could grow. The oxygen delivery capacity of a bird-like respiratory system is substantially greater than that of a mammalian respiratory system. Given an unlimited respiratory capacity, the upper limit on body size is set by other factors, and those other factors in sauropods turned out to be very high. Both hypotheses may be right simultaneously, and neither may be complete. The question of sauropod gigantism is one of the great open questions of paleontology. And Brontosaurus, as one of the most completely studied members of the group, sits at the center of it. The 2015 reclassification of Brontosaurus has had consequences beyond the restoration of a familiar name. It has prompted paleontologists to look again at the question of how we distinguish genera from species in the sauropod record, a question that, it turns out, had been answered somewhat inconsistently across the history of the field. The analytical framework developed by Teiskop, Matthews, and Benson for the 2015 study has been applied by other researchers to other sauropod genera, sometimes with surprising results. The ripples from the 2015 paper are still spreading through the field. The question it raised, how much anatomical difference is enough to justify a separate genus, does not have a simple, universally agreed answer. And until it does, the Brontosaurus-Apatosaurus question, though officially settled, will continue to be discussed in corners of the paleontological community where the details of diplodocid anatomy are taken very seriously. Science is not a series of final answers, it is a series of better questions. The 2015 paper was, in that sense, not an ending, it was a beginning. The most recent Brontosaurus-related research has focused, among other things, on the biomechanics of neck movement and the question of exactly what feeding niche Brontosaurus occupied relative to its contemporary sauropods. In the Morrison Formation, multiple large sauropod species coexisted in the same geographic area: Brontosaurus, Diplodocus, Camarasaurus, Brachiosaurus. How did they avoid competing directly with each other for food? The answer that has emerged is one of niche partitioning. Each species had slightly different feeding equipment, different neck length, different neck posture, different tooth geometry, that gave it a preferential access to a slightly different part of the plant community. Brachiosaurus, with its tall neck and long front legs, browsed high. Diplodocus, with its extremely long, low-slung neck, fed low and wide. Camarasaurus, with its robust teeth, could process tougher vegetation. Brontosaurus occupied its own position in this feeding mosaic, probably a mid-level browser, sweeping the understory and lower canopy, not competing directly with the true browsers or the ground-level specialists. In a complex ecosystem, coexistence is possible when different species are in eating different parts of the same landscape. The Morrison Formation was large enough and plant-rich enough to sustain multiple giant sauropod species simultaneously, but only because those species were not in direct competition for exactly the same food source. The thunder lizard was not merely a passenger in its ecosystem. It had a specific role, a specific niche, a specific relationship to the plants and the animals and the landscape around it that made its presence there not just possible, but necessary. And so we come to the final fact, the 100th. In 1879, a man named Othniel Charles Marsh looked at a collection of bones from Wyoming and saw in them something new, something worthy of a name as large as the animal itself. He called it Brontosaurus. He was a complicated man, Marsh, brilliant and ruthless and sometimes reckless, shaped by the extraordinary pressures of an extraordinary competitive era. He named more dinosaurs than almost anyone before or since, and not all of those names have survived the scrutiny of later generations. But this one has. Brontosaurus survived 100 years of usual non-existence. It survived being told it was a mistake. It survived being replaced by a name that, while scientifically accurate for a century, never quite captured the public imagination in the same way. And then, in 2015, it came back. Because the bones were always there. Because the dinosaurs were always there, in the vertebrae and the limb proportions and the subtle geometry of a skeleton that had been in the ground for 150 million years, waiting for someone to look closely enough to see them. Because the thunder lizard was always real. We found it once in 1879. We lost it in 1903. We found it again, finally, in 2015. And now we understand it, imperfectly, partially, with all the humility that genuine science requires, better than at any previous point in the 145 years since Marsh first gave it its name. There is something almost human in that story. The discovery, the doubt, the long absence, the return, the vindication of a name that the world refused to give up, even when told it was wrong. Brontosaurus did not need us to remember it. It existed for millions of years without us, and it would have been just as magnificent if we had never found a single bone. The Morrison Formation would still hold its secrets. The ancient floodplains of the Jurassic would still contain, locked in stone, the record of those extraordinary lives. But we did find it, and we named it, and the name we gave it, the one that felt right from the moment it was spoken, the one that was never really wrong, the one that tells you everything you need to know about the animal it describes, Brontosaurus, thunder lizard, is exactly right. That was 100 facts about Brontosaurus. From the Greek words that built its name, to the century-long debate about whether that name was valid, to the 2015 vindication that gave the thunder lizard back to the world. 100 facts. And still, somehow, the animal is larger than all of them. If you enjoyed this episode, the next one is already waiting. A new dinosaur, a new story. 100 more facts about the extraordinary world that existed before we were here to see it. Leave your favorite fact in the comments. Every one of them was real. Every one of them happened. This has been Sleepy Dino. Good night. There is something we have not yet talked about, and it deserves its own space, its own quiet moment in this story. The relationship between Brontosaurus and water. For a very long time, for most of the 19th century and a good portion of the 20th, scientists believed that sauropods like Brontosaurus spent the majority of their lives in water, partly in water, at least. The theory was that an animal of such extraordinary weight simply could not have supported itself on land for extended periods, that the legs, however massive, would buckle under the load, that the heart could not sustain the circulatory demands of full terrestrial life at that scale, that the floodplains and lakes of the Jurassic world served as a kind of permanent mechanical support system for animals that would otherwise have collapsed under their own mass. This theory produced some of the most vivid and enduring images in the history of paleont, images of Brontosaurus wallowing chest-deep in Jurassic lakes, its neck and head above the waterline, its legs invisible below the murk, peaceful, slow, essentially aquatic. Every part of this picture is wrong. The evidence against the aquatic sauropod hypothesis accumulated gradually and then overwhelmingly. Trackways, the same fossil footprints we discussed earlier, showed the animals walking on solid ground with confident, regular strides, their feet pressing into terrestrial substrates rather than lake sediments. The bone structure of the limbs, particularly the density and orientation of the cortical bone, is consistent with fully weight-bearing terrestrial locomotion and inconsistent with an animal regularly unloading its weight into water. The position of the nostrils, high on the skull in dipodocids, which had seemed to support the aquatic theory, suggesting an animal with its snout submerged, turned out to be a misinterpretation. Fleshy nostrils in life were almost certainly positioned near the tip of the snout, as in other large animals, regardless of where the nasal bones open in the skull. and perhaps most definitively the physics of breathing. An animal submerged to its shoulders faces enormous pressure from the surrounding water pressing on its chest and lungs. To breathe against that pressure requires respiratory muscles of extraordinary power that a sauropod, for all its size, did not appear to have evolved. A Brontosaurus standing chest-deep in water would have had serious eukaryotic breathing. Brontosaurus was a land animal, fully, unambiguously, magnificently terrestrial. It went to water to drink as large herbivores do, but it lived on land. It moved on land. It was, in every physical and physiological sense, built for land. The swamp monster of Victorian imagination was always an illusion, the real. Brontosaurus was something better, an animal that mastered the land entirely, on its own enormous terms, without any concession to aquatic buoyancy. There is a discovery from the fossil record of the Morrison Formation that speaks directly to the social life of Brontosaurus in a way that bones alone cannot. In several localities within the formation, dinosaur bone beds have been found, accumulations of bones from multiple individuals preserved in the same general area. Some of these bone beds contain the remains of multiple sauropod individuals of different sizes and apparent ages. The interpretation of these accumulations is not always straightforward. Bones can be transported by water and concentrated in deposits that do not reflect where the animals actually lived or died together. But some bone beds show articulated or near-articulated skeletons, bones still in their original anatomical positions, suggesting that multiple animals died in the same place at roughly the same time. These are the most compelling evidence of gregarious behavior, because they require that the animals were actually together when they died, rather than having their bones transporting and concentrated after death. The evidence, taken together, is consistent with the picture that trackways suggest. Brontosaurus and its diplodocid relatives were social animals, not necessarily in the highly structured, cognitively complex social groups of modern elephants or primates, but social in the sense that mattered for survival, moving together, feeding together, providing by their collective presence a degree of safety that no individual, however large, could achieve alone. A herd of Brontosaurus was a community, each animal embedded in a network of proximity and familiarity that shaped its daily experience of the world, the largest members providing an unconscious shield, the youngest members finding safety at the center, the whole group moving as a unit through the Jurassic landscape, its passage felt for miles in every direction. The relationship between Brontosaurus and the plants it ate extended far beyond simple consumption. It was an ecological relationship, a partnership, in the loose biological sense, between animal and vegetation that shaped both parties across millions of years. Large herbivores are never passive consumers. They are active agents of the plant communities they inhabit. They select which plants to eat and which to avoid, creating differential survival pressures across plant species. They trample vegetation, opening gaps in dense communities where light-loving pioneer plants can establish. They distribute seeds, both through their digestive systems and on their skin and feet. They deposit enormous quantities of nutrient-rich waste that fertilizes the soil. A Brontosaurus herd moving through a Jurassic forest was not merely eating the forest. It was restructuring it, flattening some areas, opening others to light, favoring certain plant species by avoiding them, disfavoring others by selectively consuming them, creating a landscape mosaic that was, in a real sense, partly a product of the animals that moved through it. The late Jurassic plant communities of the Morrison Formation were shaped, in part, by Brontosaurus. The plants that survived were, in part, the ones that Brontosaurus did not preferentially eat, or the ones that recovered quickly from being eaten. The plants that spread most successfully were, in part, those whose seeds passed through a Brontosaurus gut and were deposited, with a generous quantity of natural fertilizer, at some distance from the parent plant. Brontosaurus did not know any of this. It was simply eating. But the consequences of its eating radiated outward through the ecosystem in ways that touched every other organism, in the Morrison Formation. Here is a question about Brontosaurus that is rarely asked, but that reveals something important about our relationship with extinct animals. What did Brontosaurus mean to the animals that lived alongside it? Not to us, not to the paleontologists and children and museum visitors who have encountered it across the last century and a half, but to the animals of the Morrison Formation itself. What did the presence of Brontosaurus mean to them, to Allosaurus food? Diurnal, dangerous, sometimes impossible food, but food nonetheless, the largest, most energy-rich prey item in the ecosystem, worth the occasional attempt, worth the risk of a tail crack or a trampling, worth the years of experience needed to identify a genuinely vulnerable individual. To smaller theropods an irrelevance mostly, an enormous moving obstacle, something to avoid, something that, if startled or alarmed, could end a small predator's life with a single accidental footfall. To Stegosaurus, a companion species, in a loose ecological sense, another large herbivore feeding in overlapping areas, competing for some of the same plant resources, but partitioned enough in feeding strategy that direct competition was minimal. To the insects, the lizards, the small mammals of the Morrison Formation, Brontosaurus was a mobile ecosystem, a creature of such physical scale that other organisms built their lives around its presence. The flies that followed it, drawn to the disturbed vegetation and the dung, the small animals that lived in the burrows, made stable by the compacted soil of sauropod trails, the birds, or their Jurassic equivalents, that perched on its back and gleaned parasites from its skin. Brontosaurus was not merely an animal in an ecosystem. It was, in a very real sense, a landscape feature, a moving mountain, a breathing, walking, tail-cracking piece of geography that everything else in the Morrison Formation navigated around. The question of Brontosaurus pathology, evidence of disease, injury, and healing in the fossil record, is one that has received relatively little attention compared to some other dinosaurs, simply because sauropod bones are large, numerous, and often difficult to examine in fine detail. But what evidence exists is revealing. Healed fractures have been found in the ribs and limb bones of sauropods, including diplodocids. Bone infections, evidence of periostitis, the inflammation of the outer bone surface, have been documented in some specimens. Pathological vertebrae, bones showing abnormal growth patterns consistent with arthritis or other degenerative conditions, have been found in older individuals. A large old Brontosaurus was an animal that had accumulated decades of wear, injury, and recovery. The bones of an elderly individual told the story of that life in the texture and geometry of the healed damage they carried, a healed fracture in a rib, a vertebra showing the bony overgrowth of an old infection, the slightly altered joint surface of a limb that had been injured and compensated for across years of walking. These are not the bones of a fragile animal. They are the bones of a survivor, an animal that absorbed damage, repaired itself, and continued because the alternative was worse. The position of Brontosaurus within the sauropod family tree has been clarified and refined repeatedly over the last 50 years, as new analytical methods and new specimens have allowed more precise phylogenetic analysis. Within the diplodocids, the relationships between the major genera are now reasonably well understood, though not without continuing debate. Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus are the most closely related of the main genera, sister genera, in phylogenetic terminology, sharing a common ancestor more recently than either shares with Diplodocus or Barosaurus. This close relationship is precisely what made the confusion between them possible, and precisely what made the 2015 distinction between them so significant, close enough to be confused, dear enough to deserve separate names. Diplodocus, despite the similarity of its overall body plan, is more distantly related. The extremely long, extremely low, horizontally oriented neck of Diplodocus reflects a slightly deorient evolutionary trajectory from the Brontosaurus Apatosaurus lineage. Beyond the diplodocids, Brontosaurus's broader relationships within the sauropods place it firmly in the clade Neosauropoda, the group that includes the most derived and most successful sauropod lineages, alongside the Brachiosaurs, the Titanosaurs, and various other groups that achieved extraordinary sizes and global distributions across the Jurassic and Cretaceous. Brontosaurus was not an isolated experiment. It was a member of one of the most successful vertebrate lineages in the history of life. The diplodocids were, at their peak, among the dominant large animals on Earth, present on multiple continents, filling the large herbivore niche with extraordinary elusiveness. The thunder lizard was not alone. It was part of something vast. The educational legacy of Brontosaurus deserves its own moment of appreciation. For generations of children, and for the adults those children became, Brontosaurus was the first large dinosaur they ever learned the name of, before T-Rex for many of them, before Triceratops or Stegosaurus. The long-necked, long-tailed, enormous and gentle-seeming plant-eater was, for much of the 20th century, the default dinosaur. The one that appeared on the cover of the children's book about prehistoric life. The one that featured most prominently in the Natural History Museum display that a parent took a child to on a Saturday afternoon. The name Brontosaurus was a gateway, the first step into a world of deep time and extraordinary life that many of those children carried with them for the rest of their lives. The paleontologists who discovered the 2015 reclassification were many of them children who had learned the name Brontosaurus and been moved by it. The researchers who continue to study sauropod biology today were, many of them, once children standing in front of a museum mount and feeling, in a wordless way, the pull of deep time. The thunder lizard opened a door. Hundreds of thousands of people have walked through it. Some of them are still walking, now into the extraordinary country on the other side, the country of ancient life, of stone and bone, and the patient, revelatory work of science. Brontosaurus did not just live in the Jurassic world. It lives in us too, in the memories of childhood wonder that shaped what we grew up to value, and to pursue, and to love. One final science story before we close. In 2020, a team of researchers published a new analysis of sauropod neck cartilage, specifically of the cartilage that would have been present between the vertebrae of living sauropods, which does not fossilize, but whose former presence can be inferred from the structure of the bone surfaces that contacted it. What they found was that sauropod necks in life may have been substantially longer than the bones alone suggest. The cartilage between vertebrae absent in the fossil, but present in life, added length to each individual joint. Across the full length of the neck, those additions accumulated. The total increase in neck length, compared to a reconstruction based on bones alone, may have been 10 to 15%. For Brontosaurus, with a bony neck perhaps 18 to 20 feet long, a 15% addition means an additional 2 to 3 feet of neck, bringing the total, in a living animal, to perhaps 22 to 23 feet. 22 feet of neck, on an animal with a body the size of a large truck and a tail the length of a bus. We keep thinking we understand the scale of Brontosaurus, and then science finds another way to tell us we were still underestimating it. The thunder lizard is always larger than we thought, always more extraordinary, always, upon closer examination, more real. That was 100 facts about Brontosaurus. From the thunder in its name, to the century of doubt, to the 2015 vindication, to the ongoing science that continues to reveal new dimensions of an animal we have been studying for 145 years and have not yet finished understanding. 100 facts. And still, the animal is larger than all of them. The next episode is already waiting. A new dinosaur, a new 100 facts, a new chapter in the story of a world that existed long before we were here to see it. Leave your favorite fact in the comments. Tell us which one stopped you, which one made you look up from what you were doing and simply think for a moment about the extraordinary depth of time and life that this planet has accumulated. Every fact in this episode was real. Every one of them happened. This has been Sleepy Dino. Good night. The Morrison Formation, where most Brontosaurus fossils have been found, stretches across a vast swathe of the American West, a geological formation so large and so productive that it has defined the public's image of dinosaurs more than almost any other rock unit on Earth. But there is something worth understanding about how fossils end up in rock formations, and why, even in a formation as rich as the Morrison, finding a good Brontosaurus specimen remains genuinely difficult. Fossilization is not a common event. The vast majority of animals that have ever lived, scientists estimate somewhere upward of 99%, died without leaving any fossil trace at all. Their bones decomposed. Their bodies were consumed by scavengers and bacteria. The organic material was broken down and returned to the chemical cycles of the earth. They lived and they vanished completely, leaving nothing for us to find. The animals that fossilize are the exceptions, the ones that died in the right place, near water, in conditions where sediment could cover them rapidly, the ones that avoided complete scavenging long enough for at least some bones to be buried, the ones whose bones happened to be buried in chemically appropriate conditions where the slow process of mineralization could preserve their structure across millions of years. And then, of course, the fossils that do form must survive. Millions of years of geological change, erosion, tectonic movement, pressure, heat, destroys most fossils before they are ever exposed. The ones that reach the surface must be found, must be recognized, must be excavated carefully and preserved before further weathering destroys them. Every Brontosaurus skeleton in every museum in the world is not merely a fossil. It is a miracle of circumstance, the product of an improbable chain of events, each one necessary, any one of which, if diurent, would have meant that we never knew that particular animal existed. We are extraordinarily lucky to have what we have, and what we have, in the case of Brontosaurus, is more than most animals will ever give us. The late Jurassic world in which Brontosaurus lived was, climatically, a world without seasons in the sense that we experience them. The global temperature was higher than today. The poles were ice-free. The equator-to-pole temperature gradient, the difference in temperature between the equator and the high latitudes, was smaller than it is in our world. This meant that the seasonal swing between summer and winter was less pronounced, particularly at mid-latitudes like those of the Morrison Formation. This had important consequences for how animals like Brontosaurus lived. In a world without sharp seasonal temperature swings, the primary driver of seasonal variation was not temperature, but rainfall, the alternation of wet and dry seasons that is characteristic of many subtropical environments today. During wet seasons, the floodplains of the Morrison Formation were lush, waterlogged, covered in dense vegetation. During dry seasons, the vegetation became sparser, water sources shrank or disappeared, and large herbivores faced real resource pressure. The isotopic evidence of migration in Sauropodsian dinosaurs, which we discussed in the Triceratops episode, has parallels in the sauropod world. Some researchers believe that sauropods, including Brontosaurus, may have undertaken seasonal movements following the availability of water and vegetation across the Morrison landscape. Moving from lowland floodplains during the dry season to higher ground where springs and permanent water sources persisted, moving back as the rains returned and the plains bloomed. A Brontosaurus herd on the move, following the rains, following the green, following the ancient routes that generations of the same herds had walked before them, would have been one of the great wildlife spectacles of the Jurassic world. The ground trembling under their feet, the dust rising in the dry season air, the sound of the herd breathing, moving, occasionally vocalizing in whatever low-frequency registers they used, rolling outward across the landscape. A migration of thunder lizards. Let us talk about something that rarely gets discussed in popular accounts of sauropods, the immune system. Brontosaurus was exposed, across its long life, to an enormous diversity of pathogens, bacteria, viruses, parasites, fungi. It moved through a world teeming with microscopic life, much of it potentially harmful. It shared water sources with other large animals, consumed large quantities of vegetation that harbored its own microbial communities, and was subject to the full range of infectious challenges that the Jurassic world had to owe. And it survived, in many cases, for decades, which means its immune system worked. We cannot study the immune system of Brontosaurus directly. Soft tissue, including the immune cells and antibodies that constitute the active defenses of a living animal, does not fossilize. But bone pathology, the evidence of healed infections visible in fossilized bone, gives us indirect evidence. Brontosaurus bones with healed infections tell us that the animal mounted an euyective inflammatory response, contained the infection, and produced new bone to replace or reinforce the damaged area. These are the hallmarks of a functioning, capable immune system, one that, while operating on different principles than a modern mammalian immune system, was clearly capable of dealing with microbial challenges that would have been fatal to a less well-defended organism. 65 million years before the invention of antibiotics, Brontosaurus was defeating infections through the power of its own biology. Its immune system, like everything else about it, was built to a scale appropriate to an animal of its extraordinary size. There is a peculiarity of sauropod anatomy that has fascinated researchers for decades, and that still does not have a fully satisfying explanation: the position of the nostrils. In many sauropods, including the diplodocids, the nasal opening in the skull, the bony nostril, is positioned high on the skull, far above the tip of the snout. In early reconstructions, this was interpreted as suggesting that the nostrils were also high on the head in life, possibly even on top of the skull, like the blowhole of a whale. This interpretation is now known to be wrong. Studies of the fleshy nostril positions in living large-scaled animals, crocodilians, birds, various reptiles, show that the fleshy nostril is almost always positioned near the tip of the snout, regardless of where the bony nasal opening is located. The bony opening and the fleshy nostril can be in very different positions, connected by a nasal passage that runs through the skull tissue. For Brontosaurus, this means that in life, the nostrils were almost certainly at the tip of the long, low snout, positioned to snare letter 1B0, the vegetation it was eating, to detect the chemical signals of other Brontosaurus individuals, to catch the scent of an approaching Allosaurus on the Jurassic wind. The sense of smell in sauropods was likely well developed, as it is in most large animals that navigate complex environments. The long, low skull of Brontosaurus was an euyective collection system, broad, close to the ground, drawing in the chemical information of the Jurassic landscape with each breath. The thunder lizard knew its world through its nose, as much as through its eyes. Here is a fact about Brontosaurus that speaks directly to how science communicates with the public, and how important that communication is. In 1989, the United States Postal Service issued a set of stamps celebrating prehistoric life. 4 stamps, each featuring a different prehistoric animal. One of them featured a sauropod dinosaur labeled on the stamp as Brontosaurus. Paleontologist Robert Barker wrote to the Postal Service pointing out that the name Brontosaurus was considered invalid, that the correct scientific name was Apatosaurus, and that the stamp was therefore scientifically inaccurate. The Postal Service's response, written by a communications OUSA, has become mildly famous in paleontological circles. The OUSA acknowledged the scientific point, but explained that Brontosaurus was the name most familiar to the American public, that the stamp was intended to communicate with the public rather than with specialists, and that therefore the decision had been made to use the more familiar name. It was a pragmatic response, and with the benefit of the 2015 reclassification, it turned out to be, completely unintentionally, a scientifically defensible one. The Postal Service was right in the end, not because it had special paleontological insight, but because the public's insistence on the name Brontosaurus turned out to be tracking something real, an intuition that the thunder lizard was not quite the same as Apatosaurus, that the name meant something distinct, that the distinction was worth preserving. The stamp that was criticized as scientifically wrong is now scientifically correct. Sometimes the popular intuition knows something that the science takes time to catch up to. The relationship between Brontosaurus and the conifer forests of the Morrison Formation was one of mutual dependency. Conifers, the group that includes modern pines, spruces, firs, and their relatives, were among the dominant trees of the late Jurassic world. They grew tall, they produced a large biomass of branch tips and foliage, and they occupied the upper reaches of the forest canopy in ways that made them a significant potential food source for any herbivore that could reach them. Brontosaurus, with its long neck held roughly horizontally, could reach the lower branches of tall conifers, an access point unavailable to most other herbivores in the ecosystem. This mid-level conifer browsing niche may have been one of the key ecological drivers of diplodocid neck elongation over evolutionary time. Longer necks reached more foliage. More foliage meant more energy. More energy meant more reproductive success. And so, generation by generation, the necks grew. But the relationship was not simply one of herbivore exploiting plant. The conifers may have benefited too from the seed dispersal provided by a very large animal with a very long digestive tract and a very wide-ranging lifestyle. Seeds consumed by Brontosaurus in one part of the Morrison Formation could have been deposited, intact and viable, many miles away, far beyond the dispersal range achievable by wind or by smaller animals. The conifers of the Morrison Formation shaped Brontosaurus over millions of years of evolution, and Brontosaurus shaped the conifers, spreading their seeds across a landscape that without the thunder lizard would have been ecologically diurent in ways we can only begin to estimate. We are approaching the final facts, but before we arrive there, let me tell you something about the experience of studying Brontosaurus, specifically about what it is like to stand in front of the Carnegie Museum's mounted skeleton and simply look at it. The Carnegie Brontosaurus has been in the museum since 1905, over 100 years. It has been seen by millions of people. It has been photographed more times than can be counted. It is, in many respects, the most familiar large dinosaur skeleton in the world, the image that, for most of the 20th century, most people saw when they thought about sauropods. And yet, standing in front of it, the familiarity does not diminish the scale. The scale is always a surprise, because scale, for truly large things, cannot be fully conveyed by a photograph or a description or a number. It has to be experienced directly in the presence of the thing itself. The skull is at the end of a neck that seems, from directly below it, to reach to an impossible height. The ribs of the torso, each one curving downward from the vertebral column, are larger than most of the humans standing beneath them. The femur, the thigh bone, is taller than most adults. The feet are broader than a Ko-Yui table. And this, remember, is a skeleton, the bones cleaned and mounted in steel armature. The living animal, with its muscle and fat and skin, and the dynamic actuality of its movement, would have been more overwhelming still. There is a reason that people stand in front of the Carnegie Brontosaurus and take photographs, not just because it is famous, because in its presence, in the actual presence of the actual bones, the deep time it represents becomes briefly, vertiginously real. 150 million years ago, this animal was alive, and here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the early 21st century, are its bones. The distance between those two facts is one of the most extraordinary things the human mind can be asked to hold. Here is the final fact about Brontosaurus, the 100th, the last, the one I have kept until now because it belongs here at the end, when everything else has been said. In 1879, Othniel Charles Marsh gave the thunder lizard its name. In 1903, that name was taken away. In 2015, it was given back. And now, in the present day, Brontosaurus occupies a unique position in the history of science and in the history of popular culture, the only major dinosaur to have been usually declared invalid, and then usually reinstated within the living memory of people who cared about the outcome. That history is not a story of scientific failure. It is a story of scientific success, of a process that, over more than a century, produced increasingly refined understanding of what the fossils of the Morrison Formation actually represent. The error of 1903 was understandable given the information available at the time. The correction of 2015 was possible because the science had, in the intervening decades, developed the tools needed to ask the right questions at the right resolution. The name Brontosaurus was gone for 112 years. It came back, and the world, the scientific world and the popular world simultaneously, received it with something that can only be described as relief. Because some names are not merely labels, they are relationships. They are the names we give to things that matter to us, that have shaped us, that are woven into the fabric of how we understand the world we inhabit and the deep history that produced it. Brontosaurus is one of those names. It was always one of those names, and the fact that the science eventually caught up to what the name meant and confirmed that the thing it named was real, that is not a small thing. That is, in its own quiet way, one of the most satisfying moments in the history of paleontology. The thunder lizard was real. It walked, the ground shook, the world knew it was there. And now, 150 million years after the last Brontosaurus drew its last breath and fell, finally, to the Jurassic Earth, we know it too. That is enough. That is, in fact, everything. This has been Sleepy Dino. Good night. There is one more thing worth saying about Brontosaurus, something that cuts across the science and the history and the paleontology and lands, somewhere closer to philosophy. We live in a world that is very good at telling us that what is gone, that extinction is permanent, that the deep past is simply inaccessible, that the 150 million years between us and the thunder lizard is a distance too great to cross, and that the most we can do is acknowledge it and move on. Brontosaurus is evidence against that view. The work of paleontology, the patient, meticulous, endlessly creative work of reading the record that the Earth has preserved, closes that distance, not all at once, but incrementally, fact by fact, bone by bone, growth ring by growth ring, isotype by isotype, footprint by footprint. We will never see a living Brontosaurus. We will never hear the sound it made when it walked, or the calls it may have produced, or the particular quality of the ground tremor that announced the approach of a full-sized herd in motion across the Jurassic floodplain. But we know it moved. We know how heavy it was and how fast and on what kind of feet. We know it was warm-blooded and that it grew quickly and that it lived for decades and that when it was injured it healed. We know it hatched from an egg the size of a melon and grew to 15 tons. We know it shared its world with Allosaurus and Stegosaurus and Diplodocus. We know it ate conifers and ferns and horsetails with peg-shaped teeth and swallowed stones to help digest them. We know its neck was hollow, and its tail could crack at the speed of sound, and its name, given in 1879, was right all along. We know all of this, and the knowing matters, not because it is useful in any practical sense. Knowing that Brontosaurus had hollow vertebrae does not cure disease or build bridges or feed the hungry, but because the human capacity to reach across 150 million years of time and recover the truth of a life that was lived before our species existed is one of the most extraordinary things our minds can do. And exercising that capacity, following the evidence wherever it leads, asking the questions that nobody has yet thought to ask, building understanding from fragments of stone, makes us, in some hard-to-define but genuine sense, larger than we would otherwise be. Brontosaurus made the Jurassic world larger by being in it, and the knowledge of Brontosaurus makes our world larger by being in it too. The thunder lizard walked, and the ground shook, and 150 million years later we are still listening. Imagine standing at the edge of an ocean. Not the ocean as it exists today, with its shipping lanes and its coastal cities and its faint chemical tang of modernity. A Diuran ocean, an ancient one, the ocean that covered what is now the American Midwest, stretching from the Arctic to the Gulf of Mexico in an unbroken sheet of warm, shallow, sunlit water. An ocean teeming with life in concentrations we can barely reconstruct from the evidence it left behind. You are standing at the edge of that ocean. It is 80 million years ago. The air is warm and humid. The shoreline behind you is lined with vegetation, unlike anything alive today. The sky is full of pterosaurs, wheeling and diving over the surf. And then something breaks the surface. Not a wave, not a splash from a jumping fish. Something deliberate, something large, a head emerging from the water, followed by a long neck and a massive body, and then you realize that the neck is not long at all, because the head is enormous, and what you are looking at is not a neck, but the front end of a body that stretches back through the water for 30, 40, 50 feet. It looks at you. Its eye is the size of a dinner plate. Its jaw, half open in the act of surfacing to breathe, is lined with conical teeth as long as your fingers. The skin along its back is dark, charcoal gray or near black, shading to a lighter color along the belly in the counter-shading pattern of an ocean predator that hunts from below. It breathes. The sound of it reaches you, a deep, wet exhalation, then a long inhalation. And then it slides back beneath the surface, and the water closes over it, and it is gone. Let me first thank you for watching. Let us know what time is it, and where are you from. If you like the content, please consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. Enjoy watching. That was a mosasaur, the apex predator of the late Cretaceous ocean, the largest, most formidable marine reptile of its era, the animal that ruled the seas for 20 million years and then vanished and left its bones in the chalk and limestone of what is now the American Great Plains and the chalk clayas of Europe. 100 facts about one of the most extraordinary animals in the history of life on Earth. This is the mosasaur. The name Mosasaur comes from the Latin Mosa, the Roman name for the Meuse River in what is now the Netherlands and Belgium, and the Greek sauros, meaning lizard. Meuse lizard. It is a name rooted in geography rather than anatomy, in the place where the first specimen was found rather than in anything descriptive about the animal itself. This geographical naming was typical of early paleontology, when the scientists describing new specimens were often working from so little material that they could say more about where the bones were found than about what the animal actually looked like in life. The name stuck, and it carries within it, for those who know the history, the memory of one of the most dramatic stories in all of paleontology, the story of how the first mosasaur skull was found, what happened to it, and what it proved about the nature of the world. That story begins not in the age of dinosaurs, but in the age of enlightenment, in a chalk quarry near the city of Maastricht in the southern Netherlands in the year 1764. A quarry worker cutting chalk from the underground workings near the St. Petersburg Hill outside Maastricht broke through into a cavity in the rock and found a skull. Not just any skull, a skull of extraordinary size, nearly a meter long, with long jaws lined with large conical teeth, preserved in the chalk in a condition of remarkable completeness. The quarry workers recognized that it was unusual. They extracted it carefully, and they brought it to the attention of a local physician and amateur naturalist named Hoffman, who acquired the specimen and began to study it. Hoffman was not sure what he had. The skull was unlike anything known to science. It was clearly from a large animal. It was clearly from a reptile of some kind. The teeth and general architecture of the skull were reptilian in character, but it was also clearly unlike any living reptile. It was too large, too strange, too anatomically alien to be fitted comfortably into any existing category. The skull sat in Hoffman's collection for years, puzzling him. Then it passed, through circumstances involving a legal dispute and a local canon named Godden, who claimed ownership of everything found in the quarry on his land, into wider scientific attention. And then Napoleon's armies came to Maastricht, and the story took an unexpected turn. When French revolutionary forces besieged and captured Maastricht in 1795, they brought with them specific orders regarding the mysterious skull. Scientific advisors to the French Republican government, men who had heard about the extraordinary fossil and wanted it for the national collections in Paris, instructed the besieging troops to protect the building where the skull was housed. The skull was taken to Paris as a prize of conquest. It was placed in the collections of what would become the Natural History Museum of Paris, where it came to the attention of the most important naturalist in France, and one of the most important scientists in the history of biology. Georges Cuvier. Cuvier examined the skull with the precision and comparative insight that made him the dominant figure in French natural history. He compared it with modern reptile skulls. He analyzed the structure of the teeth and the jaw. He studied the proportions of the bone elements, and he reached a conclusion that was, in 1808, genuinely revolutionary. The animal had been related to monitor lizards. It had been a large, specialized marine reptile adapted for life in the sea, and it no longer existed. It was extinct. This seems obvious to us now. Of course it was extinct. It was 80 million years old. But in 1808, the concept of extinction was not obvious. It was, in fact, profoundly controversial. The dominant view was that God would not have created animals only to allow them to disappear, that every creature ever made was still alive somewhere on Earth, perhaps in unexplored regions, perhaps in the depths of the ocean. The idea that species could simply cease to exist was a theological as well as a scientific challenge. Cuvier used the mastered skull to argue for extinction, to demonstrate that there had existed, in the ancient past, animals that were genuinely no longer alive, not hiding in unexplored jungles, not lurking in deep ocean trenches, gone forever. The Mosasaurus skull from Maastricht was one of the primary pieces of evidence for one of the most important ideas in the history of science, that extinction is real, that the history of life is not a static catalogue of God's creations, but a dynamic process in which species arise and disappear. The Mosasaur helped prove that the world has a history, not just the human world, but the biological world, a long, complex, dramatic history in which extraordinary animals lived and died, and left their bones for us to find and wonder at. The animal whose skull Cuvier studied was eventually given the name Mosasaurus huemini, the Mers lizard of Hoffmann, honoring both the river of its discovery and the physician who first acquired the specimen. Mosasaurus huemini is the type species of the genus, the anchor point to which all other mosasaur discoveries are ultimately referred. It was a very large animal. Recent estimates based on complete or near-complete specimens suggest that adult individuals reached lengths of perhaps 13 to 17 meters, 40 to 56 feet. At the upper end of that range, Mosasaurus huemini was among the largest marine predators that has ever existed. But within the mosasaur family, it was not even the largest. Other species, Tylosaurus, Dinosaurs, may have reached comparable or even greater lengths. The mosasaurs, as a group, achieved sizes that exceeded those of the largest modern sharks and approached those of the largest toothed whales. In the oceans of the late Cretaceous, size was not unusual. It was expected. Mosasaurs were not dinosaurs. This is the most important correction to begin with, and it is worth stating clearly. They were marine reptiles, members of the broader group of squamates, the clade that includes all modern lizards and snakes. Their closest living relatives are the monitor lizards, Varanus, the family that includes the Komodo dragon, and more distantly, they are related to snakes. The relationship to monitor lizards is visible in the anatomy if you know where to look. The general architecture of the skull, the bone arrangement, the tooth structure, the jaw mechanics, shows clearer unities with the varanid lizards. The tongue almost certainly was forked, as in modern monitor lizards and snakes, a chemosensory organ used to sample the chemical environment of the water, in the same way that a Komodo dragon flips its tongue to track the scent trail of prey. A mosasaur, in fundamental biological terms, was a giant monitor lizard that had returned to the sea and spent tens of millions of years being shaped by marine life into something that a modern monitor lizard would barely recognize as a relative. Evolution does this. It takes a body plan that evolved for one environment and given sufficient time and selective pressure, reshapes it so completely for a diurite environment that the ancestral form is barely recognizable in the descendant. The mosasaur is one of the most dramatic examples of this process in the fossil record. The ancestral mosasaurs were not ocean giants. They were small, partially aquatic lizards that lived along the shores of the shallow seas that covered parts of what is now Europe and North America in the mid-Cretaceous period. The best known of these ancestral forms is Aegialosaurus, a lizard of perhaps 1 to 2 meters in length, superficially similar to a modern marine iguana or water monitor, capable of movement on land but preferring shallow water for hunting and escape from terrestrial predators. Aegialosaurus and its relatives, the Aegialosaurs, represent the transition from terrestrial lizard to dedicated marine predator. They were not yet committed to the ocean in the way that their descendants would be. They could still walk on land. Their limbs were still functional legs, not the paddle-like flippers of fully aquatic mosasaurs. Their tails were still the straightforward tails of lizards, not the powerful propulsive organs that mosasaur tails would eventually become. But the direction of evolution was clear from the beginning: longer, more slender body, deeper, more compressed tail, slightly modified limbs, preferences that drew the animal toward the water rather than away from it. From these modest beginnings, in perhaps 5 to 10 million years, the lineage produced animals of 60 feet. The speed of that transition, rapid by geological standards, reflects the extraordinary selective pressure imposed by a rich marine environment and the evolutionary plasticity of the lizard body plan. Mosasaurs did not gradually become ocean animals over hundreds of millions of years. They became ocean animals quickly, decisively, and completely, and then they were ocean animals for the rest of their existence in a way that left almost nothing of the original terrestrial ancestor visible in the final product. Mosasaurs lived and diversified during the late Cretaceous period, from approximately 100 million years ago to 66 million years ago, the same final chapter of the Mesozoic that contained Triceratops and T-Rex on land. The peak of mosasaur diversity and abundance was during the final 20 million years of this period, roughly 86 to 66 million years ago. In this time, mosasaurs diversified into dozens of genera and species, colonized every major ocean on the planet, achieved their maximum sizes, and established themselves as the undisputed apex predators of the marine realm. They lived in the shallow, warm seas of the late Cretaceous, a world in which sea levels were dramatically higher than today, flooding continental interiors and creating shallow epicontinental seas that were warm, productive, and rich in prey. In North America, the most famous of these epicontinental seas was the Western Interior Seaway, the inland sea that divided the North American continent from north to south, from the Arctic to the Gulf of Mexico. The chalk and limestone deposits of Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, and Colorado, the rock that weathers into the rolling hills of the American Great Plains, were laid down on the floor of this ancient sea. When you drive across Kansas and look at the exposed rock formations, you are looking at the floor of a sea in which mosasaurs swam. The chalk beneath the plains of America was an ocean, and in that ocean, for millions of years, mosasaurs were everywhere. The Western Interior Seaway was, in ecological terms, an extraordinarily productive body of water. The warm, shallow conditions promoted explosive growth of the planktonic organisms that formed the base of marine food chains. This abundance of plankton supported enormous populations of small fish, which in turn supported larger fish, which in turn supported the largest predators. The food chain was long and rich, and at its apex, at the very top of the marine food web, were the mosasaurs. The chalk of Kansas preserves this community in extraordinary detail in the Niobrara. Chalk formation, a geological unit deposited on the floor of the Western Interior. Seaway between approximately 87 and 82 million years ago, the bones of mosasaurs are found alongside the bones of the fish they ate, the shells of the ammonites they crushed, and the remains of the plesiosaurs and large sharks, with which they competed and occasionally fought. Fossil sites in the Niobrara Chalk are among the most productive marine vertebrate localities in the world. The chalk preserves bones in 3 dimensions, with minimal compression, in conditions that sometimes allow even fragile structures, the paddle bones of mosasaur flippers, the rings of the trachea, the delicate bones of the inner ear, to survive in recognizable form. Kansas, once the floor of an ancient tropical sea, is one of the best places in the world to study mosasaurs. It seems deeply strange, standing in the middle of a wheat field in the American heartland, to know that beneath your feet lies the evidence of an ocean teeming with animals of extraordinary size and variety. But the chalk is there, and in the chalk the mosasaurs are still there too. Let us now talk about the body of the mosasaur, what it looked like, how it was built, and how those features reflect the extraordinary evolutionary transformation from terrestrial lizard to ocean giant. The body of a fully grown large mosasaur, a Tylosaurus, say, or a Mosasaurus itself, was long and relatively slender, built like an elongated torpedo rather than the compact, deep-bodied shape of some modern marine predators. The overall impression was of sinuous length, an animal whose proportions recalled its lizard ancestry in their general slenderness, but whose absolute dimensions were unlike anything that had walked on land. The head was large, disproportionately large, as it is in many predators that need to deal with large and varied prey. In Mosasaurus hoyumani, the skull alone reached 1.5 meters in length, wide, robust, with deep temporal muscles that drove the jaws, and with the specific architectural features of a mosasaur skull, including the special joint midway along the lower jaw, that allowed the jaws to flex and gape in ways that no living lizard's jaw can. The neck was short. This is characteristic of animals that catch prey with their mouths and need a rigid, powerful connection between the head and the body to deal with struggling, powerful prey. A long, flexible neck is useful for reaching food that doesn't move. A short, sturdy neck is useful for dealing with food that fights back. The body was muscular through the trunk, with 4 limbs that had been transformed over evolutionary time from the walking legs of the Aegialosaur ancestors into broad, paddle-like flippers. The front flippers were larger than the rear ones in most species, used primarily for steering and maneuverability, while the primary propulsive force came from the tail. The tail of the mosasaur is one of the most important and most recently revised elements of its anatomy. For most of the history of mosasaur research, the tail was reconstructed as a relatively simple, laterally flattened structure, a tail that propelled the animal through the water by side-to-side undulation, much like a modern crocodilian or monitor lizard swims. Then, in 2013, a discovery changed the picture entirely. Paleontologists studying exceptionally preserved mosasaur specimens, particularly material from the phosphate deposits of Morocco, which are among the richest sources of late Cretaceous marine vertebrate material in the world, identified clear evidence of a tail fluke, not a fin supported by bone, like the tail of a fish, but a fleshy fluke, a lobed expansion of the tail's soft tissue that gave the tail a shark-like or dolphin-like silhouette. The fluke was evident from the shape of the preserved skin outline in some specimens, a downward bent extension of the tail, visible in well-preserved material, that indicated the presence of a lower lobe of the tail fluke below the vertebral column. This discovery fundamentally changed the reconstruction of how mosasaurs swam. A tail with a fluke is not driven by simple side-to-side undulation in the way the crocodilian tail is. It is driven by up and down oscillation, the same propulsive mechanism used by sharks, dolphins, and ichthyosaurs. This up-down oscillation is more efficient for sustained high-speed swimming than side-to-side undulation. The mosasaur was not a slow, crocodilian-style swimmer that lurked near the surface. It was a fast, efficient swimmer, an animal capable of sustained pursuit through open water, capable of diving deep and surfacing quickly, capable of the kind of high-speed predatory approaches that apex marine predators require. The fluke changed everything about how we picture a mosasaur in motion, not a languorous serpentine undulator. A fast, powerful, hydrodynamically sophisticated predator driving through the water with the euphon teeth of a great white shark. The skin of Mosasaurus is not as completely unknown as one might expect, and the evidence we have is surprising and revealing. In multiple well-preserved mosasaur specimens, traces of the original skin have been preserved, either as direct impressions in fine-grained rock or as phosphatized skin tissue that has been replaced by minerals while maintaining the original texture and sometimes even the original structure at the cellular level. What this preserved skin shows is that mosasaurs were covered not in smooth skin or in large scales, but in small, diamond-shaped or hexagonal scales arranged in a mosaic pattern, similar in general character to the scales of modern snakes and monitor lizards, but with specific features unique to mosasaurs. The scales were small, a few millimeters across in most specimens, and overlapping in a pattern that would have provided flexibility without sacrificing protection. The overall skin texture was probably not unlike that of a large modern snake, smooth in appearance when viewed from a distance, but with a fine, regular texture when examined closely. More recently, analysis of pigment-producing structures in exceptionally preserved mosasaur skin has provided the first hints about possible coloration. A 2013 study of a Tylosaurus specimen from Kansas found preserved melanosomes, the microscopic structures that produce dark pigment in the skin tissue. The presence of melanosomes suggests that the upper surface of this mosasaur was dark, possibly dark gray, brown, or near black. This is consistent with countershading, a color pattern common in large marine predators, where the dorsal surface is dark and the ventral surface is light. Countershading provides camouflage by yielding the visual effect of shadow. From above, the dark back blends with the dark water below. From below, the light belly blends with the light sky above. It is used by sharks, dolphins, tuna, penguins, and many other marine animals for exactly this purpose. A mosasaur was dark above and light below, an ocean predator camouflaged for hunting in the medium it inhabited. The jaws of the mosasaur were among the most mechanically complex structures in the Cretaceous ocean, and understanding them requires understanding a feature that is, among living animals, found only in their closest relatives. Like modern monitor lizards and snakes, mosasaurs had a kinetic skull, a skull with movable joints between diurate regions of the bone. In most vertebrates, the bones of the skull are fused into a rigid unit. In snakes and monitor lizards, several of these bones can move relative to each other, allowing the skull to flex during feeding in ways that help manipulate and swallow large, struggling prey. The mosasaur took this kinetic skull and elaborated it further. One of the most distinctive features of mosasaur skull anatomy is the presence of a joint, called the intermandibular joint, roughly midway along the lower jaw. This joint allowed the front and rear portions of the lower jaw to flex relative to each other during feeding. Combined with the flexible connections between other skull bones, this gave the mosasaur a jaw that could gape extraordinarily wide, and that could flex to accommodate prey items of remarkable size. This flexibility is analogous to the jaw flexibility of modern snakes, which can swallow prey far larger than their own head diameter through the coordinated unhinging of multiple skull joints. The mosasaur was not quite a snake in this respect, but it was moving in a similar evolutionary direction toward a skull that could open wider and flex more than its rigid-skulled competitors, allowing it access to prey that other predators could not swallow. The teeth of diurate mosasaur species reveal, in their extraordinary diversity, the range of prey that these animals had evolved to exploit. In Mosasaurus itself, and in the related genus Tylosaurus, the teeth were large, conical, and relatively simple in cross-section. These were teeth designed for gripping and puncturing large, soft-bodied prey, fish, squid, soft-bodied cephalopods, and other marine vertebrates. They held prey firmly and prevented escape. But in other mosasaur genera, the teeth tell completely different stories. In globidans, whose name means globe teeth, the teeth were spherical, rounded, blunt-tipped, not for puncturing, for crushing. Globidans was a specialist in hard-shelled prey, Ammonites with their thick-coiled shells, turtles, bivalves, the various hard-shelled organisms that were abundant in the Cretaceous ocean. The rounded teeth could crack these shells and access the soft tissue within. In Prognathodon, a large, robust mosasaur with a heavy, deep skull, the teeth were stout, broad-based, and capable of withstanding significant compressive forces. Another crushing specialist, but on a larger scale than globidans, capable of dealing with very large, hard-shelled prey. In Platecarpus, a more modestly sized mosasaur, the teeth were pointed, but somewhat more laterally compressed, suggesting a diet oriented more toward fish than toward large marine vertebrates. This diversity of tooth form across the Mormosaur family is evidence of ecological deurentiation, deurent species specializing on deurent prey, partitioning the resources of the Cretaceous ocean in ways that allowed multiple mosasaur species to coexist in the same body of water without directly competing for exactly the same food. The teeth are a dietary record, and the dietary record tells us that the mosasaurs were not all doing the same thing in the same ocean. They were collectively exploiting it in a dozen deurent ways simultaneously. Now let us talk about some of the most remarkable individual mosasaur specimens that have ever been found, because the specimens themselves, in their specific details, tell stories that no amount of general description can capture. In 1982, a nearly complete mosasaur specimen was collected from the Niobrara Chalk of Kansas by a team from the Sternberg Museum of Natural History. The specimen, a Platecarpus, was exceptional not just for its completeness, but for something preserved within it, the remains of its last meal, still lying in the region where the stomach would have been in life. Inside the Platecarpus were the bones of at least one fish, partially digested, but clearly identifiable. The fish bones had been in the stomach long enough to show the beginning of chemical degradation, but not long enough to be completely destroyed. A mosasaur preserved with its last meal still inside it, a direct, concrete, unambiguous record of what this specific individual had been eating on or shortly before the day it died. This kind of gut content preservation is rare. The conditions required for it are specific and fortuitous. But when it occurs, it provides information that all the biomechanical analysis and isotopic chemistry in the world cannot replicate. Not what mosasaurs in general probably ate, what this mosasaur specifically ate on this specific occasion. The Kansas Platecarpus ate fish. That is known with certainty from the evidence preserved in its own body for 80 million years. One of the most extraordinary pieces of evidence about mosasaur diet and behavior comes not from gut contents, but from a deurent kind of internal evidence. In several mosasaur specimens, the remains of other mosasaurs have been found in the stomach region. Mosasaurs ate mosasaurs. This is not entirely surprising. Large modern marine predators are opportunistic cannibals in various contexts, and an apex predator in a rich ocean is unlikely to pass up the opportunity to consume another large animal simply because it belongs to the same family. But the evidence of interspecific or interfamilial predation in mosasaurs gives us a vivid picture of how competitive and how ruthless the ecology of the late Cretaceous ocean could be. The most famous case involves a Tylosaurus specimen in which the remains of a smaller mosasaur, probably Clidastes, were found in association with the body cavity. The smaller animal had been swallowed, essentially whole, by the larger one. A mosasaur swallowing another mosasaur. In the late Cretaceous ocean, even the predators were prey. The relationship between mosasaurs and ammonites, the coiled cephalopods that were among the most abundant and diverse invertebrates in the Cretaceous ocean, is one of the most well-documented predator-prey relationships in the entire fossil record. Ammonite shells from the late Cretaceous chalk and limestone of Europe and North America frequently bear tooth marks, circular or oval puncture marks, arranged in patterns consistent with the tooth spacing of various mosasaur species. These marks are found on the shell surface, often penetrating through the thick outer wall of the ammonite shell to the interior chambers. The pattern of marks tells us something about the feeding behavior. In many cases, the marks are concentrated on one side of the shell, the aperture end, suggesting that the mosasaur was gripping the ammonite and biting into it from a specific angle, rather than simply crushing it from above. The animal was, apparently, oriented toward the aperture, the opening of the shell where the soft body of the ammonite was accessible, and was attempting to reach the living tissue within. Whether mosasaurs consistently succeeded in this, whether the bites we see in the fossil record represent successful feeding or unsuccessful attempts, varies. In some specimens, the ammonite shell shows multiple bite marks from deer and anglers, as if the predator attempted several approaches before finding one that worked. In others, the pattern is clean and decisive. The ammonites of the late Cretaceous ocean were not passive food resources. They were prey, and prey as defenses. The coiled shell, thick and hard, was exactly such a defense, a calcium carbonate enclosure that protected the soft body within from most predators that lacked the dental equipment to break through it. Mosasaurs with crushing teeth, Globidens prognathodon, could break through. Mosasaurs with pointed teeth, the gripping specialists, had to be more creative, aiming for the aperture, working the shell from the right angle. Every bite mark in an ammonite shell is evidence of a moment, a predatory encounter 80 million years ago between an animal trying to eat and an animal trying not to be eaten. The shells survived. The ammonite, in those cases, probably did not. Let us talk about one of the most dramatic aspects of mosasaur ecology, the evidence of direct confrontation between mosasaurs and one of the largest sharks that has ever lived. The Cretaceous oceans were shared with an extraordinary predatory shark called Carnotaurus mantelli, also known as the Jinsu shark informally, for the precision of its cutting teeth. Carnotaurus was a large, fast, agile predator, perhaps 6 to 7 meters in length, with serrated, laterally compressed teeth that were among the most used cutting instruments in the Cretaceous ocean. Cretaceous and large mosasaurs occupied overlapping ecological niches, and the fossil evidence suggests that they occasionally met in contexts other than simply sharing the same water. At least 2 mosasaur specimens bear bite marks consistent with Cretaceous teeth, large, smooth, sharply defined cuts in the mosasaur bone that match the tooth geometry of the shark with precision. In one case, a Tylosaurus vertebra bears a bite mark from what is almost certainly a Cretaceous, providing direct evidence that the shark attacked and possibly killed at least this one mosasaur. But the evidence goes in both directions. In at least one case, Cretaceous sharp vertebrae have been found in association with mosasaur stomach contents, suggesting that a large mosasaur had fed on this shark. The predator was also prey, depending on the relative sizes and circumstances of the encounter. The Cretaceous ocean was a world where the hierarchy of predation was not fixed or simple. Large mosasaurs could eat large sharks could attack mosasaurs. The hierarchy was dynamic, context-dependent, and shaped by individual size as much as by species identity. It was not a peaceful world. It was a world of constant competition, constant predation, constant negotiation of the boundary between eta and eton. The discovery of mosasaurs in the American West, in the states of Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, and beyond, has a history as dramatic and as competitive as the discovery of the great dinosaurs of the Morrison Formation. Once again, the names Cope and Marsh appear, the same 2 rivals whose bone wars produced the great sauropods and ornithopods and theropods of the Jurassic and Cretaceous. They fought over mosasaurs too. Edward Drinker Cope was particularly prolific in his mosasaur work, describing dozens of new species from the chalk of Kansas and elsewhere in the American West. His descriptions were typically rapid and sometimes imprecise, produced under competitive pressure of the bone wars, but they established a large portion of the foundational taxonomy of mosasaur research. Marsh characteristically attempted to keep pace. His mosasaur work was less extensive than Cope's. The great sauropods and ceratopsians of the Morrison Formation consumed more of his attention, but he named several species of his own, and the competition between the two men drove the collection and description of American mosasaur material at a pace that, while sometimes scientifically chaotic, produced an enormous body of specimen material that researchers are still working through today. The Sternberg family, particularly Charles Sternberg and his three sons, were among the most important collectors of mosasaur material from the Kansas chalk in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Their expeditions, conducted for various museum clients, including the British Museum, the Carnegie Museum, and the Smithsonian, retrieved hundreds of mosasaur specimens from the chalk blue uz of western Kansas, and provided the raw material for much of what we know about American mosasaur diversity. The history of mosasaur discovery in America is a history of extraordinary dramatic competition, and occasional scientific recklessness. It is also a history of extraordinary finds, animals preserved with a completeness and a three-dimensionality that has allowed modern researchers to study their anatomy in detail that would have been impossible with the compressed and distorted specimens that characterize many other Cretaceous marine deposits. There is one aspect of mosasaur biology that took a very long time to establish, and its resolution, when it came, was a genuine surprise to many researchers. Mosasaurs gave birth to live young. Not in the way that, say, some modern lizards give birth to live young, retaining eggs internally until they hatch, in a process called ovoviviparity, but in the fully viviparous way of modern dolphins and whales, with the embryo nourished directly through a placenta-like connection, developing inside the mother's body, and born as a mobile, independent juvenile, capable of swimming and feeding from birth. The evidence for this came from several sources. First, purely anatomical. The limbs of mosasaurs were fully adapted for swimming and completely unsuitable for moving on land. A female mosasaur could not have hauled herself ashore to lay eggs. As marine turtles do, her body was simply not built for it. If mosasaurs could not go ashore, they could not lay eggs on shore. If they could not lay eggs on shore, they must have reproduced in the water. Second, from direct fossil evidence. At least 2 mosasaur specimens have been found with the remains of smaller mosasaurs preserved within the body cavity, in positions that are inconsistent with gut contents and consistent with in utero young. One specimen in particular, a Carnotaurus marquessetii from the late Cretaceous of Slovenia, clearly preserves multiple small mosasaur individuals in the body cavity of a large adult, in positions and orientations that strongly suggest they were embryos or newborns. Mosasaurs were viviparous. They gave birth in the open ocean to live young that could swim from their first moments of life. Their reproductive strategy, like their anatomy, like their swimming style, like virtually everything else about them, was shaped by the demands of a fully marine existence. They had abandoned the land not just physically, but reproductively. They had committed to the ocean completely. What did the ocean look like from the inside, from the perspective of a mosasaur navigating the warm, shallow waters of the western interior seaway? The water was warmer than today's ocean at comparable latitudes, perhaps 30 to 35 degrees Celsius at the surface in summer. It was shallower. The western interior seaway was rarely more than a few hundred meters deep, and in many areas significantly shallower. It was rich. The warm, shallow conditions promoted the explosive growth of planktonic organisms that formed the base of the food chain, and the abundance of plankton supported enormous populations of the fish, squid, and ammonites that mosasaurs preyed upon. The visibility in the upper water column would have been reasonable, perhaps comparable to the clearest modern tropical seas, but diminishing with depth as the abundance of organic material in the water absorbed light. At depth, the world became progressively darker. At the bottom of the seaway, in the deeper areas, there may have been very little light at all. Mosasaurs were primarily animals of the upper water column, the sunlit zone, where prey was abundant and the conditions were warm, but they could dive. The inner ear geometry of some mosasaur species suggests adaptation to pressure changes consistent with diving to meaningful depths, perhaps hundreds of meters in some cases. What a mosasaur experienced in those deeper dives, the darkening of the water, the cooling of the temperature, the change in prey communities as it descended, is something we can only imagine. But the anatomy tells us it went there. It chose, sometimes, to leave the warm sunlit surface and descend into the darker, cooler world below. Perhaps it was hunting, perhaps it was exploring, perhaps it was simply following the unpredictable behavior of prey that did not always stay in the sunlit zone. Whatever the reason, the mosasaur was not limited to a single depth horizon. It moved through the water column with the freedom of an animal that belongs to the ocean completely, an animal for which the ocean is not an environment to be cautiously navigated, but a home in all its three-dimensional vastness. The hearing of mosasaurs has been studied in detail through the analysis of the inner ear, the bony labyrinth preserved in the skull, and the results are genuinely interesting. The cochlea of mosasaurs, the hearing organ, was large and well developed, suggesting that these animals had good hearing in the underwater environment. Modern marine reptiles and fish detect sound through a combination of airborne sound conduction and direct transmission of vibration through the body and skull into the inner ear. Mosasaurs, lacking external ear openings, adapted for underwater hearing in the way that dolphins have, probably detected sound primarily through the latter mechanism, picking up sound vibrations transmitted through the water directly into the skull. Low-frequency sounds, the deep rumbles produced by large animals moving through water, the low-frequency calls of potential prey or competitors, would have been particularly well transmitted through the skull in this way. A mosasaur could probably detect the presence of large animals at considerable distances through low-frequency sound detection. The precise hearing range of mosasaurs, the frequencies they were most sensitive to, has not been conclusively established, but the size and architecture of the cochlea suggests hearing capability in the range of frequencies produced by the prey animals and fellow predators that mosasaurs shared the Cretaceous ocean with. Sound was information. In the Cretaceous ocean, where visibility was limited and prey could be anywhere in the three-dimensional space of the water column, sound-based detection of prey and competitors was enormously valuable. The mosasaur's well-developed cochlea was not an incidental feature. It was part of the integrated sensory system of an apex ocean predator. The question of mosasaur metabolism, whether they were warm-blooded, cold-blooded, or something in between, has been resolved, in recent years, in favor of an answer more interesting than either extreme. For most of the history of mosasaur research, they were assumed to be ectotherms, cold-blooded, like modern lizards, dependent on the environment for their body temperature. This assumption was based partly on their lizard ancestry and partly on the general assumption, dominant for most of the 20th century, that all non-avian reptiles were cold-blooded. The application of isotopic chemistry to mosasaur material has changed this picture. Oxygen isotopes preserved in the enamel of mosasaur teeth record the temperature of the water in which the teeth were formed, and by inference, the body temperature of the animal at the time. When these isotopic measurements are compared with the isotopic signals of other organisms from the same formation, fish, marine turtles, ammonites, whose body temperatures we can independently estimate, the mosasaur isotopes tell a consistent story. Mosasaur body temperatures were several degrees warmer than the surrounding water. Not dramatically warmer, as in a mammal or a bird, which maintains a fixed body temperature regardless of external conditions, but warmer than the water, suggesting a capacity for metabolic heat generation, at least under some conditions. This places mosasaurs in a metabolic category that scientists sometimes call mesothermy, a middle ground between the full endothermy of mammals and birds and the full ectothermy of modern reptiles. Mesothermic animals, modern examples include large sharks, tuna, and leatherback turtles, generate some metabolic heat, allowing their body temperature to be somewhat warmer than the surrounding water, without maintaining the fully regulated, constant body temperature of true endotherms. Mesothermy confers advantages in the ocean. Warmer muscles contract faster and generate more power than cooler ones. A mosasaur with a body temperature several degrees warmer than the surrounding water was a faster, more powerful swimmer than a purely cold-blooded animal of the same size would have been. Its brain processed information faster. Its reactions were quicker. The isotopes tell us that the mosasaur was not simply a large, slow, cold-blooded lizard in the sea. It was a warm, fast, metabolically active predator, partially self-heating, partially maintaining a body temperature above that of its environment, and using that warmth to be better at what it did. The diversity of mosasaurs, the sheer number of genera and species that evolved and diversified over the 20 million years of their peak abundance, is one of the most striking features of their evolutionary history. Researchers have identified more than 40 genera of mosasaurs distributed across the oceans of the late Cretaceous worldwide. They were present in the western interior seaway of North America, in the chalk seas of Europe, in the phosphate deposits of Morocco and the broader North African Tethys Sea, in the deposits of the Southern Ocean, including Antarctica, in New Zealand, in Australia, in Japan, in Russia. They were everywhere. The global distribution of mosasaurs tells us something important about the late Cretaceous ocean. It was, in many ways, a single connected system. The warm, shallow seas that covered so much of the continental margins during the high sea level stands of the late Cretaceous were accessible to each other, and mosasaurs moved through them, colonizing new seas as they opened, diversifying to fill new niches as new prey communities developed. New Zealand, in particular, has been a rich source of mosasaur material in recent years. The marine deposits of the South Island of New Zealand have yielded multiple new species, some of them exhibiting features not seen in better-known Northern Hemisphere mosasaurs. The study of Southern Hemisphere mosasaurs, the animals that lived in the cool, high-latitude waters of the Austral-Late Cretaceous, has significantly expanded our understanding of the ecological and physiological range of the group. Some Southern Hemisphere mosasaurs lived in waters substantially cooler than the tropical conditions favored by their Northern Hemisphere relatives. The isotopic evidence from these animals suggests body temperatures above the surrounding water, consistent with the mesothermic metabolism we discussed earlier, but the demands of thermoregulation in cool submarine waters were substantially greater than in the warm Tethys Sea. Mosasaurs were not limited to warm tropical oceans. They were ocean animals, and the ocean, in the late Cretaceous, extended from the tropics to the polar regions. Where the ocean went, mosasaurs went. There is a mosasaur specimen from Kansas that deserves particular attention, not because it is the largest, or the most complete, or the most scientifically important, but because of the story it tells about the ecological complexity of the Cretaceous ocean. The specimen is a Tylosaurus proja, collected from the Niobrara chalk in the late 19th century and now housed at the Sternberg Museum of Natural History in Hays, Kansas. In the stomach region of this specimen, researchers identified the remains of multiple prey items: fish bones, the bones of a diving seabird, the remains of a smaller mosasaur, and fragments of what may be a small shark. One Tylosaurus, multiple prey types in a single feeding event or across a short period of time before death. Fish, bird, mosasaur, shark. This Tylosaurus was not a specialist. It was an opportunist of extraordinary range, taking what was available, whatever it was, regardless of whether it swam, flew above the surface, or lurked in the deeper water. It was a predator that recognized food as anything smaller than itself that it could catch and swallow. This opportunism is one of the hallmarks of apex predators in modern ocean ecosystems. Great white sharks eat fish, sea lions, seals, dolphins, small whales, sea turtles, and each other without strong preference for any particular prey type. Killer whales eat almost anything in the ocean that can be caught. The breadth of the diet is itself a survival strategy, a generalized ability to exploit whatever the ocean provides, rather than a narrow specialization that leaves the predator vulnerable when the preferred prey becomes scarce. The Kansas Tylosaurus was metabolically and ecologically a great white shark of its era, and the diverse contents of its stomach are the evidence. Let us talk about how mosasaurs grew, the progression from hatchling to juvenile to adult, and what the fossil record tells us about each stage of that progression. Newborn mosasaurs, born in the open ocean, as we established, were almost certainly significantly smaller than the adults, but already capable swimmers. Based on the smallest known mosasaur specimens, which are presumed to be juveniles, we can estimate that newborns may have been 1 to 2 meters in length, large by the standards of newborn animals today, but tiny in the context of an adult that might reach 15 meters. The transition from that newborn size to adult size required enormous growth, an increase in body length of an order of magnitude, and an increase in body mass of several orders of magnitude. How quickly this growth occurred is a question that bone histology has begun to address. Analysis of growth rings in mosasaur bone, the same technique used for terrestrial dinosaurs, reveals a pattern consistent with rapid early growth that slows significantly as the animal approaches adult size. The bone tissue of growing mosasaurs is richly vascularized and rapidly deposited, fibrolamellar bone, the tissue of warm-blooded fast growers in the early and middle stages of growth. In older, larger individuals, the bone becomes denser and less vascularized, reflecting the slowing of growth as the animal approaches its maximum size. The growth rates suggested by this histological evidence are consistent with those of large modern marine endotherms, dolphins, small whales, rather than with those of modern reptiles. A young mosasaur grew quickly, faster than a crocodile or a monitor lizard of comparable size would have grown, faster in proportion to its body size than most modern reptiles. This rapid growth was both a necessity and a reflection of the metabolic investment the animal was making in its own development. In an ocean full of predators, including other, larger mosasaurs, a small mosasaur needed to grow quickly to reduce its vulnerability. Every week it spent in the juvenile size range was a week it spent as potential prey for any large predator in the seaway. Grow fast or be eaten. The calculus of the Cretaceous ocean was as brutal as any. The lifespan of mosasaurs is, like that of most large marine animals, difficult to determine with precision. Bone histology provides estimates, but the interpretation of growth rings in aquatic reptiles is complicated by the variable rate at which rings are deposited in diurent environmental conditions. The best current estimates, based on the most completely analyzed specimens, suggest lifespans of perhaps 20 to 30 years for large mosasaurs. This is broadly consistent with what we know about the lifespans of large modern marine reptiles. Leatherback turtles are estimated to live 30 to 40 years, for example, and with the metabolic rates implied by the isotopic and histological data. A 20 to 30 year lifespan for an animal that starts life at 1 meter and ends it at 15 meters represents an extraordinary growth trajectory, nearly 2 orders of magnitude of increase in linear size, compressed into a few decades. In those few decades, a mosasaur experienced the full range of what the Cretaceous ocean had to offer, the warm, planktonic-rich surface waters of the seaway in summer, the deeper, cooler hunting grounds below, the encounters with sharks and other mosasaurs that were sometimes competitive and sometimes predatory, the availability and scarcity of diurent prey types across seasons and years. In those few decades, a mosasaur became, through the simple biological processes of growth and experience, one of the most formidable predators in the history of ocean life. The competition between mosasaurs and plesiosaurs, the long-necked marine reptiles that are among the most iconic animals of the Mesozoic ocean, is one of the most frequently asked questions in Cretaceous marine ecology. The two groups coexisted in the late Cretaceous ocean. Plesiosaurs, particularly the large, short-necked forms called pleosauroids and the long-necked, small-headed forms called elasmosaurids, were present in many of the same formations as mosasaurs and presumably competed with them for some resources. but the degree to which they competed directly, whether they were primarily in diurent ecological niches, or whether they overlapped significantly in diet and habitat, is still being worked out. The ecological niches of the two groups appear to have been partially, but not completely, differentiated. Large plesiosaurids, with their massive heads and four large paddle flippers, were robust, powerful predators capable of dealing with large prey, probably comparable in general ecological role to large mosasaurs. But the plesiosaurs declined and disappeared before the very latest Cretaceous, leaving the final few million years of the Mesozoic to the mosasaurs. Long-necked elasmosaurs, with their extraordinarily long necks and small heads with small teeth, were probably oriented toward catching smaller, more agile prey, fish and squid, using their long neck to strike from a distance that their relatively large body would otherwise have made difficult to approach. This is a different strategy from the direct, pursuit-based predation of large mosasaurs, suggesting less direct competition. Some mosasaur specimens contain the remains of plesiosaurs in their stomach regions, direct evidence that mosasaurs occasionally preyed on plesiosaurs. But whether this was a regular predator-prey relationship or an occasional opportunistic event is not established. The two groups shared the ocean, they interacted, and then, at the end of the Cretaceous, they both disappeared. The end of the mosasaurs is the end of an era, the final chapter in the story of one of the most successful groups of marine predators in the history of life. At 66 million years ago, the Chicxulub asteroid struck, the same event that killed Triceratops and T-Rex on land, that ended the age of the non-avian dinosaurs, that reset the terrestrial ecosystems of the planet, also devastated the marine realm. The primary mechanism of marine extinction in the KPG event was probably not the initial impact itself, but its aftermath, the collapse of primary productivity, the plankton and algae that formed the base of the marine food chain in the months to years following the impact, as the sunlight was blocked and the surface waters cooled, caused a cascade of extinctions through the food chain from the bottom up. Ammonites, which had diversified through the Cretaceous into hundreds of species, and which were among the most abundant prey items of many mosasaurs, went entirely extinct. So did most of the large fish groups that had sustained the Cretaceous ocean's food web. The prey base of the mosasaurs collapsed. Without food, the mosasaurs died, not in the dramatic, sudden way of the impact itself, but in the drawn-out, exhausting way of starvation, the slow attrition of a population that could not sustain itself as the ecosystem around it fell apart. The last mosasaur fossils are found in rock layers dated to within a few 100,000 years of the KPG boundary, not a long time in geological terms. In the final chapter of the Cretaceous, mosasaurs were still present, still diverse, still the apex predators of the marine realm. And then, very quickly, they were not. The world that followed the extinction of the mosasaurs was an ocean that had lost its apex predator, and the recovery of that ocean, the reassembly of a functioning marine ecosystem from the scattered survivors of the KPG extinction, took millions of years. In the immediate aftermath of the extinction event, the ocean was a diminished, simplified place. The great diversity of the Cretaceous marine realm, the ammonites, the large mosasaurs, the plesiosaurs, the diverse shark fauna, the rich assemblages of bony fish, was gone, replaced by a sparser, less diverse community of survivors. Gradually, over the Paleocene and Eocene epochs, the ocean rebuilt. New groups of large marine predators evolved, the archaeocetes, the ancestors of modern whales, taking to the sea from a land mammal ancestry in an evolutionary transition that echoes, remarkably, the earlier transition of the Aegyalosaur ancestors of the mosasaurs. New sharks diversified and grew large. New bony fish lineages radiated into the ecological spaces left empty by the KPG extinctions. The mosasaurs are gone, but the ocean they left behind, the ecological template of apex marine predator, sustained by a food chain of fish and squid and smaller marine vertebrates, is filled today by their successors, orcas, great white sharks, sperm whales, These animals are not mosasaurs. They are not related to mosasaurs, but they occupy in the modern ocean functional roles that mosasaurs would have recognized. The ecology persists, the organism changes, the role endures. The most recent research on mosasaurs has brought new techniques to bear on questions that have been open for decades, and the results, in several cases, have been genuinely transformative. A 2021 study applied computed tomography scanning to the skulls of multiple mosasaur species, producing detailed three-dimensional models of the internal anatomy of the skull that had previously been inaccessible. The study focused particularly on the inner ear, the bony labyrinth, and used the geometry of the semicircular canals to make inferences about the head movements and agility of diurent mosasaur species. The results were striking. The semicircular canal geometry of large, robust mosasaurs like Prognathodon suggested an animal that moved its head relatively slowly and precisely, consistent with a predatory style oriented toward large, powerful prey that required careful positioning before the attack. The canal geometry of smaller, more slender mosasaurs suggested greater agility, quicker head movements, faster turns, a predatory style more suited to pursuing fast, maneuverable fish. The inner ear was, once again, a window into the behavior of an extinct animal that no one has ever seen alive, and what it showed was that the diverse body forms of diurent mosasaur species were matched by diverse patterns of movement and predatory behavior, each species tuned, in its neuromuscular architecture as well as its anatomy, to a specific way of being a mosasaur in the Cretaceous ocean. In 2022, a new mosasaur species was described from the phosphate deposits of Morocco, a country that has become, in recent decades, one of the most productive sources of late Cretaceous marine vertebrate material in the world. The new species, Xenodons carmenchari, was remarkable for its teeth, small blade-like multicusped teeth arranged in a serrated row, unlike the teeth of any other known mosasaur. The tooth form most closely resembles the teeth of a modern cookie-cutter shark, specialized for cutting meat, circular bites out of large prey rather than for gripping or crushing. A mosasaur with cookie-cutter shark teeth, a predatory strategy not previously suspected in the group. Another ecological specialization added to the already extraordinary diversity of mosasaur feeding strategies. The discovery of Xenodons is a reminder that the mosasaur story is not finished. New species are still being found in existing collections and in new fieldwork that reveal aspects of mosasaur diversity and ecology that were not previously suspected. The family is extraordinarily diverse, far more diverse, in its ecological range and its anatomical variety than the popular image of a single giant sea monster suggests. Before we reach the final facts, let us pause for a moment and simply imagine the mosasaur in its world. Not the museum mount, not the reconstruction in the natural history film, the actual animal in the actual ocean on an actual day in the late Cretaceous. It is late afternoon, though the mosasaur has no concept of time in that human sense. The sun is lower in the sky, warming the surface of the western interior seaway from an angle that sets the shallow water glowing green and gold. The mosasaur has been hunting since what we would call mid-morning. It has already caught and swallowed one large fish, a Xiphictinus, perhaps 2 meters long, caught in a strike from below that lasted less than a second. Now it is looking for more. It moves through the water with the slow efficiency of a large animal that is not in a hurry, the tail oscillating in deep measured strokes, the flippers angled for steering, the head slightly below the body axis in the characteristic posture of an animal that hunts by looking upward into the light. From below, prey animals are silhouetted against the lighter surface, easier to see, easier to target. The nose, or rather, the Jacobson's organ, the chemosensory system in the roof of the mouth that processes the information delivered by the forked tongue, is sampling the water constantly. Every flick of the tongue brings new chemical information, the signature of fish somewhere ahead, the faint, old trace of another mosasaur that passed through hours ago. The inner ear is registering low-frequency vibrations from somewhere above a school of fish, their combined movement through the water producing a sound that carries, not close yet, but there. The Mosasaur adjusts its course, almost imperceptibly, toward the sound. It is not thinking. It is not deciding in any way that we would recognize as conscious deliberation. It is following the deep evolutionary programming of a lineage that has been doing this for 20 million years, the integration of sensory information into locomotor response, automated, elegant, eutive. In a few minutes there will be a strike, or there won't. The fish will scatter, or the approach will be detected, or the mosasaur will simply move on, trying again elsewhere. The ocean is large. There is always somewhere else to look. But the approach continues, and the late Cretaceous afternoon continues, and the western interior seaway shimmers and hums with life, as it has for millions of years, and will for a few million more. That was 100 facts about the mosasaurs. From the first skull found in a Dutch quarry in 1764, to the proof of extinction that skull provided to Georges Cuvier, to the discovery of live birth, to the tail fluke that changed how we picture them swimming, to the forked tongue that connects them to their monitor lizard cousins, to the dark counter-shaded skin, preserved in 80-million-year-old phosphate deposits, to the cookie-cutter teeth of xenodons, discovered in 2022. From the largest ocean predators the Cretaceous produced, to the last of them dying in the darkness after the asteroid, to the ocean that slowly, over millions of years, rebuilt itself in their absence. 100 facts. And still, somewhere beneath the chalk of Kansas, beneath the phosphate deposits of Morocco, beneath the marine limestone of New Zealand and the coastal rock of the Netherlands, there are more mosasaur bones that have never been found, more stories that the stone is keeping, for now, to itself. But not forever. Every field season, new material emerges. New questions are asked of old collections. New techniques reveal new answers in specimens that have been in museums for a century. The mosasaur is not finished with us, and we are not finished with the mosasaur. Leave your favorite fact in the comments. Tell us which one made you look up from what you were doing. Tell us which mosasaur, the hatchet-jawed Mosasaurus, the giant Tylosaurus, the crushing globidans, the mysterious xenodons, you want to know more about. Every single fact in this episode was real. Every bite mark in every ammonite shell, every healed wound, every newborn mosasaur entering the Cretaceous ocean at 1 meter with a whole extraordinary life ahead of it. They were real, they were here, and they were magnificent. This has been Sleepy Dino. Good night. There is something about the mosasaur that resists simple description, a quality that emerges not from any single fact about its anatomy or its behavior, but from the accumulation of all of them together, a quality that becomes apparent only when you step back from the individual details and look at the whole picture. The mosasaur was a transition made flesh, not a transition from one thing to something slightly diurent, as most evolution is the small, incremental adjustments that accumulate over millions of years into changes that are only apparent in retrospect. The mosasaur was a transition of a diurate kind, a transition from one world to another, from the land to the sea, from the gravity-bound, oxygen-breathing, egg-laying existence of a terrestrial lizard to the weightless, water-breathing, live-birthing existence of an open-ocean apex predator. And it made that transition not in the hundreds of millions of years that the transition from fish to land vertebrate required, or in the 50 million years that the return of the early mammal ancestors of whales to the sea required. It made it in perhaps 10 to 15 million years. In geological time, that is an eye blink. In evolutionary time, it is one of the fastest major transitions ever recorded in the fossil record. The Agialosaurs that gave rise to the mosasaurs were modest, partially aquatic lizards. The mosasaurs that emerged from that lineage were 60-foot ocean leviathans with forked tongues, tail flukes, live birth, and the metabolic warmth of a mesotherm. The distance between those two things is enormous. The time in which it was crossed is staggeringly short. What drove it? What selective pressures in the late Cretaceous ocean were so powerful, so consistent, so unrelenting, that they reshaped a terrestrial lizard into a creature of the open sea in just a few million generations? The answer is almost certainly the same answer that drives most major evolutionary transitions: opportunity and abundance. The Cretaceous ocean was rich beyond anything that existed on land in the same period. The prey available in the warm, plankton-rich shallow seas of the late Cretaceous, the fish, the squid, the ammonites, the other marine reptiles, represented an energy resource of staggering magnitude. Any lineage that could access it efficiently would be rewarded by natural selection with extraordinary proliferation. The dinosaurs were positioned at the edge of that abundance. They were already partially aquatic. They were already capable of exploiting some fraction of the marine resource. Every small increment of adaptation that made them more capable in water, a more streamlined body, a more powerful tail, limbs that functioned better as paddles, gave them access to a larger fraction of that resource and rewarded them with greater reproductive success. Generation by generation, the selection pressure accumulated, and in 10 to 15 million years, the transition was complete. The Mosasaurus had arrived. The western interior seaway, the body of water in which so many of the best-known mosasaur specimens were preserved, was itself one of the most extraordinary geographical features of the late Cretaceous world, and understanding it helps us understand the mosasaurs that lived in it. The seaway formed when rising sea levels in the mid-Cretaceous caused the warm shallow sea to flood the low-lying central portion of North America, connecting the Arctic Ocean in the north with the Gulf of Mexico in the south. At its maximum extent, it was roughly 600 miles wide and 2,000 miles long, wider than the modern Gulf of Mexico and approaching the length of the modern Hudson Bay. It was not a deep sea. The average depth of the western interior seaway is estimated at perhaps 200 to 300 meters. A shallow epicontinental sea, warm and well lit throughout its upper water column, seasonally variable in its productivity and temperature. The shallow depth and the warm conditions made it extraordinarily productive. The phytoplankton that bloomed in the well-lit surface waters were consumed by zooplankton, which were consumed by small fish and invertebrates, which were consumed by larger fish, which were consumed by the apex predators, the mosasaurs, the sharks, the large predatory fish like Xiphichthynus. The food chain was short and efficient. Energy entered the bottom from sunlight, and it moved up through the trophic levels quickly, concentrating in the bodies of the large predators at the top. A mosasaur living in the western interior seaway inhabited one of the richest marine environments the Cretaceous world had to offer. In terms of prey availability, it was the Serengeti of the ocean, an ecosystem of extraordinary abundance, supporting large predators in densities that modern oceans rarely achieve. Let us talk about some of the specific species of mosasaur that inhabited the western interior seaway, not as a catalogue, but as a window into the ecological diversity of the group and the diurite niches they occupied within the same body of water. Tylosaurus proroger was the giant of the seaway. The largest specimens suggest an animal perhaps 12 to 14 meters in length, roughly the size of a large modern sperm whale, though dramatically diurite in proportions. Tylosaurus had a distinctive feature at the very front of its snout, a rounded, blunt projection of bone that extended beyond the teeth, like a battering ram. The function of this structure is debated. It may have been used to stun prey, or to ram competitors, or simply as a passive structure that had no specific function of its own, but arose as a consequence of the proportional relationships of the skull. Platecarpus was more modestly sized, perhaps 5 to 7 meters, and more slender than Tylosaurus, with a proportionally smaller head and teeth suited for catching fish rather than dealing with large prey. Platecarpus specimens from the Kansas chalk have provided some of the best evidence for mosasaur skin texture and color, and have contributed significantly to our understanding of mosasaur swimming mechanics. Cladastes was the smallest and most abundant mosasaur in the western interior. Seaway, a swift, slender animal of perhaps 2 to 4 meters, well adapted for pursuing the fast-moving fish of the sunlit surface waters. It was, in ecological terms, something like a modern bluefish or barracuda, a fast, aggressive predator of relatively small prey, abundant in the ecosystem, forming an important link between the fish-rich surface waters and the larger mosasaurs that occasionally preyed on it. Mosasaurus itself, the type genus of the family, was present in the seaway in its later stratigraphic levels. A large, robust animal with powerful jaws and the conical teeth of a generalist predator. These four species alone, Tylosaurus, Plecoppus, Cladates, Mosasaurus, represent a range of body sizes spanning nearly an order of magnitude, and a range of predatory strategies spanning from small fish specialists to apex ocean predators. They coexisted in the same body of water, partitioning its resources through their diurnal sizes, diurnal prey preferences, and diurnal habitat preferences within the water column. This is ecological partitioning on a grand scale, a community of predators more diverse, in some ways, than the predator communities of most modern ocean ecosystems, and it was sustained by the extraordinary richness of the western interior seaway. The Niobrara chalk, the specific geological unit within the western interior seaway, deposits that has yielded the majority of American mosasaur specimens, deserves a moment of its own. The chalk was laid down between approximately 87 and 82 million years ago, during a period of particularly high sea levels and particularly warm ocean temperatures. The carbonate-rich sediment of the chalk was produced primarily by the accumulation of the calcite skeletons of microscopic organisms, coccolithophores and foraminifera, that bloomed in enormous concentrations in the warm, nutrient-rich waters of the seaway. When these organisms died, as they did constantly in their trillions, their tiny calcite shells sank to the floor of the seaway and accumulated in thick layers. Across millions of years of this accumulation, those layers built up into the chalk formations we find today, sometimes hundreds of meters thick, extending across vast areas of Kansas, Nebraska, and South Dakota. The chalk is extraordinarily fine-grained. This fine grain is what makes it such an exceptional preservational medium for large vertebrates. When a mosasaur died in the seaway and its body sank to the floor, or was transporting there by currents, it was gradually covered by the slowly accumulating chalk, the fine particles settling around and between the bones, filling every cavity, supporting every delicate structure. The chalk entombed the mosasaurs in 3 dimensions. It preserved them, and when erosion, millions of years later, began to expose the chalk at the surface, in the low badland-like exposures of the Smoky Hill River Valley in western Kansas, it began to reveal the bones again, one by one, emerging from the white rock like the most extraordinary kind of archaeological find. The farmers and ranchers and road workers who have found mosasaur bones in Kansas over the past 150 years have found them in chalk, white rock, full of ancient ocean, full of the evidence of a world that preceded theirs by 80 million years. Let us return to the skull of the mosasaur and to one of its most remarkable and least appreciated features. Modern monitor lizards, the closest living relatives of the mosasaurs, have a skull with a specific feature called a streptostylic quadrate. The quadrate is a bone at the back of the skull that connects the jaw to the rest of the skull, and in monitor lizards, this bone can rotate slightly, allowing the lower jaw to swing outward as well as simply down when the mouth opens. This rotation significantly increases the EUTV of the animal, allowing it to open its mouth wider and to accommodate prey that would not fit through a less flexible jaw opening. Mosasaurs took the streptostylic quadrate and developed it further, creating a skull with even greater kinetic flexibility. The ability of diurent skull bones to move relative to each other during feeding in coordination to create a gape and a jaw movement profile unlike anything seen in modern lizards. The result was a jaw that could open to an extraordinary angle. The EUTV of a large mosasaur, the maximum angle at which the jaws could be separated, has been estimated at close to 90 degrees in some species, a mouth that opened nearly as wide as it was long, a pre-ingesting capability that allowed the swallowing of objects, fish, ammonites, smaller mosasaurs, that would have been impossible to fit into the mouth of a less kinetically flexible skull. This extreme gape was not simply a passive feature of a flexible skull. It was an active capability, something the animal could deploy in a predatory context, opening its mouth to maximum gape at the moment of the strike to maximize the probability of engulfing a struggling, evasive prey animal. The Mosasaurus jaw was a weapon of extraordinary engineering, and the evolution of that jaw, from the modestly streptostilic jaw of the varanid ancestor to the hypokinetic jaw of the large mosasaur, is one of the most dramatic anatomical transformations in the lizard lineage. There is a question about mosasaurs that is asked often, and that deserves a careful and nuanced answer. Could a mosasaur survive in the modern ocean? Not in the literal time travel sense, obviously, but if we consider the ecological and physiological characteristics of mosasaurs and ask whether those characteristics would be compatible with survival in the modern marine environment, what do we find? A large Dinosaurus or Mosasaurus, placed in the modern ocean, would find some things familiar and some things deeply changed. The temperature of the modern ocean in tropical and subtropical regions is broadly similar to the temperature of the late Cretaceous western interior seaway, warm enough to sustain the metabolism of a mesotherm. In cooler high-latitude waters, the mosasaur would need to rely more heavily on its metabolic heat generation, but the leatherback turtle, which is similarly mesothermic, manages this successfully today, ranging from the tropics to subarctic waters. The prey available in the modern ocean is diurine from the Cretaceous fauna, but not radically less abundant. Large fish, squid, marine mammals, all would be accessible to a predator of mosasaur size and capability. The specific prey types, ammonites, Zipictinus, Cretaxirringet, are gone, but their ecological equivalents are not. The competition, however, would be real. The modern ocean has its own apex predators, great white sharks, orcas, sperm whales, each of which has been shaped by tens of millions of years of evolution in the modern ocean, and each of which is extraordinarily capable in its own right. Whether mosasaur would displace these predators, coexist with them, or simply become another element in a complex competitive hierarchy is not obvious. What is clear is that the mosasaur was, in its time, one of the most capable marine predators that evolution has ever produced. Its extinction was not the result of competitive failure. It was the result of an asteroid. Given a diurient planetary history, one without the Chicxulub impact, mosasaurs might still be in the ocean today. Larger perhaps, more diverse certainly, still hunting, still thriving, still making the ancient thermal seas their own. The asteroid took them, not inadequacy, not competition, the random violence of a rock from space. The relationship between mosasaurs and their prey in its full ecological complexity is one of the most detailed and most fascinating stories in all of Cretaceous paleontology, and one of the most important aspects of that relationship involves not what mosasaurs ate, but what they avoided. Not every animal in the western interior seaway was prey for a mosasaur. Some were too large, adult Archelon, the giant late Cretaceous sea turtle that reached nearly 5 meters in shell length, was probably too massive and too heavily armored for most mosasaurs to deal with eutave, though juvenile Archelon may have been vulnerable. Some were too fast or too elusive. The swift, schooling fish of the open water could scatter in response to a predatory approach, and a single large mosasaur pursuing a school of small fish was probably working at the limits of its efficiency. Some, perhaps, were simply not worth the trouble, the largest sharks of the Cretaceous. Cretaxirrina and its relatives were formidable predators in their own right, and while we have evidence of mosasaurs eating sharks, the cost-benefit calculation of attacking a large, well-armed shark when other prey was available may have frequently favored avoidance. This is the practical ecology of a real predator operating in a real ecosystem with real constraints, not an invincible ocean god eating everything it encountered. An animal making choices driven by the evolutionary programming of millions of years, responding to the sensory information of the moment about what to pursue and what to pass by. The Mosasaur was sophisticated in this sense, sophisticated in the way that all successful predators are sophisticated, not by being universally dominant, but by being selectively capable, by knowing, in the deep, evolutionary sense of behavioral programming, which battles were worth fighting and which were not. The Mosasaur's relationship to modern animals extends beyond the monitor lizards and snakes that are its closest living relatives. There is a broader connection to the whole extraordinary world of the squamates that places the Mosasaur within a lineage that has been remarkably successful across the entire history of the reptile world. Squamates, the group that includes all modern lizards and snakes, first appeared in the Triassic period, roughly 240 million years ago. They diversified steadily through the Jurassic and Cretaceous, occupying a huge range of ecological niches on land, in freshwater, and in the case of the mosasaurs, in the sea. Today, squamates are the most diverse group of reptiles on Earth, with over 10,000 living species in an extraordinary range of body forms, ecological specializations, and geographical distributions. The mosasaurs represent the most dramatic marine excursion in the history of squamate evolution, the furthest that any member of this remarkably versatile group has ventured from its terrestrial origins. They were the squamate experiment in ocean gigantism, and it was, by every ecological measure, an extraordinary success until the asteroid ended it. But the squamate lineage survived. It is still here, in the monitor lizard that stalks the Indonesian island of Komodo, displaying the forked tongue and the long body and the predatory competence that the mosasaur ancestors carried into the sea 100 million years ago. In the sea snake that navigates the tropical Pacific, the most recent squamate experiment in returning to the ocean. In the king cobra and the boa constrictor, and the thousands of other snake species that have taken the flexible, kinetic skull of the squamate ancestor and elaborated it in directions that the mosasaur might almost have recognized. The mosasaur is gone, but the lineage that produced it is not. And in the living squamates of today, something of the mosasaur persists, not in its genes, which are irretrievably lost, but in the body plan, the skull architecture, the forked tongue, the ecological ambition of a group that has been exploring the possibilities of the reptile body for 240 million years and is still exploring them now. There is a final story to tell about mosasaurs, a story about a place and about the people who found something extraordinary there, and about what that discovery tells us about how far the mosasaur ranged in its 20 million years of dominance. Antarctica, the continent that is today entirely covered in ice, the most hostile, most remote, most inhospitable landmass on Earth, was in the late Cretaceous a very de-jure place, warmer despite its position near the geographic South Pole, connected to South America and Australia by land bridges that have since been severed, forested in places with conifer and deciduous vegetation, not warm by tropical standards, but not the frozen wasteland it is today. And in the late Cretaceous ocean that surrounded it, mosasaurs. The first mosasaur fossils from Antarctica were found in the 1980s and 1990s from marine deposits on the Antarctic Peninsula, rocks that preserved the fauna of the high-latitude late Cretaceous Southern Ocean. They were fragmentary at first, isolated teeth, small bone fragments, enough to confirm the presence of mosasaurs in Antarctic waters, but not enough to identify the species or understand the ecology. Since then, additional material has emerged, more complete specimens, enough to identify multiple mosasaur species in Antarctic waters, some of them large, some of them diurent from the mosasaurs known from the northern hemisphere. The Antarctic mosasaurs were living in water that was cold by Cretaceous standards, perhaps 10 to 15 degrees Celsius in the surface waters, compared to the 30 degrees of the tropical Tethys Sea. They were living in a seasonal environment where, near the polar circle, the summer brought nearly continuous daylight and the winter brought nearly continuous darkness. They managed, they survived, they diversified, because the mosasaur body, with its mesothermic metabolism, its flexible ecology, its generalized predatory capability, was equal to the challenge of a cold, seasonal, high-latitude ocean. The Mosasaur, it turns out, was not a creature of the tropics. It was a creature of the ocean, all of it, from the warm Tethys to the cold Antarctic margins, from the shallow western interior seaway to the deep open Pacific. The ocean was its world, and it owned the ocean completely for 20 million years until the sky fell. The search for mosasaurs continues. Every year new specimens are found in Kansas, in Morocco, in New Zealand, in Antarctica, in Jordan, in the Netherlands, in Russia, in Japan. Every year new species are described. New analytical techniques reveal new details in specimens that have been in museum collections for a century. New field work opens new sites and formations that have never been systematically explored. The Mosasaur database is growing. The picture is becoming more complete, more nuanced, more specific in its details, and more confident in its broad outlines. And yet the open questions remain. We do not know the precise metabolic rate of any mosasaur species. The isotopic evidence gives us body temperature, which is a proxy for metabolism, but not a direct measurement. We do not know the details of mosasaur social behavior, whether they were solitary, whether they had pair bonds, whether they competed actively for territories or mates in ways that left marks on the fossil record. We do not know the sounds they made, if any, whether the Cretaceous ocean rang with mosasaur calls, or whether they were silent predators, navigating by chemistry and vibration without vocalization. We do not know with certainty whether the tail fluke was present in all mosasaur species or only in some. The evidence for the fluke is compelling but not universal. It has been identified in specific specimens from specific formations, but not confirmed in every lineage. We do not know the details of mosasaur parental behavior after birth. The live young entered the ocean. Then what? Did the mother remain with them, as orca mothers remain with their calves for years? Did the young disperse immediately, as most modern reptile young do? The fossil record is silent on this. These are not trivial questions. They are the questions that would complete the picture, that would bring the mosasaur from a well-documented skeleton to a fully imagined living animal, understood in its biology and its behavior and its ecological relationships, with the richness that we understand the lives of some modern animals. We are not there yet, but we are closer than we were, and with every passing year, with every new specimen and every new technique, we get closer still. The chalk of Kansas is being eroded. Every year, the Smoky Hill River cuts a little deeper into the exposures. Every freeze-thaw cycle shatters a little more rock. Every rainstorm washes a little more sediment downstream. And with each of these processes, bones that have been hidden for 80 million years come a little closer to the surface. Farmers walking their fields after heavy rains sometimes find mosasaur teeth, large, conical, undeniably distinctive, lying on the ground, freshly exposed by the storm. Amateur fossil hunters searching the chalk exposures of western Kansas find partial skeletons, isolated bones, the occasional complete skull. Professional paleontologists conducting systematic surveys of known productive localities find material that was not there in previous field seasons, newly exposed by the continuing work of erosion. The mosasaurs are still emerging, still coming out of the rock, still presenting themselves to a world that finds them remarkable. There is something almost deliberate about this, though of course it is not deliberate. There is no intention in the erosion of chalk or the exposure of fossil bone, but the result has the quality of a slow, continuous revelation, as if the rock is, on its own geological schedule, releasing the evidence of the ancient ocean one bone at a time. We did not find all the mosasaurs. We will not find all the mosasaurs, but we will find more, and each new find will add something to the picture, a new species, a new behavior, a new ecological relationship, a new detail of anatomy that requires revision of the models we have built. The work is never finished, and in the chalk of Kansas, in the phosphate of Morocco, in the marine limestone of New Zealand, in the Antarctic sediments of a continent that was once a warm water sea, the work continues, quietly, steadily, bone by bone. That was 100 facts about the Mosasaurs, the thunder of the Cretaceous ocean, the greatest marine reptiles that ever lived, the animals that Georges Cuvier used to prove that extinction was real, that the world has a history, and that history is full of creatures that are gone and will not return. They are gone, and they were magnificent, and the ocean they swam in, the warm, shallow, plankton-rich, ammonite-filled, ziphitinus-crowded late Cretaceous ocean, is gone too, replaced by our modern ocean, colder and deeper, and depopulated, but built on the same chemistry, the same physics, the same fundamental biology. The Mosasaur left no living descendants. The lineage that produced it, the squamates, survived, but the ocean giants themselves are gone, their evolutionary experiment concluded by an asteroid 66 million years ago. But the evidence remains, in the chalk and the limestone and the phosphate deposits of a planet that has been keeping records for 4 billion years, in the skulls in museum cases and the bones in field collections and the bite marks in ancient ammonite shells, in the work of the paleontologists who spend their lives reading those records, asking questions that would have seemed impossible a generation ago, and answering them with techniques that would have seemed like science fiction to the founders of the field. The Mosasaur is gone, but we know it, and knowing it, imperfectly, partially, always with the humility that genuine science requires, is one of the most extraordinary things our species has learned to do. This has been Sleepy Dino. Good night. There is a detail about the Mosasaur's eye that deserves its own moment, because the eye of the Mosasaur is one of the most unusual sensory organs in the entire history of marine predators, and its implications for how the animal perceived the world are profound. In many Mosasaur species, the eye was encircled by a ring of small, interlocking bones called the sclerotic ring. This ring of bones, embedded in the outer surface of the eyeball itself, is found in many modern reptiles and birds, and in a number of extinct marine reptiles. Its function is to maintain the shape of the eyeball against external pressure, specifically the pressure that builds on the eye when an animal dives beneath the surface. When a human diver descends without a mask, the increasing water pressure distorts the shape of the eye, blurring the vision. The sclerotic ring prevents this in animals that have it, maintaining the precise optical geometry of the eye at depth and allowing clear vision regardless of the depth at which the animal is operating. But the sclerotic ring of mosasaurs was not merely functional in this mechanical sense. The diameter of the sclerotic ring, the size of the opening in its center, which corresponds to the size of the pupil and lens, is proportionally very large in many mosasaur species, larger relative to skull size than in most modern reptiles. A large lens collects more light. More light means better vision in low-light conditions. A mosasaur with a proportionally large lens was a mosasaur with better vision in the dimly lit depths, better able to detect prey at depth, better able to navigate the darker lower reaches of the water column. The mosasaur could see in the dark. Not in absolute darkness, no eye based on light can function in the complete absence of light, but in the twilight zone of the Cretaceous ocean, where the sunlight of the surface faded into the dimness of deeper water, the large-lensed eye of the mosasaur was adapted for exactly those conditions, for finding prey that other predators with smaller eyes and less light-gathering capacity might have missed. It hunted by day in the sunlit surface waters, and it descended, when it chose, into the twilight, and it could see there too. The relationship between mosasaurs and the ammonites that shared their ocean is more complex and more interesting than a simple predator-prey relationship would suggest. Ammonites were not passive prey. They were active animals, cephalopods, related to modern octopus and squid, with a complex nervous system and significant behavioral flexibility. Their coiled shells, while a defense against many predators, were not their only defense. Modern nautilus, the closest living relative of ammonites, are capable of rapid jet propulsion, using the same siphon mechanism as squid and octopus to shoot themselves backward through the water at surprising speeds. Ammonites almost certainly had similar capabilities. A threatened ammonite could jet away from an approaching predator, not necessarily fast enough to escape a pursuing mosasaur, but fast enough to make the predatory encounter less predictable, less easy than simply picking up a stationary shell. The bite marks on ammonite shells, the evidence of mosasaur predation that we discussed earlier, are therefore not simply evidence of easy scavenging. They are evidence of active, pursuit-based predation on animals that were capable of defending themselves and of fleeing. The mosasaur that left those marks had to work for its meal. This matters because it tells us something about the ecological dynamics of the Cretaceous ocean that goes beyond the simple identification of what ate what. It tells us that predation was a contest, not a foregone conclusion, that the prey had responses, defenses, behaviors that made the predator's task more de-euclid, that the evolutionary arms race between mosasaur and ammonite, between predator and prey, was a genuine, ongoing, two-sided competition. The mosasaurs won that competition more often than not. Otherwise, neither they nor the ammonites would have persisted for millions of years in the same ocean. But they did not win every encounter. And the encounters they lost, the ammonite that jetted away before the jaws closed, the shell that proved too tough to the available bite force, the predatory attempt that failed and forced the mosasaur to look elsewhere, are as much a part of the ecological story as the encounters they won. The fossil record shows us the successes. The failures left no trace, but they happened. And in the sum of successes and failures, the balance of the Cretaceous ocean was maintained. There is a recently discovered mosasaur from Belgium that has significantly expanded our understanding of what the very last mosasaurs were like, the animals that existed in the final few million years before the KPG extinction. Pleurodens walkeri, described in 2021 from material collected from the Maastrichtian rocks of Morocco, the same stratigraphic unit that gives us the Maastricht of the famous original skull, was a mosasaur with an unusual suite of features suggesting a highly specialized diet. The jaws were very slender and long, the teeth numerous and small, the skull architecture suggesting a degree of jaw flexibility beyond that of most other mosasaurs. The functional morphology of Pleurodens suggests a fish specialist, an animal adapted for catching slippery, fast-moving prey with rapid jaw closure and a high tooth count that maximized the probability of contact with an evasive target. It was, in ecological terms, something like a modern gharial, the long-snouted, fish-eating crocodilian of the Indian subcontinent, but built on the mosasaur plan. The discovery of Pleurodens in the very latest Cretaceous tells us that mosasaur divergity was not declining in the final chapter of their existence. New specializations were still evolving. New ecological niches were still being occupied. The group was, right up to the end, actively diversifying. They were not in decline when the asteroid struck. They were in their prime. The extinction of the mosasaurs was not the whimper of a fading lineage. It was the violent truncation of an extraordinarily successful one at the height of its powers. That distinction matters. It changes the story from one of inevitable decline to one of catastrophic interruption. The mosasaurs did not fade. They were cut, letter 1b0. Let us talk about what happens to a mosasaur when it dies, the process that turned a living animal into the fossils that we find today, and why that process was both more probable in the Cretaceous ocean and more informative than in many terrestrial environments. When a mosasaur died in the western interior seaway, its fate depended on where it died and on the specific conditions of the seaway at that moment. If it died in shallow water near the shore, its carcass was likely quickly found by scavengers, the Cretaceous equivalents of modern vultures and hyenas in marine form. Sharks would have been particularly important scavengers of large mosasaur carcasses, their eusient teeth stripping flesh from bone rapidly and thoroughly. Other mosasaurs would have fed on the carcass too. The bones that remained after scavenging would have been scattered by currents and the ongoing activity of scavengers, and most would have been destroyed by bacterial decomposition, chemical dissolution in the seawater, or simple physical erosion. But in the areas of the seaway where the bottom conditions were anoxic, where the sediment at depth lacked oxygen, preventing the activity of bacteria and bottom-dwelling scavengers, conditions were much more favorable for preservation. Carcasses that sank into anoxic bottom waters were not scavenged. They decomposed slowly in the absence of oxygen, with the bones settling gently into the fine chalk sediment and being preserved in 3 dimensions. The best Mosasaur specimens, the ones with articulated skeletons, preserved skin, gut contents, and fine anatomical detail, are from anoxic bottom deposits. The chalk of Kansas preserves bones so well precisely because the bottom conditions of the western interior seaway in the Niobrara interval were frequently anoxic. The seaway that killed mosasaurs also preserved them. The same anoxic conditions that made the deep water inhospitable to the bottom-dwelling scavengers that would have destroyed the bones allowed the bones to survive. The mosasaur sank, and the chalk settled around it, and 80 million years later we are finding it again, bone by bone, emerging from the white rock of Kansas. There is a kind of geological justice in that, or at least a kind of geological coincidence that has, over the past 150 years, proved extraordinarily productive for science. The question of mosasaur intelligence, of the cognitive complexity of these animals, is one that the fossil record approaches only indirectly through the study of brain morphology from endocasts and through behavioral inferences from the ecological evidence. The brain of mosasaurs, as reconstructed from endocasts, was larger relative to body size than in most modern reptiles of comparable body size, but smaller than in modern birds and mammals. This places it in the broadly intermediate category, more cognitively capable than a typical lizard, but not approaching the complex cognition of an octopus or a crow. What specific cognitive capabilities this translates to is difficult to establish. Modern varanid lizards, the monitor lizards that are the closest living relatives of mosasaurs, are recognized as among the most cognitively capable of living reptiles. They can learn from observation, can solve novel problems with food rewards, show evidence of individual recognition, and display a range of social behaviors more complex than most other lizards. If mosasaurs had comparable cognitive capabilities, and there is no reason to assume they did not, given their shared ancestry with varanids and their similarly demanding predatory lifestyle, then they were animals of significant behavioral flexibility, capable of learning from experience, of adjusting their predatory strategies in response to the specific conditions of a particular encounter, of recognizing individual conspecifics and responding differentially to familiar and unfamiliar animals. Not the simple stimulus-response automatons of older reconstructions, not animals simply following instinctive programs without variation or flexibility, but animals capable, within the limits of a reptile brain, of something like learned behavior, of becoming, across their long lives, better hunters and more effective navigators of the social and ecological challenges of the Cretaceous ocean. The mosasaur that had hunted the western interior seaway for 20 years was a diurent, more capable hunter than the mosasaur that had hatched 1 meter long and entered the ocean for the first time 2 decades earlier. It had learned things, not through conscious reflection, but through the accumulation of experience, the reinforcement of successful strategies, and the abandonment of unsuccessful ones. That is the most fundamental form of learning. That learning made it better, and being better at hunting in the Cretaceous ocean was the diurence between surviving long enough to reproduce and not surviving at all. We have talked about the mosasaur's life, its ecology, its anatomy, its evolutionary history, its death, and the slow geological process that preserved it. Let us now talk about something else, something that is harder to quantify, but that is, in its own way, as important as any of the scientific facts. The experience of encountering a mosasaur specimen for the first time. Not in a book or a film or a reconstruction, in a museum, in person, standing in front of a skull that is 1.5 meters long, that fills the display case entirely, that forces you to stand several feet back simply to see the whole thing at once. The teeth are the first thing you notice, not because they are the largest element, but because they are the most immediately comprehensible. Teeth are something we all understand. We know what teeth are for. and these teeth, large, conical, slightly curved, with worn tips that speak of decades of use, are unmistakably the teeth of something that caught and killed large animals. Then the skull itself, the length of it, the depth of the temporal region where the jaw muscles attached, the orbits, the eye sockets, which are large, deep, and positioned for forward-reaching vision in the front quadrant, the long, slender front of the snout, and the broader, more robust rear portion where the muscles were. And then the scale, the realization, which arrives gradually as you stand there, that you are not looking at a large skull, you are looking at an enormous skull, one of the largest skulls of any predatory marine animal that has ever lived, and it is here, in this room, preserved, and you are standing next to it, and the distance between you and the late Cretaceous ocean is nothing more than geological time, which is to say, it is everything and also nothing. That is what it feels like. If you ever have the opportunity to stand in front of a Mosasaur skull in the Maastricht Natural History Museum in the Netherlands, in the Sternberg Museum in Kansas, in the Natural History Museum in London, in the Smithsonian in Washington, take the time. Stand there. Look at it properly. The world it came from is gone, but the skull is still here, and in the presence of the skull, the world is a little less gone than it otherwise would be. One final meditation on what the Mosasaur means before we close. The Mosasaur is not a dinosaur. In the hierarchy of popular prehistoric animals, it occupies a slightly peripheral position, beloved by those who know it, but less immediately famous than Triceratops or T-Rex or Brontosaurus. It does not appear on as many lunchboxes or as many bedroom walls. It is not the first prehistoric animal most children learn. And yet, in the history of science, the Mosasaur is one of the most important animals ever discovered. It proved that extinction was real at a time when that idea was revolutionary. It established the precedent that the history of life on Earth is a history of change, of arrival and departure, of flourishing and ending, of the continuous replacement of one extraordinary form of life by another. Without the Mosasaur, or rather, without the skull from the Maastricht quarry, and the conclusion that Cuvier drew from it in 1808, the conceptual foundation of paleontology, as we know, it might have taken much longer to establish. The acceptance of extinction was a prerequisite for the acceptance of evolution, and the acceptance of evolution was the foundation on which all of modern biology rests. The Mosasaur, in other words, did not merely live in the late Cretaceous ocean. It participated, inadvertently, through the survival of its bones, in the intellectual history of our species, in the slow, difficult, often contested process by which we came to understand that the world has a history, and that that history is vastly older and vastly stranger than we had imagined. That is a remarkable legacy for an animal that lived 80 million years ago and never knew we existed. But then all the great legacies of the natural world are like that. They are made not by intention, but by existence, by the simple, irreducible fact of having been here and left a trace and waited. The Mosasaur waited 80 million years for us to find it. We found it, and now we know. There is one more thing worth saying, one more thread to pull before we let the Mosasaur go back to its ocean. The discovery of the original Maastricht skull did not end when Cuvier named it and proved extinction from it. The skull itself has had an afterlife as eventful in its own way as the animal's original life in the late Cretaceous sea. After Napoleon's forces took the skull to Paris in 1795, it entered the collections of what is now the Muséum National d'Histoire Naturelle, the great National Natural History Museum of France, established during the Revolution as a public scientific institution. There it has remained, for over 200 years, one of the most historically significant fossil specimens in any museum collection in the world. It has been studied by virtually every major figure in the history of vertebrate paleontology. Cuvier himself examined it multiple times. Richard Owen, the English anatomist who coined the word dinosaur, studied it. Louis Dello, the Belgian paleontologist who described the famous Bernissart iguanodon specimens, worked on mosasaurs using this skull as a reference point. Every subsequent generation of Mosasaur researchers has engaged with the Paris skull, either directly or through the published literature that it generated. The skull is not merely a specimen. It is a scientific instrument, a reference point against which every subsequent Mosasaur discovery has been measured, a physical embodiment of the history of a science that is still developing, still asking new questions, still finding new ways to read the evidence that the ancient world left behind. And it is, in the most literal sense, a trophy of history, taken from the Netherlands by a conquering army, placed in a national collection as evidence of French scientific ambition, studied for 2 centuries by the finest minds in paleontology, still there, in Paris, in a display case in the Grand Galerie de l'Evolution, available to anyone who walks through the doors. A Mosasaur skull from a quarry in the Netherlands, in a museum in Paris, 230 years after it was found, still teaching, still speaking, still doing what the Mosasaur could not do in life, surviving the passage of time. The most recent field seasons in Morocco, in the phosphate deposits of the Ouled, Abdon Basin near Kawaraba, have been extraordinary for Mosasaur research and deserve specific mention as a counterpoint to the American chalk of Kansas. The Moroccan phosphate deposits preserve a marine fauna from the very end of the Cretaceous, the final 2 to 3 million years before the KPG extinction, in conditions of exceptional quality. The phosphate rock forms rapidly around organic material, mineralizing soft tissue and bone together in a way that can preserve details impossible to find in slower-forming sedimentary deposits. From these deposits, paleontologists working in the last decade have described an astonishing variety of new Mosasaur taxa, among them Xenodons, Gavialomimus, Globidens phosphaticus, and several others still awaiting formal description. Each new species adds a new dimension to our understanding of the diversity of the very last Mosasaur community, the animals that were alive in the final chapter before the impact. What these discoveries reveal, collectively, is a Mosasaur fauna of remarkable ecological complexity at the very end of the Cretaceous, not a declining, impoverished community struggling in a changing ocean, a diverse, actively diversifying community of predators occupying a range of ecological niches in the North African late Cretaceous Sea, showing no signs of the ecological deterioration that would have been expected if the group were approaching natural extinction. They were thriving right up to the end. The Moroccan deposits are not finished yielding their secrets. The phosphate mines that expose this material are actively worked, and each blast of the quarry face has the potential to reveal new Mosasaur material, new species, new specimens, new evidence of the last chapter of one of the most extraordinary success stories in the history of marine life. The work continues, the discoveries continue, the story continues. And somewhere in the phosphate of Morocco, or the chalk of Kansas, or the limestone of New Zealand, the next extraordinary Mosasaur discovery is already waiting, already in the rock, already preserved, already real, waiting only for the day when a human eye, trained by 150 years of accumulated knowledge, recognizes it for what it is. This has been Sleepy Dino. Good night. There is a question that comes up whenever people learn about mosasaurs for the first time, a question that cuts right to the heart of why these animals are so enduringly fascinating. Why don't we talk about them more? T-Rex has its own section in every toy store. Triceratops is on bedroom walls around the world. Brontosaurus appears on everything from corporate logos to children's books. But mosasaurs, animals that were, by every measurable ecological standard, the equal of any of those famous dinosaurs, remain comparatively unknown to the general public. Part of the answer is geography. The dinosaurs of the American West are found in rock formations that have been visible and accessible to collectors and scientists for over 150 years. The Badlands of Montana and South Dakota, the Cli-Oz of Colorado, the quarries of Wyoming, these places have been worked since the 1870s, and the specimens they yielded went directly into the natural history museums that shaped the public's understanding of prehistoric life. Mosasaur specimens, by contrast, are found in places that have been less consistently in the public eye. The chalk of Kansas is not as visually dramatic as the Badlands of the Hell Creek Formation. The phosphate mines of Morocco became productive for paleontological research only in the latter half of the 20th century. The marine limestone of New Zealand and the chalk of Europe, while scientifically rich, have been less systematically excavated than the great terrestrial dinosaur sites of North America. But there is another part of the answer, and it is more interesting. Mosasaurs challenge the imagination in a way that dinosaurs do not. Dinosaurs, for all their strangeness, were land animals. They walked on legs. They had heads and necks and tails arranged in proportions we can understand. The scale is extraordinary, but the basic body plan is comprehensible. The mosasaur is something else, an animal the size of a school bus, moving through three-dimensional water, with a forked tongue and a kinetic skull, and a tail fluke and eyes adapted for dim light at depth. An animal without legs, without the contact with solid ground that makes large animals feel real to us, without the familiar reference points of size and posture that let us place a Triceratops or a T-Rex in the landscape of our imagination. The mosasaur is genuinely alien, and that alienness is, perhaps, why it has taken longer to enter the popular imagination than the famous terrestrial dinosaurs. But it is entering now. The Jurassic World franchise brought the mosasaur to a global audience in 2015 in a scene, the massive Mosasaurus leaping from a tank to take a dangling shark, that was, for all its Hollywood exaggeration, genuinely cute at communicating the scale and the power and the fundamental otherness of this animal. The scene was exaggerated. Real mosasaurs did not leap 20 feet into the air from large tanks, but the moment of recognition it produced in audiences who had never thought about mosasaurs before, the moment of understanding that the Cretaceous ocean contained something like this, was real and valuable. The more people know about mosasaurs, the richer and stranger and more wonderful the history of life on Earth becomes. The late Cretaceous world was not just a world of T-Rex and Triceratops on land. It was a world where the oceans were ruled by something equally extraordinary, equally formidable, and in some ways even more bizarre. The Cretaceous ocean belonged to the mosasaur, and the mosasaur, in return, was shaped entirely by the ocean, by its pressures and its opportunities and its extraordinary richness, into something that no terrestrial lineage has ever quite matched. That is worth knowing, that is worth telling, that is, in its own way, worth 100 facts and 2 hours of a quiet night. The thunder lizard walked the Cretaceous land. The mosasaur owned the Cretaceous sea. And both of them, in the end, were taken by the same rock from space. Both of them, in the end, left their bones in the stone of a planet that has been keeping records for 4 billion years. And both of them, in the end, found their way to us. There is one final thing to say about the world that the mosasaur left behind when it disappeared 66 million years ago, and it is a thing that rarely appears in scientific papers or museum labels, but that feels true in a way that the numbers and the cladograms and the isotope ratios do not quite capture. The Cretaceous ocean, in the 20 million years that the mosasaurs dominated it, was a diurine kind of place from the modern ocean, not just diurite in species composition, diurite in character, diurite in the quality of the danger it contained. The modern ocean has its apex predators, great white sharks, orcas, sperm whales. These are formidable animals, fast, intelligent, highly adapted to their ecological roles. But they are, in the deepest sense, familiar to us. We know them, we have studied them, we have swum with them. We have built a relationship with them across the full length of human history, from the earliest coastal peoples who fished the same waters to the marine biologists who tag and track them today. The Mosasaur ocean had no such familiarity. No human eye has ever looked into the water of the western interior seaway and seen a Tylosaurus hunting. No human ear has ever heard the sound, whatever sound they made, of mosasaurs moving through the warm Cretaceous water. No human mind has ever processed the experience, in real time, of sharing a body of water with an animal 60 feet long and built entirely for predation. We know the Mosasaur only through its bones, through what those bones, and the marks they left on other bones, and the chemical signatures they carry, can tell us across 80 million years of geological time. And yet with those bones we have built something remarkable, an understanding, partial, imperfect, always provisional, always subject to revision of what the Mosasaur was, how it lived, what it ate, how it swam, how it was born and how it grew and how, eventually, it died. That understanding is one of the great achievements of human curiosity. The dedication of the paleontologists who spend seasons in the Kansas chalk and the Moroccan phosphate and the New Zealand limestone, asking questions of rocks that are older than the idea of asking questions, that dedication has given us the Mosasaur, has returned it, in some sense, to the world of the living. Not alive, but known. And knowing, as we have said before in different ways across different episodes of this series, is its own kind of gift, its own kind of presence. The Mosasaur is known, and in being known, it is, in the only way available to something that has been extinct for 66 million years, still here. This has been Sleepy Dino. Good night. There is something worth noting about the specific texture of what it means to study an animal that lived and died entirely in the water, an animal for which the land was not a home, but an irrelevance. The fossil record of terrestrial animals preserves them in the context of their landscapes. The rock around a dinosaur bone was once soil, or riverbank, or floodplain, environments we can imagine, environments we can stand in analogues of today. But the rock around a Mosasaur bone was once ocean floor. The chalk that entombed it was the accumulated bodies of microscopic organisms that drifted down through 80 million year old water. The world the Mosasaur inhabited is not just extinct. It is literally underwater, buried, transformed, accessible only through the strange alchemy of geological time and the patient work of those who know how to read stone. And that inaccessibility is part of what makes the Mosasaur so compelling. The dinosaurs of the land are separated from us by time. The Mosasaur is separated from us by time and by the ocean itself, by the full depth of the medium it inhabited, which we can enter only briefly, with technological assistance, and which it called home for every moment of its extraordinary life. We find it in the chalk, we hold its teeth in our hands, and for a moment the ocean of 80 million years ago is here with us in the room. Before the age of Tyrannosaurus rex, before the great horn-faced dinosaurs of the Cretaceous, before any of the animals that most people think of when they think of the word predator, there was another kind of killer. Older, in some ways stranger, in some ways more sophisticated than anything that came after. Let me first thank you for watching. Let us know what time is it and where are you from. If you like the content, please consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. Enjoy watching. They were the Carnotaurs, the great flesh-eaters of the Jurassic world and beyond, the animals that ruled as apex predators for tens of millions of years before T-Rex existed, that shaped the ecosystems they lived in as thoroughly as any predator in the history of life, that grew to sizes that rivaled the most famous carnivorous dinosaurs of any era, and that left their mark on the fossil record in bones and bite marks and healed wounds that we are still learning to read. This episode is about all of them, but it is principally about the most famous of them. The animal that has been found in greater numbers, studied in greater detail, and understood more completely than almost any other large predatory dinosaur in the fossil record. The animal whose skeleton has stood in museums for over a century, whose bones were found by the hundreds in a single quarry in Utah, whose jaws opened wide enough to swallow a person whole, and whose three-fingered claws could have dismantled almost anything that walked in the Jurassic world. Allosaurus, the other name that begins with A and ends in a story just as extraordinary as any other chapter in the deep history of life on Earth. 100 facts, let us begin. The word carnosaur comes from the Latin caro, meaning flesh, and the Greek sauros, meaning lizard. Flesh lizard. It is a name that captures something essential about the group, These were, above all, meat-eating animals, large, powerful, committed hunters and scavengers that sat at or near the top of the food chains of their respective ecosystems. But the word Dinosaur has had a complicated scientific history, and understanding that history is the first step to understanding what these animals actually were. In the early days of paleontology, carnivore was used as an informal term for any large, bipedal, meat-eating dinosaur, a catch-all category that included Allosaurus, T-Rex, Spinosaurus, Megalosaurus, and virtually every other large theropod that had been discovered. It was a useful label, but it was not a precise one. It grouped together animals that were not necessarily closely related, simply because they shared the obvious feature of being large and carnivorous. As paleontology became more sophisticated, as the tools of phylogenetics allowed scientists to reconstruct the evolutionary relationships between species with greater precision, the old, broad definition of carnosaur was revised. The group was progressively narrowed. T-Rex and its relatives were recognized as Tyrannosaurids, a separate lineage. Spinosaurus and its relatives were recognized as Spinosaurids, another distinct group. The term Carnosauria in modern phylogenetics refers specifically to a clade that includes Allosaurus and its close relatives, the Allosaurians, along with a few other related lineages. What remains in the formal Carnosauria is a group of large predatory dinosaurs, primarily of the Jurassic and early Cretaceous, defined by a specific set of shared anatomical features in the skull, the hip, and the limb structure. They were not all the same animal, but they were family. Allosaurus is the carnosaur, the type genus, the most completely known, the most studied, the one that all others are ultimately measured against. Its name means deurate lizard, a reference to the distinctive, lightweight structure of its vertebrae, which differed from those of the sauropods and other dinosaurs known to Othniel Charles Marsh when he first described the genus in 1877. Diurate, in that context, meant unusual, surprising, worthy of attention. Marsh was right. Allosaurus was all of those things. He named it from fragmentary material, partial vertebrae, and limb bones from Colorado. It was, at that point, not possible to know what the full animal looked like. The bones were enough to establish that something large and unusual had lived in the rock of the Morrison Formation, but the full picture would take years and additional specimens to assemble. What that full picture eventually revealed was one of the most formidable predators in the history of the Jurassic world. Allosaurus lived during the late Jurassic period, approximately 155 to 145 million years ago. This places it in exactly the same time and place as Brontosaurus, Stegosaurus, Diplodocus, and the other great dinosaurs of the Morrison Formation. In the ecosystem of the late Jurassic American West, Allosaurus was the apex predator, the largest, most powerful, most consistently dangerous carnivore in the landscape. A world that contained Brontosaurus and Stegosaurus and Diplodocus was a world that needed a predator capable of dealing with animals of that scale. Allosaurus was that predator. It was the answer the ecosystem evolved to the question posed by 30-ton sauropods and 5-ton plated herbivores. It was not a gentle answer. An adult Allosaurus measured somewhere between 28 and 40 feet in length, roughly 8.5 to 12 meters. The variation in that range is real and significant. Allosaurus appears to have continued growing throughout its life, which means that the largest individuals were also the oldest, and those very large individuals were rarer and less likely to be preserved in the fossil record. The largest confirmed Allosaurus specimen suggests an animal perhaps 12 meters long. Some fragmentary material hints at even larger individuals, specimens that, if complete, might have approached 13 meters or more. At the upper end of that range, Allosaurus was a very large animal indeed, not quite as long as Tyrannosaurus rex at its largest, but substantially longer than a modern city bus and significantly more agile than the popular imagination typically gives it credit for. An adult Allosaurus weighed somewhere between 1.5 and 3 metric tons, depending on size and individual variation. This makes it considerably lighter than T-Rex, which could exceed 8 tons and also considerably more lightly built for its length. Allosaurus was not a compact, heavily muscled ambush predator like T-Rex. It was a more elongate, more slender animal, longer-legged relative to its buddy, longer-armed, with a somewhat more gracile overall build. This matters for understanding how it hunted. An animal built the way Allosaurus was built is optimized for deer things than an animal built the way T-Rex was built. The specific adaptations of Allosaurus, the shape of its skull, the size and form of its arms, the proportions of its legs, all point toward a hunting style that differed significantly from the ambush and crushing approach of the later tyrannosaurs. Allosaurus was built for a diurent kind of predation, and understanding what kind is one of the most fascinating problems in carnosaur biology. The skull of Allosaurus is one of the most distinctive structures in the dinosaur fossil record, and one of the most revealing in terms of what it tells us about how this animal made its living. The skull was large, up to 90 centimeters long in the biggest individuals, but it was not heavy. It was, by the standards of large predatory dinosaurs, remarkably lightly built. The bones of the skull were riddled with openings, fenestrae. The scientists call them windows in the bone. These openings reduced the weight of the skull without significantly compromising its structural integrity by removing bone from areas that bore little mechanical load. The result was a skull that was large enough to deal with very large prey, but light enough to be moved quickly, swept, aimed, positioned rapidly in the context of a predatory encounter. And this lightness was not incidental. It was, as we shall discuss, central to how Allosaurus actually used its skull as a weapon. The jaws of Allosaurus were long and relatively narrow, not the deep, box-like jaws of T-Rex, designed for crushing, but elongate, slightly laterally compressed jaws designed for cutting and tearing. The teeth were serrated on both edges like a steak knife, but larger. Each tooth had a row of tiny serrations along its leading edge and its trailing edge, creating a blade that cut through flesh with extraordinary efficiency when dragged against it. The teeth were curved backward toward the throat, which helped prevent prey from pulling free once the jaws had closed. And there were many teeth. Allosaurus had approximately 70 teeth in its mouth at any given time, with more developing in reserve, ready to replace any that were lost or worn down. Tooth replacement in theropod dinosaurs was continuous. A lost tooth was replaced within weeks, making the dentition effectively a self-renewing weapon system. Every tooth in the mouth of Allosaurus was a precision cutting instrument, and the animal had 70 of them. Here is the most important and most fascinating fact about how Allosaurus hunted, a fact that took decades of biomechanical research to establish, and that completely changed how scientists think about this animal. Allosaurus did not hunt primarily by biting down. The jaws of Allosaurus, when analyzed biomechanically, were not optimized for a powerful closing bite. The muscles that closed the jaws, the adductor muscles, were not as massive or as powerfully positioned as in animals like T-Rex, whose whole hunting strategy centered on a devastating closing bite. The bite force of Allosaurus, estimated by computer modeling, was substantial but not extraordinary for an animal of its size. What the biomechanical analysis showed instead was something unexpected. The skull of Allosaurus was optimized not for biting down, but for striking downward, for using the upper jaw as a hatchet. The skull of Allosaurus, driven downward by the powerful neck muscles, could deliver a blow of remarkable force. The upper teeth and the front of the upper jaw acting as a cutting and tearing tool that raked through flesh with the momentum of the entire head and neck behind it. This hatchet skull hypothesis, developed primarily by paleontologist Emily Rayfield through detailed computational analysis, explains many features of Allosaurus anatomy that were puzzling under the older model of a simple closing bite. The specific distribution of stress and strain in the skull bones is perfectly consistent with a downward hatchet attack. It is inconsistent with a pattern you would expect from simple jaw closure. Allosaurus struck its prey from above, driving that large, lightly built skull downward with tremendous force, the teeth and upper jaw cutting through the target. Then it opened the jaws wide and struck again. It was not a crusher, it was a slasher, an animal that used its head as a hatchet and its neck as a handle. The arms of Allosaurus were very different from those of Tyrannosaurus rex. Where T-Rex had famously tiny vestigial arms that were almost useless by most functional measures, Allosaurus had substantial forelimbs, proportionally large, well-muscled, ending in three-fingered hands, equipped with large, curved claws. Each claw on the Allosaurus hand was a serious weapon in its own right, curved, sharply pointed, and capable of generating significant gripping and tearing force. The largest claw on the first finger could reach lengths of 25 centimeters or more in large individuals. 3 of these, on a hand mounted at the end of a well-muscled arm, gave Allosaurus a grasping weapon of considerable effectiveness. In a predatory encounter, the arms of Allosaurus may have served multiple functions. They could grip prey, holding it in place, while the jaws did their work. They could rake through flesh when the animal closed with a large herbivore. They could potentially be used to hold a struggling victim against the body of the predator while it continued to attack. The arms of Allosaurus were tools, functional, capable tools, not the afterthoughts that the arms of its distant Tyrannosaur successors eventually became. Now let us talk about the animal that Allosaurus most commonly hunted, and the evidence of that hunting preserved in the fossil record for 150 million years. Stegosaurus. The two animals are found together in the Morrison Formation in the same rock layers in the same geographic areas. They were contemporaries, sharing the same landscape, drinking from the same rivers, moving through the same forests, and the fossil record tells us directly and concretely that Allosaurus attacked Stegosaurus. On the tail vertebrae and plates of several Stegosaurus specimens, marks have been found that precisely match Allosaurus teeth in size, shape, and spacing. Bite marks, the unmistakable signature of predatory or scavenging activity, pressed into the bone of the armored herbivore by the jaws of the armored predator. And on Allosaurus specimens in return, there is evidence of the consequences of those encounters. Several Allosaurus skeletons show healed wounds that are consistent with punctures from Stegosaurus tail spikes, the thagomizer, as the arrangement of tail spikes is informally known. A healed puncture wound in the hip bone of one famous Allosaurus specimen matches a Stegosaurus tail spike in size and geometry with uncomfortable precision. Allosaurus attacked Stegosaurus. Stegosaurus fought back. Both sides sometimes won and sometimes lost. The fossil record preserves both outcomes. The relationship between Allosaurus and the great sauropods of the Morrison Formation was more complex and more surprising than the simple predator-prey narrative might suggest. A fully grown Brontosaurus or Diplodocus outweighed Allosaurus by a factor of 5 to 10. A healthy adult sauropod was, by any reasonable assessment, beyond the capabilities of a single Allosaurus to hunt successfully. The physics simply do not support a single predator of 2 tons attacking and killing a prey animal of 15 or 20 tons under normal circumstances. But the fossil record tells us that Allosaurus did prey on sauropods, or at least that it fed on them. Allosaurus bite marks have been found on the bones of multiple sauropod species from the Morrison Formation, including Apatosaurus and Brachiosaurus. Some of these marks are on bones that carry the signs of defleshing, the marks left when a predator strips meat from a carcass. Some are more ambiguous. Whether Allosaurus actively hunted large sauropods, attacking and killing them, or whether it primarily scavenged sauropod carcasses, or some combination of both, is one of the most actively debated questions in Morrison Formation paleontology. What is not debated is that Allosaurus and sauropods had a relationship. The bones carry the evidence of it. The details of what that relationship entailed in practice remain, for now, an open question. The Cleveland Lloyd Dinosaur Quarry in central Utah is one of the most extraordinary fossil sites in the world, and one of the most puzzling. Discovered in the 1920s and excavated intensively from the 1960s onward, the Cleveland Lloyd Quarry has yielded the bones of at least 46 individual Allosaurus, along with the remains of several other Morrison Formation dinosaurs, Stegosaurus, Camarasaurus, Diplodocus, Ceratosaurus, Torvosaurus, and others. 46 Allosaurus from a single site. For comparison, most large predatory dinosaurs are known from single specimens or at most a handful. 46 individuals of the same predatory species concentrated in one location represent an accumulation that demands explanation. Why are there so many Allosaurus here? How did so many individuals of an apex predator end up dying in the same place? The explanations proposed over the decades are numerous and varied. A predator trap, a boggy area where prey animals became mired in soft sediment, and predators attracted to the easy prey became trapped themselves, drawing in more predators, creating a cycle of accumulation. A drought trap, a drying water source that concentrated animals in ever smaller areas until conditions became lethal. A disease event, a catastrophic flooding episode. None of these hypotheses has been definitively confirmed. None has been definitively ruled out. The Cleveland Lloyd Quarry remains one of paleontology's great mysteries. 46. Allosaurus gathered in a single place for reasons we still do not fully understand. The bones are there. The story that brought them there is still, after decades of study, not entirely clear. There is one Allosaurus specimen that has, more than any other, captured the imagination of researchers and the public alike, a skeleton known familiarly as Big Al. Big Al, formerly designated MOR 693, was discovered in 1991 near Howe, Wyoming, by a team from the Museum of the Rockies. It was an exceptionally complete skeleton, nearly 95% complete at the time of its discovery, making it one of the most complete large theropod skeletons ever found. But what made Big Al truly extraordinary was not its completeness alone. It was what the bones revealed about the life that had been lived in them. Big Al's skeleton is a record of soaring, a detailed bone-by-bone account of an animal that had been injured repeatedly throughout its life, and that died, ultimately, in circumstances that may have been connected to those injuries. 19 separate pathological conditions have been identified in Big Al's bones. 19 healed fractures, bone infections, stress fractures, signs of a vascular necrosis, a condition where bone tissue dies due to disrupted blood supply. The right foot alone shows evidence of multiple serious injuries, including what appears to be a severe bone infection that would have caused significant pain and mobility limitation. Big Al was not a healthy animal when it died. It was a young adult, perhaps 6 to 8 years old, based on bone histology, but it carried in its bones the record of a life that had been, in physical terms, genuinely hard. What Big Al's skeleton tells us extends beyond the sad narrative of a single individual's soaring. It tells us something about what life was like for an Allosaurus in the Morrison Formation, about the physical demands of predation, about the frequency of injury among large predatory dinosaurs, and about the relationship between injury and survival. The injuries Big Al sustained, particularly the foot injuries, would have significantly impaired its ability to hunt. A carnivore that cannot run effectively, that cannot pursue prey at full speed, that cannot bring the full mechanical capability of its body to bear in a predatory encounter, is a carnivore at serious risk. The impairment accumulates. The hunting becomes harder. The nutrition becomes less reliable. The animal weakens. Big Al was, in all probability, a dying animal when it died, not killed directly by any of its injuries, but weakened by the cumulative burden of them, less capable of hunting, less capable of competing for carcasses, less capable of maintaining the energy balance needed for survival. This is how many large predators die in the modern world as in the ancient one, not in a dramatic final confrontation, but in a slow decline, an accumulation of damage and limitation that eventually tips the balance from survival to death. Big Al's story is a window into that reality, into the unglamorous, difficult, often painful business of being an apex predator in the Jurassic world. The brain of Allosaurus was substantially larger, relative to its body size, than that of most large herbivorous dinosaurs from the same period. This is not surprising. Predation, particularly predation on large, dangerous prey, places demands on the nervous system that plant eating does not. A predator needs to track moving targets, anticipate their behavior, coordinate complex muscular movements in rapidly changing circumstances, and respond to unexpected defensive actions by prey animals that are motivated, in the most fundamental biological sense, not to be caught. The brains of modern predators are generally larger and more complex than those of herbivores of comparable size for exactly these reasons. The brain of Allosaurus fits this pattern. It was not a large brain by mammalian or avian standards, but it was a brain calibrated for the demands of an active, pursuit-based predatory lifestyle. Particularly well developed, based on endocast analysis, were the olfactory regions, the brain areas dedicated to processing smell. The sense of smell in Allosaurus was probably its most acute sensory modality, allowing it to detect prey and carcasses at considerable distances. The vision of Allosaurus is a more complex question. The eyes were positioned on the sides of the skull, not forward-facing, as in modern predators with well-developed binocular vision. This suggests that Allosaurus did not rely heavily on depth perception in the way that a modern eagle or a cat does. Its vision was probably more panoramic than stereoscopic, better for detecting motion across a wide field than for precisely judging distances to targets. It found its prey largely through smell. It navigated toward it through motion detection. And when it was close enough, the hatchet skull did the rest. The hearing of Allosaurus was, based on inner ear geometry, broadly comparable to that of modern crocodilians. It was sensitive to a range of frequencies that included the low-frequency rumbles that large animals produce when moving, when vocalizing, and when walking across soft ground. A large sauropod moving through the Morrison Formation produced low-frequency ground vibrations detectable at significant distances. Allosaurus, with its inner ear tuned to exactly those frequencies, could have located large prey animals through sound and vibration alone, before it ever saw them or smelled them. The predator of the Jurassic world was not simply a visual hunter. It was an integrated sensory system: smell, hearing, vision, and possibly the detection of ground vibrations through the feet, all working together to build a picture of the environment and the animals moving through it. Allosaurus knew where things were in its world. It knew them through multiple channels simultaneously, and it used that knowledge with the precision of an animal that had been shaped by millions of years of selection pressure to be very, very good at finding and killing things. The question of whether Allosaurus was a solitary hunter or hunted in groups has been debated for decades, and the answer has significant implications for how we understand its ecology. The strongest evidence for group behavior in Allosaurus comes, again, from the Cleveland Lloyd Quarry, where the bones of multiple individuals have been found in the same accumulation. If multiple Allosaurus died in the same place at roughly the same time, one explanation is that they were there together, that they were attracted to the same resource, perhaps a trapped or dying prey animal, as a group. Additional circumstantial evidence comes from trackway sites in other Jurassic formations, where parallel sets of large theropod tracks, moving in the same direction at roughly the same spacing, have been interpreted as evidence of multiple animals moving together. And there is an ecological argument. A prey base that includes 15 to 20-ton sauropods creates a selection pressure for hunting strategies that can overcome such enormous prey. A single Allosaurus, however formidable, faces enormous risks in attacking a healthy adult sauropod. Multiple Allosaurus attacking together, coordinating their attacks, dividing the prey's defensive attention, exploiting openings in the prey's defenses, could reduce those risks significantly. Whether Allosaurus actually did this, whether it was capable of the social coordination that group hunting requires, is not established. the evidence is suggestive but not conclusive. Allosaurus may have been an opportunistic aggregator around carcasses rather than a coordinated pack hunter, or it may have had social structures more complex than we can yet confirm from the fossil record. The question remains open, but the fact that it is being asked at all, that the evidence is interesting enough to sustain the debate, tells us something about how little we can take for granted when it comes to the behavior of extinct animals. Now let us widen our view. Let us look beyond Allosaurus, extraordinary as it is, to the broader world of the Carnosaurs, because Allosaurus was not the only large predator in its ecological lineage. It was the most famous, but it had relatives, and those relatives were, in their own right, animals of extraordinary capability and significance. Let us begin with the animal that shares the Morrison Formation with Allosaurus, and that represents a diurent evolutionary approach to the challenge of being a large Jurassic predator. Ceratosaurus. Ceratosaurus was named by Marsh in 1884, 7 years after Allosaurus, from a nearly complete skeleton found in Colorado. Its name means horned lizard, a reference to the prominent nasal horn that projected upward from the snout, a structure with no obvious parallel in any other large predatory dinosaur. Ceratosaurus was smaller than Allosaurus, perhaps 5 to 6 meters long in typical adults, but it was built diurently, more robust for its size, heavier through the neck and trunk, with a proportionally larger head and more massive, banana-shaped teeth that were longer and more blade-like than those of Allosaurus. The nasal horn of Ceratosaurus has generated considerable debate. It was real, a genuine bony projection, not a soft tissue structure like the horn of a rhinoceros, but whether it served a defensive function, a display function, or some combination of both is not established. The horn does not appear to have been structural enough for serious combat. Most researchers lean toward a display interpretation, the horn as a visual signal within the species, advertising health and status to potential mates or rivals. Ceratosaurus and Allosaurus occupied the same ecosystem. They were competitors. How they partitioned the Morrison Formation's resources, whether they targeted the same prey or had distinct ecological niches, is one of the open questions of late Jurassic ecology. There was a third large predator in the Morrison Formation, one that is less famous than either Allosaurus or Ceratosaurus, but that may have been, in terms of raw size, the largest of all. Torvosaurus. Torvosaurus tanneri was named in 1979 from material found in Colorado, and additional specimens have been found in Portugal, making it one of the very few large theropods with a confirmed transatlantic distribution, possible because the Atlantic Ocean was still young and relatively narrow during the late Jurassic, and some land connections or island chains may have allowed large animals to disperse between what are now separate continents. The largest Torvosaurus specimens, including material from Portugal, suggest an animal that may have exceeded 10 meters in length and possibly approached or exceeded 4 tons in weight. If those estimates are correct, Torvosaurus was the largest theropod in the late Jurassic world, larger than Allosaurus, larger than Ceratosaurus. Torvosaurus had a diurent skull architecture from Allosaurus, longer lower, with very large teeth that would have been ideal for gripping and tearing large prey. It was a diurent solution to the same problem. How do you build a predator capable of dealing with the enormous herbivores of the Jurassic world? 3 diurent answers living in the same formation at the same time: Allosaurus, the hatchet skull; Ceratosaurus, the horned head; Torosaurus, the massive grip. The late Jurassic was not a world with one kind of large predator. It was a world with several, each occupying a slightly diurent predatory niche in the same broad ecosystem. Before we leave the Jurassic, let us acknowledge the very first large predatory dinosaur to be scientifically named and described, an animal that predates all the Morrison Formation Carnosaurs, and that holds a unique position in the history of paleontology. Megalosaurus. Megalosaurus was named in 1824 by William Buckland. the first dinosaur to receive a formal scientific name, though the word dinosaur itself had not yet been coined. It was found in the Jurassic rocks of Oxfordshire, England, from fragmentary material, a lower jaw with teeth, some vertebrae, some limb bones. Buckland, working with the anatomy, had described Megalosaurus as a giant lizard-like reptile, perhaps 12 meters long. The actual animal, a large theropod of perhaps 6 to 7 meters, substantially smaller than the early estimates, was not fully understood until much later, when more complete material and better comparative methods became available. Megalosaurus is significant not just as the first named dinosaur, but as a window into how science understood these animals in their earliest days of discovery. The reconstructions of Megalosaurus from the 1820s and 1830s, four-legged, lizard-like sprawling, bear almost no resemblance to the upright, active, warm-blooded predator that modern paleontology recognizes. The same animal, the same bones, but an entirely diurent understanding. The distance between what Buckland saw in those Oxfordshire bones and what we see today is the distance that 200 years of science has traversed. It is a very long way. Now let us jump forward in time, past the Jurassic and into the Cretaceous, where the Carnotaurus lineage produced some of its most extreme and remarkable members. The Carcharodontosauridae, the shark-toothed lizards, were a family of dinosaurs that emerged in the early Cretaceous and spread across multiple continents, achieving sizes that rivaled and in some cases exceeded even the largest tyrannosaurs. The name-giving genus Carcharodontosaurus was found in the Sahara Desert, in the rock formations of Morocco and Algeria that preserved the fauna of an ancient river delta system from approximately 95 million years ago. Carcharodontosaurus saharicus was enormous. The skull alone, in the largest specimens, reached 1.6 meters in length, among the largest theropod skulls ever found. The animal itself may have reached 12 to 13 meters in length, and 6 to 8 tons in weight, genuinely comparable to the very largest T-Rex specimens. The teeth that gave the family its name were truly extraordinary, broad, flat, triangular, with serrated edges, very similar in overall geometry to the teeth of a great white shark. Not for crushing, not for gripping, for slicing, for cutting through flesh and bone with the efficiency of a saw. Carcharodontosaurus lived in a world of enormous prey, the rivers of late Cretaceous. North Africa were home to Spinosaurus, to enormous crocodilians, to vast fish. On the floodplains, enormous sauropod titanosaurs grazed in herds. Carcharodontosaurus was the predator of predators in that landscape, one of the largest theropods that ever lived, in one of the richest and most dangerous ecosystems of the Cretaceous world. On the other side of the world, in what is now Patagonia, in southern Argentina, a parallel line of Carcharodontosaurid carnosaurs evolved independently and achieved comparable extremes of size. Giganotosaurus carolinii was named in 1995 from a remarkably complete skeleton found by amateur fossil hunter Ruben Carolini in the Neuquén province of Argentina. The discovery was immediately significant. Giganotosaurus, at an estimated 12 to 13 meters and perhaps 6 to 7 tons, was one of the largest theropods ever found, potentially larger than the largest T-Rex. The comparison with T-Rex is irresistible and has been widely made, but it is important to remember that Giganotosaurus and T-Rex never met. They were separated in time. Giganotosaurus lived approximately 98 million years ago, T-Rex approximately 70 to 66 million years ago, and in geography, South America and North America were separate continents during much of the Cretaceous, connected only intermittently. What Giganotosaurus tells us is that the evolutionary pressure to produce very large terrestrial predators manifested independently on multiple continents, at multiple times, in multiple lineages. On every landmass with large herbivores, evolution repeatedly found its way to the same general solution: a large bipedal predator with serrated teeth and enough size and power to deal with the largest prey available. This convergent evolution, is one of paleontology's most compelling patterns. The same problem, solved the same way over and over by animals that had no knowledge of each other's existence. Related to Giganotosaurus, and found in the same Patagonian formation, was an animal that provides some of the most compelling evidence for coordinated group behavior in large carnivorous dinosaurs. Mapusaurus rosae was named in 2006 from the Huincool Formation of Argentina. What made the discovery remarkable was not the anatomy of a single individual, but the nature of the fossil site. Multiple Mapusaurus individuals, at least 7, possibly more, found together in the same bone bed, spanning a range of sizes from small juveniles to large adults. 7 Mapusaurus individuals dying in the same place at roughly the same time. The interpretation that many researchers have placed on this accumulation is that Mapusaurus was a social animal that had lived and, crucially, hunted in groups. The prey available in the Huincool Formation included Argentinosaurus, quite possibly the largest animal ever to walk the earth, an animal of 70 to 100 tons. The idea that a single Mapusaurus, however large, could have elucidably hunted Argentinosaurus alone is de-Euclid to accept. A group of large Carcharodontosaurids working together, coordinating their attacks, dividing the defensive attention of a titanosaur that was slow but enormous. That is a hunting strategy that begins to make physical sense. We cannot prove that Mapusaurus hunted in packs. The bone bed is evidence of concurrence, not directly of cooperative behavior, but the pattern is suggestive, and the prey base, animals that could only realistically be overcome by coordinated EUIT, provides the ecological logic that makes the hypothesis compelling. North America had its own Carcharodontosaurid lineage Carnosaur, one that bridged the gap in time between the Jurassic apex predators and the eventual dominance of the tyrannosaurs. Acrocanthosaurus atokensis, the high-spined lizard from Atoka County, Oklahoma, was a massive predator that lived approximately 113 million years ago during the early Cretaceous. It was large, perhaps 11 to 12 meters long and 6 tons, with a distinctive row of tall neural spines running along its back, forming a low ridge or hump that gave the animal a distinctive silhouette. Acrocanthosaurus fossil footprints, trackways, have been found in Texas, at a site called Dinosaur Valley State Park, where the ancient limestone riverbed preserves the tracks of sauropods and large theropods moving along the bank of a Cretaceous river. Some of these large theropod tracks, attributed to Acrocanthosaurus based on size and time period, appear to show the predator following closely behind a sauropod, possibly trailing a living animal. Whether this was active predatory pursuit or simply 2 animals moving along the same river in the same direction at different times is not certain. Fossil trackways are ambiguous in this way. They preserve where animals walked, not necessarily what they were doing or why. But the image is compelling. A 6-ton carnosaur moving along an ancient riverbank, its tracks preserved in the stone for 113 million years, following something very large indeed. Let us talk about how these animals grew. Bone histology, the reading of growth rings and cross-sections of bone, has been applied to multiple carnosaur species, and the results tell a consistent story. These were rapidly growing animals, achieving their enormous adult sizes in a surprisingly short period. Allosaurus, based on bone histology, appears to have reached close to its adult size within 15 to 20 years, a growth trajectory more similar to a large mammal than to a modern reptile. The bone tissue of growing Allosaurus shows the densely vascularized, rapidly deposited fibrolamellar bone that is associated with high metabolic rates and fast growth, the same type of bone tissue found in rapidly growing modern birds and mammals. This is consistent with a broader understanding of dinosaur metabolism that has emerged from decades of bone histology research, that non-avian dinosaurs, including large carnivorous theropods, were not cold-blooded reptiles in the traditional sense, but warm-blooded or near-warm-blooded animals with metabolic rates substantially higher than those of modern reptiles. An Allosaurus that grew to 2 tons in 15 to 20 years was burning energy at a rate that reptilian metabolism could not sustain. It was a warm-blooded animal in all the physiologically meaningful senses of that term. How long did Carnosaurs live? The same bone histology that reveals growth rates also provides estimates of lifespan, and the picture for Allosaurus is somewhat sobering. Analysis of the Allosaurus specimens from the Cleveland Lloyd Quarry suggests that most individuals died relatively young, in the first decade or two of life. Very few specimens show the dense, slow-growing bone that indicates extreme old age. The population appears to have had a high juvenile mortality rate, and relatively few individuals survived to full, large adult size. This pattern is not unique to Allosaurus. It is characteristic of large predators in general, in both modern and ancient ecosystems. Being a large predator is energetically demanding and physically dangerous. The injuries that come with predating on large, dangerous prey, the kicks, the tail impacts, the horn punctures accumulate. The infections that follow from those injuries take their toll. The competition with other members of the same species for carcasses and territory adds further attrition. Big Owl was a young animal when it died, perhaps 6 to 8 years old, already carrying 19 pathological conditions, already compromised in its ability to hunt. The life of an Allosaurus was not long by the standards of large herbivores. It was intense, demanding, and frequently painful. But while it lasted, it was formidable. Did Allosaurus and other carnivores have feathers? This question, which would have been considered absurd a generation ago, is now taken entirely seriously by paleontologists, because the evidence for feathers in many theropod dinosaur lineages has become overwhelming. The closest living relatives of theropod dinosaurs, birds, are feathered. The fossil record increasingly shows that feathers or feather-like integumentary structures were present in many non-avian theropod groups. Tyrannosaurs, at least in their earlier and smaller forms, had at least some feather-like structures. Compsognathids, the small theropods related to Jurassic predators, had feathers. Dromaeosaurs and troodontids were extensively feathered. For Allosaurus and the Carnosaurs, the evidence is more ambiguous. No direct skin or feather impressions have been recovered from Allosaurus. Some isolated skin impressions fragments from related large theropods suggest scaly skin, at least in some body regions. The current best inference, tentative and subject to revision as new evidence emerges, is that large-bodied carnosaurs like Allosaurus were probably largely scaled, at least on their bodies and limbs, but may have had feather-like structures in some regions, perhaps along the neck, the back, or the arms. The larger an animal is, the more problematic extensive feather coverage becomes from a thermoregulatory perspective. A 15-kilogram animal does not need insulation in the way that a small animal does, and may actually need to shed heat rather than retain it. Whether Allosaurus had feathers, and if so where, is one of the questions that the fossil record has not yet fully answered. What we can say is that the question is worth asking, and that the answer, if it comes, will almost certainly be more interesting than either a flat yes or a flat no. The skin of Kinosaurs, where we have evidence of it, was covered in small scales, similar in general character to the scales of modern crocodilians and the feet of modern birds. One significant piece of skin impression evidence comes from a large theropod specimen from the Morrison Formation that preserves a small patch of skin texture. The scales are small, roughly rounded or polygonal, packed tightly together in a mosaic pattern. There is no evidence of large plate-like scales in this material. The texture is finer and more complex than that. From this we can infer tentatively that the skin surface of Allosaurus was textured, not smooth, not plate-armored, but covered in a dense, interlocking mosaic of small scales that would have provided some abrasion resistance and probably some camouflage potential, depending on the color pattern. The color of Allosaurus is, as with all dinosaurs for which we lack preserved melanosomes, unknown. We can reason about it. A large predator that relies partly on ambush, on approaching prey without triggering a defensive response before the final attack would benefit from coloration that reduces its visual conspicuousness against the backgrounds of its environment. Countershading, cryptic patterning, coloration that breaks up the outline of the body. All of these strategies are used by modern large predators for exactly this reason. Allosaurus may have been striped, it may have been dappled, it may have had regions of more vivid color around the face, perhaps, or along the crest above the eye that played roles in communication with members of its own species. We do not know, but the question, as always, is worth asking. The distinctive crests and brow ridges above the eyes of Allosaurus are one of the most visually striking features of the skull, and one of the most biologically interesting. Above each eye, Allosaurus had a bony horn-like crest, low but prominent, extending upward from the skull surface, and then curving slightly backward. These crests were not structural. They did not reinforce the skull in any mechanically meaningful way. They would display structures. This interpretation is consistent with what we see in many modern animals, where elaborate cranial structures serve social signaling functions. The casques of hornbills, the crests of cassowaries, the facial wattles and combs of various birds. In each case, the structure is visible to other members of the species and provides information about the individual's identity, age, sex, and status. The crests of Allosaurus may have varied between individuals and possibly between sexes. If male Allosaurus had larger or more elaborately shaped crests than females, the crests would have been useful signals of sex and possibly of competitive fitness in the context of mate selection. Allosaurus was not purely a killing machine. It had a social life, however derived from the social lives of modern animals, and the crests above its eyes were part of how it conducted that social life, part of how it communicated, part of how it was known as an individual to others of its kind. There is a debate in the study of carnivore ecology that parallels a similar debate in the study of T-Rex, a debate that touches on some of the deepest questions about how these animals actually made their living. Were the large carnosaurs primarily active hunters or primarily scavengers? The extreme version of the scavenging hypothesis that large theropods like Allosaurids were almost exclusively scavengers, rarely if ever engaging in active predation, has been largely rejected by modern researchers. The evidence from bite marks, from trackways, from the anatomy of the sensory systems of these animals all points toward an animal that actively pursued living prey. But the pure hunting hypothesis has its own problems. Active predation on large prey is dangerous. Large prey fights back. Every hunting attempt risks injury to the predator. No modern large predator is a pure hunter. All of them take advantage of scavenging opportunities when they present themselves, because the energetic return from a carcass that does not fight back is far superior to the energetic return from an active hunt that carries risk. Allosaurus was almost certainly an opportunist, a hunter when hunting was feasible, a scavenger when scavenging was available. The proportions, how often it hunted versus how often it scavenged, cannot be determined from the fossil record with precision. What the fossil record does tell us is that Allosaurus was capable of active predation. The bite marks on living animals that subsequently healed are proof of that capability. And it tells us that Allosaurus fed on carcasses. The defleshing marks on sauropod bones confirm this too. It was, in this respect, much like every large modern predator we know of, adaptable, opportunistic, taking what the world owed it in whatever form it was owed it. The Morrison Formation ecosystem, the community of animals that Allosaurus lived within and preyed upon, was one of the richest and most diverse large animal communities in the history of life. In addition to the three large predators we have already discussed, Allosaurus, Ceratosaurus, and Torosaurus, the Morrison Formation contained an extraordinary array of herbivores. The great sauropods, Brontosaurus, Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Camarasaurus, Brachiosaurus. The plated and armored herbivores, Stegosaurus, the various ankylosaurs of the period, the smaller, more agile ornithopods, and a diverse community of smaller dinosaurs, crocodilians, turtles, lizards, small mammals, and insects that filled the lower levels of the food chain. For Allosaurus and its fellow predators, this diversity of prey represented both opportunity and challenge. The diurent prey species had diurent sizes, diurent defenses, diurent behaviors, and diurent vulnerabilities. A successful carnosaur was one that could assess the available prey and identify the most vulnerable individuals, the young, the old, the injured, the isolated, and direct its hunting accordingly. Allosaurus was not hunting randomly. It was making choices shaped by millions of years of evolution that had calibrated its sensory systems, its hunting behavior, and its prey selection toward the specific prey community of the Morrison Formation. It knew its prey, and it knew which individuals were worth pursuing. Let us now talk about something that is easy to overlook in the study of large carnivorous dinosaurs, the earliest stages of life, the hatchlings, the juveniles, the young animals that must navigate a world that included not only their eventual prey, but potentially members of their own species. Juvenile carnosaurs faced a very different world than adult carnivores. At hatching, an Allosaurus was tiny, perhaps 30 to 50 centimeters long, a chicken-sized creature hatched from an egg. This hatchling shared its world with the same suite of large herbivores that its parents preyed upon, animals that were, at this stage of the young Allosaurus's life, not prey but potential threats. A small juvenile Allosaurus could be trampled by a sauropod without the sauropod even noticing. The ecological nature of a juvenile carnosaur was necessarily very different from that of an adult. Small juveniles almost certainly ate very different prey from adults, insects, small lizards, small mammals, perhaps the eggs and hatchlings of other dinosaurs. As they grew, they gradually shifted toward larger prey, tracking the expansion of their own capability. The transition from small prey juvenile to large prey adult was probably one of the most dangerous periods in an Allosaurus's life. Large enough to attempt larger prey, but not yet large enough to reliably succeed, competing with juveniles of other predators. Potentially vulnerable to adults of their own species. How juvenile dinosaurs navigated this period, whether they received any parental care or protection, whether they formed juvenile groups for mutual defense, whether they used areas of the landscape that adults avoided, we do not yet know. The fossil record of juvenile carnosaurs is sparser than that of adults, for the familiar reasons. Smaller bones are less likely to fossilize and more likely to be overlooked if they do. But the question of juvenile life history is one of the most important open questions in carnosaur biology, because the adults that survived to adulthood had first to survive childhood, and the challenges of that childhood shape everything about the animal that eventually emerged from it. The fossil record of the dinosaurs includes not just bones and bite marks, but other, subtler kinds of evidence that have contributed significantly to our understanding of these animals. Gastroliths stomach stones have been found in association with some theropod specimens, suggesting that at least some meat-eating dinosaurs swallowed stones to help process their food. The presence of gastroliths in a large carnivore is somewhat surprising. They are more commonly associated with herbivores that need mechanical assistance to break down tough plant material, but some modern birds of prey, including ostriches and some raptors, also carry stomach stones. Coprolites fossilized feces have been found in deposits associated with large theropods. These remarkable fossils preserve in mineralized form the chemical signature of the diet and the physical remains of what was consumed, bone fragments, scales, hair or feather impressions, partially digested tissue. From coprolites, we can directly confirm what these animals were eating at specific moments in their lives. One famous coprolite from the late Cretaceous, attributed to a large tyrannosaur, but relevant to the broader understanding of large theropod diet, contains crushed and partially digested herbivore bone, confirming that the predator not only consumed the meat of its prey, but crushed and swallowed significant quantities of bone as well. The indirect evidence of diet preserved in the chemistry and contents of ancient feces, is one of the stranger and more wonderful kinds of data that paleontology has learned to work with. The evolutionary legacy of the Carnosaurs extends far beyond their own existence in the Jurassic and Cretaceous worlds. The Carnosaurs were, for most of the Jurassic, the dominant large predators on multiple continents. But by the early Cretaceous, a new lineage of large predators was beginning to emerge, the Tyrannosaurs, that would eventually replace the Carnosaurs as the apex predators of the northern hemisphere. This replacement was not sudden. The Tyrannosaurs were small animals, for most of the Cretaceous, long-armed, relatively modest in size, occupying mid-level prey to niches rather than the apex position. It was only in the last 20 million years or so of the Cretaceous that the Tyrannosaurs underwent a rapid and dramatic size increase, producing the giants T-Rex, Tyrannosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, that defined the apex predator niche of the late Cretaceous. Why the Tyrannosaurs replaced the Carnosaurs is not fully understood. It may be that changes in prey communities, the shift from the sauropod-dominated fauna of the Jurassic to the ornithopod and ceratopsian-dominated fauna of the late Cretaceous, favored a diurent predatory strategy and body plan. It may be that geographic isolation during the periods of continental fragmentation played a role, allowing the Tyrannosaur lineage to expand into niches vacated by Carnosaur decline in North America. What is clear is that the two lineages did not simply swap places overnight. There was a period, the early to mid-Cretaceous, during which both lineages coexisted, with the Carnosaurs still dominant in the South, South America, and Africa, while the Tyrannosaurs were expanding in the North. The eventual full dominance of the Tyrannosaurs came late, and it came quickly by geological standards. The Carnosaurs did not fail. They were simply outcompeted in the end by a lineage that found new ways to solve old problems. That is not failure. That is the normal rhythm of evolutionary history. There is one more dinosaur story to tell, a story that, in its way, sums up everything we have been saying about this group and their place in the history of life. In 2007, a remarkably complete Allosaurus skeleton was found in the Morrison Formation of Colorado. The skeleton, designated as specimen USNA 8367, though it has been given various informal names, was significant for a number of reasons. But the most striking feature of the specimen was the evidence preserved in its bones of an injury that had been sustained at some point during the animal's life. The right fibula, one of the bones of the lower leg, showed a healed fracture. The bone had been broken at some point, and then it had healed completely or nearly completely, with new bone bridging the fracture site and restoring the structural integrity of the element. A broken leg in a large predatory dinosaur is, by any modern analogy, a potentially fatal injury. A predator that cannot move quickly cannot hunt. A predator that cannot hunt cannot eat. The window between injury and death for a carnivore with a broken limb is in most cases very short. And yet this Allosaurus healed. The bone grew back. The animal survived, long enough at least for the fracture to be fully bridged, a process that, in a fast-growing, warm-blooded animal, might have taken weeks to months. How it survived that period, how it obtained food while injured, whether members of its species tolerated its presence or even shared food with it, we cannot know. The bone tells us only the outcome. The process that led to that outcome is, for now, beyond the reach of the fossil record. But the outcome is itself remarkable. An Allosaurus broke its leg and lived, because whatever the mechanism of survival, luck, tolerance from others, access to scavenged food, or something we cannot yet imagine, the biology was there to support it. These animals were tougher than the Jurassic world that produced them, tougher than the predators they hunted, tougher, sometimes, than the injuries they sustained. And they endured. For millions of years, they endured, hunting, growing, fighting, healing, and leaving in the stone of the Morrison Formation a record that we are still, today, reading with wonder. We are near the end of our 100 facts about the dinosaurs. Let me give you the last of them. The scientific understanding of dinosaur biology has advanced more rapidly in the last 30 years than in the entire previous century of paleontological research. The application of CT scanning, bone histology, biomechanical modeling, isotopic analysis, and computational phylogenetics to carnivore material has transformed what we know, and equally importantly, has clarified what we do not yet know. We know how they grew, we know roughly how warm-blooded they were, we know something about how their skulls functioned, how their brains were organized, how their senses worked. We know the broad outlines of their ecology, their prey preferences, their social behavior. We do not yet know whether they were feathered. We do not know how they communicated, whether they were vocal, and if so, with what kinds of sounds. We do not know the details of their social structures, their mating behavior, their parental investment, if any. We do not know the fine details of how the hatchet skull attack of Allosaurus was executed in practice, the speed, the angle, the precise sequence of movements that made it execute. These are not small questions. They are the questions that would bring these animals fully alive in our understanding, rather than leaving them as magnificent but partially opaque presences in the fossil record. The work of answering them is ongoing, and the tools available to address them will only improve. Every new Allosaurus specimen, every new analytical technique, every new question asked by a new generation of researchers brings the dinosaurs a little closer to us, across the 150 million years of time and stone that separate us from the Jurassic world they ruled. The Carnosaurs are, in a very real sense, still here. Not as living animals, not in any form we can see or touch or hear, but in the descendants of the lineage they belong to, because the theropod dinosaurs, of which the Carnosaurs are part, did not go entirely extinct 66 million years ago. One branch of the theropod lineage survived, evolved, diversified, and is, today, represented by more than 10,000 living species. The birds. Every bird alive today, every sparrow and eagle and penguin and hummingbird, is, in the most rigorous phylogenetic sense, a dinosaur. A theropod dinosaur, descended from the same great lineage that produced Allosaurus and Ceratosaurus and Giganotosaurus, and all the other carnosaurs we have discussed today. The crow outside your window is the living descendant of animals that shook the Jurassic Earth. The hawk riding a thermal above the fields, the heron standing motionless at the edge of a river, the albatross crossing the Southern Ocean on a 10-foot wingspan, all of them carry, in their bones and their behavior and their biology, the evolutionary heritage of the great flesh-eaters. The carnosaurs are gone, but the lineage lives, and it lives in extraordinary diversity in every corner of the planet, in forms that would have been unrecognizable to the animals that gave rise to them. Allosaurus could not have imagined the bird, but the bird would not exist without Allosaurus. Everything connects. Across 150 million years of time, everything connects. That was 100 facts about the Carnosaurs, the great flesh-eaters of the Jurassic world, and their Cretaceous descendants. From Megalosaurus, the first dinosaur ever named, to Giganotosaurus, the south. American Titan, from the hatchet skull of Allosaurus to the shark teeth of Brontosaurus, from the healed broken leg that tells us these animals were tougher than we can imagine, to the birds outside your window that carry their evolutionary legacy into the present day. 100 facts, and still the story is larger than all of them. The next episode is waiting, a new animal, a new 100 facts, a new chapter in the extraordinary depth of life that this planet has produced and sustained, and in the end passed on. Leave your favorite fact in the comments. Every single one of them was real. This has been Sleepy Dino. Good night. Let us go deeper into the world of Allosaurus, deeper than the anatomy, deeper than the hunting strategy, and talk about what it was like to be this animal in the late Jurassic world, not from the outside, looking at bones and bite marks, but from the inside, imagining the daily reality of a life spent as the apex predator of the most species-rich large animal community the Jurassic world produced. An Allosaurus woke, in some sense, every day to the same fundamental problem that every large predator faces. It needed to eat. And eating, for a 2-ton carnivore, meant either finding a carcass that something else had already killed, or successfully pursuing, attacking, and killing a living animal that did not want to be killed. The energy budget was unforgiving. A warm-blooded animal of 2 tons burns calories at a rate that makes continuous feeding a necessity. An Allosaurus could not endure to go more than a few days without a substantial meal before its physical condition began to decline, before the hunting became harder, before the competition with other Allosaurs became more consequential, before the margin between adequate nutrition and slow starvation began to narrow. Every day in the Morrison Formation was, in this sense, a negotiation between the energy required to survive and the ubiquity and danger of obtaining it. And yet Allosaurus survived. For millions of years it survived because the Morrison Formation was rich enough, and Allosaurus was capable enough to sustain that negotiation across geological time. The nose of Allosaurus was, in all likelihood, its most important sensory organ. The olfactory bulbs of the Allosaurus brain, the neural structures dedicated to processing smell, were well developed, and the nasal passages that fed them were large. This is consistent with an animal that relied primarily on smell to locate food. Whether that food was a living animal moving through the forest, or a carcass decomposing on the floodplain, at the distances, and under the atmospheric conditions of the late Jurassic world. Modern large predators that rely heavily on smell, hyenas, bears, Komodo dragons, can detect carcasses and prey at distances of several kilometers under the right wind conditions. An Allosaurus, with a comparably or better developed olfactory system, may have been capable of similar feats. This means that the eucric territory of a single Allosaurus, the area of landscape from which it could detect and respond to food opportunities, was very large. Potentially tens of square kilometers in favorable wind conditions. An animal capable of smelling a carcass at 5 kilometers has a very different relationship to its landscape than one limited to visual detection at a few hundred meters. Allosaurus knew its world through its nose. The landscape it moved through was, in its experience, a landscape of smells, layered, complex, constantly changing with the wind, that told it where food was, where other Allosaurs were, where prey animals had recently passed, where the water was, where the vegetation changed. A rich sensory world, invisible to us, but as real and as vivid to the animal that experienced it as the visual world we inhabit. There is an element of Allosaurus biology that has received surprisingly little attention in popular accounts, but that is, in scientific terms, one of the most important aspects of the animal's ecology: its role in nutrient cycling. A large predator does not just consume prey. It processes biological material, converting the complex organic molecules of prey animals into its own body tissues, and releasing the remainder as waste products that re-enter the ecosystem. The feces of large predators are nutrient-rich, and in modern ecosystems play important roles in fertilizing soil and supporting plant growth in areas that predators regularly use. More significantly, a large predator creates carcasses. When Allosaurus killed a prey animal, the portions of that carcass not consumed by the predator became available to a cascade of other organisms: smaller carnivores, scavengers, insects, bacteria, fungi. The bones, when eventually buried, contributed calcium and phosphorus to the soil. The decomposing soft tissue contributed nitrogen and carbon. The presence of Allosaurus in the Morrison Formation ecosystem was not simply a matter of the predator controlling prey populations. It was a matter of the predator shaping the flow of nutrients through the entire system, concentrating organic material in the vicinity of its kills, creating patches of enrichment that supported distinct communities of organisms. Remove Allosaurus from the Morrison Formation ecosystem and the nutrient dynamics change. The plant communities that depend on the fertilization around large carcasses shift. The scavenger communities that depend on carnivore kills decline. The prey populations that the predator controlled expand temporarily until they exhaust their food supply and decline again. Allosaurus held its ecosystem together through death, through the regular conversion of living prey into carcasses that fed 100 other organisms. It was, in the ecological sense, not just a predator, but a service provider, one whose services were, to the ecosystem as a whole, as important as any other organism in the community. The Cleveland Lloyd dinosaur quarry deserves more attention than we gave it earlier, because it is, by any measure, one of the most extraordinary paleontological sites in the world, and one whose mystery has not yet been fully resolved. The quarry has now been excavated for over 100 years, beginning with informal collecting in the 1920s and continuing through intensive scientific excavation from the 1960s to the present day. In that time, it has yielded the bones of at least 46 individual Allosaurus and hundreds of bones from 11 other dinosaur species. The total bone count exceeds 12,000 individual elements. 12,000 bones from a site roughly the size of a tennis court. The unusual ratio of predators to prey in the Cleveland Lloyd assemblage is its defining mystery. In most natural accumulations of fossil vertebrates, prey species vastly outnumber predators, because prey animals are always more abundant in a living ecosystem than the predators that feed on them. At Cleveland Lloyd, the opposite is true. Allosaurus bones outnumber all other species combined. This inverted ratio has driven the debate about what kind of site Cleveland Lloyd was. The predator trap hypothesis, that the site was a sticky mire or bog that attracted prey animals and then attracted predators to the easy pickings, trapping both, remains the most widely cited explanation, but it has never been definitively confirmed. No direct evidence of the sticky substrate that a trap would require has been identified. Alternative hypotheses include a drought concentration site, a drying lake or water source where animals gathered in increasing numbers as conditions deteriorated, eventually dying in place when the water was entirely gone, or a disease site, a location where some pathogen killed animals repeatedly over time, with predators and scavengers attracted to the carcasses in turn. What is clear is that whatever happened at Cleveland Lloyd happened repeatedly over an extended period. The bones represent multiple death events, not a single catastrophe. The site was, whatever its nature, a place where Allosaurus died with unusual frequency, over a period of time long enough to accumulate 46 individuals. Every year that passes brings new analytical techniques to bear on the Cleveland Lloyd material: isotopic analysis, taphonomic modeling, sedimentological study. The mystery is being approached from multiple directions simultaneously. It may, in time, yield to the accumulation of evidence. Or it may remain one of paleontology's great open questions, a site full of bones and full of answers, stubbornly keeping its secrets. Let us talk about how dinosaurs reproduced, about the beginning of life for these extraordinary animals, and what the fossil record tells us about it. No confirmed Carnotaurus eggs have been found in association with well-identified adult specimens. This is not unusual. The association of eggs with identified adults is one of the rarest and most fortuitous kinds of fossil preservation. But it means that what we know about Carnotaurus reproduction comes primarily from inference rather than from direct evidence. What we can infer is substantial from the general biology of theropod dinosaurs, from the comparison with living archosaurs, crocodilians, and birds, and from the limited direct evidence of theropod nesting behavior in other lineages, we can construct a reasonable picture of what Allosaurus reproduction was probably like. Allosaurus almost certainly laid eggs. The eggs were almost certainly deposited in a nest, either a simple scrape in soft soil or a more elaborate mound of vegetation, depending on the local conditions and the reproductive strategy of the species. Based on the body size of the adult and the physical constraints on egg size in large animals, the eggs were probably roughly the size of a large cantaloupe or small watermelon, perhaps 25 to 35 centimeters in diameter. Whether Allosaurus parents guarded the nest, whether either or both parents were present during incubation, and whether they defended the eggs from nest predators and scavengers, is unknown. Among modern archosaurs, nest guarding behavior is widespread. Crocodilians guard their nests vigorously, and many modern birds are among the most dedicated parents in the animal kingdom. Whether this behavior was ancestral in theropods, and therefore likely to have been present in Allosaurus, or whether it evolved independently in diurent lineages, is a question that the fossil record cannot yet definitively resolve. What we can say is that the hatchlings of Allosaurus were tiny, vulnerable, and entirely dependent on the resources of their immediate environment for their first few weeks and months of life. The investment made in producing those hatchlings, the energy spent in egg production, the risk of nest guarding if it occurred, the time required to bring a clutch to hatching, was substantial. Whether it was repaid depended, as it always does in biology, on whether the hatchlings survived. Many of them almost certainly did not. The mortality rate among juvenile carnivores in most modern ecosystems is very high, but enough survived to adulthood to maintain the population across millions of years. Enough survived to grow to 2 tons, to crack the whip of their jaws across the Morrison Formation's prey animals, to leave their bite marks in the bones of Stegosaurus and sauropods, to die eventually and be buried in the sediment of Jurassic rivers. Enough survived to find their way, eventually, into our hands and our understanding. The Morrison Formation is not the only place where Carnosaur fossils have been found, and the global distribution of Carnosaur lineages tells a story about how the world was arranged 150 million years ago and how animals moved through it. In Portugal, as we discussed, Torvosaurus has been found, the same genus as in North America. This transatlantic distribution is possible because, in the late Jurassic, the Atlantic Ocean was still young and relatively narrow, and some degree of land connection or island hopping between North America and Europe was possible for large terrestrial animals. In Tanzania, specifically in the Tendaguru Formation, which is roughly contemporaneous with the Morrison Formation, a rich dinosaur fauna has been found that includes a large carnosaur known as Veteropystosaurus melneri. The Tendaguru Formation is one of the few sites outside North America where a late Jurassic fauna comparable in richness and diversity to the Morrison Formation has been documented. In China, the Middle and Late Jurassic rocks of Xinjiang and Sichuan provinces have yielded a suite of carnosaurs, including Yanktionosaurus and Sinraptor, large predators that occupied the same ecological niche in the Asian Jurassic world that Allosaurus occupied in North America. The global picture is of a Jurassic world in which large predatory allosaurid carnosaurs occupied the apex predator niche on multiple continents simultaneously, evolving in parallel, responding to similar ecological pressures in similar ways, producing animals that were closely related and broadly similar in their overall biology. The Jurassic was a world of giants, not just in the herbivores, in the predators too. On every landmass where large herbivores grazed, large carnosaurs hunted them. The teeth of Allosaurus deserve more than the brief description we gave them earlier, because they are, in some ways, the most revealing single element of the animal's biology. Each tooth of Allosaurus was a precision instrument. The crown, the exposed portion above the gum line, was laterally compressed, flattened from side to side, forming a blade rather than a cone. This blade geometry gave the tooth its cutting efficiency. When dragged through flesh under pressure, a blade-shaped tooth cuts rather than tears, a far more efficient mechanism for dismembering large prey. The serrations on the edges of the tooth, the denticles, were not random. They were precisely arranged, angling backward toward the base of the tooth at the rear edge and forward toward the tip at the leading edge. This angling is functionally significant. It means that as the tooth is pulled through flesh, the serrations act like the teeth of a saw, cutting more efficiently in the direction of the drag force. The tooth was not just a blade. It was a directed blade, optimized for the specific direction of force that the hatchet skull attack of Allosaurus would have applied. This is the kind of convergent optimization that appears throughout the anatomy of large predators, structures fine-tuned over millions of generations to the specific demands of a specific predatory strategy. The teeth of Allosaurus were not generic meat-cutting tools. They were precisely calibrated to the way Allosaurus hunted. They could not have been better designed for the hatchet skull if they had been engineered deliberately. Evolution, given sui-uiscent time and sui-uiscent selection pressure, produces designs of this precision routinely. It is one of the most humbling things about the natural world. The question of how carnivores communicated with each other is one that paleontology cannot yet fully answer, but the attempts to address it have produced some genuinely interesting science. Sound is the primary long-distance communication medium for most large modern animals. Crocodilians bellow, producing deep, resonant sounds that travel across water and through dense vegetation. Birds sing and call in extraordinary variety. Mammals of every kind use vocalization for territory defense, mate attraction, mother-o-offspring communication, and social coordination. For theropod dinosaurs, the question of vocalization has been approached through the study of the structures involved. The inner ear geometry of Carnosaurs, the configuration of the semicircular canals, and the cochlea can tell us something about the range of sounds the animal could hear, and by inference about the range of sounds it might have produced. What the inner ear of Allosaurus suggests is sensitivity to low and mid-range frequencies, sounds in the range of a few hundred to a few thousand hertz. This is broadly consistent with the hearing range of modern crocodilians and large birds. It suggests that if Allosaurus was vocal, its calls were probably in the low to mid-frequency range, deep, resonant sounds that would have carried well through the dense vegetation and across the open floodplains of the Morrison Formation. We cannot reconstruct the exact sound of an Allosaurus call. We do not have soft tissue. We do not have the larynx or the vocal cords or the air sac system that would have been involved in producing the sound. But the inner ear evidence suggests that Allosaurus lived in a world of sound, that it could hear what other Allosaurus were doing at considerable distances, and that it probably made sounds of its own that communicated something important to those listeners. What those sounds were, what they communicated, how they varied between individuals, how they changed with context and arousal, is, for now, beyond our reach. But the silence of the Morrison Formation, in our imagination, is almost certainly wrong. It was a loud world, and the loudest inhabitants of it were probably the largest ones. The study of carnivore ecology has been transformed in recent years by the application of isotopic chemistry to fossil material. Stable isotope analysis, specifically the analysis of carbon and oxygen isotopes preserved in the enamel of teeth or in the mineral of bone, can tell us things about what an animal ate, where it lived, and how its metabolism worked that are simply inaccessible through any other technique. Oxygen isotopes in bone mineral preserve a record of the temperature at which the bone was formed, and by inference of the animal's body temperature. Studies of oxygen isotopes in large theropod material have consistently shown body temperatures in the range of modern large warm-blooded mammals, confirmation from a completely diurent line of evidence of the conclusion already reached from bone histology that large carnivorous dinosaurs were warm-blooded. Carbon isotopes in tooth enamel preserve a record of diet, specifically of the proportions of diurent types of plants that the prey animal had consumed before it was eaten. Since diurent plants use diurent photosynthetic pathways that produce characteristic carbon isotope signatures, the carbon isotope composition of a herbivore's tooth can tell us what kinds of plants it ate, and the carbon isotope composition of a predator's tooth carries a signal from the prey it consumed, a dietary record at one remove. This technique has been used to study the ecological separation between diurent large herbivores in fossil ecosystems, to determine whether diurent sauropod species in the Morrison Formation were eating the same plants or had distinct dietary preferences. The results suggest dietary partitioning. Diurent sauropod species were accessing diurent plant resources, consistent with the idea that the rich diversity of Morrison Formation herbivores was sustained by genuine ecological separation rather than direct competition. For the carnosaurs, this kind of analysis has the potential to tell us which prey animals, deer, and Carnotaurus species were preferentially consuming, providing a way to test the hypothesis of niche partitioning between Allosaurus, Ceratosaurus, and Torvosaurus in the same formation. This work is ongoing. The isotopes carry the answers. We are still learning how to read them. The comparative anatomy of the deer and dinosaur lineages reveals the multiple ways in which evolution solved the same fundamental challenge: how to build a large euca-terrestrial predator. The Allosaurians, Allosaurus and its close relatives, represent one solution: a lightly built skull optimized for hatchet attacks, large arms with grasping claws, relatively long and slender hind limbs suggesting agility and speed. The Carnotaurus, Carnotaurus, Mapusaurids represent a diurid solution: a larger, more massively built skull with shark-like teeth optimized for deep slicing cuts, a heavier overall build that sacrifices some speed for increased mass and power. Ceratosaurus represents yet another solution: a more compact, heavily muscled body with proportionally larger teeth and the distinctive nasal horn, possibly representing a predatory style distinct from both of the above. And Torvosaurus, the largest of the Morrison Formation predators, had a skull architecture suggesting yet another approach: a very large gape, massive teeth, and a build suggesting a grasping, holding strategy for very large prey. 4 animals in the same ecosystem, 4 approaches to the same problem, 4 independent experiments in the evolutionary biology of predation running simultaneously in the same landscape. This diversity is not unusual in the fossil record of predators. Modern ecosystems similarly support multiple predator species that partition resources through diurn specializations: the lion and the leopard and the cheetah on the African savanna, the killer whale and the great white shark and the leopard seal in the Southern Ocean. Predator diversity in rich ecosystems with diverse prey is an expected outcome of evolutionary processes operating over geological time. The Morrison Formation was a rich ecosystem with diverse prey. Its predator community reflected that richness in the variety of evolutionary solutions it sustained. There is a discovery from the last decade that has significantly changed how we understand the relationship between carnivores and their prey, and it comes not from a carnivore bone, but from a prey animal bone. In 2013, a team of researchers examining a sauropod vertebra from the Morrison Formation found something extraordinary: a broken Allosaurus tooth embedded in the bone, surrounded by healed bone tissue. The tooth had been shed during a predatory attack, a common occurrence since theropod teeth were continually replaced and were not firmly anchored in the door, and the bone had healed around it. This single specimen tells us multiple things simultaneously. It tells us that Allosaurus bit this sauropod hard enough and deep enough to embed a tooth in the vertebral bone. It tells us that the sauropod survived this attack. The healing is clear evidence of continued life after the injury. And it tells us that the embedded tooth remained in the bone for an extended period after the attack, long enough for the healing process to begin to encapsulate it. A broken Allosaurus tooth in a healing sauropod vertebra, a record of a predatory attack, a survival, and a recovery, preserved in stone for 150 million years. This is paleontology at its most moving: a single specimen barely larger than a fist, containing a complete story, beginning, middle, and end, of an encounter between a predator and its prey in the late Jurassic world, an encounter that the prey survived. An encounter whose consequences the prey carried in its body for the rest of its life, the tooth gradually being buried deeper in the growing bone around it. That sauropod went on living after Allosaurus bit it. For how long, we cannot know, but it lived, it healed, and 150 million years later, the evidence of its survival was still there, waiting to be found. The geographic range of Allosaurus fragilis, the best-known species, extended across a significant portion of the western United States. Confirmed specimens have been found in Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, Montana, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and South Dakota, a range that corresponds roughly to the extent of the Morrison Formation in those states. This wide range is consistent with what we know about the territory sizes of large modern predators. A 2-ton carnivore, hunting prey that is mobile and not uniformly distributed, needs a large territory to sustain itself. Modern large predators, tigers, lions, wolves, have territories of dozens to hundreds of square kilometers, depending on prey density. An Allosaurus territory of comparable size, say 100 to 200 square kilometers, would have been entirely unremarkable by the standards of large modern predators, and across the extent of the Morrison Formation, which covers hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, there would have been room for many thousands of such territories. Many thousands of Allosaurus spread across the late Jurassic West, each one the apex predator of its local landscape, each one navigating the daily challenge of finding and killing enough food to sustain a warm-blooded body of 2 tons. When we find Allosaurus bones in multiple states, at dozens of sites, in many diorite rock layers spanning millions of years, we are not finding the traces of a few unusual individuals. We are finding the traces of a common, widespread, ecologically dominant animal that was, in its time and place, as characteristic a feature of the landscape as any animal alive in any ecosystem today. Allosaurus was not rare, it was everywhere. The question of how the Carnosaurs ultimately gave way to the Tyrannosaurs, how the Jurassic giants were replaced by the Cretaceous giants, is one of the most interesting problems in the study of large predator evolution. The transition was not sudden, and it was not uniform. Diurant continents transitioned at diurant times. In North America, the last definitive Allosaurs disappeared from the record in the late Cretaceous, roughly 65 to 80 million years ago, but by that point, the Tyrannosaur lineage had already been present and growing in size for tens of millions of years. In South America, Carcharodontosauride carnosaurs persisted significantly later than their North American relatives. Mapusaurus, Giganotosaurus, and their kin were present in South America until roughly 90 to 95 million years ago, well into the Cretaceous. South America was a separate continent for much of this time, and the Tyrannosaur lineage that came to dominate North America never established itself in South America in the same way. In Africa, the situation is similar. Carcharodontosaurid carnosaurs dominated the predator niche into the mid-Cretaceous, with tyrannosaurs not achieving the same dominance on the African continent. The replacement of carnosaurs by tyrannosaurs was, in other words, a North American and Asian story, a specific geographical and temporal event, not a global or inevitable transition. In the South, the carnivore lineage persisted on its own terms, in its own time, until conditions changed for reasons that we are still working to understand. This geographical complexity is a reminder that evolution is not teleological. There is no predetermined direction, no inevitable progression from older forms to newer ones. The carnosaurs were not replaced by tyrannosaurs because tyrannosaurs were better. They were replaced in some places, at some times, because of specific ecological and geographical changes that gave the tyrannosaur lineage opportunities to expand into niches that the carnosaur lineage had previously held. In other places, at other times, the carnosaurs continued to flourish until they didn't. Let us spend a moment with the most recent science. The research that has been published in the last decade on carnivore biology has been, by any standard, extraordinary, and it has changed our understanding in ways that would have been impossible to predict. A 2020 study applied a new form of geometric morphometrics, the precise mathematical description of three-dimensional shape, to the skulls of multiple Allosaurus specimens from the Cleveland Lloyd Quarry. The goal was to quantify the variation in skull shape among individuals and determine whether that variation was consistent with what you would expect from a single species with normal individual variation, or whether it suggested the presence of multiple species in the assemblage. The results were nuanced. Some of the variation was attributable to ontogenetic change, differences between younger and older individuals, as we have seen in Triceratops. Some may reflect sexual dimorphism, and some variation remained after accounting for age and sex, individual variation of the kind seen in any natural population. The conclusion: the Cleveland Lloyd quarry material represents a single species of Allosaurus, with a degree of individual variation within that species that is normal by comparison with modern large animals. Not multiple species, one species variable as every real biological population is variable. This matters because it tells us something about the population structure of Allosaurus, something about how individuals within the population related to each other in size, in age distribution, in the specific details of their anatomy. And from population structure, we can begin to infer something about population dynamics, how the Cleveland Lloyd population was structured in life, how individuals competed and cooperated and eventually died in that extraordinary concentration. The bones are not just bones, they are a population record, and we are slowly learning to read it. There is one more aspect of Carnosaur biology that we have not yet addressed, an aspect that is easy to overlook in the focus on predation and anatomy, but that is, in a very real sense, the foundation of everything else. How did Allosaurus know what it was? Not in any philosophical sense, but in the biological sense. How did Allosaurus recognize members of its own species, distinguish them from prey animals and from other predators, navigate the social landscape of its own kind? The answer almost certainly involved multiple sensory modalities. Smell, as we have discussed, was probably the primary sensory channel. The recognition of species-specific chemical signals, pheromones, or other odorants that identified an individual as an Allosaurus rather than a Ceratosaurus or a Torvosaurus or a large sauropod. Visual signals, the specific shape and size of the crests above the eyes, the overall body proportions, the color patterns of the skin, would have been important at shorter distances, confirming the identification made at longer range through smell. And sound, whatever calls Allosaurus made, would have added a further channel of identity information. The specific frequency content and pattern of a call encodes individual identity in the way that a voice identifies a human speaker. Other Allosaurus in the vicinity of a calling individual would have been able to identify not just the species, but probably the specific individual making the call. This multi-channel sensory world, in which species identity, individual identity, sex, age, and reproductive status were all encoded in chemical, visual, and acoustic signals that could be read at varying distances, was the medium through which the social life of Allosaurus was conducted. It was not a rich social life by mammalian standards, but it was a social life, real and consequential, shaping the daily choices and long-term trajectories of every individual Allosaurus in the Morrison Formation. These animals knew each other, not with the depth or complexity that mammals know each other, but they knew, and that knowing, that biological recognition of the self in the other, is one of the threads that connects them to us across 150 million years and the whole vast gulf of evolutionary distance. There is a final science story to tell, one from very recent years, that illustrates how much there is still to discover about animals that have been studied for over a century. In 2019, a new species of Allosaurus carnosaur was described from material found in the Morrison Formation of Utah, named Allosaurus jimseni in honor of the late Utah State paleontologist James Madsen Jr. The new species was distinguished from the long-known Allosaurus fragilis by a suite of features in the skull, a narrower profile, the urine ornamental crests, the urine proportions of the snout and brain case. The remarkable thing about this discovery was not that a new species had been found in an unexplored corner of the world. It was that a new species had been found in the Morrison Formation, the most intensively studied Jurassic dinosaur formation in the world, from material that had been collected decades earlier and had been sitting in museum collections, labeled as Allosaurus fragilis, waiting for someone to look closely enough to see what it actually was. Two species of Allosaurus in the Morrison Formation, potentially overlapping in range and time, potentially competing, potentially differing in their ecological habits in ways that allowed coexistence. The implications for our understanding of Morrison Formation ecology are significant. If two Allosaurus species were present simultaneously, then the predator community was more diverse than previously thought. The dynamics of competition and resource partitioning among large predators in the formation were more complex. The picture we had constructed of a single dominant apex predator, Allosaurus fragilis, is incomplete. And the discovery was made, not from new field work, but from existing collections. From bones that had been in museums for decades, misidentified, waiting. The answer was there all along. This is one of paleontology's great recurring lessons. The collections are never fully mined. The answers are often already in hand, waiting for the right question to be asked of them. The work of science is never finished, even in the most familiar material. The Carnosaurs lived, they hunted, they shook the earth with the force of their passing. They left their marks in the bones of the animals they preyed upon, and in the bones of their own kind, where the marks of their combats and their competitions and their injuries are still visible if you know how to look. And they gave way in time to other animals, to the tyrannosaurs in the north, to the titanosaur-hunting ebelosaurids in the south, without knowing that they were giving way to anything, without any awareness of the vast evolutionary transitions of which they were a part. They simply lived, and then they didn't, and then they were stone. And we found the stone, and we read it, and we began to understand. There is one final thing to say about the dinosaurs, something that is not a scientific fact, exactly, but that feels true in the way that the most important things feel true. These animals were magnificent. Not in the sentimental way that we sometimes call things magnificent, not as a compliment, but in the original sense of the word, full of greatness, possessing, in their anatomy and their behavior and their ecological role, a kind of completeness that commands attention and respect. Allosaurus, standing in the late afternoon light of a Jurassic day, 2 tons of muscle and bone and precision-engineered killing apparatus, its nostrils filled with the complex chemistry of its landscape, its crested eyes scanning the forest edge, was magnificent, not good, not kind, not moral in any sense that we would recognize, but magnificent, a complete answer to a specific set of evolutionary questions refined across millions of generations to a degree of functional perfection that we are still, 150 million years later, only beginning to fully appreciate. We did not make Allosaurus. We did not design it or intend it. It arose from the same blind processes of variation and selection that produced every other living thing, including us. It had no purpose beyond its own survival and reproduction. And yet it was magnificent. That is one of the deepest truths of the natural world, that magnificence requires no intention, that the most extraordinary things in the history of life arose from processes that had no idea what they were making, that beauty and power and functional perfection can emerge from nothing more directed than time and selection and the endless pressure of a world that rewards what works. The carnivores were magnificent, and they had no idea. And neither, in a sense, do we fully when we look at ourselves in the mirror. But we are trying to understand, and in the trying, there is something almost as magnificent as the thing itself. There was 100 facts about the Carnosaurs, the great flesh-eaters of the Jurassic world and the Cretaceous, Allosaurus, the hatchet-skulled king of the Morrison Formation, Ceratosaurus, the horned hunter, Torvosaurus, the massive grip, Megalosaurus, the first named dinosaur in the history of science, Carnotaurus, the shark-toothed colossus of the African Cretaceous, Giganotosaurus, the South American giant, Mapusaurus, the possible pack hunter of titanosaurs, Acrocanthosaurus, the high-spined predator of early Cretaceous North America. 100 facts, and behind every fact an animal, a real, living, breathing, hunting, surviving animal that inhabited the earth long before we did and that left in stone. the record of its extraordinary existence. Every bite mark was real. Every healed wound was a survival. Every broken and repaired bone was a life that continued. Every egg that hatched was the beginning of an animal that then had to figure out how to live in one of the most dangerous ecosystems the Earth has produced. They did it. For millions of years, they did it. The next episode is already here. A new dinosaur, a new 100 facts, a new window into the deep time of this planet's extraordinary history. Leave your favorite dinosaur in the comments. Tell us which one you had never heard of before today. Tell us which fact stopped you. This has been Sleepy Dino. Good night. Before we truly close, let us return to Big Al one final time, because Big Al deserves more than a brief mention. Big Al is, in many ways, the most complete story we have of an individual dinosaur's life, and the story is worth telling fully. The skeleton designated MOR 693 was found in June of 1991 by a team led by Kirby. Cyber of the Sauria Museum Arthur in Switzerland, excavating near Shell, Wyoming. The initial surface find was a single bone, a small element that, to a trained eye, immediately suggested something significant nearby. Careful excavation over the following weeks revealed a skeleton of extraordinary completeness. Big Al, when fully prepared and studied, turned out to be a juvenile or young adult animal, perhaps 6 to 8 years old at death, based on bone histology. Large for its age, probably approaching 2/3 of full adult size, but not yet fully grown. An animal in the early stages of its adult life, with its best years still theoretically ahead of it. The pathological conditions catalogued in Big Al's bones read like a medical record of accumulated bad luck. The left humerus, the upper arm bone, shows a healed fracture. The third metatarsal of the right foot, a bone in the middle of the foot, shows severe bone infection, osteomyelitis, that would have caused significant pain and swelling, and would have impaired normal walking and running. Several other foot bones show additional signs of infection and injury. The right foot, taken as a whole, was a catalog of problems. Multiple bones show pathological changes consistent with infection, a vascular necrosis, and traumatic injury. The cumulative E-uked would have been severe lameness, an animal that could not run at full speed, that could not plant its right foot normally on the ground, that was in chronic pain from multiple simultaneous conditions. How Big Al acquired these injuries is a matter of speculation. Some may have resulted from failed predatory attacks, the kick of a stegosaurus, the lash of a sauropod tail, the impact of a fall during a chase. Some may have been infections that entered through small wounds acquired in the course of normal predatory activity. Some may have been stress injuries, the cumulative mechanical damage of running on ground that was hard or uneven, repeated across thousands of hunting attempts. What is clear is that Big Al's injuries had reached a point where they were no longer simply inconveniences. They were compromising the animal's survival. An Allosaurus that cannot run at full speed, that is in constant pain from infected foot bones, that must redirect energy from growth and healing, is an Allosaurus whose margin of survival is narrowing. Big Al died. We do not know how. The skeleton does not tell us the direct cause of death. The injuries it shows were survivable individually, though increasingly debilitating in combination. Big Al may have starved, unable to hunt euctively enough to maintain its energy balance. It may have succumbed to the infection. Bone infections in untreated cases can spread systemically and cause sepsis, even in otherwise healthy animals. It may have been killed by another predator or a defensive prey animal, unable to evade euctively because of its damaged foot. The bones are silent on the final cause, but they are eloquent on everything that led up to it. Big Al's skeleton has become, since its discovery, one of the most studied and most publicized dinosaur specimens in the world. It was the subject of a BBC documentary, The Ballad of Big Al, that brought its story to a wide audience. It has been examined in multiple scientific studies, each extracting additional information from the same set of bones that have been in scientific hands since 1991. It has taught us about individual variation in Allosaurus, about the frequency and diversity of pathological conditions in large predatory dinosaurs, about the relationship between injury and survival in Jurassic predators, and about the reality, sometimes forgotten in the grand sweep of geological time, that these were individual animals with individual life histories, individual injuries, individual moments of bad luck that shaped their trajectories. Big Owl was not a population statistic. Big Owl was an animal, a specific, real, individual animal that lived in Wyoming 150 million years ago, that hurt its foot and got an infection and kept hunting and trying and eventually died, probably young, before it reached its full potential size. That is the truest thing about Big Al, not the 19 pathological conditions, not the completeness of the skeleton, not the scientific papers and the documentary. The truest thing is that Big Al was real, and its bones, still in the collections of the Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana, are still real, still there, still waiting to be asked new questions that current technology cannot yet answer. Big Al is not finished teaching us. We just haven't asked all the questions yet. The relationship between the Carnosaurs and the landscape they inhabited, the physical geography of the Jurassic world, is something that has only recently begun to be understood in detail through the application of sedimentological and geochemical analysis to the Morrison Formation. The Morrison Formation was not a uniform environment. It was a complex, spatially heterogeneous landscape with different local environments, river channels, floodplains, lake margins, drier upland areas, denser forests, more open plains that supported diurent communities of animals and diurent abundances of prey. Recent work on the geochemistry of Morrison Formation soils, the ancient soils called paleosols preserved in the rock, has mapped the distribution of diurent paleoenvironments across the formation. These maps show that the Morrison landscape was more varied than the classic image of a uniform, lush floodplain suggests. There were areas of significant aridity, places where the soil chemistry indicates extended dry periods, sparse vegetation, and limited surface water, and there are areas of more permanent water and denser vegetation. The distribution of Allosaurus fossils within the formation is not random. It correlates broadly with the distribution of large herbivorous fossils, which in turn correlates with areas of more productive vegetation and more reliable water. Allosaurus was not distributed uniformly across the Morrison landscape. It was concentrated in the areas where prey was concentrated. This is, again, exactly what we see in modern large predators. Lions do not patrol the entire Serengeti uniformly. They concentrate in areas of highest prey density, near water sources, near the migration routes of the herbivores they depend on. The territory of a large predator is not chosen randomly. It is chosen to maximize access to food. Allosaurus chose its territories, not consciously, not with the kind of deliberate geographical reasoning that we might apply to the same problem, but through the accumulated evolutionary wisdom encoded in its behavior, through the instincts and preferences and responses to sensory cues that millions of years of selection had installed in the hardware of its nervous system. It knew where the food was, and it went there. The final question, the one that has been hovering at the edge of everything we have said about the carnivores, and that deserves to be asked directly before we close. What do the Carnosaurs mean? Not scientifically, not ecologically, but to us, to the species that found their bones and spent 150 years trying to understand them. I think the Carnosaurs mean something about scale, about the scale of time and the scale of life and the scale of what is possible in a world given sufficient time and sufficient creature pressure. We live in a world where the largest land predators are lions and tigers, impressive animals, certainly, but animals whose predatory capability tops out at prey of a few hundred kilograms. We live in a world where the largest terrestrial carnivore that has existed within human memory is the cave bear or the short-faced bear, large, powerful, but still operating within a scale that the human mind can reasonably grasp. The Carnosaurs operated at a diurent scale entirely. 2 tons, moving at speed, with a skull that could deliver a hatchet blow of extraordinary force, with 70 serrated teeth, with arms equipped with 25-centimeter claws, in an ecosystem where the prey weighed 10 to 20 times as much as the predator. This is predation at a scale that has no living parallel. The closest modern analog, a killer whale hunting a blue whale, perhaps, requires water and cooperation and a diurent evolutionary heritage entirely. On land, there is nothing alive today that gives us a sense of what it was like to share a landscape with a 2-ton carnivore whose skull was optimized for hatchet attacks and whose preferred prey included animals the size of city buses. We know about it only through the stone, through the patient work of scientists who have spent lifetimes studying bones and bite marks and growth rings and isotopes and CT scans and biomechanical models. And through episodes like this one, where we try to bring all of that work together, to assemble the fragments of evidence into something that approximates the living animal, that gives some sense of what it was and what it did, and how extraordinary its existence was. The dinosaurs mean the world has been stranger than we can imagine, and larger than we can hold in our minds, and more full of life in its astonishing variety than we will ever fully grasp. And we are lucky, extraordinarily lucky, to have found the bones. Imagine looking up, not at a sky you recognize, not the sky above a city or a field or an ocean you know, a diurn sky, the sky of the late Cretaceous world 68 million years ago. Warmer than ours, thicker with humidity, the blue of it deeper perhaps, or the clouds arranged diurnally, we cannot know exactly, but a sky, a real sky over a real landscape of rivers and forests and open plains. You are looking up because something has moved across the sun. Not a cloud, not a bird, something much larger, something that blocks the light in the way that a very large thing does when it passes between you and the sun. Not a flicker, not a shadow, but a genuine dimming, a momentary eclipse that lasts long enough to make you look. And when you look, you see it. A wingspan wider than the nose to tail length of a city bus. A long, crested head extending forward from a neck the length of a tall person. 4 limbs folded against a body that is both enormous and impossibly light. Wings of leathery membrane taut against the wind, generating lift in the way that only the most extraordinary biological engineering can generate it. It rides the thermal without a wing beat, without EUOT, with the casual, uncanny ease of an animal that has been shaped by tens of millions of years of evolution for exactly this, for moving through the air at altitude, covering distance at a rate that would embarrass most modern aircraft in terms of endurance, crossing continents in a body that weighs no more than a large human being. It is the largest flying animal that has ever existed. Its name, when we finally gave it one, was taken from an Aztec god, a feathered serpent, a deity of wind and air, Quetzalcoatlus. 100 facts, let us begin. The name Quetzalcoatlus comes from Quetzalcoatl, one of the principal deities of the Aztec pantheon, whose name in Nahuatl combines Quetzali, meaning the green feathers of the Quetzal bird, and Coatl, meaning serpent. The feathered serpent, the plumed wind deity, the god of the morning star, of creativity, of the boundaries between earth and sky. It is one of the most evocative names in all of paleontology, and one of the most fitting. Quetzalcoatlus northropi, the species that bears this name, was an animal of the boundary between earth and sky in a literal and profound sense. It walked on the earth, on 4 limbs, in a gait unlike any modern animal. And it flew in the sky, on wings wider than those of any other flying animal in the history of life. It occupied both worlds, and neither fully. It was the bridge, enormous, strange, aerodynamically improbable, and completely real, between the terrestrial and the aerial. The feathered serpent, yes, the name fits. The species name Northropi honors John Nelson Northrop, the American aircraft designer and founder of the Northrop Corporation, whose innovative work on flying wing aircraft designs in the mid-20th century represented, in the eyes of the scientists who named the pterosaur, a parallel attempt to solve the same fundamental engineering challenge: how to build a large, efficient flying machine. A pterosaur named after an aircraft engineer. The connection is apt in ways that go beyond mere homage. Quetzalcoatlus was discovered in 1971 in Big Bend National Park in the Trans-Pecos region of southwest Texas. The discovery was made by a geology graduate student named Douglas Lawson, who was doing fieldwork in the Javelina Formation, a late Cretaceous geological unit that preserves sediments deposited on the floodplains and river systems of the ancient interior of North America. Lawson found a large, hollow bone eroding out of the rock, a bone too large and too thin-walled to belong to any dinosaur he was familiar with. He brought it to the attention of his academic supervisor, one Langston Jr., at the University of Texas at Austin, one of the foremost vertebrate paleontologists in America at the time. Langston immediately recognized the significance of what Lawson had found. The bone was a wing bone from a pterosaur, and it was enormous. Further excavation revealed additional material, more wing bones, parts of the neck vertebrae, fragmentary skull material. Not a complete skeleton, not even close to a complete skeleton, but enough to establish that this was a pterosaur of size far beyond anything previously known. In 1975, Lawson formally described the new genus and species in the journal Science, a brief paper as appropriate for such a landmark discovery that named Quetzalcoatlus northropi and provided the first scientific description of the animal that would come to be recognized as the largest flying creature in the history of life on Earth. A graduate student, a field trip, a bone eroding out of the rock in the Texas Badlands. One of the most significant paleontological discoveries of the 20th century. There are two species of Quetzalcoatlus currently recognized by science, and their relationship to each other tells an interesting story about the ecology of giant pterosaurs in the late Cretaceous world. The first species, Quetzalcoatlus northropi, is the giant, the animal whose wingspan estimates have ranged from 10 to 12 meters, roughly 33 to 40 feet, and whose fragmentary remains from Big Bend represent the largest individual pterosaur bones ever found. Despite its fame, Carnotaurus is known from frustratingly incomplete material. The original specimens are all fragmentary. No complete skull, no complete skeleton, no unambiguous association of all the elements that would allow a fully confident reconstruction. The second species, Quetzalcoatlus lawsoni, named in honor of the original discoverer, is known from much more complete material, also from Big Bend National Park, found in the same geological formation. Q. lawsoni was substantially smaller than Q. northropi, with a wingspan of approximately 5 to 6 meters, roughly half the linear dimension, and perhaps 1/8 the mass of the giant species. Q. lawsoni was formally described only in 2021, a paper by Brian Andres and colleagues that provided the most comprehensive treatment of Quetzalcoatlus material since Lawson's original 1975 description. The 2021 paper significantly advanced our understanding of both species, providing detailed anatomical descriptions, revised size estimates, and the first rigorous phylogenetic analysis of the genus in the context of the broader Asdocid family. Two species, one enormous, one merely very large, both from the same formation, the same region, the same geological moment. Why two species of the same genus in the same place? The answer almost certainly lies in ecological separation. The two species were not direct competitors because they were not the same size and therefore not targeting the same prey. The giant and the merely large sharing a late Cretaceous floodplain. Quetzalcoatlus was not a dinosaur. This is the correction that must be made early and clearly because the popular imagination consistently conflates the two. Pterosaurs and dinosaurs coexisted. They shared the same geological periods, the same landscapes, sometimes the same fossil formations. They are often displayed together in museums and depicted together in films, but they were not the same kind of animal. Dinosaurs are defined by a specific set of anatomical features, particularly a specific arrangement of the hip joint, that unite them as a distinct evolutionary group. Therosaurs lack these features. They are archosaurs, members of the broader group that also includes dinosaurs and modern birds and crocodilians, but they represent a separate lineage of archosaur evolution, one that diverged from the lineage leading to dinosaurs in the Triassic period, perhaps 240 to 245 million years ago. The therosaurs were the first vertebrates to achieve powered flight. Before them, no vertebrate animal, no fish, no amphibian, no reptile had ever flown under its own power. The insects had been flying for over 150 million years by the time the first pterosaur took to the air. But among the vertebrates, the pterosaurs were the pioneers. And they remained pioneers, masters of the air, the dominant flying vertebrates, for over 150 million years, from the late Triassic until the very end of the Cretaceous, when they shared the skies with the early birds that would eventually replace them. Quetzalcoatlus was not a dinosaur. It was something older and stranger, a member of the first great lineage of flying vertebrates, a creature of the air in a way that the terrestrial dinosaurs could never be. The wingspan of Quetzalcoatlus northropi, the giant species, has been estimated by diurent researchers at diurent values, and the uncertainty in those estimates reflects the genuine incompleteness of the fossil material. The original estimates, based on Lawson's initial description and on scaling from the fragmentary wing bones available, suggested a wingspan of approximately 11 to 12 meters. Later analyses, using more sophisticated scaling methods and additional comparative material from related Asdarchid pterosaurs, have suggested values ranging from 9 to 12 meters, with most researchers converging on approximately 10 to 11 meters as the most defensible estimate. 10 to 11 meters, let us make that concrete. The wingspan of a wandering albatross, the largest living flying bird, reaches approximately 3.5 meters. The wingspan of a California condor, the largest flying bird in North America, reaches approximately 3 meters. A Quetzalcoatlus northropi, at 10 to 11 meters, had a wingspan 3 to 4 times that of the largest flying bird alive today. The wingspan of a Cessna 172, a small single-engine aircraft of the kind used for training and recreation worldwide, is approximately 11 meters. The wingspan of Quetzalcoatlus was, at its upper estimate, approximately equal to that of a small aircraft. An animal with the wingspan of an aircraft, flying under its own power over the late Cretaceous plains of what is now Texas. The engineering of it is, even now, almost impossible to believe. The weight of Quetzalcoatlus is one of the most debated aspects of its biology, and the debate matters enormously because weight is the fundamental variable in the physics of flight. Flight requires generating lift equal to the animal's weight. The lift generated by a wing depends on the wing area, the airspeed, and the angle of attack, the angle at which the wing meets the air. For a very large animal, the weight increases with the cube of linear dimensions, while wing area increases only with the square. This means that as flying animals get larger, they require disproportionately large wings or disproportionately high airspeeds, or both, simply to stay airborne. This scaling problem sets a physical upper limit on how large a flying animal can be. Beyond a certain size, no amount of wing area or airspeed can generate enough lift to keep the animal in the air. Quetzalcoatlus northropi appears to have been very close to, or possibly at that physical limit. Weight estimates for Quetzalcoatlus have ranged from as low as 70 kilograms to as high as 540 kilograms, reflecting the genuine uncertainty in how to extrapolate the mass of the soft tissue from fragmentary skeletal material. The most widely cited middle range estimates cluster around 200 to 250 kilograms for the giant species, roughly the weight of a very large human being or a small motorcycle. 250 kilograms on a wingspan of 10 to 11 meters. The extreme lightness of this, a bird the size of a small aircraft, weighing less than 2 large adult humans, reflects the extraordinary engineering of the pterosaur body. Every gram of unnecessary weight was, evolutionarily speaking, a liability, and the pterosaur skeleton had been stripped of unnecessary weight by millions of years of selection pressure in ways that we are still discovering. The skeleton of Quetzalcoatlus was, by the standards of the bones we are used to studying, almost impossibly light. The bones of large pterosaurs were hollow, not merely marrow-filled hollow, as the long bones of most vertebrates are, but pneumatized hollow, filled with air, laced with a complex internal architecture of thin struts and walls, arranged to provide maximum structural strength with minimum material. This pneumatization was not unique to pterosaurs. Modern birds have pneumatized bones for the same reason, reducing weight to make flight possible. But in Quetzalcoatlus, the pneumatization was taken to an extreme beyond anything in modern birds. The wall thickness of the wing bones of large pterosaurs has been measured in some specimens at less than a millimeter, thinner than a credit card. The hollow interior of a Quetzalcoatlus cutemus, the upper wing bone, was so large relative to the total bone diameter that the bone was effectively a thin-walled tube, structurally comparable to bamboo cane, strong in bending and torsion despite using barely any material. This bamboo tube architecture is one of the most elegant structural solutions in the history of biological engineering. A tube resists bending forces efficiently because the material is distributed at the maximum possible distance from the central axis, where it contributes most to the tube's resistance to flexing. The hollow wing known of Quetzalcoatlus maximized this efficiency to a degree that no engineer, designing from first principles without the benefit of 200 million years of evolutionary refinement, would have achieved. The skeleton of Quetzalcoatlus was a masterpiece of structural minimalism, light enough to fly, strong enough to survive. The wing of Quetzalcoatlus was structured very deliberately from the wing of a bird, and understanding that endurance is essential to understanding how this animal flew. A bird's wing is supported by a modified forelimb, the humerus, radius, and ulna, leading to the hand bones, which support the primary flight feathers. The wing membrane in a bird is feathers overlapping, individually replaceable, aerodynamically sophisticated, but fundamentally separate from the arm itself. A pterosaur wing was diurent in its fundamental architecture. The primary supporting structure of the wing membrane was a single enormously elongated fourth finger. The ring finger, in human terms, extended to extraordinary length, forming the leading edge of the wing and the primary support for the membrane. The other three fingers remained short and functional, used for gripping and for walking on the ground. The wing membrane itself, the patagium, extended from this elongated fourth finger to the body, and in most pterosaur species also from the body to the hind limb. It was not feathers. It was a sheet of skin and muscle, complex in its internal structure, capable of active shape control through the contraction of embedded muscle fibers. The ability to actively control the shape of the wing membrane, to adjust its camber and tension in response to changing aerodynamic conditions, gave pterosaurs a degree of flight control that may have exceeded that of birds in some respects. The wing was not a passive surface. It was an active, responsive, dynamically controlled aerodynamic instrument. The neck of Quetzalcoatlus is, in its own way, as extraordinary as the wings. In Carnotaurus, the neck was composed of elongated cervical vertebrae, neck bones, that were extraordinarily long relative to their diameter. The total neck length in the giant species has been estimated at approximately 2.5 to 3 meters, a neck longer than the entire body of many large animals alive today. But this neck was not flexible in the way that, say, a swan's neck is flexible. It was largely rigid, a long stye letter 1B0 rod extending from the body to the head, capable of some movement but not the serpentine flexibility that the neck's length might suggest. The rigidity was structural. The elongated vertebrae articulated with each other in a way that limited rotation and lateral bending, producing a neck that held its shape under the aerodynamic forces of flight. In the air, A flexible neck would have been a liability, a structure that vibrated and oscillated unpredictably, destabilizing the animal's flight. A rigid neck was the aerodynamic solution. On the ground, the rigid neck was the hunting tool. Extended forward and downward from the body, it placed the long skull of Quetzalcoatlus at the optimal distance from the body for reaching prey on the ground, for the terrestrial hunting style that we will discuss shortly. The neck of Quetzalcoatlus was simultaneously a flight stabilizer and a hunting instrument, a single structure serving two radically different functions, optimized for each by the same evolutionary process. The skull of Quetzalcoatlus was long, narrow, and toothless. Long, the skull of Carnotaurus, reconstructed from fragmentary materials supplemented by comparison with related asdarchids, has been estimated at up to 2.5 meters in the giant species. A skull longer than a tall human being is standing. Narrow, the skull was laterally compressed, like the blade of a very long, very thin knife, not deep or robust, as in the skull of a large predatory dinosaur, but slender and aerodynamically shaped. Toothless, there were no teeth. The jaws terminated in a sharp-edged beak, keratinous and hard-pointed, entirely analogous in function to the beak of a modern heron or stork, not for crushing, not for gripping, for precision strikes, for the rapid, targeted delivery of the beak tip to a specific point, followed by the capture of whatever was at that point. In many agdarchid pterosaurs, including the better-known relatives of Quetzalcoatlus, there was also a distinctive crest rising from the back of the skull, a bony projection of varying size and shape, covered in life by a keratinous extension that increased its visual prominence. The function of this crest was almost certainly primarily display. Like the frill of Triceratops or the crests of many hadrosaurs, the skull crest of hadrodarchid pterosaurs was probably a species recognition signal, a sexual display structure, or both. The specific shape of the crest varied between species and possibly between sexes within species, providing visual information about the identity and status of the individual displaying it. A 2.5 meter toothless skull with a colorful crest on the end of a 3 meter rigid neck on an animal with the wingspan of a small aircraft. The visual impact of a flying Quetzalcoatlus seen at close range must have been extraordinary. For most of the history of pterosaur research, the large asdarchid pterosaurs like Quetzalcoatlus were depicted primarily as aquatic or semi-aquatic animals that spent most of their time near water, feeding on fish in the way that modern pelicans or gannets feed. One popular reconstruction, skimming feeding, imagined the pterosaur skimming the surface of water with its lower jaw trailing in the water, catching fish in the manner of modern skimmer birds. The long, narrow jaw seemed compatible with this feeding mode at first glance. But detailed biomechanical analysis has shown that skim feeding was almost certainly not how Quetzalcoatlus hunted. The forces on the jaw during skim feeding, from the drag of the lower jaw cutting through water, would have been enormous at the scale of Quetzalcoatlus, far exceeding the structural strength of the slender jaw. The jaw would have broken. It was not built for this. The modern understanding of Quetzalcoatlus and the large asdarchids is very diurent. They were, in the most informed current reconstruction, primarily terrestrial hunters, animals that spent most of their time on the ground, walking through the late Cretaceous landscape in search of prey, and hunting in a manner analogous to a giant modern stork or secretary bird. The terrestrial storker hypothesis holds that Quetzalcoatlus moved through the floodplains and forests of the late Cretaceous on its four limbs, using its long neck and precise beak to probe for and strike at small animals, lizards, small mammals, insects, hatchling dinosaurs, small vertebrates of various kinds, in the manner of a modern ground-feeding bird. This interpretation is supported by multiple lines of evidence. The limb proportions of asdarchid pterosaurs are consistent with Euyuian quadrupedal walking on solid ground. The neck geometry places the head at exactly the right distance from the body for a ground-stalking feeding strategy. The jaw mechanics are consistent with precision strikes at small prey, not with skim feeding or surface plunging. Quetzalcoatlus walked the late Cretaceous landscape. It was a terrestrial predator first, and a flyer second. The flight was the means of travel, the extraordinary, efficient, long-distance locomotion that allowed it to cover vast areas of the Cretaceous world in search of the patches of habitat and prey that sustained it. The feeding happened on the ground. How did Quetzalcoatlus walk? The locomotion of large theropods on the ground has been reconstructed from trackways and fossilized footprints left by theropods in soft sediment, which preserve the pattern of foot placement, and in some cases, the impressions of the folded wing tips, and from detailed analysis of the limb joint geometry. What these sources tell us is that theropods walked quadrupedally, on four limbs, in a gait that has no precise modern equivalent. The hind feet were placed in a roughly bipedal pattern, with the long axis of each foot roughly parallel to the direction of travel. The forelimbs were placed with the hand, specifically the three short, clawed fingers, touching the ground, while the enormously elongated fourth finger, the wing support, was folded upward and backward, keeping the primary wing structure clear of the ground. The resulting gait was something like a knuckle-walking great ape, but more upright, more efficient, and covering ground with surprising speed. Estimates of walking speed for large pterosaurs, based on trackway analysis, suggest something in the range of 3 to 5 kilometers per hour, a brisk walking pace, comparable to a healthy human. On the ground, Quetzalcoatlus would have been an imposing presence. Standing upright, the giant species reached perhaps 5 to 6 meters in height, at the top of the crest, taller than a giraffe. The long neck extended forward from the body, the crested head carried at the end of it sweeping slowly from side to side, scanning the ground ahead for the movement that would trigger a strike. It was not elegant, in the way that a walking bird is elegant. It was ungainly, in the way that very large things are ungainly when they move on the ground. But it was Euclid. And when it found what it was looking for, when the long neck swung forward and the beak struck, it was fast. Itakeo letter 1B0 of Quetzalcoatlus is one of the most analyzed and debated topics in pterosaur biomechanics, because the physics of getting an animal of this mass into the air from a standing start on flat ground presents genuine challenges that require careful engineering analysis to resolve. Modern large flying birds take O letter 1B0 by running into the wind or by leaping from elevated positions. A California condor needs to run several steps before achieving flight speed and strongly prefers Cly letter 1B0 edge launches. An albatross needs a long-running start and favors windy conditions. Neither strategy immediately seems applicable to an animal of Quetzalcoatlus's mass. The solution that biomechanical analysis has converged on is a biphasic vault, a Takeo letter 1B0 powered primarily by the forelimbs rather than the hindlimbs. In this model, the pterosaur crouches, then uses its powerful forelimb muscles to vault upward and forward, essentially performing a massive push-up that propels the body into the air. As the body rises, the wings unfold and begin generating lift. The hind limbs contribute to the initial push, but the primary impulse comes from the arms. This vault mechanism requires powerful forearm muscles, which is consistent with the large muscle attachment areas visible on pterosaur forearm bones. It is also consistent with the trackway evidence, which shows no evidence of the running Takeo letter 1B0 that would be needed if the hind limbs were the primary Takeo letter 1B0 mechanism. Quetzalcoatlus, preparing for Takeo letter 1B0, crouched briefly, gathered itself, then vaulted upward in a fraction of a second, the wings snapping open as the body rose, the aerodynamic forces taking over from the muscular impulse within the first few wing beats. It went from standing to airborne in moments, and once airborne, everything changed. In the air, Quetzalcoatlus was transformed. The ungainly ground locomotion, the slow scanning head movements, the clumsy folded wings, all of it became irrelevant. In the air, those same wings unfolded to their full 11 meters, taut with aerodynamic tension, generating lift with an efficiency that decades of engineering analysis have confirmed was extraordinary. Computer models of Quetzalcoatlus' flight, developed using the same aerodynamic software applied to the design of modern aircraft, suggest performance characteristics that are genuinely impressive even by modern standards. Cruise speed, the speed at which Quetzalcoatlus would most recently cover distance, has been estimated at approximately 80 to 130 kilometers per hour, that is 50 to 80 miles per hour, faster than a peregrine falcon's level flight speed, significantly faster than any modern soaring bird. Cruise altitude, the altitude at which thermal soaring was most efficient, has been estimated at approximately 4,500 meters above the Cretaceous sea level, with excursions up to perhaps 6,000 meters possible during particularly favorable thermal conditions. Range, the distance that Quetzalcoatlus could cover in a single non-stop flight, has been estimated in some models at more than 10,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers without landing, without eating, without drinking, crossing oceans and continents on stored energy, riding thermals and favorable winds, covering a third of the Earth's circumference on a single flight. These figures are, of course, estimates, models based on incomplete anatomical data and aerodynamic assumptions that may not perfectly reflect the reality of a living animal. They have uncertainty ranges, but even at the conservative end of those ranges, Quetzalcoatlus was one of the most capable long-distance flyers in the history of vertebrate life. The thermal soaring that Quetzalcoatlus used as its primary means of sustained flight is a mode of locomotion that requires almost no muscular EUOT once the animal is airborne in the right conditions. A thermal is a column of warm air rising from a sun-heated surface. As the air rises in the thermal, anything light enough to float in rising air, a dust particle, a bubble of gas, a soaring bird, a gliding pterosaur, is carried upward with it. By circling within the thermal, gaining altitude with each circuit, an animal can climb thousands of meters above the ground without a single wing beat. When the thermal weakens, as the bird or pterosaur exits the rising column and begins to glide, it loses altitude, but covers horizontal distance rapidly, gliding at a favorable angle between the heights. When it reaches the next thermal, the process begins again. This soaring and gliding strategy is used today by condors, vultures, eagles, frigate birds, and many other large-winged birds. It is extraordinarily efficient. A large vulture can cover hundreds of kilometers in a day at minimal energetic cost, simply by reading the sky for thermals and positioning itself within them. Quetzalcoatlus, with its enormous wingspan and relatively low wing loading, the ratio of weight to wing area, was ideally suited for this style of flight, perhaps even better suited than any modern soaring bird, because its absolute wing area was so much greater. Its ability to detect and utilize weak thermals was correspondingly enhanced, and its long-distance soaring capability was therefore extraordinary. It read the sky, it found the thermals, it rose and circled and glided and rose again. Across the late Cretaceous landscape, for hundreds of kilometers, for days at a time, without landing. The world that Quetzalcoatlus flew over was the world of the very end of the Cretaceous, the same world that Triceratops and T-Rex inhabited on the ground below. The same world we have visited in previous episodes, but seen now from 5,000 meters above it. From that altitude, the landscape of late Cretaceous North America spread out beneath the pterosaur like a map. The rivers, braided, slow, gleaming in the sun, running south and east across the broad floodplains. The forests along the river margins, darker than the open ground, dense with the late Cretaceous vegetation that was just beginning to include flowering trees and shrubs. The open areas where herds of large herbivores, hadrosaurs, ceratopsians, moved in the characteristic patterns of large herd animals, their tracks visible from above as networks of compressed paths radiating from water sources. From this altitude, the late Cretaceous world was a patchwork of green and brown and blue, stretching to every horizon, unmarked by any human feature, alive in every direction with the activity of the most diverse large animal fauna the planet has produced in the last 100 million years. Quetzalcoatlus saw all of this, not with the interpretive apparatus of a human mind, not with curiosity or wonder or the naming of things, but with the sensory precision of a large flying animal reading its landscape for the features that mattered: thermals, rising columns of warm air marked by the behavior of smaller birds and by the visual shimmer of heated ground. Water reflecting the sky from far below. Open ground, where terrestrial prey was visible from altitude as small, moving forms against the background of soil and vegetation. It was not sightseeing, it was navigation, practical, efficient, purposeful navigation of a landscape it knew, through some combination of memory and sensory reading, as well as any modern migratory bird knows its migration route. But the landscape it navigated was one we have never seen, and the view from 5,000 meters over late Cretaceous North America is one of the most extraordinary views in the history of life on Earth. What did Quetzalcoatlus eat? We established that the terrestrial Storka hypothesis is the current best explanation for its feeding ecology, that it walked on the ground, using its long neck and precision beak to strike at small prey. But the specifics of what that prey was are worth exploring in more detail. The late Cretaceous floodplains of what is now Texas were rich in small vertebrates of many kinds. Small lizards, numerous and diverse, occupied the ground cover and the low vegetation. Small mammals, the ancestors of the great mammalian radiation that would follow the KPG extinction, lived in burrows and beneath leaf litter. Juvenile dinosaurs, hatchlings and small juveniles of the hadrosaurs and ceratopsians, and small theropods that occupied the same landscape, were abundant in the nesting season, small enough to be taken by a predator with a precise, long-necked strike. Small crocodilians, frogs, large insects. The diversity of small vertebrates available on a late Cretaceous floodplain was enormous, and Quetzalcoatlus, with its precision beak and its extraordinary range of movement, covering hundreds of kilometers between feeding sites, was positioned to exploit all of them. There is also the possibility of scavenging. A large flying animal with a long-range soaring capability and excellent vision from altitude is ideally positioned to locate large carcasses, a dead sauropod visible from kilometers away, for example, and to arrive at those carcasses before ground-based competitors. Modern condors and vultures use exactly this strategy, the soaring flight that allows vast areas to be scanned from altitude, combined with the efficiency of consuming food that requires no hunting art. Quetzalcoatlus may have been both an active hunter of small prey on the ground and an opportunistic scavenger of large carcasses in the air, using the respective advantages of its terrestrial and aerial modes to exploit diurent food resources as they became available. Adaptable, opportunistic, covering enormous distances between resources. This is the ecology of a generalist predator operating at the largest possible scale, an animal for which the relevant spatial scale is not the local hunting territory, but the continent. The sensory world of Quetzalcoatlus was, like that of all pterosaurs, understood primarily through the study of the brain, the endocast, the preserved impression of the brain's shape in the surrounding bone of the skull. Pterosaur brains have been studied in considerable detail through CT scanning of skulls, and the results consistently show a pattern that distinguishes them clearly from their dinosaurian contemporaries. The most striking feature of the pterosaur brain is the very large size of the cerebellum, the region responsible for motor coordination, balance, and the processing of sensory information related to movement and spatial orientation. In Quetzalcoatlus and its relatives, the cerebellum is disproportionately large relative to the rest of the brain, suggesting an animal with extraordinary spatial awareness, exquisite balance, and highly precise motor control. This makes perfect sense. Flying requires continuous, real-time processing of spatial information. The position of the body in three-dimensional space, the attitude of the wings relative to the wind, the moment-to-moment adjustments of the flight surfaces needed to maintain stable, controlled flight. All of this requires a cerebellum of extraordinary capability. The large cerebellum of pterosaurs is the neural hardware for flight. The olfactory bulbs, the smell-processing regions, were relatively small compared to the cerebellum, suggesting that smell was not the primary sensory modality. This again makes sense for a flying animal. At altitude, chemical gradients are dispersed by the wind, and smell becomes unreliable as a long-range sense. What matters in the air is vision in the vestibular sense, the ability to see the landscape, and to sense the body's own orientation and movement. The vision of Quetzalcoatlus was, most certainly, its most important sense. The eyes were large relative to the skull, positioned to provide a wide field of view, and the optic lobes, the brain regions processing visual information, were well developed. An animal that navigates by reading the landscape from altitude, that detects prey from hundreds of meters above the ground, that rides thermals identified visually by the shimmer of warm air and the behavior of smaller birds, that animal needs excellent vision. Quetzalcoatlus could see, sharply, over long distances, with the clarity of an apex flying predator that depends on visual acuity for its survival. The question of whether Quetzalcoatlus was warm-blooded, whether it was a metabolically active endotherm like a modern bird or a cold-blooded ectotherm like a modern reptile, has been debated for decades and has been resolved, in the last 30 years, firmly in favor of endothermy. The evidence comes from multiple sources. The bone histology of pterosaurs, the growth rings and bone tissue type, is consistent with the rapid, continuous growth characteristic of warm-blooded animals. The presence of pectinofibers, the hair-like and tegumentary structures found in many pterosaurs, indicates a covering analogous to the fur of mammals, which in modern animals serves primarily as thermal insulation. You do not need thermal insulation if you are cold-blooded. The flight mechanics are also relevant. Powered flight is energetically expensive, more expensive per unit time than almost any other form of locomotion. A cold-blooded animal with a metabolic rate too low to sustain the oxygen delivery demands of continuous powered flight could not have flown in the way that pterosaurs flew. The physics require a warm-blooded animal. Quetzalcoatlus was warm-blooded. It maintained a constant body temperature. It had a high metabolic rate. It was, in the physiological sense that matters, much more like a modern bird than like a modern lizard, despite being neither. This warm-bloodedness had implications beyond simply enabling flight. It meant that Quetzalcoatlus was active in cool conditions as well as warm ones. It meant that it could fly at high altitude, where temperatures dropped significantly. It meant that it could be active at night, if necessary, rather than being limited to the warmest hours of the day. A warm-blooded flying animal of this size was a formidable organism, metabolically capable, behaviorally flexible, able to operate across a range of conditions that would have grounded a cold-blooded alternative. The pectinofibers of pterosaurs, the hair-like or filament-like structures that covered at least some pterosaurs, and quite possibly all of them, deserve more than a brief mention, because they are one of the most remarkable discoveries in the history of pterosaur research. Pectinofibers were first documented in the 1970s in specimens of the small pterosaur. Swords pilosus from Kazakhstan, a species whose name literally means hairy devil, reflecting the presence of the fuzzy and tegumentary covering visible in the fossil. Since then, pectinofibers have been documented in multiple pterosaur species from diverse geological formations. In 2019, a study of a beautifully preserved specimen of the Pterosaur tipacharara from Brazil revealed that the pectinofibers were not simple hair-like filaments, as previously assumed, but were complex, branching structures more similar to the downy feathers of modern birds than to the simple hair of mammals. The structural similarity to feathers raised the possibility that pectinofibers and feathers share a common evolutionary origin, that both were derived from a single type of integumentary structure present in the common ancestor of pterosaurs and dinosaurs. This is a profound and still debated implication. If true, it means that feathers in a protoform are older than we thought, that the integumentary innovation that eventually produced the plumage of modern birds has a history extending back before the divergence of the therosaur and dinosaur lineages to a common ancestor in the Triassic. For Quetzalcoatlus, this means that the animal was almost certainly covered in piton fibers, the fuzzy, insulating covering that served as the pterosaur equivalent of fur or down, not the smooth-skinned, naked pterosaur of older reconstructions. A fuzzy, insulated, warm-blooded flyer, more like a giant, toothless, crest-headed bird than like anything we would call a reptile. The color of Quetzalcoatlus is unknown, as it is for most therosophs whose soft tissue does not typically preserve the melanosomes that allow color reconstruction in some feathered dinosaurs. What we can do is reason about it, using the same logic we have applied to other extinct animals in this series. Quetzalcoatlus had a crest, a prominent visual display structure. Display structures are almost universally colorful in modern animals because the entire point of a display structure is to be seen, and visibility requires contrast, which requires color. The crest of Quetzalcoatlus was almost certainly not uniformly gray or brown. It was almost certainly, at least in part, vividly colored, reds, oranges, yellows, blues, or combinations thereof, in patterns that communicated identity, sex, and reproductive status to other Quetzalcoatlus individuals. The body covering, the technofibers, may have been more cryptically colored, providing some degree of camouflage when the animal was on the ground. Many modern large birds are cryptically colored on the body, but display vivid colors on the face, the bill, or specialized display structures. A similar pattern, cryptic body, vivid crest, would make biological sense for Quetzalcoatlus. The wing membrane may have been translucent or semi-translucent in thin areas. The membrane was very thin, and in strongly lit conditions, light may have shone through it, creating a distinctive visual E-yoked when a Quetzalcoatlus was seen against the sky. These are inferences, not certainties, but they are informed inferences, grounded in the biology of related modern animals and in the functional logic of the anatomical structures we can observe in the fossil material. The Quetzalcoatlus of accurate reconstruction was not the gray, leathery, bat-winged creature of old museum models. It was colorful, fuzzy, and in the right light, at the right angle, beautiful. The family to which Quetzalcoatlus belongs, the Asdarchidae, was one of the most diverse and successful pterosaur families of the late Cretaceous, and exploring the wider Asdarchid family gives us a richer understanding of the ecological range and the evolutionary variety of this remarkable group. Asdarchids were defined by their long necks, long and toothless beaks, and large body sizes. The family includes some of the largest pterosaurs known, and the terrestrial stalker feeding strategy appears to have been characteristic of the group as a whole. In Romania, specifically in the late Cretaceous deposits of the Hadig Basin, a fascinating Asdarchid called Hexagopteryx thambima was found. The fragmentary material from Hexagopteryx is striking for its robustness. The bones are much more heavily built than those of Quetzalcoatlus, suggesting an animal of comparable wingspan but substantially greater mass, and crucially, a much more powerfully built skull and neck. Hexagopteryx was, in the reconstruction that has emerged from recent research, not a gracile long-distance sauroid like Quetzalcoatlus, but a massively built predator with a short, robust neck and a proportionally enormous, heavily reinforced skull. Endurance in skull robustness between Hexagopteryx and Quetzalcoatlus is comparable to the endurance between a tiger's skull and a giraffe's. The two animals are clearly endurant functional types, not merely size variants of the same body plan. This endurance has ecological significance. The Hadig Basin of late Cretaceous. Romania was an island ecosystem. The region was surrounded by the warm Tethys. Sea separated from the European mainland. Island ecosystems frequently produce ecological oddities. Prey animals that have dwarfed in the absence of large predators, or predators that have evolved to fill niches normally occupied by animals of endurant body plans. In the Hadig Basin, The large dinosaurian herbivores were island dwarfs. Megasaurus, a dwarf sauropod the size of a horse, and the apex predator. Hagegopteryx was a pterosaur with a robust skull, adapted for dealing with prey considerably larger than the insects and small vertebrates that Quetzalcoatlus apparently preferred. Hagegopteryx may have been the apex predator of the Haiti Island ecosystem, not a soaring long-distance flyer, a heavy, powerful, short-range aerial predator that used its immense, robust skull to overpower prey animals far larger than the small vertebrates available to mainland Azhdarchids. Two Azhdarchids, same family, completely diurent ecological strategies. The evolutionary flexibility of the group was extraordinary. There is one more Azhdarchid worth mentioning specifically, not because it was the largest or the most dramatic, but because its discovery significantly expanded our understanding of how widely the Azhdarchid family was distributed across the late Cretaceous world. Arambergiania philadelphiae was named from fragmentary material found in Jordan, a single, enormous neck vertebra discovered in 1943 and initially misidentified before being correctly placed within the Azhdarchid family in the 1990s. The vertebra from Jordan is extraordinary. It is nearly 78 centimeters long, a single neck bone nearly as long as a human torso. Based on scaling from this element and comparison with more complete Azhdarchids, Arambergiania was estimated to have had a wingspan potentially comparable to Quetzalcoatlus, perhaps 10 meters or more. The discovery of a giant Azhdarchid in Jordan confirmed that animals of this scale were not restricted to North America. The large Azhdarchids were global, distributed across the landmasses of the late Cretaceous world, from North America to Europe to the Middle East. They were cosmopolitan animals, probably capable of crossing the broad, shallow seas that separated the late Cretaceous landmasses on their remarkable long-range flights. A world with Quetzalcoatlus in Texas, Hagegopteryx in Romania, Arambergiania in Jordan, similar animals of extraordinary size on multiple continents simultaneously. The skies of the late Cretaceous were not empty. They were crossed, regularly and repeatedly, by some of the largest flying animals in the history of life. The extinction of Quetzalcoatlus, the end of the Azhdarchids, and of the therosaurs as a whole, was part of the great KPG extinction event that ended the age of the non-avian dinosaurs. The asteroid that struck Chicxulub 66 million years ago killed not just the terrestrial megafauna of the late Cretaceous, but devastated the aerial fauna as well. The therosaurs, for all their extraordinary capabilities, were no more immune to the global ecological collapse that followed the impact than any other large animal. The specific mechanisms by which therosaurs were driven to extinction are not entirely clear. The immediate euux of the impact, the blast, the fires, the impact winter, would have killed many individuals directly, but the longer-term euux, the collapse of the food chains that sustained therosaurs, whether terrestrial prey for the stalking Azhdarchids or marine prey for other therosaur groups, were probably the ultimate cause of the lineage's extinction. Therosaurs that fed on terrestrial prey, like Quetzalcoatlus, were dependent on the same ecosystem that collapsed for the dinosaurs. As the plant communities died in the impact winter, the small vertebrates that Quetzalcoatlus hunted declined. Without prey, the pterosaur could not sustain itself. Pterosaurs that fed on marine prey were dependent on marine food chains that were themselves severely disrupted. The collapse of marine primary productivity that we discussed in the Mosasaur episode eucted the fish populations that many pterosaurs fed on. There was no refuge, there was no food source that escaped the impact of the KPG event broadly enough to sustain a population of large pterosaurs through the extinction bottleneck. The therosaurs died, all of them. The last Azhdarchid, wherever it was soaring over some late Cretaceous landscape, riding the thermals above a world that was already slowly dying, was the last of 150 million years of therosaur history. And the sky, after 66 million years ago, belonged to the birds. The birds that survived the KPG extinction were small seed-eaters and ground foragers that could subsist on resources that persisted through the impact winter. They were not the spectacular soaring birds of the modern sky. They were the ancestors, modest, cautious, surviving in the margins of a devastated world. But from those survivors, in the tens of millions of years that followed, the extraordinary diversity of modern birds evolved. The condors and albatrosses that are the largest flying birds today, still far smaller than Quetzalcoatlus, but the largest that the post-extinction world has produced. The eagles and falcons and hawks that fill the predatory niches that pterosaurs once occupied. The frigate birds and pelicans and boobies that exploit the marine niches that pterosaurs of other lineages once dominated. The birds are the survivors of the great aerial lineage, not the therosaurs, the birds, a diurent evolutionary branch of the archosaur tree, shaped by 66 million years of evolution in a world without therosaurs. And in the largest of those birds, in the Andean condor circling the thermals above the Andes, in the wandering albatross spanning 3.5 meters of southern ocean sky, in the harpy eagle gripping a rainforest branch on feet as large as a human hand, something of what Quetzalcoatlus was persists. Not in the genes, which are irretrievably separated by 66 million years of independent evolution, but in the ecology, in the physics of soaring flight, in the reading of thermals and the exploitation of updrafts, and the long, efficient, unhurried crossing of vast distances on wings that generate lift from the same atmosphere, on the same planet, under the same sun. The sky has changed, the animals in it have changed, but the sky is the same sky. And the principles that let Quetzalcoatlus fly, the same principles of aerodynamics and thermals and soaring efficiency, still govern everything that flies in it today. The most recent scientific work on Quetzalcoatlus, the landmark 2021 papers by Brian Andres, Kevin Hartman, and their colleagues, represented the most significant advance in our understanding of the animal since Lawson's original 1975 description. The 2021 papers provided the first full systematic description of both Cuniothropy and Cunosoni, including detailed anatomical descriptions of every known element, rigorous phylogenetic analysis, revised size estimates, and a comprehensive reconstruction of the animal's ecology and behavior. Among the key findings, the formal recognition of Q. lawsoni as a distinct species from Q. noctropi based on anatomical diurgences that had been noted but not formally codified in earlier work. The revised mass estimate for Q. Northropy, placing the most likely weight at approximately 200 to 250 kilograms for the giant species, and the detailed reconstruction of the terrestrial stalking behavior based on analysis of limb proportions and jaw mechanics that confirmed and expanded earlier work pointing in this direction. The 2021 papers also highlighted how much we still do not know. The skull of Q. northropy remains reconstructed primarily by inference from Q. lawsoni and from other asdarchids. The soft tissue anatomy, the pecnifibers, the wing membrane, the color is inferred rather than directly observed. The growth stages, the reproductive biology, the social behavior, the precise details of how these animals navigated and oriented during long-distance flights, all of these remain areas of active research and genuine uncertainty. The work is ongoing, the questions are still being asked, and every new specimen from every new locality has the potential to change or refine or overthrow what we currently think we know. That is what science is, and the science of Quetzalcoatlus is very much alive. Let us end where we began, in the air. Imagine the late Cretaceous sky one final time, the same sky we opened with, the same warmth, the same humidity, the same depth of blue. And in that sky, high above the landscape, a Quetzalcoatlus in soaring flight. It has been airborne for 6 hours. It took letter 1B0 from a floodplain in what is now Texas, spiraling upward in a thermal until it reached its cruising altitude, then gliding northwest in the direction its navigation, whatever form that navigation takes, is directing it. Toward a river system it has visited before, toward a concentration of nesting dinosaurs whose hatchlings will provide, when it descends, a productive hunting ground. It does not think about any of this. It does not plan. It does not anticipate. It navigates by the accumulated instinct of millions of years of evolution, by the sensory information of the moment, by the deep programming of a brain built for exactly this, for reading the sky, for finding the thermals, for arriving, eventually, at the right place. The wingspan catches the light, 10.5 meters, taut against the wind. The crest catches the light too vivid against the blue of the late Cretaceous sky, a signal that means Quetzalcoatlus to any Quetzalcoatlus that sees it. It does not know that 66 million years from now, a creature that does not yet exist will find its bones in Texas and spend decades trying to understand what it was. It does not know anything in the way that we know things. It simply is. It simply flies. It simply does what has been shaped by every generation of its lineage going back to the first pterosaur that ever left the ground to do. The largest flying animal in the history of life on Earth, riding the thermals of the late Cretaceous afternoon. Magnificent, real, gone. Unknown, finally, imperfectly, with all the humility that knowing something truly ancient requires by us. There was 100 facts about Quetzalcoatlus northropi, the feathered serpent of the late Cretaceous sky, the largest flying animal that has ever lived, the terrestrial storker and long-distance soarer, the Azracic pterosaur of Big Bend, Texas, whose bones Douglas Lawson found eroding out of the Javelina Formation in 1971, and whose story we are still, half a century later, learning to read completely. 100 facts, and the animal is still larger than all of them. The next episode is already waiting, a new prehistoric creature, a new 100 facts, a new chapter in the extraordinary story of life on this planet. Leave your favorite fact in the comments. Leave the image that stays with you, the vault Takeo letter 1B0, the thermal soaring, the long neck sweeping across the Cretaceous ground, the wingspan catching the afternoon light. Every fact was real. Every moment of it happened. This has been Sleepy Dino. Good night. There is a detail about the way Quetzalcoatlus held its neck in flight that took researchers a surprisingly long time to work out, and that changed, in a fundamental way, how we visualize this animal in the air. For years, the default reconstruction showed Quetzalcoatlus in flight, with its neck hanging downward, draping below the body in a swan-like curve, with the head dangling toward the ground. It was an intuitive reconstruction. A long neck, unsupported, would presumably hang under gravity. But detailed analysis of the neck vertebrae and their articulation surfaces tells a diurent story. The joint geometry of the Quetzalcoatlus neck indicates that the natural resting position of the neck, the position it would adopt without muscular ewart, was not hanging downward, but extended forward and slightly upward, roughly parallel to the long axis of the body. This posture makes aerodynamic sense. A neck hanging below the body creates drag. A neck extended forward along the body's axis reduces drag and contributes to the streamlined profile that efficient long-distance soaring requires. The aerodynamic logic and the anatomical logic point in the same direction. Neck forward, head at the front of the animal, the entire body forming a roughly horizontal profile in flight. The image changes completely, not a drooping neck and a dangling head, but a forward thrust arrow, the long skull at the front, the neck extending back to the body, the wings spanning outward from the shoulders, the hind limbs tucked back along the tail. An integrated aerodynamic shape, not a collection of awkwardly hanging appendages. Quetzalcoatlus in flight was not ungainly. It was streamlined. It was, in the aerodynamic sense, well designed. And the neck that seemed so problematically long on the ground was, in the air, part of what made the animal work as a flying machine. The relationship between Quetzalcoatlus and the other animals of its late Cretaceous landscape is more complex and more interesting than a simple coexistence narrative would suggest. In the Javelina Formation of Big Bend, the geological unit that has yielded the Quetzalcoatlus material, the fossil fauna includes a diverse community of late Cretaceous animals, large hadrosaurs including Cretosaurus, the ceratopsian Bragoceratops, small theropod dinosaurs, various turtles, lizards, and crocodilians. And the Mosasaur prognathodon has been found in nearby formations, suggesting that the ancient waterways of the region were home to large aquatic predators as well. In this community, Quetzalcoatlus northropi occupied a unique position, the only animal capable of flight at this scale, and therefore the only animal capable of the kind of long-range landscape-level foraging that its ecology appears to have required. The smaller species, Quetzalcoatlus lawsoni, shared the same landscape. With a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters and a correspondingly smaller body mass, Q. lawsoni was capable of accessing diurnal prey sizes and potentially diurnal microhabitats than the giant northropi. The coexistence of two species of the same genus in the same formation implies ecological separation. The small species and the giant species were not competing directly because they were not the same size and therefore not taking the same prey. This size-based ecological partitioning is seen frequently in modern communities of closely related predators. In Africa, the African fish eagle and the martial eagle are both large eagles that share the same broad habitat, but their diurnal sizes and diurnal prey preferences allow them to coexist without significant competitive overlap. Q. northropi and Q. lawsoni may have worked the same way. Diurnal sizes, diurnal prey, diurnal flight characteristics, the same landscape. The giant hunting juvenile dinosaurs and large lizards, the merely large hunting smaller vertebrates and insects, each exploiting the late Cretaceous floodplain of Texas at a diurnal scale. The question of how Quetzalcoatlus interacted with the large theropod dinosaurs of its time, particularly T-Rex, which inhabited the same formation and the same geological moment, is one that generates considerable interest and very little direct fossil evidence. The honest answer is, we do not know. T-Rex was capable, in principle, of killing a Quetzalcoatlus. A 2-ton tyrannosaur with a bite force of 35,000 newtons could certainly deal with a pterosaur whose hollow bones were designed for minimum weight, rather than resistance to crushing force. But whether T-Rex actually preyed on Quetzalcoatlus, whether encounters between the two species were predatory rather than simply spatial, is not established. The flight capability of Quetzalcoatlus was its primary defense. A T-Rex cannot fly. It cannot chase a pterosaur that is taken to the air, and the volt-takio letter 1B0 of Quetzalcoatlus, from standing to airborne in a fraction of a second, would have been sui sent to escape any terrestrial predator that was not already within striking distance. The real risk to Quetzalcoatlus from T-Rex was during the period of ground-based activity. A pterosaur walking slowly through low vegetation, head down, focused on detecting small prey, was not paying full attention to its surroundings. A T-Rex in ambush position and tyrannosaurs were, at least in part, ambush predators, could potentially close the distance before the pterosaur detected it and launched. Whether this happened regularly or occasionally or never, the fossil record does not tell us. We have no Quetzalcoatlus bones with T-Rex bite marks. We have no T-Rex with Quetzalcoatlus bone fragments in its stomach region. The two animals coexisted in the same landscape. What happened when they met is, for now, a mystery. The evolution of giant size in therosaurs, the process by which small, agile Triassic flyers became the colossal ashdarchids of the late Cretaceous, is one of the most fascinating stories in the history of vertebrate evolution. The earliest pterosaurs, from the late Triassic period roughly 220 to 230 million years ago, were small animals. Most had wingspans of less than a meter, and their anatomy was that of agile, perhaps tree-dwelling creatures that glided or flew in ways more analogous to modern small bats than to the soaring giants of the late Cretaceous. The evolutionary origin of pterosaurs is remarkably still not fully resolved. Unlike the dinosaurs, whose ancestry within the broader Archosaur tree is well understood, the specific evolutionary lineage that gave rise to the first therosaur remains unclear. No convincing transitional fossil between non-flying archosaurs and the earliest therosaurs has been found. The first therosaurs appear in the fossil record already capable of flight, with fully formed wings, pneumatized bones, and the structural modifications needed for aerial life. This gap, the absence of a transitional form between ground-dwelling archosaur and flying therosaur, is one of paleontology's most prominent open questions. Where did the therosaur wing come from? What was the intermediate stage between a terrestrial archosaur and a creature capable of powered flight? Various hypotheses have been proposed: that pterosaurs evolved flight from the trees down, gliding before they could power fly; that they evolved from the ground up, running and leaping; that they evolved from small Cly letter 1b0 dwelling animals that launched themselves into the air from elevated positions. None of these hypotheses has been confirmed by the fossil record, because the fossil record of very early therosaurs is sparse and fragmentary. The mystery of pterosaur origins is the mystery of flight's first steps, and it remains, despite 200 years of paleontological research, genuinely unsolved. From those mysterious small beginnings in the Triassic, the therosaurs diversified into an extraordinary variety of forms across the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. The earliest therosaurs, the rhamphorhynchanes, had long tails that served as flight stabilizers, a feature retained through the Triassic and Jurassic, but lost in the more derived therosaurs of the Cretaceous. The Jurassic saw the emergence of the therodactyloids, the short-tailed pterosaurs that include the lineages leading to the Astardids, and these short-tailed forms were generally more aerodynamically capable than their long-tailed predecessors. The Cretaceous was the age of therosaur gigantism. As the period progressed, the maximum size achieved by pterosaurs increased steadily, from the modestly large pterosaurs of the early Cretaceous to the extreme sizes represented by Quetzalcoatlus and its relatives in the late Cretaceous. The drivers of this size increase are not entirely clear. Competition with early birds, which diversified rapidly in the Cretaceous and may have displaced therosaurs from some smaller body-size niches, is one proposed factor. The availability of large prey on the expanding late Cretaceous landmasses is another. The specific aerodynamic advantages of very large wingspan for long-distance soaring, which improves disproportionately with increasing size up to the physical limit, may have created a selection pressure toward larger body size in lineages that relied on this flight style. Whatever the drivers, the trend was unmistakable. The late Cretaceous sky belonged to giants, and Quetzalcoatlus was the largest of all of them. There is a comparison that is sometimes made between Quetzalcoatlus and a Jiraiya, and it is a comparison worth exploring because it illuminates something specific and striking about the proportions of the giant pterosaur. A large adult male Jiraiya stands approximately 5.5 to 6 meters tall, with a neck of approximately 2.5 meters. When a Jiraiya stands at full height, its head is roughly at the level of a 2-story building. Quetzalcoatlus northropi, standing on the ground, was comparable in height to a large Jiraiya, perhaps 5 to 6 meters from foot to the top of the crest, depending on how the neck was held. Its neck, at approximately 2.5 to 3 meters in the giant species, was comparable in length to a Jiraiya's neck. But there the resemblance ends. A Jiraiya weighs approximately 800 to 1,200 kilograms. Quetzalcoatlus weighed approximately 200 to 250 kilograms, an animal of Jiraiya height at 1/5 of Jiraiya weight. The extreme lightness is what makes this comparison so striking. At Jiraiya height, and with a Jiraiya-length neck, Quetzalcoatlus weighed no more than 2 or 3 large humans. The weight had been stripped away so completely by the pneumatized bones, by the absence of heavy mineralized teeth, by the fine-walled hollow wing bones, by the lean, eusent musculature of an animal shaped by every generation of its lineage for minimum mass, that the result was something that barely seems physically possible. A gyro-sized animal that weighed less than a large motorcycle, a neck as long as a gyro on a body light enough to fly. The engineering is breathtaking, and it is all the more breathtaking because it was not engineered at all. It was evolved, produced by the blind, patient, mathematical process of natural selection operating on random variation across millions of generations. No engineer, no matter how brilliant, could have designed this from first principles. Evolution, not there anyway. The wing membrane of Quetzalcoatlus, the pterygium, was not a simple sheet of skin stretched over the wing bones. It was a complex, functionally sophisticated tissue with an internal structure more like a biological composite material than like ordinary skin. Research on the wing membranes of well-preserved pterosaur specimens, not from Quetzalcoatlus directly, whose wing membrane has not been preserved, but from smaller pterosaurs in Jurassic and early Cretaceous Lagistatin deposits that preserve soft tissue, has revealed a layered internal structure. Within the wing membrane, embedded in the tissue, were two distinctive elements. First, actinophobos, style letter 1B0, rod-like fibers arranged in a specific pattern across the membrane, like the structural reinforcement in a composite material. These fibers appear to have style U in the membrane selectively, controlling its shape under aerodynamic loads, without making it entirely rigid. Second, a layer of muscle fibers running spanwise along the membrane muscles that could actively contract and relax, adjusting the tension and camber of the membrane in real time during flight. The wing was not a passive aerodynamic surface. It was an active one, capable of continuous, precise shape control in response to changing aerodynamic conditions. This active wing control gave pterosaurs a degree of flight precision that passive wings, like those of many insects, whose wings are purely structural rather than muscular, cannot achieve. In turbulent conditions, in tight maneuvering, in the precise adjustments needed to ride the edge of a thermal without drifting out of the rising air column, the ability to actively shape the wing membrane was a significant advantage. Quetzalcoatlus's wings were not sails. They were active control surfaces, dynamic, responsive, continuously managed by a nervous system tuned over millions of years for exactly this purpose. The inner ear of pterosaurs, studied through CT scanning of fossilized skulls, provides some of the most direct evidence we have about the sensory and motor capabilities of these animals. The semicircular canals of the inner ear, the structures responsible for detecting rotational motion and maintaining balance, are among the most revealing elements of the pterosaur endocast. In Quetzalcoatlus and its relatives, the semicircular canals are very large, particularly the anterior and posterior canals that detect rotational motion in the vertical plane, the plane in which pitch changes occur during flight. This large canal size is consistent with high sensitivity to pitch changes, the forward and backward rotations of the head that occur constantly during flight as the animal adjusts its attitude. An animal that is sensitive to small pitch changes can respond more quickly to disturbances in its flight attitude, gusts of wind, thermal turbulence, the aerodynamic E-yokes of a prey strike, and can maintain stable, controlled flight more effectively in challenging conditions. The vestibular system of Quetzalcoatlus was, in short, tuned for flight, tuned for the specific kinds of rotational disturbances that large wingspan soaring flight produces, tuned for rapid, precise responses to the aerodynamic challenges of moving through the air at altitude. There is something almost musical about this, an instrument tuned to a specific frequency, resonant in exactly the range where it needs to be resonant, silent in the ranges that do not matter. The inner ear of Quetzalcoatlus was tuned to the frequency of flight. The fossil record of Quetzalcoatlus and the Azhdarchids is, by the standards of the dinosaur fossil record, frustratingly sparse. The giant species, Carnotaurus, is known primarily from the fragmentary material. Lawson collected in 1971 wing bones, some vertebral material, and from a small number of additional fragments found in subsequent years of fieldwork at Big Bend. No complete skull of Quetzalcoatlus has ever been found. No complete neck. No complete wing with all elements articulated. The reconstruction of Quetzalcoatlus is necessarily heavily dependent on scaling from the better-known smaller species and from other, more completely known asdarchids. Quetzalcoatlus is better known, with more complete material that includes partial skull elements, better preserved vertebrae, and more complete limb material. But even Quetzalcoatlus is not known from anything close to a complete skeleton. Why is the fossil record of asdarchids so poor, given their apparent abundance and global distribution? The answer lies in part in the taxonomy of large flying animals. Dinosaurs died in environments where preservation was generally de-euclid. Their light, hollow bones were fragile, easily crushed, easily destroyed by scavengers, easily dispersed by wind and water. Large therosaurs that died on open floodplains, the terrestrial stalking environment of the asdarchids, were exposed to the full range of taxonomic destruction: scavenging, weathering, transport by rivers, physical abrasion. The conditions that preserve fossils best: rapid burial in fine-grained sediment, anoxic conditions at depth, chemical environments favorable to mineralization, were less available to animals that lived on open ground than to animals that lived near or in water. We find so many fish and marine reptile fossils because fish and marine reptiles died near or in water, in environments where preservation was possible. We find relatively few asdarchid fossils because asdarchids died on land, in environments where preservation was de-euclid. The giants of the late Cretaceous sky are underrepresented in the fossil record precisely because they lived in the place, the open Cretaceous landscape, that the geological record preserves least well. The question of how many Quetzalcoatlus individuals existed, the population size of the species, is one that cannot be answered directly from the fossil record, but that can be approached through ecological modeling. A large flying predator with the ecology of Quetzalcoatlus requires a large territory to sustain itself, based on the prey available on late Cretaceous floodplains and the metabolic requirements of a warm-blooded animal of 200 to 250 kilograms. Estimates of territory size for Quetzalcoatlus have ranged from hundreds to thousands of square kilometers per individual. At the lower end of that range, say 500 square kilometers per individual, the total area of the late Cretaceous habitats available to Quetzalcoatlus in North America might have sustained a few thousand individuals. At the higher end, the population might have been much smaller, in the hundreds. This is a rough calculation with enormous uncertainty, but it points toward the conclusion that Quetzalcoatlus was, even in its prime, a relatively rare animal, not the kind of species that formed flocks or herds or large congregations. More likely a largely solitary predator, widely dispersed across the landscape, encountering other members of its species relatively infrequently. Rare even when alive, almost impossible to find after death. The fossil record is not simply sparse because preservation was poor. It may be sparse, in part, because there were never that many Quetzalcoatlus individuals to preserve. There is a human story embedded in the science of Quetzalcoatlus, the story of the people who have spent their careers studying these fragmentary, de-euclid, extraordinary fossils, and it deserves a moment of its own. Douglas Lawson, who found the original material in 1971, was a graduate student in his 20s. The discovery that he made walking across the badlands of Big Bend, recognizing the significance of a bone eroding out of the rock, launched a career in geology and paleontology and established his place permanently in the history of the science. One Langston Jr., who supervised Lawson and who spent decades working on the Quetzalcoatlus material after the original discovery, was one of the foremost vertebrate paleontologists of the 20th century. His patient, meticulous work on the fragmentary Texas material, in preparing specimens, describing elements, placing them in the context of pterosaur evolution, was the foundation on which all subsequent Quetzalcoatlus research has been built. Brian Andreas, whose 2021 papers provided the first comprehensive systematic treatment of Quetzalcoatlus, in nearly 5 decades, worked on this material for years, building on Langston's unpublished notes and observations, conducting new CT scanning and surface analysis, collaborating with specialists in aerodynamics and biomechanics to produce the most complete picture of the animal yet assembled. And Kevin Hartman, the scientific illustrator whose reconstructions of Quetzalcoatlus, informed by the 2021 research, have been among the most accurate and most widely reproduced images of the animal, has contributed to the public understanding of Quetzalcoatlus in ways that no scientific paper alone can achieve. Science is not done by individuals in isolation. It is done by communities of researchers building on each other's work, challenging each other's assumptions, contributing diurent skills and perspectives to the shared project of understanding something ancient and dioicult and extraordinary. Quetzalcoatlus has been understood by a community, and the understanding that community has produced across 50 years of collective EUOT is one of the most remarkable achievements in the history of paleontology. Let us talk about something that almost never gets discussed in popular accounts of Quetzalcoatlus, the question of how this animal drank water. A warm-blooded animal of 200 kilograms has significant water requirements. The metabolic processes of a mesotherm generate heat that must be dissipated, and in a large, active animal, water loss through respiration and thermoregulation is substantial. Quetzalcoatlus needed to drink regularly, probably every day, or at most every few days, to maintain its water balance. How did it drink? The long neck and the toothless beak were adapted for terrestrial hunting, not for dipping into water. A long-necked animal drinking from a shallow river or pool faces a specific mechanical challenge. The neck must reach down to the water surface, which places significant demands on the neck musculature, and the skull must be positioned correctly to allow water to flow into the mouth. For modern long-necked animals, this challenge is solved in diurent ways. Girarues drink by spreading their forelegs widely and lowering the head to water level, an awkward posture that leaves them temporarily vulnerable to predators. Long-necked birds like herons and flamingos drink by simply dipping the beak into shallow water, their neck proportions allowing this without difficulty. Quetzalcoatlus, with its proportions and its body plan, probably drank by wading into shallow water or by landing near the edge of a water source and positioning itself to reach the water surface with the beak tip. The long neck, held roughly horizontally in the feeding position, could be directed downward by the appropriate neck musculature to reach a water surface a meter or more below the body. It would have been an interesting sight, the largest flying animal in the history of life, standing at the edge of a Cretaceous river, drinking, vulnerable in a way that it almost never was in the air, present in a way that left traces, footprints in the riverside mud that in some cases survived to become fossils. The water brought Quetzalcoatlus down from the sky, regularly and necessarily, and in coming down, it entered a world where the ground predators, the T-rexers, and the large theropods had at least a theoretical opportunity. The relationship between Quetzalcoatlus and the atmospheric conditions of the late Cretaceous world is one that deserves specific attention, because the atmosphere of the late Cretaceous was subtly diurent from the modern atmosphere, and those diurences may have had significant implications for large pterosaur flight. The late Cretaceous atmosphere had a somewhat higher oxygen content than the modern atmosphere, perhaps 30% oxygen by volume compared to the modern 21%. Higher atmospheric oxygen means denser air at any given pressure, and denser air generates more lift per unit of wing area at any given speed. For Quetzalcoatlus, a denser atmosphere meant that the aerodynamic forces on its wings were somewhat greater than they would be in the modern atmosphere. This would have made flight slightly easier, requiring somewhat less speed to generate the lift needed to stay airborne, or allowing the same speed to carry a slightly heavier animal. Some researchers have argued that the higher oxygen content of the late Cretaceous atmosphere was a prerequisite for the evolution of giant pterosaurs. that the physical limit on flying animal size was higher in the denser Cretaceous atmosphere than it would be today, and that Quetzalcoatlus represents an animal that was optimized for a world that no longer exists. The implication is interesting. If Quetzalcoatlus were transporting to the modern atmosphere with its lower oxygen content and therefore its lower air density, it might struggle to maintain flight. The margins of aerodynamic feasibility that allowed it to fly in the late Cretaceous might not exist in the modern world. We cannot test this, but the possibility is worth holding that the largest flying animal in the history of life was calibrated not just to its ecological world, but to its atmospheric world, that the very air it flew through was part of what made it possible. The discovery site of Quetzalcoatlus in Big Bend National Park in southwest Texas is itself a place of extraordinary geological significance, and understanding the landscape that produced the fossil helps us understand the animal. Big Bend sits at the confluence of three major geological provinces of the American. Southwest, the Basin and Range, the Rio Grande Rift, and the Chihuahuan Desert. The landscape is dramatic: deep canyons, volcanic peaks, ancient river terraces, and the exposed rock spans a remarkable range of geological ages, from Cretaceous sedimentary rock in the northern part of the park to tertiary volcanic rock in the south. The Javelina Formation, where the Quetzalcoatlus material was found, outcrops in the northern part of the park, in areas of low, eroded badlands similar to the chalk badlands of Kansas. The rock is a mix of mudstones, siltstones, and sandstones, fluvial sediments laid down on the floodplains and river channels of the late Cretaceous landscape. Today, Big Bend is a desert, hot, dry, sparsely vegetated, dramatic in its barrenness. In the late Cretaceous, it was the opposite: warm, humid, covered in dense floodplain vegetation, crossed by braided rivers carrying sediment from the rising Rocky Mountains to the west. The same ground that is now sun-baked desert caliche was once the muddy floor of a Cretaceous floodplain where hadrosaurs grazed, small mammals burrowed, and Quetzalcoatlus walked on its four-folded limbs looking for food. The transformation of the landscape across 68 million years is one of the most vivid illustrations of geological time available. Stand in the badlands of Big Bend, look at the white and gray rock eroding into the desert air, and know that the rock beneath your feet was once the living, breathing floor of a Cretaceous world. The fossil it holds, the wing bone, the neck vertebra, the fragment of skull, is the record of that world, still there. Still real, still waiting, in some cases, to be found. Let us revisit the size question one final time, not to rehash the numbers, but to sit with what those numbers mean in a deeper sense. The largest confirmed wingspan of Quetzalcoatlus northropi, 10 to 11 meters, the weight 200 to 250 kilograms, the height on the ground 5 to 6 meters. These numbers place Quetzalcoatlus in a category that has no living parallel. There is nothing alive today that is simultaneously this large and capable of flight. The wandering albatross, at 3.5 meters of wingspan and 8 to 10 kilograms of weight, is the largest flying bird. The condors, at 3 meters and 12 kilograms, are the heaviest. The largest bat, the giant golden-crowned flying fox of the Philippines, has a wingspan of approximately 1.7 meters. None of these animals is remotely comparable to Quetzalcoatlus in absolute size. The gap between the largest modern flying animal and Quetzalcoatlus is not a matter of degree. It is a matter of kind, a d-urgent order of magnitude, a flying animal so much larger than anything that currently flies that comparison requires the kind of creative euyet we usually reserve for imagining things that do not exist. But it did exist. This is not mythology or speculation. This is an animal whose bones are in museums, whose flight mechanics have been analyzed in peer-reviewed papers, whose evolutionary history has been traced through millions of years of fossil record. The largest flying animal in the history of life was real. It flew over Texas 68 million years ago, and then it didn't. The sky above Texas today is empty of Quetzalcoatlus, but the rock beneath the desert still holds its traces. And in those traces, in the hollow wing bones and the elongated vertebrae and the fragmentary skull, The animal is still, in the only way available to something this ancient, present. What would it have sounded like? Not the roar of a T-Rex, which is itself speculative, but at least draws on a body plan with vocal structures we can identify and analyze. The sound of a Quetzalcoatlus is even more uncertain. The soft tissue of the throat and the potential vocalization apparatus is entirely unpreserved, and the fossil record gives us no direct evidence of how or whether these animals were vocal. What we can say is that the inner ear of Quetzalcoatlus was tuned to detect specific frequencies, and that the frequencies it was most sensitive to were in the low to mid-range, consistent with the sounds produced by large animals at the distances relevant to the open landscape it inhabited. If Quetzalcoatlus was vocal, and there is no strong reason to assume it was not, given the widespread vocalization among modern archosaurs, which includes both birds and crocodilians, its calls were probably in the low-frequency range, deep, resonant, carrying well across the open floodplains and river valleys of the late Cretaceous landscape. The call of Quetzalcoatlus, if we could hear it, would probably not be what we expect. Not the tarantula screech of old movies, that is a modern invention with no scientific basis. More likely something lower, something that resonated in the chest as much as in the ears, something that announced presence and position across a landscape where individuals were widely spaced and encounters were infrequent. We will never hear it, but it was made, somewhere in the late Cretaceous era over. Texas, that sound was produced, and it carried across the landscape, and whatever heard it responded in ways that we cannot know. The air carried the sound, the rock did not preserve it, but it was real. The story of how Quetzalcoatlus came to be understood, the intellectual history of the animal, from Lawson's 1975 description to the comprehensive 2021 treatment, is a story about how science accumulates understanding slowly, nonlinearly, and sometimes in unexpected ways. The original 1975 description established the animal and its extraordinary size, but for decades after, the lack of additional material meant that most questions about Quetzalcoatlus's biology, its ecology, its flight mechanics, its growth, its behavior could only be addressed indirectly through comparison with other ashdodkids and through theoretical modeling. The accumulation of additional ashdodkid material from other sites, particularly the discoveries in the phosphate deposits of Morocco and the chalk of Jordan and the late Cretaceous sediments of Romania, gradually filled in the picture. Each new ashdodkid discovery added to the comparative framework within which Quetzalcoatlus could be interpreted. By 2021, the database of ashdodkid material was rich enough that a comprehensive treatment of Quetzalcoatlus was possible in a way that it had not been in 1975. This is how paleontology often works. The understanding of a specific animal depends not just on the specimens directly attributed to that animal, but on the broader context of related animals and their material. Quetzalcoatlus was understood in 2021 partly through discoveries made in Morocco and Romania that had nothing to do with Texas. The fossil record of the world is interconnected. Each new discovery in each new locality contributes to the context within which all other discoveries are interpreted. The science of Quetzalcoatlus is global because the ashdodkid family was global, and because paleontology is a global endeavor. There is one final image I want to leave you with before we close this episode. It is not a dramatic image, it is a quiet one. It is the image of Douglas Lawson in 1971 walking across the Badlands of Big Bend National Park. He is a graduate student, young, trained in geology, doing the fieldwork that graduate students do. The landscape around him is the high desert of southwest Texas, dry, rocky, eroded into the low ridges and gullies of badland topography. He finds a bone. He does not know yet what he has found. He knows it is unusual, hollow, thin-walled, too large and too light for the dinosaurs he is familiar with. He picks it up. He examines it. He takes it back to the university, where one Langston looks at it and begins to understand. That moment, the moment of recognition, when the bone in the hand becomes the evidence of an extraordinary animal, is one of the defining moments in the history of paleontology. Not because it was dramatic. It was not dramatic. A graduate student found a bone in the Texas desert. He picked it up. That is all. But the bone was the wing bone of the largest flying animal in the history of life. The bone was 50 years of scientific work, still ongoing. The bone was every subsequent analysis, every revised estimate, every comparative study, every aerodynamic model. The bone was the 2021 papers and the museum mounts and the popular reconstructions and this episode. Everything we know about Quetzalcoatlus flows from that moment, from a graduate student picking up a bone in the Texas desert in 1971. Science begins with attention, with the willingness to look at something and ask what it is, with the refusal to walk past the unusual without pausing to consider it. Douglas Lawson paused, he looked, he asked. And in asking, he gave us the thunder lizard of the sky. There was 100 facts about Quetzalcoatlus northropi, the largest flying animal that has ever lived, the feathered serpent of the late Cretaceous sky, named for an Aztec god and found in the Texas desert by a graduate student with a sharp eye and a scientific curiosity that changed what we know about the limits of animal flight. 100 facts about an animal that weighed no more than 2 large humans and flew on wings wider than a small aircraft, that walked the Cretaceous floodplains on 4 limbs, hunting small vertebrates with a precision beak, that soared at 5,000 meters, riding thermals across continents, covering 10,000 kilometers on a single flight, that lived alongside T-Rex and Triceratops and went extinct with them when the asteroid struck 66 million years ago. 100 facts, and the animal is still larger than all of them, still stranger, still, in the deepest sense, beyond what any description fully captures. The sky of the late Cretaceous held things we can barely imagine, and among all of them, the most extraordinary was the one that moved through that sky most silently, most efficiently, most completely at home. The feathered serpent, the thunder of the sky. Quetzalcoatlus. Leave your favorite fact in the comments. Tell us which image stays with you. The Volptakio letter 1B0, the thermal soaring, the long neck sweeping across the Cretaceous ground, or simply the 10 meters of wingspan on an animal that weighed 250 kilograms. Every single fact was real. Every moment happened. This has been Sleepy Dino. Good night. Let us talk about something that the popular depictions of Quetzalcoatlus almost always get wrong, and that, when corrected, makes the animal far more interesting than the caricature. In most films, illustrations, and reconstructions that the general public encounters, large therosaurs are shown primarily as aerial animals. They are shown in the air, wings spread, often diving toward the ocean to snatch fish from the surface, or gliding over dramatic prehistoric landscapes in a way that emphasizes their alien, airborne quality. This image is not entirely wrong. Quetzalcoatlus certainly did fly, and certainly did spend significant time in the air, but it misses something crucial about the animal's day-to-day reality. For most of each day, Quetzalcoatlus was on the ground. This is the implication of the terrestrial stork hypothesis, and it is worth dwelling on. An animal that feeds by walking through the landscape, hunting small prey on the ground, is spending the majority of its active hours in terrestrial locomotion and terrestrial hunting. It takes to the air to travel, to move between productive feeding areas, to escape threats, to reach water, but the hunting itself happens on the ground. A Quetzalcoatlus walking through the late Cretaceous floodplain of Texas, head forward on its long neck, moving with its peculiar quadrupedal gait, scanning the ground for movement, was as much a terrestrial animal as an aerial one. It was, in a sense, 2 animals in one body, a terrestrial predator with the ability to transform itself, when it needed to, into a long-distance aerial traveler of extraordinary capability. This duality is one of the most remarkable things about the Ashdar kids. They were not specialized for one mode of life. They had mastered two completely different modes of locomotion, ground walking and powered soaring flight, and they used each for different purposes, switching between them as the demands of their ecology required. No modern animal does this at comparable scale. Modern large soaring birds are aerial specialists that are awkward and limited on the ground. Modern large ground animals do not fly. The Asgardians occupied a unique position in the history of animal locomotion, truly capable in both the aerial and the terrestrial realm, at a body size that modern evolution has never replicated. The world that Quetzalcoatlus inhabited was, in the final 2 million years before the KPG extinction, a world under increasing stress. The evidence from the latest Cretaceous geological record, rock layers spanning the final few million years before the boundary, suggests that the late Cretaceous world was experiencing significant environmental change even before the asteroid arrived. Volcanic activity in what is now India, the Deccan Traps, one of the largest volcanic provinces in Earth's history, was releasing enormous quantities of carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere, driving climate change and ocean acidification on a global scale. Some researchers have argued that this pre-existing environmental stress had already begun to reduce biodiversity and destabilize ecosystems before the asteroid arrived, that the KPG extinction was a 1-2 punch, with the Deccan volcanism softening the target and the Chicxulub impact delivering the killing blow. Others argue that the evidence for pre-extinction decline is ambiguous and that the ecosystems of the latest Cretaceous were still rich and diverse right up to the moment of impact. For Quetzalcoatlus, the implications of this debate are significant. Was the late Cretaceous world that Quetzalcoatlus inhabited already a diminished world, with less prey, less habitat, less ecological stability than the world of its ancestors a few million years earlier? Or was it still a world of full late Cretaceous richness, in which the pterosaur's extraordinary capabilities found full expression? The fossil record from the Javelina Formation does not clearly resolve this question. What it does tell us is that Quetzalcoatlus was present and apparently thriving in the very latest Cretaceous. The material found there is from the final chapter of the Cretaceous, the same chapter that ends with the mass extinction. Right up to the end, the sky held giants. Right up to the end, Quetzalcoatlus flew. There is a broader philosophical point embedded in the story of Quetzalcoatlus that is worth making explicit, a point about the nature of biological possibility and about what the fossil record reveals concerning the range of forms that life can take. Before Quetzalcoatlus was discovered, the theoretical upper limit on flying animal size was considered by many researchers to be substantially smaller than what Quetzalcoatlus turned out to be. The aerodynamic models available in the early 1970s suggested that animals much larger than the largest modern birds would not be able to achieve or sustain powered flight, but the scaling laws of aerodynamics imposed a ceiling on flying animal size that the fossil record had not yet challenged. The discovery of Quetzalcoatlus northropy demolished that theoretical ceiling. Here was a flying animal nearly 4 times the wingspan of the largest modern bird. Here was a flying animal at the scale of a small aircraft. The models had been wrong, or rather, the models had been correct for the parameters fed into them, but those parameters had not included the possibility of an animal as usually built, as mimetized, as precisely calibrated for minimum mass as Quetzalcoatlus. The fossil record is frequently in the business of demolishing theoretical constraints. The paleontological literature is full of discoveries that showed that some biological feat, previously considered impossible or at the very limit of possibility, had in fact been achieved by some extinct animal in some geological period under some combination of ecological conditions. This is one of the deepest lessons of paleontology. The range of biological possibility is larger than we can predict. The constraints we impose on what evolution can produce are regularly violated by what evolution did produce. The natural world, given Sioux-Yucian time and Sioux-Yucian selective pressure, finds ways to do things that our models say cannot be done. Quetzalcoatlus flew, despite the models that said it probably couldn't, despite the theoretical constraints that made flight at its size seem aerodynamically marginal. It flew, efficiently, over thousands of kilometers at altitudes of 5,000 meters for perhaps 20 million years. The fossil record is not merely a record of the past. It is a constant expansion of our understanding of what is possible, and Quetzalcoatlus is one of its most dramatic demonstrations of that truth. Before we close, let us spend a moment with the deep time perspective, with the question of where Quetzalcoatl sits in the full sweep of the history of flight. Flight evolved multiple times independently in the history of life. Insects achieved it first, approximately 400 million years ago, in the Devonian, and insect flight has been a dominant feature of terrestrial ecosystems ever since. The Dinosaurs achieved vertebrate-powered flight approximately 230 million years ago in the late Triassic. Birds achieved flight independently through the evolution of feathered wings from the forelimbs of small theropod dinosaurs at approximately 150 million years ago. Bats achieved flight yet again, independently, in the early Paleogene, approximately 50 to 60 million years ago. 4 independent origins of powered flight in the history of life, each using a deuterant body plan, a deuterant wing structure, a deuterant set of evolutionary raw materials, each producing a deuterant kind of flying animal with deuterant strengths and deuterant limitations. Of all the flying animals produced by these 4 independent evolutionary experiments, Quetzalcoatlus northropi was the largest, the most extreme, the most aerodynamically ambitious, the animal that pushed the physical limits of what a flying creature can be furthest, and that survived for 20 million years at or near those limits. The 4 independent origins of flight are among the most remarkable stories in evolutionary biology. They tell us that the aerial environment, the 3-dimensional space above the ground, is so ecologically rich, so full of opportunities for animals that can access it, that evolution has found its way there 4 separate times, from 4 separate starting points, in 4 separate geological periods. The sky is an attractor in the space of evolutionary possibility. It calls to organisms capable of reaching it, and the organisms that reach it are, again and again, transformed by the experience of living in 3 dimensions rather than 2. Quetzalcoatlus was the most extreme product of that transformation, the animal that committed to the sky most completely at the largest scale with the most extraordinary biological engineering. And it was real, it flew, it was here. The rock of the Javelina Formation is still eroding. The badlands of Big Bend are still being cut by water and wind, and the daily thermal cycling of the desert. Every year new rock surfaces are exposed. Every year there is the possibility, small but real, that new Quetzalcoatlus material will emerge. A more complete skull, a full neck, a wing with all elements articulated, a juvenile specimen giving us our first clear picture of how this animal looked in its early life. Material that would allow the mass estimates to be refined, the flight models to be updated, the reconstruction of the animal's ecology to be made more specific and more certain. The scientific community has been waiting for this material for 50 years. It may come in the next field season. It may come in 50 more years, or it may never come. The giant species may simply be too rare in the rock, too poorly preserved by the taphonomic conditions of its habitat to ever yield the complete material that researchers need. But the search continues. Every summer, researchers return to Big Bend. They walk the exposures of the Javelina Formation, scanning the rock surface with the trained attention of people who know what they are looking for. They collect the small fragments that erode out of the white and gray mudstone. They record locations, document geology, prepare specimens carefully in field jackets, and transport them back to laboratories where more detailed analysis can begin. This is the work, patient, slow, often unrewarding in the short term, occasionally producing discoveries of extraordinary significance. The work that has given us everything we know about Quetzalcoatlus, and that will give us everything we will come to know about it in the future. In the Badlands of Big Bend, the rock is still giving up its secrets, and somewhere in that rock there may be a Quetzalcoatlus bone waiting to be found that will change what we think we know. The sky above Big Bend is empty of pterosaurs, but the ground beneath it still holds them, patiently, in the way that only stone can be patient across millions of years, without urgency, without expectation, simply present. Waiting for the graduate student with sharp eyes and scientific curiosity, who will walk across the right stretch of eroding badland at the right moment and see something that does not look quite right, and pick it up and ask what it is. There is one final comparison worth making, one that places Quetzalcoatlus not just in the context of prehistoric life, but in the context of the full sweep of animal evolution on this planet. Of all the flying animals that have ever lived, the insects, the pterosaurs, the birds, the bats, none has come close to the absolute size of Quetzalcoatlus northropi. The largest flying insect in history, the carboniferous dragonfly Meganeura, had a wingspan of approximately 65 centimeters, impressive, but 1/10 the wingspan of the giant pterosaur. The largest flying bird of the Cenozoic, Pelagornis sandersi, had a wingspan of approximately 6 to 7 meters, large, but still smaller than the giant Asdarchid. The largest bat, the Eocene Carnotaurus, was tiny by comparison. Nothing has flown larger than Quetzalcoatlus. In 400 million years of vertebrate and insect flight, in 4 separate independent evolutionary experiments with powered aerial locomotion, no lineage has produced an animal that surpassed the size achieved by Carnotaurus in the late Cretaceous of Texas. This fact, the absolute supremacy of Quetzalcoatlus as the largest flying animal in the full history of life, is not a trivial one. It is a statement about what evolution is capable of, and about the specific combination of ecological opportunity and biological constraint that produced, in the late Cretaceous, an animal at the very limit of what powered flight can sustain. That limit has not been exceeded in 66 million years, not by the birds that diversified explosively in the Paleogene, not by the bats that filled the nocturnal aerial niches left empty by the pterosaurs, not by anything alive today. The record set by Quetzalcoatlus northropi in the late Cretaceous is the oldest unbroken record in the natural world, the largest flying animal for 66 million years and counting. Whether it will ever be broken, whether evolution will someday produce a flying animal larger than Quetzalcoatlus, is a question we cannot answer. What we can say is that in 66 million years of trying, it has not happened yet. The feathered serpent set the standard. The sky so far has not surpassed it. This has been Sleepy Dino. Good night. Let us spend our remaining time on something that paleontology rarely discusses directly, but that is always present in the background of any serious engagement with extinct animals. The question of what it means that these animals are gone, and what their absence tells us about the world we inhabit. The sky of the modern world is not empty. It is full of birds, over 10,000 species of them, ranging from the bee hummingbird at 2 grams to the wandering albatross at 10 kilograms. It is full of bats, the nocturnal aerial specialists that diversified after the pterosaurs were gone. It is full of insects, the oldest and most numerous of all flying animals, which have been airborne for 400 million years and show no sign of relinquishing the air. But the sky of the modern world lacks something. It lacks scale. It lacks the aerial gigantism that the late Cretaceous produced, the 10-meter wingspans, the long-necked, crested, fuzzy pterosaurs moving through the air at altitude, crossing continents on flights of extraordinary endurance. Nothing in the modern sky comes close, and the ecological absence of very large soaring pterosaurs is not simply a matter of extinction having removed something that existed. It is a matter of evolution not having rebuilt it in 66 million years. This is striking. Evolution is usually described as filling vacant niches, as producing organisms that exploit any available ecological opportunity. If the niche of very large soaring aerial predator is genuinely available in the modern world, why has nothing evolved to fill it? Part of the answer may be that the niche is not as vacant as it appears. Modern large soaring birds, condors, albatrosses, eagles, occupy the equivalent ecological role at smaller body sizes, and may be useful enough at those smaller sizes that there is no strong selective pressure toward the extreme gigantism of the asdarchids. The advantages of very large size, longer range, access to larger prey, may not outweigh the costs in the current atmospheric and ecological conditions. Part of the answer may be that the atmospheric conditions of the modern world, the lower oxygen content, the lower air density, make the extreme end of aerial gigantism less aerodynamically feasible than it was in the late Cretaceous. And part of the answer may simply be time. 66 million years sounds like a long time in human terms, but in evolutionary terms, it may not be sufficient for a lineage to work its way from small-bodied flyer to Quetzalcoatlus scale giant. The asdarchids took over 100 million years to reach their maximum size. The birds have been diversifying for 66 million years, roughly the same amount of time. Perhaps, given another 100 million years, the birds will produce something that approaches the asdarchic scale. We will not be here to see it if it happens, but the possibility is not foreclosed. Evolution is patient, the sky is large, and the selective pressures that produced Quetzalcoatlus, the advantages of size, the efficiency of soaring, the access to vast landscapes that long-range flight provides, have not changed. The feathered serpent is gone, but the sky that made it possible is still here, and the sky, given time, has a way of being filled. The story of Quetzalcoatlus is, in the end, a story about limits, about the limits of what biology can achieve, and about what happens when evolution finds those limits and approaches them with the calm, blind precision of natural selection operating across millions of years. The limit approached by Quetzalcoatlus was the physical limit of powered flight, the ceiling imposed by the laws of aerodynamics and physics on how large a flying animal can be. Quetzalcoatlus northropi appears to have been at or very near that ceiling, an animal operating at the very edge of what the physics of lift and the biology of bone and muscle and metabolism can sustain. It is not surprising that nothing larger has evolved since. The ceiling is real. The physics do not change. An animal larger than Quetzalcoatlus, attempting to fly with the same basic biological toolkit, would not generate enough lift to stay airborne. What is surprising, what is the true wonder of Quetzalcoatlus, is that evolution found the ceiling at all, that starting from small, agile Triassic theropods barely larger than pigeons, the therosaur lineage worked its way, generation by generation, selection pressure by selection pressure, across 150 million years of evolutionary time, to an animal operating at the very physical limit of what flight can sustain. That journey from pigeon scale to aircraft scale, from the first tentative winged archosaur to the feathered serpent of the late Cretaceous sky, is one of the most extraordinary journeys in the history of life on Earth. And we know it happened because the bones are in the rock, because Douglas Lawson found them in 1971, because one Langston recognized them, because Brian Andres and Kevin Hartman and their colleagues spent decades working to understand them, because human curiosity and human science and the patient work of understanding applied to a hollow bone in the Texas desert can reach across 68 million years and bring back the knowledge of an animal that flew over that same desert when it was a Cretaceous floodplain. The sky remembers nothing, the rock remembers everything. And we, standing in the middle between the sky and the rock, are the ones who read the memory. There is a word that keeps coming up when researchers who study Quetzalcoatlus are asked to describe their subject in plain language, not a scientific term, not a measurement or a claim name or a functional description, a simple word that sits outside the technical vocabulary of paleontology that captures something that the technical vocabulary cannot. The word is impossible. Not impossible in the sense of false or fabricated. The bones are real. The animal existed, but impossible in the sense that it violates the intuitions that our experience of the modern world has built into us. The intuitions about how large flying things can be, about what a 10-meter wingspan means on an animal rather than an aircraft, about what it would look like to watch something this large become airborne from a standing start. Our intuitions about flying animals are calibrated on condors and albatrosses and eagles. At the upper end of our experience, a large flying bird has a wingspan of 3.5 meters and weighs perhaps 10 kilograms. The idea of scaling that up by a factor of 3 in wingspan and 25 in mass, while keeping the animal airborne and capable of sustained soaring flight, simply does not compute in the way that most biological facts compute. And yet it is true. The bones say so. The aerodynamic models say so. The fossil record of the late Cretaceous says so clearly and repeatedly. Quetzalcoatlus was impossible, and it was real. This tension between what our intuitions tell us should be possible and what the fossil record tells us actually happened is one of the most productive tensions in paleontology. It forces us to examine the assumptions built into our intuitions. It forces us to ask why we thought something was impossible and whether the reasons were sound. And it forces us to expand our model of what the natural world can do to make room in our understanding for the extraordinary. The natural world does not consult our intuitions before deciding what to produce. It does not check our models before evolving something new. It simply operates blindly and patiently and without limit across geological time, and occasionally produces something that is, by any reasonable standard, impossible. And then it puts the bones in the rock, and eventually we find them. And we learn, again, that the world is stranger and larger and more extraordinary than we had allowed ourselves to believe. There is one more thing to say about the late Cretaceous sky, about the world above the dinosaurs, the world above the Mosasaurus ocean, the world that Quetzalcoatlus shared with other theropods and the earliest birds. That sky was not empty. It was not dominated by a single giant theropod. It was, like the land and the sea, a complex, species-rich, ecologically diverse environment, a world of multiple theropoid lineages occupying diurn niches, the diurn altitudes, the diurn prey types, the diurn geographical ranges. In the late Cretaceous skies of North America, alongside Quetzalcoatlus, flew smaller theropods of various kinds. Pteranodon, the familiar, crestless, large-beaked, fish-eating theropods that is one of the most commonly depicted prehistoric animals, had already declined by the latest Cretaceous, but its relatives and ecological successors were present. Nyctosaurus, a remarkable pterosaur with an extraordinary tine-like crest, shared the skies over the western interior seaway. Various smaller, less completely known theropods occupied the lower levels of the aerial food web, catching insects and small fish and other small prey. And increasingly, in the latest Cretaceous, birds. The diversification of Cretaceous birds was already well underway by the time of Quetzalcoatlus. The enantiornithings, a group of birds that would not survive the KPG extinction, were diverse and abundant, occupying many of the ecological niches in the aerial world that modern birds occupy today. The ornithurine birds, the lineage that would survive and radiate into the modern avian diversity, were present and diversifying. The late Cretaceous sky was a sky in transition. The theropods, dominant for over 150 million years, were sharing their domain with the birds, a new lineage, diurnate in anatomy and flight style, already proving capable of competing for aerial resources. The transition was not complete. The pterosaurs were not yet declining in the way that would have been necessary for birds to be simply replacing them, but the coexistence of the two groups in the same sky was already a preview of the world that would follow. After the extinction, the sky belonged to birds and bats. Before the extinction, it belonged to pterosaurs and birds together, in a complex, species-rich aerial community that we are still only beginning to understand. Quetzalcoatlus was the largest member of that community, the giant at the top of the aerial food web, the animal that cast the largest shadow when it passed between the sun and the Cretaceous landscape below. Unlike everything else in the late Cretaceous world, it was extraordinary, and like everything else, it was temporary. The sky above us today is the sky that survived, diurent from the late Cretaceous sky, emptier of giants, but built on the same atmosphere, lit by the same sun, governed by the same physical laws that made Quetzalcoatlus possible. The sky endures, the animals in it change, and we, looking up from the ground, are lucky enough to know something about what used to be there.